The Strongest Sect of All Times Chapter 1424 to Chapter 1491. He had bought the bluff suit, but his reputation points had been reset to 0. Sigh. Xianxia sighed, I saved it up with great difficulty, and now it's all gone. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of contribution points, a few hundred reputation points were pitifully little. It even made him feel like he was the poorest person in the past. Don't worry. The system comforted him, reputation goods are better than contribution points goods. The host will definitely not lose out or be cheated. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, Did you get a kickback again? I never get a kickback. The system's tone was unyielding. It was obvious that it was very confident. Xianxia ignored it and took out the bluff suit with a wave of his hand. This was a garment similar to a robe. The style was quite novel, and it would not look old-fashioned when worn. In fact, whether the clothes were old-fashioned or not depended on the person wearing it. Gou Sheng, with his perfect figure and appearance, was completely a walking clothes hanger. No matter what he wore, he looked good. Xiao. His mind entered and established a connection. In an instant, Xianxia's soul seemed to have entered a wonderful world. There were crystal-clear balls floating there, and they emitted different auras. There were martial arts, sword arts, alchemy, and many more. Understood. That's a bluff, Yizichen said. Xianxia stopped in front of the ball that represented martial arts. He gently raised his hand and touched it. The outside world suddenly opened its eyes, and a monstrous wave of qi instantly enveloped him. Shua! Shua! In the wilderness, more than 10 martial artists were running. One of them wondered, strange, I clearly saw that monster running here. Why is there no trace of it? It's already injured. It can't run far. The leader shouted, search carefully. Big brother. At this moment, a martial artist shouted, there's someone in front. And? Only then did everyone realize that a man in a robe was standing in the forest with his eyes closed. He seemed to be thinking about something, or maybe, he was asleep. Awesome, in a place where monsters often roamed, he actually dared to be absent-minded. Big brother, judging from this guy's clothes, he seems to be a rich man. Why don't we? A warrior smirked. The cultivator called Big Brother said seriously, this person's aura is not strong. In such a dangerous place, he could be eaten by demonic beasts at any time. Shouldn't we give him some benefits in order to send him out safely? Yes, yes. His subordinate hurriedly echoed. Go. Swoosh. Whoosh. Everyone quickly approached. Right at this moment, the young man who had been standing still all this time suddenly opened his eyes, and an explosive aura instantly surged out from his body. Everyone stopped abruptly, and their eyes were suffused with astonishment. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted, making them feel as if there were 100,000 mountains on their backs. Oh my god, this was a super expert. Under the powerful aura, everyone's legs did not listen to them. They fell to the ground, paralyzed, and some even wet their pants. Xianxia, who had just activated the martial arts special effect of the bluff suit, noticed that there were more than 10 people lying beside him. Hence, he turned around and asked, what's the matter? Because of the powerful martial arts aura, just speaking 2 words contained unfathomable profoundness, which shocked the group of cultivators so much that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. Almighty, great God! No, no. Big Brother suppressed his fear and said with a trembling voice, nothing, oh. Xianxia responded and then continued on his way. He did not know how strong the martial arts aura he released was, but it should be able to scare a group of void-piercing realm cultivators to the point that they could not stand up. Who? Watching Gou Sheng leave, more than 10 cultivators were relieved. Some even covered their faces and cried, obviously too frightened. Right. This suit can change its form at will? On the way, Xianxia became interested, so many styles appeared in his mind. After confirming one, the long robe on his body quickly turned black, and then a red cloud pattern appeared. Not handsome enough. Xiao. The bluff turned white again, with the words second generation leader on the back, and then the words justice. When he walked out of the forest, it turned into a brownish-red short suit with the word Lord on the chest. The system roared, please, this is not a cosplay suit. The division of the upper realm was similar to the Starfall continent, but it was divided by regions, such as the Southeast region and the Northwest region. The most central region was called the Central region, and it was also the most prosperous region in the whole world. The headquarters of the Realm Hall, Alchemy Hall, and other organizations were mostly set up in the Central region. If Xianxia wanted to visit, he would definitely have to walk all the way from the Southeast region to the Central region. The journey was so long that it would take years just by walking. Fortunately, he had the rainbow wings. Although the flying speed was not super fast, its advantage was that it could save energy and reduce emissions, and its endurance was very good. After summoning Xianxia, he dragged Flowing Light along with him. In just 2 months, he had entered the Central region. TSK. The heaven and earth attribute here is stronger than the Southeast region. Along the way, not only did he see the magnificent mountains and rivers of the Central region, but he also met many powerful martial artists. Thus, he sighed. Every place has its own people. There should be more experts here. What's that? Damn, the light is so beautiful. The martial artists also noticed the colorful stream of light flashing in the sky. They looked up and confirmed that it was a martial artist flying, and it was a pair of colorful wings. Their eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. The system said, "Host, you're so ostentatious. Be careful of being robbed." "It's done." Xianxia said, "I've been healed by you. I'll definitely be safe." The system broke down. As the saying goes, don't show off your wealth. "Host, you'll definitely be targeted by people with bad intentions if you fly in the sky so ostentatiously. Tell me more. This will make me safer." F***ck. I'm serious. The scene changed. Xianxia landed safely in front of Wushuang City. This was one of the large-scale cities in the Central region, and also the headquarters of the Alchemy Hall. Standing in front of the tall city gate, Gosheng was speechless. "It's so King magnificent." The system was silent. He flew over so ostentatiously, yet he wasn't robbed. It was really illogical. "Stop." Just as he was about to enter the city, a dignified general blocked his way and shouted, "Anyone who wants to enter Wushuang City must provide proof of identity." There were more rules in big cities, so it was necessary to provide proof of identity. Xianxia wasn't a troublemaker. He cooperated and took out his proof of identity as a permanent resident of Linyuan City. Not only did Lu Desui give him proof, he also gave it to all the disciples of the sect of all times. It could be said that the entire sect was a legal resident of Linyuan City. "Sorry." The general said coldly, "Residents of low-level cities are not qualified to enter Wushuang City." Xianxia smiled and said, "Can you make an exception?" The general still had to check other people's proof of identity along the way, so he waved his hand impatiently and said, "Get lost." F***ck, you're so arrogant, whoosh. Xianxia stopped pretending and directly took out the pocket-sized ancient warship. He shouted, "Open your eyes and see what this is." Whoosh whoosh, a thick aura instantly burst out. The general was so shocked that he took a step back. When he saw the words carved on it, he blurted out, "Ancient warship." The passers-by who were queuing to enter the city were also shocked. They all looked over until they saw the warship and felt the thick aura. Their expressions gradually turned to shock. You. The general suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "You're the patriarch of the sect of all times?" Heh. The Central region also heard of him. Xianxia took out the patriarch's token and said proudly, "It's the real deal." If he took out the token first, he would definitely be doubted. After all, one mystical stone could buy a few hundred tokens. But now, he was convinced because the thick aura of the ancient warship couldn't be imitated. "So it's June Patriarch, sorry for the disrespect." The general's attitude immediately became extremely warm. Xianxia said indifferently, "Can you show me how to roll?" "Okay." The general directly fell to the ground and rolled around. Xianxia's expression immediately stiffened. He thought to himself, he's actually so skilled. After showing him the ancient warship, the general was instantly terrified. Of course, rolling on the ground was not because he had been slapped in the face too many times, but because Jinren Tonggu's identity was too high. Even if he was not familiar with it, he had to force himself to be familiar with it. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head. He thought that he could show off to his heart's content after showing his identity, but he did not expect the other party to be so cooperative. Can I enter the city? Yes, yes. The general was still rolling on the ground. When he saw the other party enter the city, he quickly stood up and patted the dust off his body. He pointed at the passers-by in the distance and shouted, "Anyone who enters Wushuang City must provide proof of identity." This guy was revived with full health again. Oh my god. That guy is actually Jinren Tonggu's disciple. Everyone started discussing. There were two reasons why the sect of all times gradually rose to fame in the pugilistic world. First, the various clans surrounded Fengqi Celestial Mountain, and second, they destroyed Fuqian Sect. Strange, why is he here in Wushuang City? I heard that Linyuan City's ancient elixir store is a subsidiary of the Sect of all times. Is he here to visit the elixir hall? Wushuang City was considered one of the famous cities in the upper world. Because of the elixir hall's headquarters, the elixirs and herbs were more developed. It was a top large-scale herb market. After Jun Changxiao entered the city, he smelled the strong smell of herbs in the air, so he was not in a hurry to go to the elixir hall's headquarters. He strolled around the city until he saw dazzling materials. He thought to himself, before I leave, I can buy some herb seeds. Of course. If his strength allowed it, he could open an elixir store here in the future. The elixir hall's headquarters was located in the east district of Wushuang City. Jun Changxiao asked the passers-by and stopped in front of a magnificent and dazzling mansion. Who are you? The guard asked. Jun Changxiao put his hands behind his back and said loudly, Patriarch of the Sect of all times, Jun Changxiao. A trace of surprise appeared in the guard's eyes. Then, he quickly entered the mansion to report. Not long after, the hall master of the Pill Hall, Bai Zhaoyang, personally led the higher-ups out to welcome them. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, Jun Patriarch's visit has brought light to my humble abode. The identity of Jinren Tonggu's personal disciple was enough to attract the attention of the alchemy hall. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said a few polite words. Then, he was invited into the hall and placed in a VIP seat. As a professional and authoritative alchemy organization, Goxing could sense a much richer smell of medicinal herbs the moment he stepped in. This was especially so for the few old men accompanying the guests. Just from their auras alone, he could tell that they were grandmasters in alchemy. If you join my sect, the medicine hall won't have to worry about not being able to grow stronger. Hall Master Bai. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, could these people be the chief alchemists of the Pill Hall? Bai Zhaoyang said, they are elders in charge of daily internal affairs. As for the chief alchemists, they mostly don't live in the Pill Hall unless they have something to discuss. As an organization without any power, their main focus was on alchemy. Even if they became a member, their freedom would not be restricted. I see. Jun Changxiao said, everyone's auras are incomparably dense. You must all be grandmasters of alchemy. An elder smiled and said, our alchemy standards are not as good as the chief alchemists. Jun Patriarch can completely defeat Du Hongqian, so he can't bear the title of Grandmaster. These words were not only very modest, but they also praised Goxing. No, no, no. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, I only know a little about alchemy. I'm far from being as proficient as all of you. Truth. There was nothing wrong with it. But the elders present all thought that he was being modest. Jun Patriarch. Bai Zhaoyang smiled and said, may I know why you have come to my realm hall? Jun Changxiao said, your hall's two chief alchemists both hold important positions in my sect. I came to visit in hopes of improving our friendship. Shua. He took out a space ring and said, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Although Jun Changxiao's personality was very cheap and mischievous, he was still quite particular in formal situations. After all, he was the master of a sect. This, Bai Zhaoyang still accepted the space ring that contained the medicinal herbs and said with a smile, this old man has already arranged for the servants to prepare wine and dishes to welcome Jun Patriarch. Then I'll have to trouble you. Jun Changxiao was anxious. He had come to the Pill Hall headquarters, but he had not completed the side mission. It seemed that he had to spar with them in alchemy. There was still a while before dinner, so Bai Zhaoyang asked, Jun Patriarch, what level have you reached in alchemy? This, Jun Changxiao smiled and said, it's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. He did not know the levels of alchemy in the upper realm at all. It was because he did not do enough homework. The system hurriedly explained, Xianxia Dao Immortal. Jun Changxiao roared in his heart, what's the difference between this and the level of a sect? There's no choice. The system said, people in the upper realm are lazy. Jun Changxiao did not say his level, but Bai Zhaoyang and the rest were certain that this lad must have extremely high attainments in alchemy. Otherwise, he would not have been able to convince two chief alchemists. Jun Patriarch. One of the elders smiled and said, this old man has recently encountered some problems in alchemy. I wonder if you can enlighten me? It's here, the test is here. Jun Changxiao broke down in his heart and said, can't you ask after the meal? Must you force me to reveal my true colors? He could not panic. Goshen calmed down and said, the path of alchemy is mysterious and unpredictable. The more I study, the more I don't understand, so I'm afraid it's difficult to enlighten you. Everyone nodded in agreement. There was no end to learning alchemy. When one comprehended to a whole new level, there would be a whole new level waiting for them, so no one dared to claim that they had completely understood it. Moreover, Jun Changxiao said again, Master often told me that even if I am a master, I must have the heart of an apprentice. As the saying goes, there is a path on the mountain of alchemy with diligence, and the sea of refinement is boundless with hardship. The road is long, and I will explore it from top to bottom. The system said, blind bragging, I only admire the host. That makes sense. Everyone benefited a lot from this and secretly said in their hearts, this is a real master. No wonder he could convince the arrogant Du Hongqian. Listening to your words is better than studying for 10 years. Bai Zhaoyang cupped his hands and said. Jun Changxiao said modestly, we are all in the same line of alchemy. It's just giving each other pointers. In terms of bragging, Goshen still had some talent, so once he started talking, he couldn't stop talking. He directly made the higher-ups of the alchemy hall ponder, sometimes come to a realization, and sometimes rejoice. Of course. He couldn't talk too blindly. He had to be more hardcore. So Jun Changxiao talked while communicating with the alchemy in his bluff. Every time he talked about a key point, his aura would appear from inside out until it was completely stimulated. The aura of an alchemy grandmaster had already gathered in his body. Bai Zhaoyang and the others were fascinated and didn't notice at first. When they came back to their senses and felt the strong alchemy aura in the hall, their eyes suddenly widened. Oh my god, this aura was too terrifying, everyone couldn't judge what level Jun Changxiao was at from his aura, but they all deeply realized that his understanding of alchemy was definitely much stronger than theirs. Shame, shame. The elders who wanted to ask about alchemy immediately dismissed the idea. In their opinion, it was blatant disrespect to ask someone because of a small problem. Ding. Side mission completed. Obtained 500,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 650,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission and triggering the hidden reward. Obtained experience Talisman X5. That's it? After hearing the notification, Jun Changxiao said with a smile, I was still boasting to my heart's content. When Jun Changxiao was bragging just now, the upper echelons of the alchemy hall were a little confused. What he said made sense, but it had nothing to do with alchemy. It was a must. Go Leftover didn't understand alchemy in the first place, so he naturally couldn't brag about anything. He could only intentionally say some irrelevant yet thought-provoking words. Since that was the case, why did he complete the epic mission? Because he was bluffing. When Jun Changxiao gradually released his alchemy aura, Bai Zhaoyang and the rest were stunned. This was not a master. This was a grandmaster. It was an honor to be able to listen to him talk about alchemy. To put it bluntly, when Jun Changxiao released his alchemy aura, even a casual sentence would make one's imagination run wild. They might even think that it contained some profound meaning of alchemy. This just happened to meet the core requirements of discussing alchemy. Third Elder. Bai Xiaoyang sent a voice transmission. Did you remember what June Patriarch said just now? I remembered everything, not a single word left out. Good, good. A smile appeared on Bai Xiaoyang's face. He thought to himself, in the future, I'll engrave it and give a copy to every member of the alchemy hall. Maybe they can comprehend something from it. On this day, every word Gosheng said was recorded by the alchemy hall. It was known as the dog monarch study. Using words that had nothing to do with alchemy to successfully fool a group of alchemy masters. This was something only a cheat could do. Only 5 experience talismans? Jun Changxiao was still not satisfied with the reward for completing the mission. Because there were no more detailed levels for each transition, when to reach the maximum value and when to trigger the epic mission, he could only rely on experience talismans to level up. Naturally, the more the better. June Patriarch. Bai Xiaoyang smiled. The dishes have been prepared. Oh. Jun Changxiao replied with a smile. Then, he retracted his aura of alchemy and returned to his normal state. Without the support of bluffing, it was completely difficult to see the alchemy aura. So, Bai Xiaoyang and the rest exclaimed in their hearts, he can control his aura so freely. As expected of a grandmaster of alchemy. Jun Changxiao had successfully created the image of a Pill Dao grandmaster in front of the pill hall by relying on his prestige goods to cheat. The power of cheating made people look up to him. Please. Please. Jun Changxiao sat at the table. Because they were worried that they would make a fool of themselves in front of an expert, Bai Xiaoyang and the higher-ups accompanying the guest did not talk about alchemy the entire time. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. AI. After 3 rounds of wine, Jun Changxiao sighed. Bai Xiaoyang asked in confusion, why did Jun Patriarch sigh? Jun Changxiao said bitterly, Pond Master Bai, you should know that the sect of all times has just descended from the lower realm, right? Your esteemed sect went against the formation of 10,000 tribulation heavenly thunder set up by the realm hall and successfully led your disciples to immortal ascension. This is something that everyone in the upper world knows. When I heard about it, I was filled with admiration for Jun Patriarch. Bai Xiaoyang said. This wasn't flattery, but rather genuine admiration. It was because since the ancient times until now, there had never been anyone who led a sect into ascension. This type of magnificent feat would definitely be recorded in the annals of history. AI. Jun Changxiao smiled bitterly and said, Jun originally thought that he could pursue a higher realm after ascending to the upper realm, but after more than 2 years here, I realized that it's too difficult to establish a foothold here. Yes. Bai Xiaoyang and the higher-ups nodded in understanding. Most of them ascended through alchemy, and all of them had experienced the huge difference of falling from the top to the bottom. To be able to survive in a whole new world system, this process was too difficult. Bai Xiaoyang smiled and said, Jun Patriarch, you don't have to worry. Your esteemed sect will have a place in the upper realm sooner or later. Hall Master Bai must be thinking that my honored master is Zhenren Tonggu, so it's natural for me to survive in the upper realm, Jun Changxiao said. Bai Xiaoyang smiled awkwardly and politely. Yes. That was what he thought. As one of the top powerhouses in the upper realm, other than those top-notch celestial sects, who dared not give him face. With such a background, it was only a matter of time before the sect of all times became powerful. Jun Changxiao said, when honored master took me in as a disciple, he said that I can only rely on myself for the development of the sect. He won't provide any help. Bai Xiaoyang and the higher-ups were speechless. Developing a sect in the upper realm was not a joke. As the honored master, he actually did not provide any help. It was really a little. Senior Tonggu must have made Jun Patriarch understand that in this cruel world, it was better to rely on oneself than on others. A mighty person was indeed a mighty person. He had put in a lot of effort, the extent of his imagination was so exaggerated that even Yi Xingchen, He Wudi, and the Purple King would have to admit defeat. So, Jun Changxiao said, Jun began to think about how to develop the sect. After thinking about it, he still decided to buy property first, and then opened a pill store in Linyuan City. Bai Xiaoyang's left eyelid, which had stopped twitching, suddenly twitched wildly again. Could it be that his fortune was coming? One of the higher-ups said. This humble one was fortunate enough to take the pills sold in June Patriarch's pill store. The seemingly ordinary profound essence nourishing pill had 10 times the effect. It's really unbelievable. This pill was refined by Feng Guichen. Ah? Everyone was stunned. They recognized Feng Guichen's alchemy skills, but how could he refine such a powerful pill? Of course. Jun Changxiao said again, there is a difference between the formula of the pill and the ordinary formula. As soon as he said this, everyone immediately understood. It turned out that the pill that was 10 times stronger than the ordinary profound essence nourishing pill did not rely on Feng Guichen's alchemy skills, but the addition of an exclusive formula. Jun Changxiao said, Honored Master has always warned Jun that whether it is martial arts or alchemy, the ultimate goal is to benefit the world. That's why I refined this special formula into a pill and sold it to the outside world. Pay. The system finally could not take it anymore. He was clearly using it to make money to support the sect, but he actually shamelessly claimed that it would benefit the world. His shamelessness had reached a new high. Jun Patriarch's actions are truly a blessing to the world. Bai Zhaoyang raised his cup and said seriously, This Bai salutes you. I also salute Jun Patriarch. All the higher-ups raised their cups, their eyes filled with admiration. The Realm Hall was not an organization that made profits, but a public welfare organization that focused on research and development. Every time there was a new discovery or result, it would announce it to the public and benefit the entire alchemy community. It was similar to Jun Changxiao's plan to sell his exclusive pill recipes for the benefit of the world. It was a different approach to achieve the same result. Respect in all caps. Jun Changxiao drank his wine and said bitterly, Unfortunately, because of my limited ability, Jun is unable to let more cultivators enjoy the benefits of high-grade pills. You can open a branch, Bai Zhaoyang said. Hearing this, the system finally understood the host's plan and blurted out, Holy shit, and yo. Jun Changxiao sighed and said, If there are more talents in alchemy. At this point, he looked at everyone and said, Jun is confident that he can spread his alchemy shops all over the upper realm and let everyone have access to high-grade pills. My pill hall has talents in alchemy and is willing to assist Jun Patriarch in benefiting the world. Bai Zhaoyang said seriously. The system was speechless. You've been led into a ditch. This? Jun Changxiao said, How can I trouble your pill hall? Jun Patriarch, you don't have to be so polite. Bai Zhaoyang said, My pill hall was established to benefit the world. As long as you don't mind, we will do our best to help promote high-grade pills. That's right. All the higher-ups expressed their support. In that case. Jun Changxiao poured wine and said, How many alchemists are there in the Realm Hall? Third-grade alchemists have 26,000, second-grade alchemists 76,000, first-grade alchemists 43,000, and alchemy masters 18,000, Bai Zhaoyang said. First grade, second grade, and alchemy masters were the pill hall's classifications. According to the upper realm standards, even the lowest third-grade alchemists were at the black level. All the major sects would definitely fight for them. F***ck. Jun Changxiao said to himself, So many people? If an alchemy shop was managed by an alchemy master and a few first-grade, second-grade, and second-grade alchemists, they could definitely open more than 10,000 branches. The daily profits, no. Jun Changxiao held his head and said, The alcohol is too strong, I'm a little dizzy. After a round of drinking, the sect of all times and the pill hall reached an agreement. Both sides sincerely cooperated to promote high-quality pills in the upper realm. Of course. They definitely had to sign a contract. After all, even blood-related brothers had to settle accounts clearly to prevent any unpleasant things from happening. It was definitely unrealistic to ask the Realm Hall to send people to refine pills voluntarily, so Jun Changxiao planned to pay them a salary. Jun Patriarch. Bai Zhaoyang said, Why don't we calculate it based on commission? Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. Big brother. You're actually taking a commission for something that benefits the world, isn't this a little too much, or was it just a fart before, and it was actually just a collaboration to make money together? Moreover, Bai Xiaoyang said, I've already inquired about the price of the alchemy shop that your sect opened in Linyuan City. I feel that it's a little low, so I still need to raise it. Hearing this, Jun Changxiao was immediately sure that this guy wanted to make money together and share it. F***ck. Why did he feel like he was being tricked? But the truth, not bad. Gosheng was tricked by Bai Xiaoyang. To be precise, his left eyelid had been twitching nonstop recently. After being reminded by the higher-ups that fortune was coming, and hearing that the other party wanted to promote pills, he suddenly realized that this was fortune, right? Wasn't this an opportunity? Since you want to benefit the world, and my realm hall cares about the common people, we'll definitely cooperate. Many people thought that Bai Xiaoyang's left eyelid was twitching, and that a disaster was coming. Little did they know that fortune was really coming this time. Only the Taishan elder and Jinren Tonggu, who had bad omens, were really going to be tricked by Gosheng. Of course. Actually, it couldn't be said who was tricking who. After all, Jun Changxiao's side provided high-grade medicinal herbs, and the pill hall provided people to refine pills. Both sides benefited from each other and walked hand in hand towards a win-win situation. Jun Patriarch, please rest assured. Bai Xiaoyang said, my pill hall will share the corresponding profits according to the people sent out. The majority will still be your sect of all times. We definitely won't be greedy. Jun Changxiao broke down. Can't we just pay a salary? At this moment, the capitalist's face was completely exposed. He just wanted the pill hall to take a fixed salary. At most, he would just give them some dividends and benefits during festivals. Jun Patriarch. Bai Xiaoyang said awkwardly, my pill hall's alchemists also have to live and support their families. Just paying a salary is definitely not enough, unless the monthly salary is at least 10 million. Jun Changxiao immediately rolled his eyes and said, if your family's monthly salary is so high, I'll send my disciples to work for you tomorrow. It was originally a good thing to benefit the world, but after the two of them revealed their profiteering faces, the banquet completely turned into bargaining in a vegetable market, fighting for the greatest benefits for themselves. Looking back at the chapter title, the two of them were really Lin Yuan City. In a private room of a luxurious restaurant. Everyone. Yuan Gongzi drank a mouthful of tea and smiled. Do you have any objections to this price? The higher-ups of the family who had been haggled for a few hours were already dizzy at this moment. In the end, they could only compromise and say, no objections. Happy cooperation. Yuan Gongzi cupped his hands and got up to leave the restaurant. Then, he looked up at the sky and secretly said, Patriarch should have reached Wushuang City by now, right? All right. At the pill hall headquarters, Jun Changxiao compromised and said, let's do it according to what we said just now. Your realm hall will send people to assist my sect of all times in refining pills. The payment will be based on the number of pills refined. Let's make it clear first. Different levels of pills will definitely have different prices. Ah. Jun Changxiao hugged his head and broke down. Hall Master Bai, you're simply wasting your time if you don't do business. Fine, just you wait, I'll bring old Yuan here when I have time and fight 300 rounds with you. PS 3400 plus Jun Changxiao and the Alchemy Hall reached an agreement, and both sides established a cooperative relationship. One could provide herbs comparable to heaven and earth treasures, while the other had enough manpower to refine them. This could be considered a strong alliance. If his peers in the Alchemy Hall knew about this, they would probably start trembling in fear. This trip was worth it. Lying on the bed in the highest standard room arranged by the Alchemy Hall, Jun Changxiao smiled with satisfaction. Although he lost in bargaining, it did not affect his mood. After all, as long as he had enough profits in the future, it did not matter if he lost a little. He came all the way to the Alchemy Hall for two purposes. One was to complete the side mission, and the other was to talk about cooperation. Now that both were done, it was free time. The next day, Jun Changxiao went to the market, intending to buy some herbs and seeds. Bai Xiaoyang also took action. He issued a recall order for members to quickly return to the Alchemy Hall headquarters to discuss important matters. Among them were the 6 chief alchemists who were working part-time outside. It was obvious that the Alchemy Hall still attached great importance to the cooperation with the Sect of all times. In fact, they had all taken and studied the high-quality pills refined by Feng Guichen and gave them very high ratings. If they could mass produce and put into the market, it would definitely benefit the entire upper realm. Of course. If they could earn some money to support their families while benefiting the world, why not? Xianxia was shopping. The elites of the alchemy hall were coming from all over the world. Soon, there would be a big scene. As for whether he could win over the 6 chief alchemists and gather the 8 of them at the Sect of all times' alchemy hall, that would depend on his ability. Night. In a certain city, more than 10 men in black lurked in the dark. Their eyes were fixed on the Jia Hall branch residents. Their killing intent and anger gradually emerged. No rush, no rush. A voice came from the darkest area of the alley. Sooner or later, we'll kill to our heart's content. Yes. Everyone whispered, Master. The person who spoke walked out. With the help of the weak moonlight, it could be seen clearly that he was wearing a black robe, revealing a young face of about 12 or 13 years old. That's right. This was Xianxia's life and death brother, the tattooed man. After reincarnating and regaining his memory, he began to attack the Jia Hall. Tonight's sneak attack on the branch was the best proof. Time passed slowly. Dark clouds covered the moon, and the entire city fell into absolute darkness. Attack. Swoosh. Shwa. Whoosh. Dozens of streams of light rushed toward the Boundary Hall branch. Boom, boom, then, an explosive force resounded in the pitch-black city, instantly waking up the sleeping martial artists. They released their spiritual senses and found that the most magnificent mansion had been engulfed in flames. I'll go. Someone has ambushed the World Hall branch. For a time, the entire city was in an uproar. By the time they rushed over, the battle had already ended. The mansion that had been burned down by the fire had already been reduced to ruins. There are words on the wall. Right at this moment, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked at the outer wall of the Jia Hall branch that was still intact. On it were written the words, 10,000 years is too long. Seize every moment. How imposing, however, his handwriting was really ugly. 10,000 years is too long? Seize every minute? Someone read it several times and finally understood, but in exchange, the faces of all the cultivators present changed greatly as they exclaimed in unison, Traitor, Gu Jiaoxi. That's not right. Wasn't this guy captured? Why is he here again? I heard that this person has a reincarnation spirit and can be reborn endlessly. Every time he dies, he will become stronger. He suddenly appeared here, destroyed the World Hall branch, and left behind dog-like handwriting. It seems like he wants to tell the world that he's back. Swoosh, right at this moment, a black shadow rushed out from the dark and pressed the last person who spoke to the ground. He said coldly, My handwriting is art. How dare you describe it as dog-like handwriting? Swoosh. Swoosh, his subordinates hurriedly flew out from the dark and forcibly took their boss away. They roared in their hearts, How many times has he been reborn? Why is Master's handwriting still so bad? Some people were strong in some aspects, but weak in others. For example, Go Sheng. Once he opened his mouth, he would kill people. The tattooed man also had a shortcoming. No matter how many times he was reborn, his handwriting was still unsightly. Moreover, this guy did not know his own limits. When he fought against the World Hall, he always liked to leave behind a message with his bad handwriting. The news that a branch in a certain city had been destroyed quickly spread to the headquarters of the World Hall. It immediately ignited the anger of the higher-ups. As expected, an elder gritted his teeth and said, As long as this guy is reborn, he will definitely cause trouble for us. Inform the branches in each city as soon as possible and have them increase their vigilance. Once they find out about the traitor, they must report it to the headquarters as soon as possible. The dignified elder sitting at the head of the table ordered. Report. Empress Ling Yao is here to see you. The higher-ups who were having a headache over the traitor were puzzled. Why is this woman here again? Previously, when they went to the extreme cave abode to find Shinran Tonggu to ask for an explanation, they ended up with the Sect of all times destroying the Fuqian sect. This made them quite unhappy. However, they could not say anything about it. After all, Pei Sili had given them the location of the mine and secretly told the Lingwei True Sect about it. "Let her in," the dignified elder said. Before long, Empress Ling Yao, who was surrounded by clouds, walked into the main hall and said, "I am willing to volunteer to hunt down the traitor Gu Xiaoxi." Oh? The higher-ups were surprised. Even though this woman had a position in the realm hall, she was not sociable and did not care about anything. But now, she went to find Shinran Tonggu, and now she wanted to capture the traitor. This was quite strange. Of course. Empress Ling Yao said, "I have a condition." "What condition?" "Recently, I lack resources for cultivating martial path. If we capture the traitor Gu Xiaoxi, I hope the realm hall will reward us accordingly." Everyone heard this and understood. No wonder this woman had been so active recently, she lacked resources for cultivating martial path. "Do you have confidence in capturing that guy?" the dignified elder asked. Empress Ling Yao said, "Back then, the realm hall sent a large number of experts and spent hundreds of years to capture him. I am not completely confident, but I can at least give it a try." "All right." The dignified elder agreed. The realm hall had been quite busy recently, they were lacking manpower. And this woman had rank 9 cultivation level. As long as they found the traitor's hiding place, it should not be a problem to capture him. Empress Ling Yao said, "If we capture Gu Xiaoxi, I will give you 10 million immortal stones." Saying so, she did not wait for the dignified elder's agreement. And left the hall. She came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Is this woman so poor that she has gone crazy? Someone said angrily, "She actually asked for 10 million immortal stones to capture a traitor." Humph. A higher-up snorted, "Does she think she is someone important?" The dignified elder was silent for a while before saying, "Go ask Jean how his injuries are. If he is fine, let him cooperate with Empress Ling Yao to capture the traitor Gu Xiaoxi." "Yes." Boom. Boom. Somewhere in the wilderness, the tattooed man frantically bombarded the enchantment that bound him. When he couldn't break it, he angrily raised his head and said, "I didn't expect you to have learned the long-lost inescapable net seal." "So?" Empress Ling Yao said, "You can't escape." After this woman agreed to capture the traitor, she only used a few days to find him. She even used a divine ability to seal him, making it difficult for him to escape. This was quite surprising. Swoosh! The tattooed man sat on the ground, saying, "Kill me or torture me, do as you wish." With a reincarnation spirit, he did not fear death. At most, he would be a good man again after 10 years. "I won't kill you." "What, you want to torture me?" "No, this empress wants to talk business with you." "Business?" Jun Changshao was not in a hurry to return to the sect. Instead, he stayed at the headquarters of the alchemy hall. Since the food was good, he would try his best to eat and drink. During this period of time, he visited all the shops in the market and bought many seeds. Among them were not only for refining the vitality enhancement pill, but also other types. The nourishing soil could quickly nurture medicinal herbs. Naturally, he would not stop at ordinary types. He would definitely refine stronger pills in the future, so he had to enrich the medicinal herbs. It was said that Jun Changshao was a hands-off shopkeeper. However, they did not know that he had been working hard for the sect ever since he came to the upper realm. He had never slacked off. Hall Master Bai. One day, Jun Changshao took a sip of tea and said, "Why aren't they here yet?" "No rush, no rush." Bai Zhaoyang smiled and said, "They're on the way. They'll be here soon." "Oh." Jun Changshao responded. Since he had nothing to do, he continued to stroll around Wushuang City. However, as soon as he entered a tea house, he heard people discussing the recent happenings in Jianghu. "Have you heard? The traitor Gu Xiaoxi has appeared again. The guy who was chased by the Jia Hall for hundreds of years before they finally captured him?" "Yes, that's him." Hearing the word traitor, Jun Changshao immediately thought of his brother who died protecting him in the Starry Sky Fortress. His eyes were filled with melancholy and sadness. Other than those outside the sect, there were not many people who could make Goshen remember in his life. The tattooed man who was eager to die was definitely one of them. "Brother." Jun Changshao thought to himself, "Are you alive?" He had saved him from death. This was a great favor. If they could meet in the upper realm, he would definitely repay him. I heard that this traitor has a reincarnation spirit. As long as he dies, he will be reborn. It's not just reborn. He becomes stronger every time he dies. What a monster. TSK, he destroyed a branch of the Jia Hall this time. I'm afraid there will be a good show in the future. While everyone was discussing, Xianxia's expression changed from dull to ecstatic. Traitor. Reincarnation spirit. Combining these 2 points, the intelligent Xianxia was immediately sure that this person was his life and death brother. F*ck, so his name was Gu Zhaoxi. If*, King thought your name was Gu Wang. The Jia Hall definitely won't let the matter rest after destroying a branch. I'm afraid that he's now wanted by the entire world. I heard that the World Hall sent Empress Ling Yao to capture Gu Zhaoxi, and even after several hours of fighting, he still managed to escape. When Xianxia heard this, he was overjoyed and said, "My brother is so awesome after dying once." It's actually not weak. In fact, Gu Zhaoxi and Empress Ling Yao had only exchanged a few blows when he was trapped by the inescapable net. As for why he had managed to escape, no one knew. No. Xianxia thought, I have to find him as soon as possible. Traitors were definitely poisonous in the upper realm. No one was willing to have anything to do with them. After all, they were at odds with the realm hall. However, Gosheng did not care, because he was my brother. TSK, the system said, you just want to trick him into joining the sect. Do you have to create a loyal and righteous persona? With news of his brother, Xianxia could no longer sit still. However, the 6 chief alchemists had yet to arrive, so he could only continue to wait at the alchemy hall headquarters. Of course. During this period, he would often wander around the teahouses and restaurants to obtain the latest news. He gradually found out that Gu Zhaoxi had made his move and destroyed a few branches of the realm hall. This feels great. Xianxia laughed. When he was in the lower realm, he was already unhappy with the realm hall. The more Gu Zhaoxi targeted this organization, the happier he was. He even wished that the 2 of them could join forces, to put it bluntly. This guy also had the heart of a traitor. Because their strength did not allow them to do so, and because the sect needed to develop steadily, they could only keep a low profile. In the future, if they were strong enough, it would be normal for them to fall out with the realm hall and become enemies. In that case, Empress Ling Yao's prediction was spot on. However, the most serious consequence of going against the realm hall was to alert the 10 immortal sections. He did not know if Shinran Tonggu could handle it. A few more days passed. The 6 chief alchemists finally arrived. June has long heard that the chief alchemists of the alchemy hall are all dragons among men in the field of alchemy. I am fortunate to meet you today. You really live up to your reputation. Xianxia cupped his hands and said. June Patriarch is too kind. The 6 chief alchemists cupped their hands and said. Because they knew that Gosheng's master was Shinran Tonggu and that he was going to work with the alchemy hall, they were very polite. 6. Xianxia went straight to the point. Are you interested in working for the sect of all times? Bai Zhaoyang and the higher-ups almost fell off their chairs. 2 of the chief alchemists of the alchemy hall had already been recruited by him. Was he still not satisfied and wanted to pull in the other 6, June Patriarch? That was a little too much, not a little, but rather too much. If the major sects could find a chief alchemist to work in the sect, they would want to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Gathering all 8 bosses in the sect was definitely something that they did not dare to think about. Not only did Xianxia dare to think about things that others did not dare to think about, he even dared to take action. This was the boldness of a sect master. The chief alchemist named Xianxia smiled and said, I am already an honorary elder in the Spirit Fusion Dao sect. The other 5 chief alchemists also tactfully expressed their rejection. Of the 8 top grandmasters of the alchemy hall, other than Feng Guichen and Du Hongchen, they had all been roped in by the major sects, so they would not choose anyone else. It was fine. As long as they danced well, there was no corner that they could not poach. Xianxia smiled and said, as far as I know, the 6 of you are all working in the major sects with honorary titles. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with joining my sect of all times, right? June Patriarch. Xianxia said, everyone has their own aspirations, we can't force them. That's right. Jun Changxiao agreed, everyone has their own aspirations, we can't force them. But have the 6 of you heard that a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in? Damn it, if I don't pull you into the sect in one chapter, my former sect master's surname will be written backwards. Qin Xiao and the other chief alchemists looked at each other, an awkward but polite smile appearing on their faces. Jun Changxiao's master was Jinren Tonggu, and they respected him from the bottom of their hearts. But since they had already reached an agreement with the other sects, how could they switch to the sect of all times? Jun Patriarch. Bye. Zhaoyang smiled and said, let's get down to business. This is business. Jun Changxiao said. The other alchemy grandmasters in the alchemy hall could be used for cooperation, but the 6 chief alchemists had to be won over, because they were core technical talents. Moreover, the 8 chief alchemists had all become the hall masters of the alchemy hall of the sect of all times. If the news spread, it would definitely cause a sensation in the upper realm. Perhaps it could increase their reputation and gain a lot of reputation points. Goxing had tasted the sweetness of destroying the Fuqian sect and also found some rules. Therefore, recruiting 1 was recruiting 8 was also recruiting. If he wanted to play, he would play big. Bai Zhaoyang was a little embarrassed. Of course. Jun Changxiao added, the 6 of you can work part-time in the sect of all times as honorary elders or hall masters. The 6 of them were at a loss. In the end, they could only look at Bai Zhaoyang for help. Hall master, we really don't want to join the sect of all times, quickly come and help us out. Bai Zhaoyang gave a I understand look, and then said, Jun Patriarch, in my opinion, Hall master Bai. Jun Changxiao interrupted him and said, as long as the 6 chief alchemists are willing to join the sect of all times, the ratio of the sales of the pills can be discussed again. 6. Bai Zhaoyang said seriously, I think you can consider Jun Patriarch's recruitment. After all, he has already shown enough sincerity. Jun Changxiao was determined to recruit the 6 chief alchemists, so he would rather give some profits to the alchemy hall. Bai Zhaoyang immediately changed his mind. From helping his own people to helping others, his shamelessness was comparable to Goxing's. Of course. Otherwise, why would he be able to lower the price? Seeing the hall master change his mind because of the other party's words, the 6 chief alchemists collapsed. Hall master, where is your bottom line? Jun Patriarch is so sincere, can you bear to reject him? He is Senior Tonggu's direct disciple. To be able to work in his sect is definitely something that brings glory to our ancestors. If not for this old man's age, as long as Jun Patriarch wants to recruit me, I will definitely do my best to help. The higher-ups of the alchemy hall also joined in the persuasion. They were a group of shameless old men. During this period, they had already done all kinds of calculations, and the final conclusion was that if the 2 parties cooperated to spread their alchemy stores throughout the major cities, the profits would definitely be huge. Now that Jun Patriarch had given in, even if it was just a little bit, it would still benefit the alchemy hall. As long as they could benefit the common people, what did it matter if they joined the sect of all times? Not to mention, it was not a fire pit for them to jump into. Chen Xiao and the others fell into silence again. Since the hall master and the higher-ups had said so, if they did not give them face, they would feel bad. The alchemy hall's motto was freedom, and they would not force their members to do things they were unwilling to do. But in this system, they naturally could not be too stubborn. How about this? Jun Changxiao said, the 6 of you can stay in the sect of all times for a month. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, you can leave at any time. Jun will definitely not stop you. Since he had already said so, if they insisted on refusing, it would be a bit unreasonable. Okay. Chen Xiao said, then we will go to Jun Patriarch's sect and stay for a month. He did not completely say that he was dead, obviously leaving a way out for himself, in case the other party latched onto him. Latched onto him? If Goxing knew, he would definitely laugh. Once you enter the sect of all times, regardless of whether you are staying temporarily or permanently, if you have any intention of leaving, I will immediately step down from my position as Patriarch. After using the Eternal Tablet's magically modified hair growth agent, he was that confident. Seeing that the 6 chief alchemists had agreed, Bai Zhaoyang smiled and said, Jun Patriarch, How do you think we should discuss the distribution ratio? There's no rush. Xianxia said, let's wait for the 6 of you to stay in my sect for a month. Bai Zhaoyan understood. They were waiting for Qin Xiao and the others to express their stance a month later before deciding how much they would give up. Wrong. Xianxia was actually thinking. Let's put aside the matter of profits for now and wait for old Yuan to come over and have a good discussion with him. Sect of all times. After checking the total amount of medicinal herbs and seeds sent by the various clans, Li Qingyang exclaimed, Young Master Yuan, you're really good at bargaining. You're getting cheaper and cheaper each time. If this continues for a few more months, won't they have to pay for it? Yuan Feng, who was in Lin Yuan City, sat in the hall and took a sip of tea. He said, being invincible is so lonely. The 6 chief alchemists returned to the Pill Hall headquarters first. The alchemy masters, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade alchemists also entered Wushuang City one after another. This caused a heated discussion among the residents of the city. Strange. Why are they all back? Even the internal alchemy competition held every few years doesn't have so many people participating. Could it be something important? A few days later, the Pill Hall suddenly announced to the public that they had signed a strategic cooperation agreement with the Sect of all times. When this news spread, it could be said that it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It immediately caused all the martial artists to fight over it. This is incredible. This Sect of all times can actually establish a cooperative relationship with the Pill Hall. The Pill Hall focuses on alchemy. Both sides have reached an agreement. Could it be that they are going to sell herbs or pills together? Just as everyone was in heated discussion, the Sect of all times and the Pill Hall had already started to move. One started to prepare treasure-level herbs, while the other started to dispatch alchemy experts to the Aeon Celestial Mountain. The 6 chief alchemists followed Xianxia back to the Sect of all times first. They decided to stay there for a month before deciding whether to take up a post. A month. It was just a gesture. The Realm Hall had also heard about the cooperation between the Sect of all times and the Pill Hall, so they specially brought it up for discussion during the regular meeting. How did this kid get attached to the Pill Hall again? The word attached was used exquisitely. In fact, Xianxia being able to cooperate with an authoritative alchemy organization had indeed greatly increased the sect's reputation and influence. However, it was still a cooperation. Although it caused a heated discussion in the upper realm, it didn't trigger any reputation rewards. Who cares? One of the higher-ups said, as long as he doesn't cause any trouble, it's fine. Xianxia had been unhappy with the Realm Hall for a long time, and the Realm Hall had been unhappy with him for a long time as well. Thus, they had been keeping an eye on the former to prevent him from getting any dirt on them. This kid only has Jinren Tonggu behind him. He might not be able to do much in the future. Right now, we should think of a way to get rid of Buried Moon Pavilion and Gu Xiaoxi as soon as possible, said one of the higher-ups. Humph, someone said coldly, she clearly found that traitor, but she actually let him escape. Empress Lingyao's work is really worrisome. All the higher-ups nodded in agreement. Back then, the Realm Hall had only succeeded in capturing Gu Xiaoxi after a few hundred years. After failing once, they started to ridicule him. This group of old fellows was also shameless. What about Jinhao? His injuries haven't healed yet. He hasn't healed after 2 years in the muscle regeneration pool? I heard that his injuries were very serious. There's a hole in his heart. What kind of divine ability did this Xianxia use to injure a 9th transformation stage cultivator so easily? Maybe it's some kind of high-grade treasure that Jinren Tonggu gave him. The moment these words were said, everyone was enlightened. If Jinren Tonggu knew about this, he would definitely break down and say, you can think of it however you want, but can you not drag me into it, gurgle gurgle. In a pool surrounded by clouds and mist, the water inside seemed to be boiling. Jinhao's head was exposed. His face was pale and he looked like he was in great pain. At this moment, the boundless vitality in the water was nourishing the rice-sized wound on his chest until it was completely healed. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and said with killing intent, Xianxia, I will make you pay a painful price. It was a miracle that he survived the lightning rod's attack. Now that he had recovered, he naturally would not forget the grudge between him and Xianxia. In fact, it had evolved to the point where he would not rest until one of them was dead. Young master. An old servant walked over and said, Jia Hall sent a message earlier, asking you to assist Empress Ling Yao in finding the traitor Gu Xiaoxi. Gu Xiaoxi? Jin Hao said in surprise, this guy reincarnated again? The old servant said, recently, he destroyed 3 Jia Hall branches. Assist Empress Ling Yao? Jin Hao said, could it be that Jia Hall can mobilize this woman? The old servant said, I heard that she volunteered to capture Gu Xiaoxi. Oh? Jin Hao walked out of the pool and used his true ability to wash off the water on his body. He put on the clothes he had prepared and said with interest, this woman is probably plotting something. Young master. The old servant transmitted, master sent a secret letter. Saying so, he handed over a letter with a crescent moon engraved on it. Jin Hao took it and opened it. He used fire to burn the letter and said, go back and tell Jia Hall that my injuries have healed and I will assist Empress Ling Yao in capturing Gu Xiaoxi. Yes. The old servant hurriedly left. Fastening his belt, Jin Hao thought to himself, master probably can't hold it in this time and is about to make a move against Jia Hall, which represents the 10 great celestial sections. I wonder if the forces behind Empress Ling Yao have such plans. Sect of all times. Jun Changxiao brought the other 6 head alchemists over. According to the agreement, they needed to stay here for a month and temporarily become honorary elders of the sect. The system reminded him, honorary elders aren't part of the sect's system. Even if they leave, their memories and martial arts won't be forcefully erased. Because of some overbearing measures, it was impossible for spies to infiltrate the sect of all times, so many things weren't spread to the outside world. But honorary elders were different. They could know everything and wouldn't be punished if they left the sect. Don't worry. Jun Changxiao said, I'm confident. As long as they were tricked into coming over, if he couldn't make them have a good impression of the sect of all times, then what was the point of being a patriarch and recruiting talents? 6. After going through the simple procedures, Jun Changxiao said, come with this king to the herb field. The first thing to make a good impression was to shock them, so it was necessary to let them know the characteristics of the sect of all times. In fact, it didn't matter whether or not the herb field was kept a secret, because in the end, he still had to cooperate with the pill hall and provide a large number of ordinary herbs that were comparable to heaven and earth treasures. Although Zhenren Tonggu was one of the reasons he was able to recruit Feng Guichen, taking him to see the herb field was also a part of the reason. And now, Goxing was going to use the same trick again. Over the past 2 years, under Elder Wei's careful management and Page's crazy reclamation, the scale of the herb field was very large. Looking through the dense mist gathered in the sky, it could be said to be a lush green field, like an endless grassland. Chen Xiao and the others were in the middle of it, and their expressions gradually turned to shock. They had seen such a large herb field before, but they had never seen or even thought that every herb in it would emit the aura of a heaven and earth treasure. What was a heaven and earth treasure? It was a rare item that lived in a place where no one had set foot in and absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. If you were lucky, you might be able to find one in a mountain forest where very few people entered, but because of its rarity, it was destined not to appear in large quantities. Now that there were heaven and earth treasures everywhere in a sect's herb field, the scene was simply too terrifying. At this point, if the cartoonist didn't add enough special effects to the herbs, it would be very difficult to show the shocking visual effect. Unbelievable. Just how did they cultivate it? How did they make the most ordinary celestial emperor grass reach the level of a heaven and earth treasure? The 6 chief alchemists were all absolute experts in the field of alchemy, and their research in medicinal herbs was not weak either. At this moment, they were deeply shocked by the medicinal herbs in the medicinal field. Suddenly, they realized that the medicinal pills sold by the Eternal Alchemy Pharmacy, could it be that they originated from heavenly treasure-class medicinal herbs? Everyone should have thought of the same thing. Jun Changxiao nodded, that's right, Feng Guichen relied on these herbs to refine high-quality pills. I see. I was wondering how an ordinary medicinal pill could have such a high effect. It turns out that the ingredients are good. At first, everyone thought that Feng Guichen being able to refine high-grade pills was because of the difference in pill recipes, but now that they knew the reason, it was obvious that they could refine pills as well. To tell you the truth, Jun Changxiao continued, there is no technique to refine high-grade pills. With everyone's alchemy skills, you can definitely do it. However, only our sect of all times can grow these heaven and earth treasure medicinal herbs. Everyone agreed. If they had high-quality medicinal herbs, they could easily refine high-quality pills. However, it was impossible for them to grow the most common medicinal herbs into heaven and earth treasures. Therefore, in this aspect, the eternal sect was worthy of the word awesome. Jun Patriarch. Chen Xiao cupped his hands and said, this Chen's horizons have been broadened today. Thank you, thank you. Jun Changxiao said, this seat has ordered people to prepare the food. Please follow this seat to the cafeteria. As one of the two ironclad rules of the sect of all times, the most lethal one was undoubtedly the food aspect. For this reason, Lu Wancher, who had received the order early, started preparing 2 hours ago. Shua. In the kitchen, Ma Yongning put on an apron and stopped in front of the chopping board. He put both hands into the bowl filled with flour and let his palms become completely smooth. Only then did he grab the kitchen knife. His eyes revealed the light of I am the knife is me. Pa. With a slap of his left hand, the vegetables that were washed by Qian Songbao suddenly shook. Shoo. The knife flashed, crisscrossing. From the slow motion, it could be clearly seen that every dish was affected, but because it was too fast, it always maintained an absolutely intact state. Ding! After a while, the kitchen knife was firmly inserted into the chopping board. Ma Yongning clapped his hands, picked up the wine cup beside him, and took a small sip. Oh Yongjun and the others, who were sitting at the back, raised their boards and gave full marks. Li Qingyang appeared in the camera and roared loudly, it's just cutting vegetables, how can there be a judge? 1 Black and 2 Black quickly walked over and placed all the cut vegetables into a basin. Before leaving, they even took the bowl of flour with them because they would use it to make soup later. After the ingredients were all prepared, the golden chef god Lu Wancher walked towards the stove while wearing an apron. It could be said that she made a dazzling entrance. In fact, she was responsible for the sect's meals every day. She should have been used to it, but this time, the patriarch told her that she had to give the 6 chief alchemists a soul attack in terms of food, so she could only give it her all, in short. Lu Wancher was going to be serious. How serious was she going to be? When she released the stove fire, she placed the pot on it and poured an appropriate amount of oil. She first took out her exclusive divine artifact, Rui Divine Dream, and then closed her eyes. Daughter, is she going to cook blindly? Oh Yongjun exclaimed. Wang. Suddenly, the word stove gradually appeared on the back of Lu Wancher's right hand, and then it formed a line that spread to her arm. Hoo. A majestic aura suddenly erupted and shrouded the seemingly real old man behind her. On his forehead, the words Chinese chef ancestor were engraved. N. Jun Changxiao, who was in the herb field, had a slight change in expression. His soul from China seemed to be touched by some kind of power, causing his blood to boil instantly. Shua. In the kitchen, Lu Wancher opened her eyes. The seemingly real old man behind her also opened his eyes. Hoo. A powerful cooking aura instantly filled the cafeteria, deeply shocking Ouyang Jun, Qian Songbao, and the others. Jun Changxiao's spiritual sense spread over and saw the word stove flickering on the back of Lu Wancher's right hand, as well as the terrifying old man behind her. He exclaimed, could this be the special effect of Dudu's words, summoning my Chinese chef Zhu Yin? Chen Xiao and the others also noticed the special aura, but after all, they didn't know much about cooking, so they still focused on the heaven and earth treasures. Shua. In the kitchen, after Lu Wancher activated the special effect of the word stove, she grabbed the Rui Divine Dream with one hand and began to cook seriously. The cooking aura gathered in the cafeteria also became stronger. Half an hour later, Jun Changxiao brought Chen Xiao and the others to the cafeteria. The dishes were already prepared, but they were all covered by an opaque container on the table. The 6 of you, please take a seat. Please. Everyone sat down. Chen Xiao didn't understand and asked, Jun Patriarch, why do you need to cover these dishes? Because you need to preserve the freshness, Jun Changxiao said. I see. The 6 chief alchemists understood, but they thought to themselves, I've eaten many top chef's dishes before, but I've never seen it so troublesome. Girl. Xianxia said, can we open it now? N. Lu Wancher gave Black 1 and Black 2 a look, and the two of them hurriedly walked forward and took down the containers in order. However, the moment they opened the 2 dishes, light flickered from the inside and instantly enveloped the entire cafeteria. Under the gorgeous light, Xianxia and the others subconsciously crossed their hands in front of their eyes and leaned back. Their hearts were in a perilous situation. Oh my god, this isn't a dish, but the most luxurious heaven and earth treasures. Xianxia's intention was to use the herbs to shock the 6 chief alchemists, and then use the food to tie their hearts. Using both methods, he was as steady as an old dog. The herbs were indeed quite shocking, but Lu Wancher was even more valiant as she directly used her big move. Normally, the home-cooked dishes she made in the sect were all delicacies. Now that she was serious and used special effects, who could resist this? Not only did the 6 chief alchemists not resist, but they were also unable to open their eyes due to the light. What they opened was not a dish, what they opened was a table full of dazzling jewels. Damn. Xianxia was also shocked. This kind of flashing special effects as an appetizer was simply too shocking. It looked, smelled, and tasted good. It was not enough for a dish to just be fancy. The taste was the most important. It's coming, it's coming. After all the dishes were opened, under the effect of the table full of special effects, the fragrance of the dishes floated out and seeped into everyone's heart. It instantly brought a great impact to their souls, including Xianxia. Everyone who smelled the fragrance of the dishes seemed to have entered a wonderful realm. Some were in the wild, some were in the clear lake, and some were in the night sky with twinkling stars. Just the smell alone was enough to make people's souls leave their bodies. This was a real delicacy. After a while, Xianxia and the other souls returned to their bodies. They looked at the dazzling dishes on the table with a shocked expression. Finally, they could not suppress their emotions and blurted out in their hearts, damn. Damn. The 8 chief alchemists were all uncultured. Seeing the shock on their faces, Xianxia smiled proudly and said, simple tea and plain food, I didn't serve you well. The corners of Xianxia and the others' mouths twitched. If this was simple tea and plain food, then the food they ate before could be described as shit. As the saying goes, if there was no business, there would be no killing. If there was no comparison, there would be no harm. The dishes made by Lu Wancher at full power had already conquered them just from the color and taste. The 6 of you, please. Xianxia said this, but he took the chopsticks and started eating first. After all, the dishes made by this girl made people drool just by smelling them. Under normal circumstances, when the 6 chief alchemists came to an unfamiliar place, they would definitely be very polite, but at this moment, they didn't care about their status or demeanor. They all picked up their bowls and chopsticks and began eating, as if they had been starving for several days. He picked up a piece of meat and gently placed it into his mouth. Boom! Xianxia felt as if his insides were about to explode after tasting it. The impact brought about by the delicacy not only caused his pores to stand up, but even his hair to stand on end. Pung pung pung. After the other chief alchemists tasted it one by one, their hairstyles all changed to the Golden Lion King. The most exaggerated one was Xianxia. After tasting the delicacies, not only did his hair stand straight, it even fell off. His shiny head could be used as a mirror. The delicious food seeped into his body and stimulated his scalp greatly. That was why he touched his old ailment of hair loss. An hour later, Xianxia, and the other 5 walked out of the canteen. The effects of gourmet shock hadn't ended yet. His soul was still floating in the sky, and even his steps felt like they were floating. It was too fragrant, it was too delicious, that was King awesome. At this moment, they could only use the simplest and most unadorned words to describe their inner feelings. June Patriarch. Xianxia cupped his hands and said, I have never seen the dishes of your esteemed sect before. You flatter me. Xianxia said modestly, this is just the most ordinary home-cooked dishes. Please forgive me for any shortcomings. Everyone was speechless. This modesty was a little too much. Of course. Xianxia said, if the 6 of you stay in my sect of all times, you can naturally eat as much home-cooked food as you want. This, Xianxia and the others were very tempted. With high-quality herbs that could be used to refine pills, and with delicacies that could be eaten as much as they wanted, it would be a lie if they could still remain calm. Xianxia knew that going too far was as bad as falling short, so he didn't force them to express their opinions immediately. Instead, he ordered Li Qingyang to arrange accommodation for them, planning to boil the frog in warm water. After that, Chen Xiao and the others spent their days either in the herb field or in the canteen. Their days were simple and unadorned. A month later, Jun Changxiao called them to the main hall and said, the 6 of you, the time we set is up. You can leave at any time now. Jun Patriarch. Chen Xiao cupped his hands and said, if you don't mind, I am willing to be an honorary elder in your esteemed sect. He was also an honorary elder previously, but he was considered a temporary worker. Now, he wanted to be a permanent worker for no other reason than that he was completely captivated by the high-quality herbs and delicacies. We are also willing to stay. The other 5 chief alchemists expressed their opinions. You can stay. Jun Changxiao interlocked his fingers and said with a serious expression, but I hope that you can serve the sect wholeheartedly and not do part-time jobs. This, everyone fell silent. Chen Xiao said, Jun Patriarch, what do you mean? Jun Changxiao finally tore off the sheepskin on his body, revealing the ferocious appearance of a wolf. Remove all the honorary elders from the various sects and officially become the Pill Hall Master of the Sect of all times. The Pill Hall does not restrict you from doing part-time jobs, but as long as you join the Sect of all times, you must be wholeheartedly devoted. Goxing would definitely not say these words in the beginning. Now that the 6 of them had stayed in the sect for 30 days, they could naturally open their hearts. Moreover, Jun Changxiao said seriously, if you are sincere in joining the Sect of all times, you can also cultivate martial arts related to alchemy and improve faster. The 6 chief alchemists were at a loss. Jun Patriarch. Chen Xiao said awkwardly, we have an agreement with the various sections. If we leave just like that, I'm afraid, Jun Changxiao interrupted, this is your problem. You have to solve it. There is no need to discuss this problem. Listen to me. The 6 of them looked at each other. Their expressions were a little interesting. Jun Patriarch let them stay for a month and arranged accommodation and food. He deliberately made them dependent on him. It was too late. They were addicted. They could not quit. All right. Chen Xiao compromised. I am willing to resign from my position in the various sects and become the Pill Hall Master of the Sect of all times. The other 5 also expressed their willingness to become a member of the Sect of all times after careful consideration. 6 of you. Fill in the entry form. Sigh. Chen Xiao and the rest sighed. They felt like they had boarded a pirate ship. The system sighed. Since ancient times, true feelings cannot keep people. Only tricks can win people's hearts. After filling in the entry form, they stamped the sect seal. From then on, the 8 chief alchemists of the Pill Hall gathered in the Sect of all times and were all appointed as hall masters. They were known as the Eternal 8 Heroes of Alchemy. On the same day, Jun Changxiao passed the 1,000 Shadows art to Chen Xiao and the rest. After they read through it briefly, their uncultured side was instantly revealed. They began to cultivate in seclusion as if they had obtained a treasure. Why didn't you take out such a good martial art earlier? Why did you have to waste our time for a month? Actually, Jun Changxiao's initial plan was to use medicinal herbs and delicacies to tempt them. If it really did not work, he would use the 1,000 Shadows art. He did not expect them to be so. A few days later, the Sect of all times announced to the public that the 8 chief alchemists of the Pill Hall had all joined the Sect of all times. The collaboration with the Pill Hall had already caused quite a stir. Now that 8 top alchemists had all joined a sect with no ranking, the shock was earth-shattering. TSK. Masato Kitano, who was outside the extreme cave abode, held a chess piece and said, to rope in all the chief alchemists of the Pill Hall, your disciple is quite capable. Ha ha ha. Shinran Tonggu laughed. If he didn't have some skills, how could he be my disciple? Little guy. Look at how cocky you are. Ding. Rope in the 8 chief alchemists of the Pill Hall and cause a stir in the upper realm. Obtain 200 sect reputation points. Ding. Sect reputation points, 200. As expected. After hearing the notification, Xianxia thought to himself, just as I thought. The more famous a sect was in the upper realm, the more reputation points would be rewarded. This made him find a new target, so he rubbed his hands and said, if I overthrow the realm hall in the future, will I get more reputation points? Aya. Shinran Tonggu, who was feeling proud, suddenly held his head and said, why does my head hurt for no reason? The sect's hall master was usually assigned with many deputy hall masters. However, the sect of all times did not take the usual path because there were 8 hall masters in the medicine hall here, and none of them were deputy hall masters. Let me ask you, is this awesome? In fact, Xianxia could appoint one person as the hall master and the others as deputy hall masters, but out of respect for the 8 of them, he let them all be hall masters. Moreover, both hall masters and deputy hall masters were required to refine pills, so it was not important at all. After winning over the 8 chief pill masters, the pill masters and level 1, 2, and 3 pill masters from the pill hall came to the sect one after another. Thus, the next step of the plan was to open branches in the major cities. Patriarch Li Luoqiu said, we've already found the shops in the designated cities, and they're currently renovating. They'll be able to open for business soon. Xianxia nodded. As the pill hall had sent many talents, his current small goal was to open 100 branches first. Elder Wei was speechless. With so many branches, we won't be able to supply the herbs. Based on the heaven and earth treasure-grade herbs that the sect of all times currently stored, it would not be a problem to supply a few pill shops, but if they were to supply 100 shops, it would definitely be over. It's fine, it's fine. Xianxia said, the pill shops will also sell the more common pills in the world. High-quality pills would definitely be sold, but they would definitely not be sold like normal goods. After all, the rarer the goods, the more expensive they were. The shops in each city were working overtime to renovate, and because of the distance, the pill masters who had arrived at the sect started to move as well. If there were no accidents, the ancient pill pharmacy industry would suddenly cover a large area in the upper realm, and even bring about a heavy blow to the industry. This is only the first step. Xianxia, who was standing in the main hall, said with his hands behind his back, we'll open other industries later on, and make the sect completely rich. Goxing's current development path was to focus on earning money first, and once he had gathered enough resources and improved his overall strength, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. In this way, the upper realm could at least be stable for a while during his wretched development process. No. Without Goxing's interference, the chaos would continue. For example, the buried moon pavilion, which was hidden in the dark, and Gu Xiaoxi, who was constantly in the cycle of life and death, were actively looking for trouble with the realm hall. The entire upper realm began to become restless. Patriarch Li Luoqiu said, recently, there's a guy called Gu Xiaoxi who's been targeting the Jia Hall. In just a few months, he's broken many branches. The Drizzle Hall's intelligence agency had developed in the past 2 years, so there was first-hand news sent to them every day. As the hall master, she had also returned to how she was in the lower realm. As long as the patriarch was at home, she would report to him on time. Can you find him? Xianxia asked. Li Luoqiu shook her head and said, this person hides in the dark and opposes the Jia Hall. With the current abilities of the Drizzle Hall, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to find him. Xianxia said, then pay more attention to news about him. He was basically certain that Gu Xiaoxi was the tattooed man he met in the Starry Sky Fortress, so he eagerly looked forward to the day when they could reunite. Brother, where are you? Just as Goxing was talking to himself, Gu Xiaoxi, who had just destroyed a branch of the Jia Hall, stood alone on a mountain peak. He looked up at the sky and said, brother, are you still in the lower realm? Whoosh! Suddenly, a cloud of mist quietly appeared behind him, and Empress Ling Yao's dissatisfied voice came, why haven't you left for the sect of all times? Gu Xiaoxi said lightly, are you ordering me? No. Empress Ling Yao said, I'm helping you. Gu Xiaoxi said disdainfully, I've already asked around about this sect of all times. They've just ascended to the upper realm and have Shinran as their backer. How can they help me overthrow the Jia Hall? Or perhaps. He paused and said, your goal is not for me to seek help from the sect of all times, but to drag Shinran down with you. The Jia Hall has the support of the 10 great immortal sects. It's hard to destroy them alone, so why can't you find more help? Empress Ling Yao said. Because, Gu Jiaoxi's face showed a slightly sinister smile. Then it's no fun. Empress Ling Yao said, you're crazy. Don't worry. Gu Jiaoxi said, since I promised you, I'll naturally go to the sect of all times. But before that, I'll have to destroy a few branches and let the Jia Hall feel pain. The Jia Hall has sent many strong fighters. I hope you don't get caught. Empress Ling Yao said and disappeared into the mist. TSK, Gu Jiaoxi snorted. A woman who pretends to be mysterious. How annoying. Master. One of his subordinates said, she's definitely up to no good. We have to be careful, or else we'll be betrayed by her. Smack. Gu Jiaoxi punched him in the head and roared, do you think I'm stupid and naive? The various forces targeting the Jia Hall were ready to make a move. It was as if the sun had sunk in the pavilion at the beginning of a storm. The commotion in the outside world had nothing to do with Jin Changxiao. At this moment, he was doing his job, peacefully outlining his business territory. Tisk, tisk. The system sighed. If you don't cause trouble in the upper realm, the host's design will be ruined. Scram. Jin Changxiao cursed in his heart. I'm not a troublemaker. I came to the upper realm with 4 words, keep a low profile and develop. He wasn't bragging. If it weren't for the careless upgrade of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, which led to the major clans besieging the sect of all times, Goxing would have kept a low profile after coming to the upper realm. At least, the amount of trouble he caused could be counted with one hand. It was mainly because he had Shinran as his backer that everyone tactfully avoided him. Otherwise, he would be ridiculed when he went out, his female disciples were molested, and the old came after he beat up the young one. This would have happened at least n times. Patriarch. Yuan Gongzi was puzzled. Why did you summon me? There'll be a guest in 2 days, and I need you to entertain him well. Jin Changxiao said. Oh? Yuan Gongzi immediately became serious. This guest's identity isn't simple, right? Not simple. Jin Changxiao said, Hall Master of the Pill Hall. Yuan Gongzi hurriedly saluted. I'll definitely entertain the guest well. A few days later, Bai Zhaoyang came. He already knew that Chen Xiao and the others had joined the sect of all times as hall masters, so he was currently in a very good mood. According to the previous verbal agreement, since these people had become part of the sect of all times, both sides could have a good discussion about the commission. In short, Bai Zhaoyang did not hesitate to personally come to the sect of all times from Wushuang City this time to fight for the biggest profit for the Pill Hall. Since the guest had arrived, he definitely had to entertain him well. Jin Changxiao ordered Lu Wancher to prepare a sumptuous meal and invite him to the hall where he lived. Please. Please. Bai Zhaoyang sat down and looked at Yuan Gongzi, who was accompanying the guest, and said, This is? I'm the deputy patriarch of the sect of all times, Yuan Feng, Jin Changxiao said. Yuan Gongzi was instantly stunned. In the past, when the patriarch introduced him, he would always say Fu. Today, his tone changed to deputy. Could it be that he had acknowledged him? He was so touched that he wanted to cry. I see. Bai Zhaoyang stood up and cupped his hands. Deputy Patriarch Yuan, I apologize for my lack of manners. Hall Master Bai has come from afar. If there is anything that is not satisfactory, please forgive me. Yuan Gongzi also stood up, and immediately had the demeanor of a deputy patriarch. After exchanging some pleasantries, the two sat down. Hall Master Bai. Jin Changxiao said, the business matters of the sect of all times have always been handled by the deputy patriarch, so if there is anything, you can look for him. Yuan Gongzi was stunned again. Goxing called him over from Lin Yuan City and did not tell him that he was going to discuss business with the Pill Hall, so he was not mentally prepared at all. Bai Zhaoyang said, since Jin Patriarch is talking about business, this old man will not beat around the bush. After saying that, he looked at Yuan Gongzi. This old man's eyes have an extremely strong bargaining power, he should be a very troublesome character. Thinking of this, Yuan Feng put his hands on his temples and gently stroked the back of his head. He smiled and said, "Just say it." Plop. After half an hour, Jun Changshao passed out on the table drunk. It was not that he could not handle the alcohol, but after Yuan Gongzi and Bai Zhaoyang's confrontation, the whole process was too fierce, so fierce that his head hurt like it was about to split open. In the end, he simply chose to let the alcohol in his body wantonly explode, using drunkenness to escape. Deputy Patriarch Yuan, Hall Master Bai, although your hall has provided talents in the field of pills, the heaven and earth treasure-grade herbs provided by the sect of all times are the key to determining the quality of the pills, so this price is reasonable and there is nothing wrong with it. No, the alchemy hall also has its own businesses, and it has quite a bit of power in the upper realm. However, you have to know that if my ancient alchemy pharmacy spreads throughout the entire upper realm, the profits we earn every day can definitely be described as terrifying. Hence, even if we only give you 1/10, it's still a huge figure. There's no need to talk anymore. At this point, the sect of all times can no longer take a step back. If your hall thinks that it's a loss, I'm sorry, but we can't do business. The 8 first seats of my pill hall, Feng Guichen and the others are sincere in joining the sect of all times. If Hall Master Bai uses them as bargaining chips, it'll be a little disappointing. Another half an hour passed. Creak. The door was pushed open, and Yuan Gongzi walked out confidently. He put his hands on his temples and pushed them back, saying, "Being invincible is so lonely." The camera panned to the side, and through the only view in the hall, Jun Changshao was drunk on the table, and Bai Zhaoyang was lying under the table with his eyelids rolled up and white foam coming out of his mouth. From the state of each other, it was obviously KO. After a series of friendly negotiations, the sect of all times and the alchemy hall reached an agreement. The alchemists they sent would receive more rewards based on their basic salary. To put it simply, they would be given a fixed salary every month, and it would be calculated based on their workload. This was actually similar to Jun Changxia's fixed salary, but it was just another calculation. Bai Zhaoyang agreed, facing the king of bargaining, he couldn't win against him, so he could only give in. He came prepared. Yuan Gongzi didn't know about this from the beginning to the end. He just accepted the challenge hastily. Hall Master Bai. Jun Changxiao said, "As long as you and I cooperate sincerely, Jun will definitely not mistreat you in terms of profits." He was in urgent need of money now, so he was stingy. When he made a lot of money in the future, he would definitely give the profits to his partner. Sigh. Bai Zhaoyang sighed secretly. The 8 chief alchemists had all joined the sect of all times, and the alchemists of all levels were already in place. At this point, he could only pray that the capitalist would have a conscience and work with him. Jun Patriarch, there are still things to deal with in the alchemy hall. I'll take my leave first. Have a meal before you leave. Hall Master Bai wasn't in the mood to eat. After a few polite words, he set off for Wushuang City. When he came, he was majestic, but when he left, his back was full of vicissitudes. On Dragonspine Peak, Yuan Gongzi stood proudly, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Behind him, Su Xiaoma and Xiao Ziji fanned themselves with their fans, providing the vice patriarch with the highest class. Hall Master Bai. Watching the old figure leave, Yuan Gongzi said to himself, "You're a good opponent. I hope we can compete again in the future." After the negotiation, Jun Changshao didn't stay idle. He invested all his energy and funds into the branch stores. Money was spent like water. There was no choice. Renting the stores required money, and so did renovations. In just 1 month, the sect of all times' 2 years of profits were all spent by Gosheng. Fortunately, Yuan Gongzi and Bai Zhaoyang had discussed in advance that the first 3 months after the opening of the branch stores would reduce their salary. Otherwise, with the sect's current wealth, they wouldn't be able to support 100 branches at the same time. One day, Jun Changshao gathered all his disciples and said in a loud voice, "From today onwards, all of you are to tighten your belts." Yes. In the cafeteria. Of the senior of the sect of all of you, of course. Or I can't nutrition. On of seniors. Of senior of brother of all times. Sect master said that we have to be frugal with our meals, Xianxia said. Even though Xianxia was upset, she still finished it all. After all, any simple and unadorned ingredients could be turned into delicacies in the hands of the god of cookery. On its. To the point. Page. Xianxia stood on the mountain peak and looked down at the area surrounded by mist. Thank you for your hard work. The ancient elixir store was the sect's main source of profit. All of this was due to Page's hard work. Therefore, in terms of contribution, it was the biggest, Guosheng remembered. Guosheng didn't forget. Wasn't he here to visit and express his condolences? Page listened and said, for master, for the sect, it's not hard at all. What level are you now? Barely comparable to the middle void-piercing realm. So fast? Xianxia's eyes widened. Little Dragon only entered the upper void-piercing realm after entering the third form. It only had the bloodline of a holy beast. Compared to the bloodline of a Dragon Emperor, it was like heaven and earth. Yet, it could break through to the middle void-piercing realm, Page said. If it weren't for Master's nourishing earth, I wouldn't have improved so quickly. Since the lower realm, it had been responsible for reclamation and construction. It was the kind of labor that made people's heart ache. However, at the same time, its hard work was also exchanged for great returns. Its strength improved very quickly. Now, it had become the strongest contract beast other than Little Dragon. Xianxia said, you can achieve what you have now through hard work. No one can help you, not even me. Of course, the improvement of strength was related to the nourishing earth. However, Guosheng only provided it with a platform. Whether it could become stronger in the end depended on its own perseverance. Little Dragon had the noble bloodline of the Dragon clan. Even if it was sleeping, it would improve. Although Page had the bloodline of a holy beast, it was very ordinary in the upper realm. Therefore, the two could be said to be the representatives of aristocrats and commoners. Aristocrats were born noble, commoners were born lowly? No, as long as they were willing to work hard, as long as they had perseverance. Even if their starting point was lower than others, they could still catch up. Reclamation day and night, eating dirt every moment, and finally having Page comparable to the middle void-piercing realm was the best proof. It was an inspirational brother, reader. I'm so poor that I eat dirt every day. Why didn't I become stronger? Do you still remember the promise between us? I remember. It was because of the power of the promise that Page had been spurring it to work hard and improve. That was how it achieved today. The upper realm is very big and very dangerous. Xianxia said, I hope you can continue to work hard in the future and face the storm together with me. I won't let you down, master. I'll work harder. The blood in Page's body was ignited again. Xianxia's face showed a gratified expression. Then, he pointed to an area in the distance and said, then hurry up and reclaim the wasteland. The system roared, after talking for so long, you still want it to do manual labor. Why do you use this method on your own contract beast so badly? What do you know? Xianxia said, I'm just encouraging it. He too. After talking with its master, Page was greatly encouraged and once again entered the mode of reclaiming the wasteland. The land was improved one by one and was suitable for planting medicinal herbs. Sun Wukong and the others seized the time to sow seeds and did their best to provide alchemy materials for the alchemy store that was about to open. Patriarch Li Luoqiu said, the Xianxia city branch has been renovated. The alchemists of the alchemy hall are also in place. What about the progress of the other cities? About a few days. It should be all done. Xianxia flipped through the almanac and said, it will be an auspicious day in half a month. It's suitable for opening. Inform all the branches to prepare. Yes. Li Luoqiu hurriedly spread the news to the various cities. The branches that had been renovated in advance began to prepare for the opening ceremony. As for the alchemists, they had already begun to refine all kinds of pills. There was a limited number of heaven and earth treasures. Each branch could only get a small amount, so they could only refine ordinary pills for the time being. At the same time, A large number of Drizzle Hall members left the sect and set up a sound transmission network along the way. Half a month later, firecrackers boomed in the various cities, and gongs and drums filled the air. Signs with the words Ancient Alchemy Store were unveiled one after another on the busiest streets. In the beginning, no one paid too much attention to it. After all, shops opened frequently in the city. However, when the news began to spread through the surrounding cities, when everyone realized that many places had branches of this alchemy store, it immediately caused quite a stir. Oh no, oh no! This ancient alchemy store actually has branches in several dozen cities. Looks like they're going to set foot in the alchemy industry on a large scale. I heard that the profound vitality pills sold by this alchemy store are over 10 times more effective than regular pills. Simon, let's go take a look. Let's not go. These high-grade pills have already been snapped up by the various large clans. Before the opening of the alchemy store, Xianxia did not advertise it at all. However, many large clans that had purchased pills from Linyuan City had already begun their preparations after receiving the news. The Drizzle Hall. Li Tian and the others sat in a row in the main hall. The various sound transmission networks they had set up all sent them news. The branch in Xinjiang City has been open for 2 hours, with a profit of 860,000 profound stones. The branch in Starcloud City has been open for 2 hours, with a profit of 2,400,000 profound stones. The branch in XX City has been open for 2 hours, with a profit of 1,200,000 profound stones. The members responsible for receiving the news all called out the real-time profits, which were then entered into the formation by people in charge. The numbers on the screen of light on the wall changed rapidly. Xianxia sat across from him with his hands crossed, staring at it without blinking. Patriarch. Ding Xingwang said excitedly, it broke through 100 million in an hour. Xianxia leaned back in his chair tactically before crossing his hands on his legs. He said, that's within expectations. 100 million in 2 hours. 120 million in a day, 12 billion in 100 days, 1,000 days. Although Xianxia sat in the Drizzle Hall and watched the sales figures rise steadily like an old dog, he was actually very excited. Even his breathing became hurried. Damn it, when I have money, I'll use magnetite to wipe my ass even when I go to the toilet, the system said. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Xianxia shook his head and said, this is the life of a rich person. This is what it means to be simple, unadorned, and boring. All right. The system said, I hope the host can use it after wiping it. After all, saving is a good virtue. F***ck off. Li Tian and the others were still accepting the real-time sales situation. The numbers on the screen were also jumping continuously. However, after 4 hours, it barely broke through 200 million. The speed was obviously much slower than before. The sales of the 100 shops when they just opened were all from high-quality pills. However, the quantity was limited, so once they were sold out, it was impossible to rely on ordinary pills to increase the sales. Moreover, those who came to the Eternal Pill Store to buy pills were aiming for high-quality pills. If they needed ordinary pills, they could buy them from other shops. After all, the effects of these pills were not much different. I still have to increase the reputation of the pill store and become a brand that will be remembered by the world forever. Xianxia thought to himself. Ding. The host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained a magically modified loudspeaker X100. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 640,000. Schwa. Xianxia picked up a pen and wrote on a piece of paper. Then, he called Li Tian over and said, record these words. Yes. Li Tian picked up the loudspeaker and pressed the record button. He read according to the script. Hello, customer friends. Welcome to our shop. Now, all pills will be greatly reduced in price. Same brand, same quality, different price. The more you buy, the more benefits you will get, not bad. Xianxia nodded and took out all 99 loudspeakers. He said, record them one by one according to the tone just now. Ah? Li Tian was stunned. Lin Jiangheng, Sima Zhongda, and the others said, if you don't know how to cherish such a good opportunity, then give it to us. Hello, customer friends. Welcome to our shop, customer. Li Tian started recording one by one until he was left with the last one. Su Xiaoma stopped him and said, Junior brother, are you stupid? Wouldn't it be settled if you turned on the recording button and used the loudspeaker earlier? Do you have to shout it over and over again? Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? After a day of sales, the elixir stores that opened at the same time sold a total of 500 million, averaging 5 million for each store. The main reason was that there were too few high-quality pills. If there were enough to sell, the daily turnover would definitely be terrifying. No rush, no rush. Jun Changxiao consoled himself, this is just the beginning. In the future, my sect of all times will definitely be as rich as a country. Bai Zhaoyang was also paying attention to the branch store. After learning that it had only been a day of sales, a smile appeared on his face. Though their alchemy hall had always been dedicated to the development of alchemy, they definitely couldn't rely on love to generate electricity. Thus, they would also manage businesses, but to sell 500 million a day, that was definitely impossible. Hall master. An elder said, although the Eternal Elixir store sold quite a lot, according to the cooperation agreement, we didn't get much of it. Bai Zhaoyang said calmly, this is just the beginning. When Sect Master Jun provides more medicinal herbs and opens more branches, we'll be able to sell billions or even tens of billions a day. Won't we be able to make profits then? Right now, he couldn't wait for the Eternal Elixir store to sell 100 billion a day because the more pills they sold, the more pills they could refine. Naturally, their side would earn even more. The next day, the sales volume of the branches in each major city was only 200 million, and it would get lower and lower until it finally stabilized at around 100 million a day. So many stores, so much investment. If it was other business families, it would definitely be a money-losing business. However, Goshen could still earn quite a lot because just the high-quality herbs alone didn't cost much. Ordinary herbs were very cheap in the market. If they were brought to the sect of all times to grow them, they would become heaven and earth treasures. A batch of herbs could also refine a few full batches of pills. As long as they were sold, they would definitely make huge profits. The problem now was that it was a little difficult to supply 100 branches. However, as long as the quantity increased in the future, the accumulated wealth would also increase. Of course, Jun Changxiao would definitely not only sell common herbs like the Black Vitality pill. He had already divided a medicinal field to grow herbs of other grades in preparation for entering a higher market in the future. The matter of the sect's business had come to an end for the time being. Whether or not they could earn more money in the future would require time to prove. Ever since they had more and more powerful martial arts facilities, the overall strength of the disciples had changed dramatically. At this moment, it was difficult to see Wuxing's level because they had all reached the great perfection. How do we upgrade the sect's level? Jun Changxiao pondered. There were certification centers in the lower realm. Once the overall strength reached a certain level, they would be responsible for certification. As long as they were upgraded, not only would they be rewarded, they could also complete missions. However, the upper realm was different. Without such organizations, even if the sect became very strong, how could they let the world know and how could they be recognized by the system? They couldn't just run to the streets and shout, my sect of all times is the mysterious sect, the Taoist sect, or the immortal sect. With the host's shameless personality, it's normal to do such things. The system said. Scram. Jun Changxiao scolded. All right. The system said, I'm also dissatisfied with the host. Actually, there's a very hardcore way to upgrade the sect's level. What way? Pull out the system data panel and click on the sect level. Jun Changxiao did so with a puzzled expression. As a result, a small panel popped up. The content displayed on it was, reputation points required to upgrade the sect's level, 200100000. Do you understand now? Goshen gathered his emotions for a while and roared, F***ck. Why is there such a boolsh **t function? The system said, with more direct data, wouldn't it save a lot of trouble? Save my ass. Jun Changxiao roared, it's not like you don't know how hard it is to obtain reputation points. He had only earned 700 points in more than 2 years. It would take a long time to gather 10,000 points. Moreover, he had to use it to upgrade himself. How was he going to buy reputation equipment in the future? This function was obviously a huge scam. Alright. The system said, actually, you can change it to using contribution points to upgrade. Change. Change immediately. Ding. The method to upgrade the Sect's level is to replace reputation points with contribution points. At the same time that the notification sounded, the data on the panel changed. The content was, contribution points required to upgrade the Sect's level, 64000100000000. When Xianxia counted the zeros behind the 1, he immediately squatted on the ground and hugged his head. With a look of despair, he said, I'd better change it back to reputation points. Using 10,000 reputation points to upgrade a sect was definitely more pleasing to the eye than using 10 million contribution points. At least there were not so many zeros. However, Xianxia was cursing the function developers in his heart for spending money to upgrade. Although the beginning was difficult in the lower realm, it would get better slowly. But now? Upgrading the system to the upper realm version required spending money everywhere. Even the respawn required VIP status. It was simply impossible to survive without spending money. Sigh. Xianxia sighed. This is too realistic. Actually, having a clear way to upgrade was not bad. At least there was no need for the disciples to level up or gain the recognition of others. As long as there were enough reputation points and contribution points, they could be upgraded. What did this mean? It meant that with enough money, one could really do whatever one wanted. I have a goal. Xianxia thought to himself. Next, I just have to focus on earning reputation points and contribution points. The system said, Host, don't think too simply. You have to know that a sect still depends on the overall strength of the disciples. Even if you have the money to upgrade to celestial level, it's just a paper tiger. You mean that not only do I have to earn money, but I also have to think of ways to improve the overall strength of the disciples? Xianxia asked. Yes. What's the value of spending money to upgrade a sect? It's reasonable if it exists. Shut your grandma's leg. If spending money can't solve the problem, then it's purposely cheating me. Reputation points could be used to purchase reputation points. From the bluff suit, it could be seen that this kind of equipment was actually quite good. However, now that there was a function that could directly upgrade a sect, a new problem arose. Should he use it to buy goods in the future or save it to upgrade a sect? If something good were to appear, it would be impossible not to buy it. So if he were to save it and spend it at the same time, when would he be able to gather 10,000? Scam, a huge scam. Understood. Xianxia broke down. This motherf *cur must think that it's easy for me to complete the main mission and purposely increased the difficulty of development. The system said, you can understand it that way. F*ck. Xianxia cursed in his heart. Then, he thought of something and said, right, I can use reputation points to buy goods and contribution points to upgrade the sect's level. Although 10 million was a lot, he could get a few 100,000 just by doing a side quest. Slowly accumulating it, he would eventually have enough. Let's do it. Xianxia immediately made a decision. However, the idea was good, but the crux of the problem was how to obtain reputation value and contribution points. Mission. Come quickly. The system remained silent. Ding. Sect mission activated. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed and said, do you think that if you don't speak, you won't trigger the toxic healer attribute? Wait. Sect mission? Goshing's smile froze. Every time the number of disciples reached the upper limit, the sect mission would be triggered. After the disciples completed the mission, they would receive achievement points and use them to upgrade the sect. But now, the sect's construction existed in name only, and there was no limit to the number of disciples. Why would it suddenly appear out of nowhere? The system explained, your disciple has cultivated in the upper realm for more than 2 years and has completely adapted to the new environment. Therefore, a new sect mission is officially activated. After completing the mission, I'll receive achievement points and contribution points? Probably. Probably? I'm just a support. I don't know much about the new functions. It's either a slap in the face or a reverse healer. Now, you don't even know the functions after the upgrade. I'm embarrassed for you. The system was speechless by Xianxia's words. Patriarch. At this moment, Xianxia said telepathically, a lot of missions have appeared in the mission pavilion. Xianxia hurried over and saw missions listed on the mission bulletin. Some were about killing monsters, some were about going out to train, and it was similar to the missions given when the sect was upgraded. Damn, there were a lot of missions. If he completed all of them, he should be able to get a lot of contribution points. Qingyang. Xianxia ordered, inform all the disciples to do missions when they're free. Yes. After the new sect mission appeared, the peaceful sect suddenly became lively. Many disciples gathered outside the mission pavilion, either holding up a sign asking for damage, a healer, or a meat shield. It was like playing a game again. Of course. There were also levels. Low-level missions were suitable for outer sect disciples, mid-level missions were suitable for inner sect disciples, and high-level missions were suitable for core disciples. Above that, there were even missions exclusive to the elders. Plant 5 million purple phoenix glazed herbs in a month? Sun Bukong stood in front of the mission bulletin. After seeing the mission with the prefix medical hall exclusive, he held his chin and said, there shouldn't be a problem. The purple phoenix glazed herbs sounded very high-end, but they were the most common medicinal herbs like the celestial emperor grass. The drizzle hall, war cavalry hall, and other halls also had their own missions. Because they were exclusive, they were more in line with their own characteristics. Therefore, I won't make them up one by one. Those who said they didn't lack money to let me write them, that's enough. Ding. Disciple Jing knows that he has completed the sect mission. He has received 10 contribution points and 10 reputation points. Ding. Disciple Lin Jiangheng has completed the sect mission. In just a few days, many disciples completed the sect mission one after another. However, Xianxia was speechless. This reward is too little. One mission is 10 points. 100,000 mission is 10 million contribution points. Is it little? The system said. Xianxia said, it seems to be quite a lot. The reward was not a problem. At least after the sect mission appeared, there was a stable way to earn contribution points. The outer sect disciples had already started to move, but the core disciples had not yet. Because many people were cultivating in seclusion, such as Xianxia and Xiaoziji. About 5 or 6 days later, Xianxia finally caught the two of them at the back of the mountain. Junior brother, let's go and do the mission. What mission? An extremely difficult mission. Oh? Xianxia and Xiaoziji looked at each other, their eyes filled with a strong fighting spirit. Junior brother Xianxia yelled at Wudi, who was about to enter the life and death secret realm, do you want to go together? Sure. Let's go. Inside the mission pavilion, Xianxia stood in front of the bulletin board and chose the most difficult disciple-level mission. Just as he was confirming the number of people, a cold voice came from behind. Count me in. Everyone turned around and saw their head senior sister leaning against the door. They wondered, this is a bit strange. There had been difficult sect missions before, but most of them were done by Xianxia and the others. Lu Qianqian rarely participated. This time, she volunteered to join, which was indeed strange. Okay. Xianxia entered the name of the eldest senior sister. At this point, the mission members had been formed. There were 5 people in total. The other 3 were Xianxia, Xiaoziji, and Wudi. Wait, where was Su Xiaoma? At this moment, he was sightseeing with Xia Shuiyun in Linyuan City. He said affectionately, the happiness of the past 2 years can't be compared to half an hour with you. Don't ask how big the upper realm was, you just don't know. However, this place was similar to the Falling Star continent in that there were many forbidden areas. Not only were they filled with danger, but they also had great opportunities. According to the statistics of the relevant departments, every once in a while, someone would obtain precious treasures from the forbidden areas, as well as profound martial arts techniques left behind by ancient powerhouses. Opportunities were like a burning fire, attracting a large number of moths. Although some people were blessed and obtained opportunities, most of them still lost their lives. Thousands of miles to the east of the Eternal Sect, in the periphery of a mountain forest shrouded in thick fog, thousands of martial artists had already gathered at the crack of dawn. Demonic Fog Forest. One of the forbidden areas in the upper realm. There was a thick fog that did not dissipate all year round, and it had the effect of restricting the spread of spiritual senses. The upper realm divided the danger levels of forbidden areas into Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3. Level 1 was the lowest, and Level 1 was the highest. This demonic fog forest was classified as Level 3. Because it was the lowest level, most of the martial artists gathered at the periphery were in the void-piercing realm and those who had just entered the revolving core realm. The reason why the upper realm divided the forbidden areas into different levels was to let people know if they had the ability to enter based on their own strength. If the demonic fog forest was classified as Level 2, the martial artists gathered here would definitely be in the revolving core realm, or even above the 5th or 6th refinement realm. Oh, right. Although the Demon King's Cave was not classified as a forbidden area, the danger level in the deepest part was at least Level 2. When Xiao Zuiji and Yi Xingchen found out about the ranking system, they almost couldn't help but go to Lingfeng Mountain and give Hall Master Zi a good scolding. Boss. A young martial artist who was waiting at the periphery could not help but ask, "When are we going in?" "When the fog dissipates." The middle-aged man next to him with a face full of stories said. The fog that shrouded the demonic fog forest would dissipate at a fixed time every day, so martial artists who came here often would enter at this time. "Remember," the middle-aged man reminded, "we can only search inside for 4 hours. After that, no matter what happens, we must retreat immediately." "Understood," the young martial artist and his companions replied. They knew that the thick fog would only dissipate for 4 hours. Once it was over, it would become thick again. If they did not make a prompt decision to retreat, their minds would be disturbed by the demonic chi inside. They would lose their rationality and become walking corpses. It was for this reason that the demonic mist forest was classified as a forbidden area. If one didn't take the initiative to enter the deepest part of the Demon King's Cave, it would be considered a relatively safe low-level training ground, which was why it wasn't included. Time slowly passed. About an hour later, the thick fog that covered the sky like a thick coat began to fade. In the end, it seemed to turn into a thin layer of gauze. Not only was the fog thinner at this time, but it was also the worst time to enter, which made it the best time to enter. Go. Swoosh. Shwa. Whoosh. In an instant, everyone began to move. After they had all entered, the core disciples of the Sect of all times led by Lu Qianxian arrived. Li Qingyang took out the map. After comparing the surroundings, he said with certainty, "This is the quest location, Demonic Fog Forest." Kaka. Xiao Ziji shook his head and arms. Yi Xingchen said indifferently, "Does a third-class forbidden area still need to warm up?" Junior brother Yi. Li Qingyang said, "The demonic fog here will corrode the mind and make people lose their rationality. We have to be more careful when we enter." That's right. He Wudi said solemnly, "Since it's classified as a forbidden area, it's very dangerous. We can't be careless. Let's go." Lu Qianxian said, "Let's go." In the past, when Li Qingyang and the others were doing missions, they could talk and laugh freely. Now that the Grand Senior Sister was involved, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Swoosh, swoosh, the 5 of them entered the demonic mist forest one after another. However, as soon as they stepped on the ground covered in rotten leaves, they immediately felt a certain gloomy attribute in the thin fog that was trying to penetrate their bodies through their skin. Use your true energy to dissolve the demonic aura. As Lu Qianxian spoke, she first activated the ice energy in her body. They could clearly see that the thin fog approaching them instantly turned into ice shards. Fog was formed by water, so it was difficult for ice-type martial artists to get close to them. Li Qingyang, Yi Xingchen, and the others all used their true energy to block the harmful attribute. The most valiant was still Xiao Ziji. He did not release his true energy, but used his sturdy body to block the demonic aura. Let's go. the 5 of them walked forward. Along the way, although they maintained absolute vigilance, they looked quite calm. It was a sharp contrast to the thousands of martial artists who were walking and stopping in front of them, who were always on high alert. The demonic mist forest was very big. Therefore, after a quarter of an hour, the group began to split up and explore carefully. Explore what? Natural treasures or rare ores. The harsher and more extreme the environment, the more likely it was to nurture good things. Boss. The young martial artist who spoke at the periphery pointed at the black mushroom growing under a huge rock in the distance and said excitedly, "Black jade mushroom." Someone next to him hurriedly covered his mouth and whispered, "Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid that others can't hear you?" The most dangerous thing about the forbidden area was not only the harsh environment and the powerful demonic beasts that could appear at any time, but also the martial artists who came in together to explore. Because killing and robbing was a common occurrence. The middle-aged man called Boss walked over and took out a special glove. He dug out the fist-sized black jade mushroom and said with a smile, "Our luck is not bad. We found it as soon as we came in." "Boss, I found it first. After selling it, you have to give me some more," the young man said. "Don't worry," Boss said, "follow me and you will have meat to eat. Search the surroundings carefully and see if there are more." "Yes." Everyone hurriedly spread out and searched carefully along the trees and rocks. The young martial artist found a black shadow under a huge rock in the distance, so he ran over happily. However, just as he walked over, the black shadow suddenly pounced on him and bit his right arm. Ah ah ah. A scream was heard, echoing throughout the forest. Not good. It's the poison-scaled black mink. Swoosh. Boss rushed over and the sword at his waist flew out and directly pierced the black mink. Ah! Although the poisonous mink was killed, the heart-wrenching pain still disturbed his mind and made the young martial artist's face gradually turn ferocious. His companions all moved away, their eyes flashing with fear. The poison-scaled black mink was not strong, but it lived in the demonic fog forest for many years and its saliva contained a strong poison. As long as it bit through the skin and entered the blood, it would make people lose their minds. Boss. Save me. The young martial artist cried out in pain. The bitten wrist quickly turned black and the poison had spread throughout his body. It's over. Someone broke down and said, "It's hopeless." Boss had been to the demonic fog forest many times and was especially familiar with the poisonous creatures here. Therefore, after a short moment of consideration, his eyes flashed with determination and he said, "Brother, I'm sorry." Swoosh. The sword flashed and shone brightly. Martial artists who were poisoned by the black mink's poison would completely lose their minds and then go on a killing spree. The best way was to kill them before the poison took effect. No, the young martial artist cried out in despair. Ding! At this moment, a big hand suddenly reached over and directly grabbed the sword. Boss's face changed. It was fine to catch a blade with bare hands, but why was there a sound of weapons colliding when it came into contact with the hand? It's him. Xiaoxia stood on the opposite side like a wall. His hand that was as hard as iron grabbed the sword and removed the sword momentum. He said indifferently, "There's still hope." Then, he turned around and squatted down. He clasped the young martial artist's chin and threw a pill in. This action shocked Boss and his companions. The black mink's poison was not only strong, but it was also contagious. This guy actually dared to touch it. Huff huff. At this moment, the young martial artist who took the pill had black attributes all over his body. The skin near the bite wound also gradually turned normal. Boss. Someone exclaimed, "The poison is fading." Unbelievable, unbelievable. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. As an old expert who had been in various forbidden lands for many years, he definitely had all kinds of antidotes. However, the black mink's poison was very strong. Unless it was neutralized by a higher cultivation level, there was no way to neutralize it. Now that this guy gave his brother a pill, it was simply too amazing. Wah! The young martial artist spat out a mouthful of black blood. The poison in his body was completely removed. His face also gradually recovered. In the end, he said with lingering fear, I am still alive. I am still alive. Boss hurriedly cupped his hands and said, thank you for saving me, young friend. Saving the dying and healing the wounded is my sect's mission. Xiao Ziji's body immediately shone with the light of a holy mother. However, he said in the next second, 1 pill is 100,000 profound stones. Please pay. This, boss's expression became interesting. Of course. Xiao Ziji said, if you don't pay, the consequences will be very serious. Thud. Thud. Xianxia and Wudi walked over. The two surrounded the dozen or so martial artists. One clenched his fist, and the other shook his head. His body gradually turned black, and his eyes flashed with crimson light. Here. I'll pay. Boss immediately cowered and hurriedly handed over 100,000 profound stones. Although it was a little forceful, at least the young martial artist's life was saved. Therefore, he didn't suffer a loss and even profited a little. After Xiao Ziji checked, he said, I still have 10 antidote pills here. They can cure more than 2,000 kinds of poison. If you buy all of them, I can give you a 9% discount. Boss looked like he was about to collapse. Of course. Xiao Ziji said, I won't forcefully buy or sell. Finished speaking, he turned and left. Wait a minute. Boss said, can your pills really cure thousands of kinds of poison? Xiao Ziji stopped and turned around. He took out the token that represented his identity and said, do you think I will lie to you? Boss saw this and said in shock, Sect of all time's disciple. He, who had been outside for many years, had many channels to obtain information. Therefore, he had heard of this sect long ago. He also knew that the pill shops that had opened in various cities recently were the businesses of the Sect of all times. Understood, the antidote pill he gave his brother just now must have been refined by the eternal pill shop, wrong. This pill that could cure thousands of kinds of poison didn't come from a pill shop. It came from the hands of the Poison Hall's Hall Master Miao Saifeng, who would definitely be remembered by some readers. Although this woman had the least sense of presence in the Sect of all times, she hadn't been idle for more than 10 years. Instead, she had been studying poison. As the saying goes, those who play with poison understand poison best, so she created this antidote pill. Li Qingyang, who sought stability, specially went to the Poison Hall before leaving the sect and brought a lot of antidote pills. Okay. Boss said, I'll buy 5. 5, no discount. The middle-aged man took out another 500,000 magnetite and bought 5 antidote pills. He didn't doubt the effects of the pills. First, he had just verified it with his brother. Second, the Sect of all time's backer was Jinren Tonggu. They probably wouldn't cheat. Goodbye. Xiao Ziji turned and left. Only then did Xianxia and Wudi return to their human forms. Eldest senior sister. On the way, Xiao Ziji grinned and said, we really sold the antidote pills. Like the situation just now, he didn't plan to do anything. After all, he had to be prepared to die when he entered the forbidden area. However, he still listened to Lu Qianqian's suggestion to save them and take the opportunity to sell the antidote pills. It was sold too cheaply. Lu Qianqian said, 200,000 next time. Li Qingyang and the others' mouths twitched. They thought to themselves, this is a little too much. Ah. I was bitten by a black mink. In a certain exploration team in another area, a martial practitioner was unfortunately bitten by a poison-scaled black mink. The poison instantly entered his body and caused him great pain. Faced with such a situation, his companions could only choose to kill him. However, just as they were about to do so, Xiao Ziji appeared with the light of Holy Mother and cured the poison. Then, he asked for money. The team leader was about to cry. One less teammate meant more profit. But in the end, he was saved and forced to pay. What was this? You're not paying? Xiao Ziji said with a frown. Whoosh whoosh. Xianxia and Wudi appeared again in their dark forms. The leader was so shocked that he hurriedly handed over 200,000 profound stones. He held in his mind, this is the first time I've seen someone do business in the forbidden area. We earned another 200,000. Xiao Ziji said with a smile, if the patriarch knew, he would be very happy. Jun Changxiao would not only be happy if he knew, he would also be very gratified because his disciple had learned to earn money. Let's go. Lu Qianxian said, there are still many people waiting for us to save inside. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. He clearly remembered that when he had just entered the sect, he had a disagreement with eldest senior sister to save the seriously injured Xiao Ziji. Although he was saving people with the motive of earning money, it at least showed that there was a big change. There were many poison-scaled black minks in demonic mist forest. Because of their small and agile bodies, they often ambushed weaker martial practitioners. Bitten, don't panic. Xiao Ziji would always rush to the scene as soon as possible like a skilled emergency doctor. He would first perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation and then give the patient an antidote. After the matter was over, he would leave in a huff. He came and left quietly, only taking away 200,000 profound stones. If he took the antidote to a pill store to sell, the sales would definitely not be as good. But now that he was in a poisonous forbidden area, there was absolutely no need to worry about customers. Therefore, he earned more than 3 million profound stones in a short hour. If Goxing knew, he would probably order his disciples to prepare enough antidote and push carts to sell them in the forbidden areas. Of course. Selling pills was just an opportunity to earn a little money. No one would forget the mission of coming to demonic mist forest to kill 100 demonic mist demon beasts. Strange. Li Qingyang said, we've walked for so long, why haven't we met a single one? They should be in the depths. He Wudi guessed. Ta. Xiao Ziji stopped and picked up a black jade mushroom the size of a watermelon. He said, there's poison on the surface of this thing. Hall Master Miao should like it, right? The system roared, you know it's poisonous and you still touched it with your hands. Wait a minute, why would I complain about my disciple? Xiao Ziji put the large black jade mushroom into his spatial ring, only to discover that his palms were stained with black attributes. As expected. This guy is poisoned. Without any protective measures, it would be strange if he wasn't poisoned when he used his hands to dig up the black jade mushroom. When Xiao Ziji was picking the mushroom, a team happened to pass by. Seeing him picking the mushroom with his bare hands, their eyes immediately widened. Junior brother. Li Qingyang said, you're poisoned. Amen. Xiao Zui nodded in agreement. The martial practitioners in the distance immediately collapsed. Brother, since you know you're poisoned, can't you show some expression when you're poisoned? Can't you show some respect to the poison? Shua. At this moment, Xiao Ziji swung his hands. The black poison on his skin instantly fell off and came in contact with the leaves on the ground. Instantly, black smoke was corroded. F***ck. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The black jade mushroom's poison had seeped into his skin, yet it was thrown out like washing his hands. This was too exaggerated, however, they didn't know that the poison didn't seep into Xiao Ziji's body. It only stayed on the surface of his skin, which was why it was thrown out so easily. As for why it didn't seep into his body, it was because his muscles were too hard. Shua. At this moment, 2 poison-scaled black minks jumped out from behind. One bit his arm and the other bit his thigh. Kacha. When the teeth came into contact with his skin, a crunching sound could be heard. It felt like biting on indestructible steel. Shua. Xiao Ziji threw the 2 poison-scaled black minks down. When he noticed the holes in his school uniform, he angrily lifted his leg and started kicking wildly. The current trend in the sect of all times was that one could get hurt, but one's clothes couldn't be torn. This was because Yuan Gongzi was extremely stingy. Not only did he have to spend resources to buy a new school uniform, but he would also be recorded in his notebook. The more he changed, the more he would be deducted. That's enough, Yi Xingchen advised. Swoosh. At this moment, another poison-scaled black mink jumped out from the dark and bit Brother Anyo's butt. Boom. Yi Xingchen turned around and kicked it away. Then, he strode forward and expanded his personal divine weapon. He picked it up and smashed it on the ground. The entire process could be said to be extremely cruel and ruthless. It was true that thousands of martial artists had entered first, but they were searching everywhere for treasures. Furthermore, they were wary of the deeper regions. Therefore, their progress was slow. In the end, Li Qingyang and the others overtook them. Because they couldn't find their mission target, the 5 of them could only focus on digging for treasures. Wherever they went, not even a strand of hair was left behind. Second senior brother. Xiaoxia dug out a big mushroom with his bare hands. He grinned and said, "There's really a lot of good stuff here." Li Qingyang frowned and said, "There's only an hour left before the fog rises. If we still can't find our mission target, we can only come back tomorrow." Hey! Xianxia turned around and looked at the martial artists behind him. He said coldly, "Do you know where the devil fog demonic beast is?" Devil fog demonic beast? Everyone's expression changed. One of the martial artists said, "This beast will only appear after the fog rises." Li Qingyang covered his head and said with a face full of despair, "No wonder we couldn't find it." "Then let's wait." Lu Qianxian said, "Wait until the fog rises." Eldest senior sister. Li Qingyang said with a solemn expression, "After the fog rises, the devil chi will only become stronger. I'm afraid we..." Seeing Xianxia and He Wudi sitting on the huge rock, he immediately stopped talking. Fine. They definitely had to wait. Sigh. Li Qingyang sighed and then found a rock to sit on. He thought to himself, although the fog in the devil fog forest is dangerous, it takes time for it to rise. After killing 100 devil fog demonic beasts, we should be able to retreat in time. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a cold wind blew over. It's going to be foggy. Everyone, retreat quickly. The teams that were searching for treasures in various areas quickly went back the way they came when they noticed the change in the weather. They were so fast that they seemed to be in a hurry to be reincarnated. When the middle-aged man who bought the 5 antidote pills came back with his companions, he saw Li Qingyang and the others sitting on the rock. He hurriedly said, "The fog is going to rise soon. Why are you still here?" "No hurry." Li Qingyang said, "Let's wait a little longer." The middle-aged man was speechless. This place is quite far from the periphery. If we don't hurry back, we won't be able to make it in time when the fog rises. Li Qingyang smiled politely. "Boss, let's go." Hearing his companions urging him from afar, the middle-aged man cupped his fists and said, "The 5 of you, take care." After saying that, he quickly followed the team and left. On the way, his companions were puzzled and said, "Boss, the fog is going to rise in 15 minutes. They are still sitting there and resting. Are they looking for death? Don't talk nonsense. Let's go." In a short time, the big teams in the demonic fog forest returned to the periphery one after another. Only Li Qingyang and the other 4 were left sitting on the huge rock like old monks. Eh? Why didn't the group of people who sold the antidote pills come out? I saw them sitting on the rock indifferently. They don't seem to have any intention of leaving. Damn it. Are they looking for death? Maybe they think that the antidote pills can neutralize the poison in the fog? Impossible. That's a very strange and evil attribute. It's not poison. The antidote pills won't have any effect. Just as the crowd was discussing, the fog that had gathered above the demonic fog forest like a gauze gradually thickened. After 15 minutes, it returned to the feeling of a thick blanket. Damn it. They really didn't come out. The 5 of them are too bold. There's no hope. They will definitely become walking corpses. Ho! Ho! At this moment, a ghostly roar came from the demonic fog forest, which was shrouded in thick fog. The cultivators who had come here many times knew that every time the fog rose, a large number of demonic fog beasts that were infinitely close to the first revolution core realm would appear. Even if the 5 of them can rely on the antidote pills to neutralize the demonic aura, their souls will definitely be wiped out by the demonic fog beasts and they will become puppets controlled by them. They want excitement. They don't want their lives. Demonic fog forest. At this moment, it was completely shrouded in fog. The visibility was no more than 2 to 3 meters. Ho! Ho! The roars of the demonic fog beasts gradually sounded from all directions. It felt like a group of wandering ghosts had appeared in the night. Shwa! Shwa! Xiaoxia jumped down from the rock and started warming up. After the fog rose, the demonic aura had indeed become stronger. In a short time it was several times stronger than before. Moreover, it was still increasing. Gulp. Li Qingyang hurriedly swallowed an antidote pill. After discovering that it had no effect, he broke down and said, "It can't neutralize the demonic aura." Lu Qianxian said indifferently, 200,000 magnetite was wasted just like that. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. Then, he said solemnly, "The demonic aura in the fog is getting stronger. We must kill the mission target as soon as possible and leave this place quickly." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, red lights that resembled eyes gradually appeared from all directions. Demonic fog beasts that seemed to be floating in the air appeared and surrounded the 5 of them. From the light that appeared, there were no less than 100 of them. Pa Yixingchen used his thumb to pop open the wine gourd stopper. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of drunken dream. His entire face quickly changed and he said, "Let the slaughter begin." Boom. Boom. Before he finished speaking, He had already rushed over and kicked away several demonic fog beasts. He said, "Stop wasting time and finish them off quickly." Swoosh. Xiao Ziji placed his right hand in front of his left chest. The hidden shield character instantly appeared. His gaze was solemn as he said, "Gundam, transform." Such a shameful line, there was no need to guess that it was taught by Go Shing. In an instant, the shield character on the back of his hand flickered. Complex lines quickly covered his entire body. The mecha and helmet instantly enveloped Xiao Ziji. Ta! He took a step forward. A four-legged brace immediately unfolded from his waist and completely fixed his entire body. Then, he raised the extra-large Gatling gun that appeared out of thin air with one hand and said, "Junior brother Yi, dodge." Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Bullets dragged a blue light as they flew out. Bullet shells fell to the ground with a crash. Yi Xingchen, who had forcefully escaped from the big jump state and dodged, saw this and said in surprise, "Wasn't it a sniper rifle at the beginning?" PS 6700 plus thick fog rose, and the demonic beasts ran amok. Li Qingyang and the others finally found their targets, and there were quite a few of them. As long as they could deal with them all, the mission would be completed. However, the evil attribute was getting stronger, so they did not have much time left. They had to deal with it as soon as possible and return to the periphery. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Xiao Ziji activated the special effect of the shield word without hesitation. His whole body quickly turned into a mecha armor, and he raised the 2,000 large Gatling guns. He then fixed himself in place and turned into a human-shaped fortress. That's not right, it looked like a sniper rifle before. Why did it suddenly turn into a machine gun? Actually, this was one of the special effects of the shield word. It was called firearms proficiency, and the user could change into many forms at will. Yi Xingchen thought to himself, did the patriarch secretly give this guy something good again? Da-da-da, da-da-da. The 2,000 blue Gatling guns spun and fired, and the dense rain of bullets pierced through the fog and hit the demonic beasts. The firepower was quite terrifying. What's that sound? The martial artists on the periphery vaguely heard the commotion, and their faces were filled with confusion. It did not sound like a battle, and it was quite frequent. Under the fierce firepower, more than 10 demonic beasts were turned into sieves. Although their bodies were riddled with holes, they still floated in the air and quickly healed their wounds. It looked like nothing had happened to them. It can't be, right? Xiao Ziji was instantly hurt. This transformation trump card was actually useless against demonic beasts that had not even reached the revolving core realm. It was quite a blow to his self-esteem. Fancy tricks won't do. Yi Xingchen raised his hand, and the attack character on his forehead flashed. I still have to rely on strength. Whoosh whoosh, a strong wind blew, bringing with it rolling fog. After it dissipated, he was wearing a battle robe. Swish, Yi Xingchen raised his hand and grabbed the modified halberd in the air. He leaped and landed in the midst of the demonic beasts. Die, all of you. El Vino's jump was so terrifying. Whoosh whoosh, a powerful light swept over in an arc boom. Boom. Wherever the halberd light passed, the demonic beasts were cut in half. The scene was quite powerful. Amazing! Xiao Ziji exclaimed. The corners of Yi Xingchen's mouth curled up into a proud smile. But soon after, his smile froze. Because the demonic fog beasts that had been scattered gathered together once again, floating in the air as if nothing had happened. He said, "These are demonic beasts in the form of illusions. They don't have physical bodies. You won't be able to harm them with pure strength." F***ck, why didn't you say so earlier? Li Qingyang frowned. How? Second senior brother. He said, "Your lightning can attack the soul, it should be effective against them." Shua. Li Qingyang took a step forward, and the heavenly slaughter lightning mark appeared out of thin air. The lines on the sword were instantly activated by the lightning, emitting a dazzling light. As a rare and normal exclusive divine weapon, when he showed it, Yi Xingchen and He were instantly envious. They both held in their hearts, if you compare goods, you'll throw them away, if you compare people, you'll die. Zzz. Zzz. The sword aura that contained lightning tore through the air. When it came into contact with a demonic fog beast, it let out a blood-curdling scream and then burst apart with a bang. It's indeed effective. Li Qingyang rushed out from the demonic fog and attacked the other targets with his sword. In an instant, the lightning sword aura burst out crazily, interweaving into a beautiful scene. Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji were silent. They thought that they could show off their strength in this mission, but the limelight was stolen by their second senior brother. Don't just stand there. He said, hurry up and attack with your soul. Shua. Yi Xingchen was the first to rush over. He didn't use the sky piercer that had a strong physical attack. Instead, he summoned his soul power, which was hard to see with the naked eye, and attacked the demonic fog beasts that were attacking Li Qingyang. Although Anyo cared a lot about his realm, he had a balanced development in terms of morality, intelligence, physique, and beauty. His soul power was especially outstanding. If it wasn't for He the record holder of the training tower's soul test would definitely be him. Boom. One of the demonic fog beasts exploded. This kind of creature was born from the dense fog of the demonic fog forest. It wasn't afraid of physical attacks, but it was afraid of soul attacks. Trash. After succeeding, Yi Xingchen turned into the insufferably arrogant Night Emperor again. He didn't have the frustration of not being able to do anything to his target. Swish. Swish. At this moment, more than 10 demonic fog beasts in the distance launched their attacks at the same time, shooting out beams of demonic light. Ding. 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 Xiao Ziji rushed over. He raised his left arm and an indestructible steel shield stood in front of him, blocking all the poisonous light beams that were similar to hidden weapons. As he mainly cultivated his physical body, soul attacks weren't his forte. However, it wasn't a problem for him to use it for defense. Therefore, if one were to describe the two of them in gaming terms, one would be an AD while the other was a support. They could be said to have both offensive and defensive capabilities. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, an extremely strong cold current surged from behind. The ground quickly froze and spread until it came into contact with more than 10 demonic fog beasts, quickly freezing them completely. Bang. Lu Qianxian crossed her arms and said coldly. Bang. 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 More than 10 demonic fog beasts that had turned into statues quickly shattered and turned into pieces of ice. Their bodies were formed by thick fog. When faced with an ice-type martial artist like a mid-lane sorcerer, they could only be controlled. Bang. Bang. On the other side, Li Qingyang and He worked together to kill the demonic fog beasts with their soul power. The strongest 5 core disciples of the sect of all times were not just for show. After finding the weakness of the illusionary creatures, Yi Xingchen and the others transformed into demons and started a crazy massacre. The number of missions kept increasing. Judging from the hunting speed, they would be able to kill 100 of them very soon. However, when the battle was in full swing, walking corpses walked out of the thick fog one after another. These were all martial artists who came to explore the demonic fog forest. Some were poisoned by the black mink, and some did not retreat in time before the fog rose. Although they were dead, they were controlled by the demonic fog beasts and retained most of their cultivation when they were alive. Roar. Roar. A strange roar sounded like an order. The eyes of the walking corpses that appeared one after another flashed red. They rushed toward Li Qingyang and the others as if they had gone crazy. Junior brother Xiao, I'll leave them to you. Okay. Xiao Ziji kept his iron shield and raised his hands to grab the heavy machine gun supported by a tripod. The dense bullets were like firecrackers stacked together in circles. Damn. Yi Xingchen said to himself, why did this guy's weapon change again? Ka. Xiao Ziji moved his arm and turned the machine gun to lock onto the zombie-like martial artists. He said, I'll send you off. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Red flames shot out from the muzzle as bullets were spat out crazily. Pung. 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 The crazily charging walking corpses were immediately blasted into sieves. Some even exploded on the spot, splashing out disgusting black blood. Small fry, I can't do anything to the demonic beasts, but you think I can't do anything to you. There were hundreds of walking corpses that appeared. In the end, they were all turned into minced meat after being swept by the heavy machine gun. Yi Xingchen and the others were able to focus all their attention on hunting the demonic fog beasts. In a short time, they had killed hundreds of them. Retreat! Li Qingyang shouted. The battle had only lasted for a quarter of an hour, but the demonic fog in the demonic fog forest was getting thicker and thicker. Although they could still resist, it was getting more and more difficult. They could not stay. They had to leave immediately. Shwa! Shwa! Everyone rushed out of the forest. Huff huff. However, just as they started to move, a thicker fog suddenly appeared on the path they had to pass through. Then, it turned into a huge monster that was dozens of feet tall. Roar! A deafening roar resounded through the sky. The martial artists outside were so shocked that their hearts trembled. They exclaimed in unison, Demon King. P.S. Gosheng said, did you guys miss me after I showed my face in the past few chapters? Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, the demonic aura and fog continued to converge. Soon, it formed a 20-foot-tall demonic fog beast king. Judging from its aura, its strength was probably comparable to a third transformation core realm cultivator. It hung in the middle of the forest like a huge mountain, blocking Li Qingyang and the others' path. This is troublesome. He Wudi's face gradually turned solemn. Under normal circumstances, they might not be afraid of this type of beast. After all, they could run if they couldn't beat it. However, they were trapped in a forbidden area that restricted flying. Moreover, the demonic aura was constantly wreaking havoc. Go around. It. Li Qingyang said in a deep voice. Swish, swish, everyone hurriedly rushed to the side. Even the warmonger Yi Xingchen became abnormally calm at this moment. He didn't blindly look for the demonic fog beast king to fight. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the demonic fog beast king's fog-like body suddenly split into streams of light and rushed toward the five like ghosts. It was accompanied by a creepy cry. Be careful. He Wudi hurriedly said, it's a soul attack. As he spoke, he clasped his hands together and a powerful soul force erupted. It was as if it had turned into a sharp blade and pierced through several ghosts. Boom, boom, Li Qingyang and the others also used the same method to break the incoming streams of light. The confrontation on the soul level was difficult to see with the naked eye. Therefore, only the dull sound of collision could be heard. It didn't show the effect of a physical battle. Damn it. Yi Xingchen's face was slightly ferocious. This guy's soul force is very strong. Although the attacks from the demonic fog beast king's body were broken one after another, the backlash from the collision was a little too much for them to bear. Swish. Swish. Swish, streams of light flashed and spread around. Demonic fog beasts were summoned one by one. There were at least 1,000 of them. It's over. Li Qingyang collapsed. We can't get out. These beasts weren't strong, but there were many of them. Just killing them alone would take time. Moreover, there was still the demonic fog beast king. Fighting on 3 fronts, who could withstand it? Roar. The demonic fog Yao King roared and summoned a group of subordinates. Their eyes flashed with light as they charged over from all directions. After dispelling the fog of war, they could clearly see from high up in the sky that Li Qingyang and the other 4 were like pitiful ants trapped in a stormy sea. I'll hold them back. You guys break through. Lu Xianxia stepped forward. Her long black hair danced in the wind, gradually forming layers of frost. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. A bone-chilling aura emanated from her body, and the ground beneath her feet quickly froze. With her as the center, it quickly spread in all directions. Crack. 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 After the demonic fog beasts were corroded, they quickly turned into lifelike ice sculptures. Eldest senior sister, go. Li Qingyang only hesitated for a short while before he poured the thunder element into his exclusive divine weapon and shouted, kill our way out. Who? Yi Xingchen took out his divine modified sky piercer halberd and activated the 5 elements heavenly reflection art. Scorching flames instantly spread out as he leaped over. After landing on the ground, he immediately used total annihilation. Bam 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 bam, with the support of the flames, the demonic fog beasts were not only cut in half but also roasted into nothingness. Anyo is getting serious, however, the main point now was not how to kill the demonic fog beasts mercilessly. Instead, it was to break out of the encirclement as soon as possible and get away from the demonic fog. Ding! 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 Dense poisonous streams of light shot over from afar. Xiao Ziji blocked them with his steel shield and said with a ferocious expression, leave quickly. Facing the increasingly powerful demonic fog, he was already starting to feel powerless. Li Qingyang and He Wudi might still be able to withstand it, but there was a limit. If they did not leave this place quickly, they would definitely become walking corpses like before. Hoo hoo. Dense fog gathered around the demonic fog beast king again. Then, it evolved into a huge arm and pressed down with soul force. Boom! Xiao Ziji raised his shield to block it. His feet sunk into the ground. Especially when the soul force spread out, it crazily attacked his spiritual sea's defense line. It felt like his head was about to explode. The poison could not penetrate the tough body, but the soul attack could. Who? Yi Xingchen held the sky piercer and jumped up again. He approached the demonic fog beast king and gathered a powerful force to slash at it. However, just as he was about to touch it, the flames gathered on the weapon were extinguished. As a non-professional fire element martial artist, it was fine to deal with the demonic fog beast king. However, it was not enough to deal with the demonic fog beast king. Boom! The demonic fog beast king gathered another arm and sent Yi Xingchen flying. Pung pung pung. Brother Niao smashed dozens of trees like a cannonball and finally sunk into a huge rock. His expression gradually turned ferocious. The demonic fog beast king's physical attack was not strong. What was strong was its soul attack. Every attack carried a strong penetrating force. Therefore, Yi Xingchen was not seriously injured. However, the demonic fog beast king's attack had increased by several times. Wait, since he was sent flying, wasn't it a good opportunity to escape? The demonic fog beast king sent Yi Xingchen flying hundreds of feet away. Due to the good angle, he was already very close to the periphery. Swish! Anya walked out from the rock, opened the wine gourd, and drank a mouthful of drunken dream. He recalled the sky piercer that was scattered on the ground and jumped back with cold eyes. Go, I can go. However, what about my fellow disciples? Ah! Yi Xingchen seemed to be possessed by an unparalleled god of war. He held the sky piercer and descended from the sky. Once again, he mercilessly attacked the demonic fog beast king. With the determination to break through the enemy's lines, there was only death. Boom! Boom! Although Li Qingyang and He Wudi could rely on their attributes and strong soul power to kill the demonic fog beast king, they had to divert their attention to neutralize the demonic fog beast king. It could be said that it was extremely difficult for them to fight. The situation was precarious. Swish! At this moment, Lu Qianqian floated over. Her cold eyes flashed a trace of coldness. The word ice quickly appeared on the back of her right hand. Then, an extremely strong white light burst out and shrouded her body. Huff! In an instant, the cold air was so strong that it was bone-chilling. Li Qingyang and the others, who were struggling to fight, shuddered. Then, they all turned their heads to look. Bang! Just at this moment, the white light that seemed to gather ice and snow suddenly exploded. Suddenly, it formed a scene of snowflakes dancing in the sky. Xianxia and the others widened their eyes. Ta! Xianxia landed lightly on the ground. Her black hair had turned pure white. Her beautiful face revealed an aura that was colder than before. Especially in the scene of snowflakes dancing in the sky, she was like an otherworldly fairy, the ice god descending to the mortal world. Damn! Xiao Ziji was stunned. Eldest senior sister's hair turned white, and her aura became stronger. Get out of the way, Xianxia said. Just these two words immediately gave people a feeling that they had fallen into an ice cellar. Swish! Lunyo hurriedly carried the skypiercer and jumped away. As soon as he left, an extremely cold air spread from behind. In the blink of an eye, the demonic fog monster king that was about to attack was frozen. Let's go! Xianxia shouted. Under the activation of the text effect, her understanding of the ice element increased sharply. However, the frozen monster king was comparable to a third transformation core realm monster after all, so it could only hold on for a few seconds. It was enough. With the strength of Xianxia and the others, they could definitely escape. However, Xianxia, who was responsible for the freezing, had to stabilize her state of mind at all times. Therefore, she could only stand in place and release her ice element to the maximum to buy a few seconds for her fellow disciples to escape. Go! Xianxia shouted. At this time, he could only choose to retreat. Otherwise, everyone would die. Go my ass! At this moment, He Wudi rushed over. The word door appeared on the back of his hand. Then, he took out the door of life and death from his pouch and opened the door of death without hesitation. He shouted at the top of his lungs, kick it in. Swish! Swish! Xianxia and Xianxia immediately understood. Without thinking at all, they went behind the demonic fog monster king and punched out with their fists full of energy. Boom, the huge ice sculpture was sent flying. The moment it touched the door of death, hands suddenly reached out from inside, accompanied by wails and howls. They bound it from different angles and dragged it in. Some people would ask how such a big thing could be put in. The reason was very simple. After being touched by the hands, the monster king instantly became pocket-sized. Let me ask you, is this scientific? Sect of all times. Jun Changxiao sat in the main hall and said, Elder Zhen, how's the research on the teleportation array? It's too difficult. Zhen Dejuan said helplessly, there's no progress. No rush, take your time. Patriarch. At this moment, Li Tian ran in from outside and said in surprise, Big senior sister and second senior brother's contract beasts suddenly became listless. Swish! Jun Changxiao hurriedly got up and spread his spiritual senses to the peak where the disciples lived. He saw the thunder caltrip beast, the ice phoenix, and the other disciples' contract beasts all lying weakly on the ground. He frowned and said, they're in trouble when they're out on a mission. Swish! 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 In an instant, dense streams of colorful light flew out from the sect of all times. There were so many people that it could be said that the entire sect was mobilized. They were heading towards the forbidden area where Xianxia and the others were on a mission, demonic fog forest. Xianxia and the rest's contracted beasts suddenly weakened, which meant that their masters were in danger. After all, they were bound together for good or ill, needless to say, it was similar to a soul jade scroll. However, the difference was that the soul jade scroll could be transmitted to the contracted beasts as long as they were injured. It did not shatter after they died. When the disciples were in trouble, the whole sect would move out. This was a good tradition of the sect of all times. Therefore, in a short period of time, the upper echelons and disciples took out their rainbow wings and headed towards the demonic fog forest. Jun Changxiao flew the fastest and could reach in about 2 to 4 hours. However, he was very anxious on the way and secretly prayed, please don't let anything happen, please don't let anything happen. After coming to the upper world, there would be more danger waiting for the disciples. Although Gosheng repeatedly stressed that he was mentally prepared, if that day really came, he would still be anxious. After all, no matter how shameless he was still human. No need to worry. The system said, although a high-star mission is difficult, since it is issued, it will definitely be carefully calculated. If a few core disciples do it together, the probability of dying is not high. Then, there is still a possibility of dying? Swoosh, Xianxia took out the ancient warship and retracted his rainbow wings. He landed on the bow of the warship and flew away with a whoosh. The speed was much faster, but the energy consumption was also high. As long as he could rescue the disciples in time and help them escape danger, he would not hesitate even if he had to use up all his assets. This was Xianxia. A scumbag who was so shameless that it made people curse him crazily. When it came to the Sect disciples, he was like a selfless parent. "Baby, hang in there. I'm coming to save you." Whoosh whoosh, in the sky above the demonic fog forest, a dark cloud gradually floated over. The weather is changing. The martial artists who had entered to explore had not left yet because they were waiting for the disciples of the Sect of all times. It's been an hour. They must have become walking corpses long ago. Sigh, isn't it good to be alive? There was a lot of movement inside just now, especially the Demon King's roar, so the martial artists present were sure that the 5 of them were already dead. What a pity. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. Even though he had been forcefully bought and sold and spent quite a bit of profound stones, he was actually quite grateful to the disciples of the Sect of all times. Because if they hadn't saved him, his brother would have become a walking corpse long ago. Let's go, let's go. Everyone waited for a while longer. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, they suddenly felt a heavy aura pressing down on them from behind. Raising their heads, they saw a large ship floating in the air with the words "Archaic Warship" carved on it. Patriarch of the Sect of all times. Swish, Xianxia flew down from the warship and landed in front of the outer entrance with a loud crash. He asked in a deep voice, "Where is my disciple?" It's inside. Swish, Xianxia rushed in without a word. F***ck. We're going in just like that? When the fog is at its strongest, even rank 6 or 7 cannot withstand it. No wonder those disciples dared to go in. It turns out that their patriarch is also a fierce person. Watching Xianxia enter the demonic mist forest without hesitation, everyone could only give him great admiration in their hearts. And they were going to die again. "Boss, are we going or not?" "Wait a moment." The patriarch of the Sect of all times went in when the fog was at its strongest, so they definitely wouldn't leave just like that. 1 hour later. Swish, Xianxia rushed out of the demonic mist forest. The black attribute around him gradually faded, and his face returned to normal from its original black color. The martial practitioners who didn't leave all stared with their eyes wide open. Oh my god, this guy went in for an hour and came out alive. It was simply inconceivable. Damn it. After dispelling the demonic energy in his body, Xianxia angrily turned around and said, "Do any of you know where my disciple is?" The fog in the demonic mist forest was at its maximum, and there was also a great restriction on the spread of consciousness. He couldn't find his disciple even after searching for an hour, so he could only run out and ask others. All the martial practitioners were silent. Many of them knew the location of Li Qingyang and the others, but they didn't dare to say it out loud for fear of being dragged in by that guy. The strong demonic energy might not be a problem for you, but it might be for us. June Patriarch. At this moment, the middle-aged man who bought the elixir strode out and said, "I know. Reader, friend, please believe me. The moment you stepped out, it means that you will have a name soon. Your future will be bright. Follow me in." Okay. Since Li Dayton dared to step out, he was already prepared to go in. F***ck. He really gave me a name instantly. Swish, Xianxia put one hand on Li Dayton's shoulder and was about to lead him into the fog when the black and white Rakshasa finally rushed over and said in unison, "Patriarch, the demonic energy in the demonic mist forest will disturb your mind. You must not enter as you wish." As locals, they were very familiar with this third-class forbidden area. I don't care so much. Xianxia didn't even bother to use me, which meant that he was very anxious now. Swish, the two of them merged into the fog. However, they returned after a quarter of an hour because the 5 of them were no longer in their original positions. PFFF, Li Dayton spat out a black sticky substance from his mouth. It was clear that the demonic energy had already seeped into his body. He hadn't cooled down yet because little Xia was frantically absorbing his attributes. At this moment, the higher-ups and disciples of the Sect of All Times had already gathered outside the demonic mist forest. They were either standing in front of the entrance or flapping their wings in midair with extremely serious expressions. The 1,000 martial artists who hadn't left were all huddled together, trembling in fear. Holy sh*t, why does this unranked sect have so many powerful cultivators? Moreover, the gorgeous rainbow wings on their backs were clearly very high-grade treasures. Actually, if there were only a few people, it wouldn't have caused such a big reaction. However, with so many higher-ups and core disciples gathered together, and Li Qingyang and the others' frowns, the atmosphere was a little scary. Swish, Jun Changxiao released Li Dayton and was about to enter the demonic mist forest again. Ba. At this moment, Dunan walked out from the crowd with his black hair fluttering in the wind. He put his palms together and said, "Patriarch, the demonic energy inside is too strong. It's easy to lose your mind if you enter without permission. Why don't you let this disciple use Buddhist techniques too? It's here. The Buddhist cultivator who had been in the sect for many years finally came in handy. However, before he could finish, he saw Yao Menjing walk over and stop at the entrance with her hands on her hips. She said proudly, "Can't you just absorb all the demonic energy?" "Yeah." Jun Changxiao slapped his forehead. "Father." Little Xia said beside his ear, "I want to absorb it too." "Okay." Swish, he turned into a 3 to 5-year-old evil spirit and flew out, then stood side by side with Yao Menjing. "Everyone, get out of the way." Swish. Swish. Swish, everyone retreated and kept a distance from the two. Aha! Little Xia took a deep breath, and her mouth instantly expanded infinitely as she absorbed the demonic energy in big mouthfuls. Yao Menjing was not so valiant. She sat cross-legged on the ground and used the demonic cultivation technique to resonate with the demonic energy in her body, instantly drawing it into her body. The demonic energy in the demonic fog forest was simply a super tonic for evil spirits and demonic cultivators. F***ck. This is too exaggerated. Eating the demonic energy raw, aren't they afraid of exploding and dying? All the martial artists were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. No. It's still too slow. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and took out a large number of magically modified vacuum cleaners from his spatial ring. He then threw them to the disciples and said, "Absorb all the demonic energy." Yes. Thus, the disciples of the Sect of All Times lined up neatly with their flat mouths raised. They stood at the entrance and frantically absorbed the demonic energy like firefighters putting out a fire. The originally dense poisonous fog began to gradually fade. "Go Fugue." Jun Changxiao said, "Don't be idle, quickly come and convert." Swish, Dunan hurriedly ran over and then sat cross-legged like an old monk, chanting with conviction. Weng, golden light flashed, and the Dharma idol appeared. Namo Ba. Dunan quickly formed a complicated seal. He raised his hands to support the sky and shouted, "Great Diamond Sutra." Weng, the huge Buddha statue behind him suddenly opened its eyes. The light instantly reached the peak and instantly dyed the surroundings golden. Everyone was shocked and shouted, "My eyes! It's still not fast enough. Little fire, come out and purify it together." Swish, the fire spirit appeared out of thin air and directly turned into a flaming man. Under the purest and most intense flames, the dense fog was instantly incinerated. Some people were eating, some were absorbing, some were converting, and some were purifying. From a distance, the demonic fog forest, which looked like a demonic beast entrenched in it, seemed to be trembling violently at this moment. Could it still be saved? It couldn't be saved. Because in just half an hour, most of the demonic energy in the forest had been absorbed. Because the intensity and density had decreased, a large number of disciples were moving forward together. "Father!" At this moment, little Xia, who was leading the way, shouted, "I found something." Swish, Jun Changxiao hurriedly rushed over. When the surrounding dense fog gradually faded, he found 5 huge ice blocks placed irregularly in the open space in the distance. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were astonishingly frozen inside. Ka. Perhaps it was because the ice blocks had sensed that the demonic energy had weakened, so they quickly broke apart. The 5 of them were able to escape from it and then lay on the ground, breathing rapidly. Wah! Lu Qianxian half-squatted on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her white hair quickly returned to its original state, and her face was extremely pale. Then, she couldn't support herself anymore and fainted on the ground. Back to the time before Jun Changshao came to the rescue, although the demon fog monster king was locked in the death gate, it did not mean that the crisis was over, because the demonic energy around had reached its peak. Ah! Xiao Ziji half knelt on the ground, his whole face twisted to the extreme. After being punched by the demon fog monster king, his soul defense line had collapsed a lot, and now it was crazily disturbed. It was completely unbearable. Li Qingyang, Yi Xingchen, and the others were the same. This was the demon fog forest. The dangerous thing was not the monsters or the monster king, but the demonic energy that disturbed the mind. Ta! Just as everyone was struggling to resist the demonic aura entering their bodies and had lost their ability to move, Lu Qianxian, with her white hair fluttering in the wind, gently landed on the ground. She formed a seal with both hands and said, "Ice crystal protection, nothing can invade." Buzz! A strange pattern appeared on the ground under her feet, quickly outlining the shape of a lotus. Whoosh! The cold wind blew, and her white hair flew. Lu Qianxian, who was in the pattern, was enveloped by the light, as if something was burning. "Senior sister," Li Qingyang cried out in pain. "It will be fine." Lu Qianxian turned her back to him and said, "I will protect you until the fog dissipates." Her whole body was completely shrouded in cold air. Her words should be cold, but her words made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Whoosh! At this moment, an even more powerful icy aura suddenly emerged from the demonic fog forest, rippling out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the dense fog quickly froze. It was as if a mirror was hanging over the entire forest. Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka. The 5 people's bodies began to frost, and then they were covered in thick ice, and the demonic energy from the outside world could not penetrate. With the ice crystals protecting their bodies, they were safe. However, whether they could hold on until the fog dissipated tomorrow depended on Lu Qianxian. Yes. Because she said that she would protect them. It shouldn't be a problem to hold on for more than 20 hours, but... Lu Qianxian, who was sealed in the ice crystals, said secretly, "I need to pay a price." However, what she didn't expect was that after only 2 to 4 hours, the demonic qi in the outside world had gradually weakened to the point where it could no longer cause any substantial damage. Thus, she decisively removed the ice crystal defense. Although the time she spent protecting her fellow disciples was short, Lu Qianxian still suffered a backlash because she wholeheartedly supported the ice crystals to resist the invasion of the devil qi. Therefore, after she was freed, she vomited blood and fainted. Eldest senior sister Ling Yuanxue and the other female disciples hurriedly rushed over. Jun Changshao heaved a sigh of relief. Although his eldest disciple was unconscious, his breathing was regular, so his injury should not be too serious. Patriarch, Li Qingyang stood up. Jun Changshao's heart ached when he saw them in such a sorry state. He clenched his fists and roared, "Suck up all the devil qi and burn the forest." Yes. The disciples began to move. Woo woo woo, the cold wind blew in the demonic fog forest, as if it was crying and begging for mercy. 2 hours later. Under everyone's concerted efforts, the demonic qi in the demonic fog forest was completely gone. Without this attribute, the thick fog gradually faded, and various treasures of heaven and earth could be seen clearly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Tian and the others split up to collect and soon took away all the treasures of heaven and earth. When Goxing went on an expedition, not even a blade of grass grew. A third-class forbidden area was completely reduced to an ordinary forest. The corners of the martial artists' mouths twitched violently. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would have thought that one of the forbidden areas of the upper realm would be destroyed by the sect of all times in such a short time and become a speck of dust in the long river of history? Little fire. Yes. The spirit of the fire spirit turned into flames and rushed over like a demon. Whoosh whoosh. The raging fire enveloped the demonic fog forest for nearly 1,000 miles until it completely turned into a charred land the next day. "Anyone who hurts my disciple will have to pay the price," Not to mention Lu Qianxian vomiting blood and Li Qingyang and the others in a sorry state. Therefore, it is normal for this forbidden area to be destroyed. Under the fire, the third-class demonic fog forest was removed from the upper realm and became history. To the martial artists, this was a mixed blessing. They were glad that there was no more source of temptation, so they did not have to send themselves to death. On the other hand, they were worried about how to obtain opportunities in the future. Xianxia did not care about opportunities. Anyway, the demonic qi and treasures of heaven and earth were taken away. It was enough as long as he could avenge his disciple. Sigh. The martial artists who gathered at the periphery shook their heads and said, "Let's go." Now that the demonic fog forest was gone, they gave up on this idea and would not return here again. However, every time they thought about how the sect of all times could absorb demonic qi and set fire to the mountain, they were greatly shocked. Wait a minute. Li Dayton was about to leave but was stopped by Xianxia. Since this brother dared to enter the demonic fog forest with him to look for someone, he must not treat him badly. Therefore, he generously gave him 20 antidote pills. Thank you, Jun Patriarch. Li Dayton accepted the pills happily and left with his companions. Although he had spent 600,000 magnetite on this trip to the demonic fog forest, he had obtained so many antidote pills that it was definitely a huge profit. Moreover, as a rogue martial artist who went to various forbidden grounds to train all year round, antidote pills were far more important than other pills. Return to the sect. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, all the disciples summoned their rainbow wings and flew back to the Aeon Immortal Mountain, leaving behind the charred land that was still filled with smoke. The news of the demonic fog forest being destroyed quickly spread in the upper realm and caused a sensation again. A third-class forbidden ground was not considered high, but it was still quite old. It was really unbelievable that it was destroyed by the unrated sect of all times. The realm hall also knew about it, but they did not take it to heart. If Goshing destroyed a sect, they would definitely make their presence known. However, they could not say anything about destroying a forbidden ground. After all, there was no rule that prohibited martial artists from setting fire to the mountain. Extreme grade cave abode. Jinren Tonggu sat in front of the chessboard and laughed. My disciple is quite capable. He actually destroyed a third-class forbidden ground. Clap, Masato Kitano put down a chess piece and shook his head. Your disciple dared to destroy a forbidden ground today. Who knows, he might dare to go against the realm hall tomorrow. I really don't know what you're so happy about. Jinren Tonggu could not laugh anymore. Masato Kitano said again, as far as I know, 5 disciples from your disciples' sect went to the demonic fog forest to train and encountered the demonic fog demon king. Oh? Jinren Tonggu was rather surprised. Wasn't this beast sealed? Since it can be sealed, it can naturally be unsealed. Masato Kitano put down a chess piece and looked at him meaningfully. The two of them had known each other for many years. One look from Jinren Tonggu immediately understood something. His face darkened and he said, someone is deliberately targeting my disciple's sect? Who sealed the demonic fog demon king? Masato Kitano asked. The realm hall. Jinren Tonggu clenched the chess piece and said coldly, well, how dare they play dirty? If it's so easy for us to guess, then isn't the realm hall digging a hole for themselves to jump into? Masato Kitano said. What do you mean? It's very simple. Someone wants you to vent your anger on the realm hall. Jinren Tonggu covered his head and said, no, I'm confused by what you said. The upper realm now is just like this chess game. On the surface, it looks calm. Masato Kitano waved his hand and the black and white chess pieces mixed together. He said, if someone pushes it lightly, there will be chaos. You're indeed an expert in chess. Jinren Tonggu said, even your words are so profound and thought-provoking. You don't understand? I don't understand. You've played chess with me for so long for nothing. Can you explain yourself? I don't even understand it myself. How can I explain it to you? Come, let's play. Wait a minute, the restored chessboard is wrong. You're regretting your move again. Boolsh *T, it's always been like this. Ding. Disciples Lu Qianxian and Xiao Ziji have completed a sect mission and received 100 contribution points, 100 achievement points, and 10 reputation points. When Jun Changxiao brought the disciples back to the sect, a notification sounded in his ears. Damn, I'm actually rewarded with reputation points. A smile appeared on Goxing's face. Although 10 reputation points were a little less, there were still many difficult missions. If he could get reputation points after completing them, he would accumulate quite a lot of reputation points. P.S. I know that the first mission reward is 100 achievement points. My hand slipped and changed it to reputation points. The original text has been changed. I knew it. The system said the new sect missions are quite good. At least they can provide a stable income for the host. Not bad. Jun Changxiao nodded. Patriarch. At this moment, the Purple King walked into the main hall and said seriously, I met the demonic fog monster king in the demonic fog forest. Something is wrong. What's wrong? Jun Changxiao asked. Hall Master Z said, before I sneaked into the lower realm, that guy was already sealed by a formation. He shouldn't have appeared. As a monster king, he had naturally heard of the demonic fog monster king. He also knew that because he slaughtered humans in the demonic fog forest, a mighty figure personally came to seal him. Oh? Jun Changxiao knew what happened. He pondered for a while and said, could it be that the seal loosened, allowing this guy to appear? Impossible. The Purple King said, the one who sealed the demonic fog monster king is a formation expert. It won't loosen because of time unless. He paused and said, someone deliberately destroyed it. Jun Changxiao clasped his hands together, and his gaze gradually turned cold. In fact, when he guessed that the seal had loosened, he was already shaken. That was because the demonic fog forest did not have any aura of a formation seal. If it had not been maintained for a long time, and the Monster King seized the opportunity to escape, there should be some clues. It's very simple. The system said the seal formation was removed, so there won't be any aura left. So, Jun Changxiao's gaze gradually turned cold as he said, the demon kings that Qingyang and the others encountered weren't simply troublesome. They were deliberately targeted. The system said seriously, although the difficulty of the new sect missions is different, after strict calculation, there will not be any fatal danger, unless there is an unforeseen event. In fact, if the Demon King hadn't suddenly blocked their way, Lu Qianxian and the others could have retreated immediately. The whole process would have been more daunting than dangerous. However, some of the factors that would affect the development of the plot would definitely not be predicted. Patriarch. The Black Rakshasa, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. As far as I know, the ones who went to the demonic fog forest to seal the Demon King were experts from the Realm Hall. I've heard of it too. Bai Luocha said, he seems to be a deacon of the formation department. His cultivation level isn't high, but his understanding of formations is very strong. In particular, his formation sealing technique is even more famous. Jia Hall? Jun Changxiao's face darkened. Could it be that they knew that he had Jinren Tonggu as his backer and didn't dare to do anything openly, so they started to play tricks in the dark? Mother ****. Jun Changxiao cursed. Look at how I've been keeping a low profile and not stirring up trouble. Do you think that the sect of all times is easy to bully? The Black Rakshasa held his chin and said, everyone knows that the Realm Hall sealed the demonic fog demon king. If they secretly undid the seal, this method is too stupid. Bai Luocha said, the strength of the formation set up by the deacon of the formation department is indisputable. If they didn't secretly undo the seal, could it be someone else? That's hard to say. The Black Rakshasa said, there are more than one powerhouse in the upper realm who has studied formations. For example, Taishuan's loose cultivator. Although he doesn't go out all year round, his understanding of formations may not be inferior to a famous formation master. This, Bai Luocha suddenly fell silent. Black Protector, what you mean is that someone else undid the formation and deliberately framed the Realm Hall? Jun Changxiao said. The Black Rakshasa said, I'm just listing out the possibilities. That's right. Jun Changxiao agreed. Without absolute evidence, there is indeed a possibility of framing. He, who had been a little angry at first, calmed down after the Black Rakshasa's words. He said to himself, no matter who did it, it means that the sect has been targeted by someone with ulterior motives. We need to be more careful. Xianxia was not afraid of enemies on the surface, even if they provoked the entire upper realm. The most annoying thing was to play dirty tricks behind one's back because it was impossible to guard against. In the sky above the scorched demonic fog forest, Empress Lingyao gradually appeared. Because of the swirling clouds, it was difficult to see the expression on her face. Tisk, tisk. Suddenly, a voice came from above. Why are you here instead of chasing after Gujiaoshi? Buzz. The golden chariot slowly appeared. Jinhao sat lazily on it with a half-smile on his face. He looked even more annoying than Xianxia. The Realm Hall ordered the two of us to chase after him together, not to spy on me, Empress Lingyao said. Don't misunderstand. Jinhao shrugged. I'm not spying on you. I'm just curious. Why do you care so much about the sect of all times? What does it have to do with you? Didn't I say? I'm just curious. It's because of that curiosity that you've been recuperating in the muscle regeneration pool for more than 2 years. He was blatantly exposing his scars. Although Jinhao still had a half-smile on his face, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. I will have my revenge sooner or later. Let me give you a piece of advice. Empress Lingyao said, if you want to live, it's best not to provoke him. Because of Jinren Tonggu? Perhaps. Pfft, without that backing, he's not even an ant. If Xianxia had heard this guy, he would have said nonchalantly, yes, I can't survive in the upper realm without backing. But the problem is that I do. Are you angry? Sect of all times. After a few days of recuperation, Lu Qianqian's injuries had recovered. However, just as she was about to enter the Empyrean Mystery Realm to cultivate, Xianxia stopped her. If I hadn't come to your rescue, what would have happened to you? He had already heard about what happened in the demonic mist forest from Li Qingyang, especially that the Demon King had been killed. This woman had protected everyone with text effects, and her body was glowing as if she was burning something. What could be burned? Crystal cores, attributes, souls, anything could be done. But it was usually extreme. If it was light, it would cause irreversible damage. If it was heavy, it would cause the soul to scatter. Just a little more serious, Lu Qianqian said. Xianxia obviously did not believe her. He said seriously, if you encounter any danger in the future, think of a way to inform the sect immediately. Understood. Lu Qianqian said, if there is nothing else, this disciple is going to cultivate. Watching her enter the Empyrean Mystery Realm, Xianxia rubbed his nose and laughed. Ever since she went to the Taishan cave, this eldest disciple has changed quite a lot. Sigh. The system side, the only disciple who can be considered normal, under the influence of the host, has also learned how to save the dying and heal the wounded. That's right. Xianxia slapped his forehead, and said, since the antidote pill refined by Hall Master Miao is so effective, it should be able to bring a lot of profits to the pill store to sell. For this, he personally went to the poison refining hall. To be honest, Xianxia was very unwilling to come to the poison refining peak, because ever since he had set up a hall related to poison, there were layers of poisonous gas gathered here all year round, and the air was filled with a nauseating smell. Patriarch, what's the matter? In the hall, Miao Saifeng served a cup of tea. She was forced to join the sect of all times, and now she was already very fragrant. This woman was the same as Li Luoqiu, belonging to the older sister type, and because she played with poison all year round, her entire body exuded a different kind of charm. However, Xianxia did not have any thoughts, and the readers were very assured about this. Is there poison in the tea? Even if there is poison, it can't poison the patriarch. That's true. Xianxia took a sip of tea, and then instructed her to refine more antidote pills. At this point, a hall master whose appearance rate was close to 0 had officially turned from a hack state to a tool. Pfft! A sound came from the toilet. After a while, Xianxia, who had already gone to the toilet for the 8th time, walked out with one hand on the wall, his legs weak, and roared in his heart, this woman really poisoned the tea. The disciples continued with their sect missions, but because of the previous incident, Xianxia became more cautious, so the missions were more difficult. and he had to put them on hold for the time being. He must be very unhappy that he suddenly became so cautious. Therefore, he had to find out who broke the seal and released the demonic fog monster king as soon as possible. What can the patriarch do if we find out? The system asked. Xianxia fell silent. At present, he could not rule out the possibility that the realm hall was playing tricks in the dark. If they were found to be the culprit, would he have to fight them? The golden-haired guy alone was at the ninth transformation reincarnation realm. If he did not rely on the energy-storing lightning rod, he would not be able to severely injure him. Therefore, Goshing knew that with the current strength of the sect, it would be difficult to compete with the realm hall. Too weak. Xianxia clenched his fist and said. The system said, the host has only been in the upper realm for 2 years, so there's no need to be discouraged. As long as you focus on development, it won't be too late to fight when you have enough strength. It was rare that it did not pour cold water on the host, but encouraged him. Not bad. Xianxia's eyes shone, and said, there's still a long way to go. If it were other ascended sects, they would probably be conflicted about how to develop in the future. However, this problem did not exist for Goshing, because the industry had been fully developed, and he only lacked time to profit. In particular, all kinds of brand new cultivation facilities had been arranged in place, and the disciples had broken through repeatedly. As long as they kept a low profile, sooner or later, they would be famous in the upper realm. I'm going to start cultivating too. Many things were on the right track. Xianxia put his mind on cultivation, and then, took out the experience talismans. Others leveled up by the traditional meditation, but his cultivation method was cheating. Smack. After crushing 5 experience talismans, Xianxia suddenly felt that his cultivation had improved again, but it was still at the 3rd transformation reincarnation realm, and he did not trigger the epic mission. Let's go to the space-time arcane realm to cultivate. He went to the back of the mountain and blended in. As soon as he entered, he found Yao Menjing sitting cross-legged in front of him, shrouded in a dark aura. He smiled and said, you must have gained a lot after absorbing so much demonic aura. Boom. Suddenly, the dark mass exploded. Yao Menjing's black hair danced in the wind. A crescent moon pattern appeared between her eyebrows, emitting a crimson demonic aura. What is this? Xianxia asked in surprise. Hoo-hoo. Yao Menjing's body suddenly surged with waves of dark energy, which then converged into a huge black shadow. Under the backdrop of the terrifying demonic energy, it was as if a demon god from hell had descended to earth. Xianxia widened his eyes. Because, after the huge shadow appeared, the crescent moon pattern between Yao Menjing's eyebrows emitted streaks of red light. Then, a strange pattern was drawn along her cheeks. She muttered in a low voice, as long as the heavens and earth exist, the demonic path will exist forever. Lass. Xianxia asked, are you all right? These words entered Yao Menjing's ears and quickly pulled her back to reality. She then opened her eyes and said in astonishment, Patriarch, why are you here? The pattern on his face and the huge shadow that had gathered behind him quickly disappeared as if nothing had happened. Xianxia, who had witnessed the entire process, thought to himself, something strange. He knew that Yao Menjing had inherited the demon emperor's innate demon body, but the huge shadow that appeared just now was obviously not the other party, because the aura it emitted was really terrifying, not to mention. When the lass whispered, her tone was obviously different, as if she was being controlled by some kind of power. I'm afraid that your disciple is hiding some secrets. The system said. Xianxia asked, what secrets? You ask me, who should I ask? The system said in a bad mood. Xianxia fell into deep thought and thought to himself, as long as the heavens and earth exist, the demonic path will exist forever. This was the slogan of the demon emperor back then. Now that he has come to the upper realm, why would he mention it again? In a certain dark altar. Just as Yao Menjing transformed into a huge shadow, the pool in the central area that seemed to be made of ink suddenly tumbled violently. Some water splashed on the wall and drew out complicated lines. If the camera panned back, it could clearly be seen that there were many ink marks left on the wall. Judging from the color and dryness, it seemed to have been there for a long time. If Xianxia was here, he would definitely widen his eyes when he saw the ink marks on the wall. This was because there was a crescent moon pattern at the top, which was exactly the same as the one that rose between Yao Menjing's brows. Although the ink marks looked messy, they were similar to the huge shadow upon closer inspection. Outside the ink pool, there were 4 black-robed elders sitting cross-legged in the 4 directions representing the north, south, east, and west. They opened their eyes in unison, their turbid eyes flashing with excitement. Another innate demon body has appeared, our master's awakening is just around the corner. In the sect of all times. Xianxia called the black and white Rakshasa over and asked, "Brothers, are there any demonic cultivators in the upper realm?" He was still quite concerned about Yao Menjing's strange appearance in the arcane realm, so he wanted to understand the situation in detail after coming out of seclusion. "Yes." The white Rakshasa said, "There are quite a few." "Are they like the demonic cultivators in the lower realm who are not accepted by the world?" Xianxia asked again. "They used to be." The black Rakshasa said, "Now they are no different from ordinary demonic cultivators." "Used to be?" Xianxia's interest was piqued. The black Rakshasa said, "As far as I know, no matter if it's the upper realm or the lower realm, all martial artists who cultivate the demonic path originated from the Wavy Devil clan." Wavy Devil clan? Xianxia had never heard of this clan. The Wavy Devil clan is one of the 10,000 clans in the upper realm. Together with the human race, the dragon race, and the stone statue race, they are known as the 4 great clans. 100,000 years ago, the demon god was wiped out by the combined forces of the various clans. Since then, they have declined and are almost extinct today. "I see." Xianxia understood and complained in his mind, "The demon emperor of the lower realm has been wiped out by the righteous sects, and the Wavy Devil clan of the upper realm has been wiped out by the major clans." Did the word devil offend the author? The black Rakshasa said, "As far as I know, the 10 great celestial sects were the ones who planned to wipe out this clan. That's why the Xianxia pavilion has always been targeting the Jia Hall that was founded by them." Xianxia was stunned and said in surprise, "The Jia Hall was founded by the 10 great celestial sects. Senior Tonggu didn't tell the patriarch?" The black Rakshasa asked. "He didn't." Xianxia said, "As his disciple, I've always been left alone by my master." "It's not like you don't know." The black and white Rakshasa looked at him with sympathy. "What's up with this Xianxia pavilion?" Xianxia asked. The black Rakshasa explained, "The Xianxia pavilion was founded by the Wavy Devil clan. Later, they moved to the dark side and specifically went against the Jia Hall. They've been fighting for tens of thousands of years." *CK Xianxia thought, "Isn't this just the upper realm's version of the Demon Emperor's Gate?" Wait, could the crescent moon pattern on Yao Menjing's forehead have something to do with this Xianxia pavilion? Patriarch. At this moment, Li Qingyang sent a telepathic message, "Someone's here to visit." At the foot of the mountain. A teenager about 12 or 13 years old chewed on an apple and looked up at the sect of all times shrouded in clouds. He said disdainfully in his mind, "A mediocre sect, but they're built quite well." He rolled up his sleeves, revealing half of a tattoo. That's right, the teenager was Gu Zhaoxi, because he had an agreement with Empress Ling Yao. He had come to the sect of all times to visit even though he was extremely unwilling. "My apologies." Li Tiantian flew down and said, "The sect is temporarily not recruiting disciples. Please come another day." Crack. Gu Zhaoxi took a bite of the apple and said with a cold gaze, "What did you say?" Didn't he hear clearly? Li Tiantian shouted at the top of his lungs, "The sect is temporarily not recruiting disciples. Please." Boom, before he could finish, he was sent flying with a crooked mouth and eyes. Then, he crashed into the wall in the shape of a letter F. Then, he gritted his teeth and at everyone. "Patriarch. Elder. Senior brother. Someone's here to cause trouble." Swoosh, swoosh, inside the sect, streams of colorful light flew down and quickly surrounded Gu Zhaoxi. Their eyes were filled with anger and shock. They were angry that someone dared to cause trouble in their territory. They were shocked because this person looked like he was only 12 or 13 years old, about the same age as their junior brother, Sun Muching. If it was before, it would be normal for Li Tiantian to lose. Now that he had entered the void-piercing realm, how could he still be hit by the wall? Kid. Xianxia said coldly, how dare you cause trouble in our sect of all times? Are you tired of living? Swoosh, suddenly, Gu Jiaoxi appeared in front of him with his back bent. He gathered violent energy in his right fist and said coldly, remember, call me grandpa. Boom, Xiaoxia's eyeballs protruded out of their sockets. Her mouth was crooked and her eyes were slanted as she flew out and landed next to Li Tianshan. Junior brother. Li Qingyang's face changed drastically. This guy who was about the same age as his junior brother was quite powerful. His realm was probably, boom, while he was thinking, an extremely cold fist wind whistled toward him. Be careful. Xiao Zuiji rushed over with big strides. Cloud Boat Hero hid himself in front of second senior brother and immediately formed a solid defensive barrier. Boom. Boom, his fist, which seemed to weigh tens of thousands of kilograms, not only broke through the defense of the divine weapons, but also sent Li Qingyang and Xiao Zuiji flying. Tisk, Gu Jiaoxi stood in place and said disdainfully, you can't even take a punch from me. You guys are too weak. Yi Xingchen, who had just rushed over after hearing the news, saw his two senior brothers being sent flying. He immediately activated the unparalleled war god mode and jumped over with the Skypiercer in his hand. Trash. Die. Huff. Huff, a powerful force pressed down from above. It was obvious that Anyo was extremely angry. In the past, he stayed in the sect to become stronger. Now, he stayed in the sect to protect. Someone asked what was the meaning of the demonic fog forest. The answer was here. I didn't want to talk too much about the feelings between the various sects, because that would seem too pretentious. But in reality, Lu Qianshan and Yi Xingchen's changes were proof that everyone was gradually becoming one big family. Boom. Yi Xingchen, who had jumped over, was also blasted into the wall. Beside him were Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji. It could be said that they were a family. He Wudi, who was about to attack, hesitated. From the brief exchange of blows, he could tell that this young man was extremely powerful. If he went, he would definitely be abused, he couldn't care less. Just as Wudi was about to make his move, the purple craggy monster king flew over first. As he landed, he took off his clothes and threw them on Wudi's face. The purple craggy monster king then collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Although this set of clothes would never wear out, it had never been washed after obtaining it. The smell of sweat and body odor on it was even more terrifying than a biological weapon. Hoo-hoo. Hall Master Purple, who was only wearing red underpants, put on pink gloves and punched out with his fists full of demonic energy. Eh? Gu Jiaoxi said in surprise, demonic beast? As he spoke, his body moved aside, avoiding the incoming fists. He commented, you have some strength. Hoo-hoo. Purple craggy demon monarch punched out. From the explosive power, it was obvious that he was much stronger than when he went to the Demon King's cave. He didn't cultivate the 1,000 shadow clones art for nothing. Pa. However, the heavy attack was easily caught by Gu Jiaoxi's palm. He shook his head and said, but in front of me, it's still not enough. Hoo-hoo. As he spoke, an explosive shockwave surged out from his body, sending the purple craggy demon monarch flying. The purple craggy demon monarch was sent crashing into the wall. Hall Master. A few core disciples. In front of Gu Jiaoxi, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Ding Xingwang rushed over and shouted, formation. Shua. Shua. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the rest walked out from the crater and quickly flew over. They surrounded Gu Jiaoxi from different directions and set up the four corners heaven and earth formation. Buzz. In an instant, everyone's light flashed and connected with each other. The four corners heaven and earth formation was the only battle formation in the sect of all times that could be set up by everyone. The more people there were, the stronger it was. At this moment, the number of people who bought the formation, including the higher-ups and disciples, totaled to 500. Tisk, Gu Jiaoxi, who was surrounded, sneered with disdain in his eyes. Go. Li Qingyang shouted. Shua. 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 The 500 disciples began to move around, forming complicated hand seals one after another. In an instant, numerous palms were formed and pressed down like an inescapable net, With the support of the four corners heaven and earth formation, the power of the sky-crossing palm was even stronger. However, Gu Jiaoshi, who was standing under the palm's shadows, didn't panic at all. Instead, he sneered. Ta! He took a step forward and his aura exploded. He shouted, "Firmament reincarnation palm." Gu Jiaoshi's body seemed to have enlarged. Many materialized hands gathered behind his back and smashed down from the bottom. Tens of thousands of palms pressed down from above. Tens of thousands of palms met it from below. The scene that appeared could be said to be extremely gorgeous. Boom! 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 In an instant, a deafening explosion came from the hollow area. From afar, it looked like fireworks blooming. Bam bam bam! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the rest immediately suffered from the backlash and were sent flying. They then fell to the ground in a sorry state. Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma suppressed the boiling blood in his body and said, "This guy is too strong." More than strong. It was simply a merciless suppression. Gu Jiaoshi retracted his powerful aura and shook his head. I thought this formation was not bad. Who knew that it couldn't even withstand 20% of my strength? Hearing this guy's pretentious words, the disciples of the sect of all times were furious. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, the black and white Rakshasa flew out of the sect in a spiral and landed at the foot of the mountain. They said with a serious look, "Who are you?" "I'm just an itinerant cultivator," Gu Jiaoshi said. He was here to be a spy and definitely had to hide his identity. However, he had reversed his name. This manipulation was a little too showy. Has the sect of all times offended you? No. Gu Jiaoshi proudly cupped his hands and said, "However, I'm very unhappy that I was rejected." The black and white Rakshasa's expressions were a little interesting. He directly attacked people because they didn't let him in. This guy's temper was a little bad. Friend. At this moment, a loud voice came from the mountain. You can join the sect of all times, but you have to pass the test first. Gu Jiaoshi looked up and saw a handsome young man standing in front of the mountain gate. Although he looked annoying, there was a sense of familiarity. He asked subconsciously, "Who are you?" The patriarch of the sect of all times. Although Jun Changxiao was smiling now, he was about to explode in anger. Damn it, you came to my sect to cause trouble and hurt my disciple. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how can I be a patriarch in the future? Heh. Gu Jiaoshi said, "So you're Zhenren Tonggu's personal disciple. Come. I accept the test." Boom. The Tianyuan prison pagoda stood at the foot of the mountain. Jun Changxiao seriously said, "This pagoda was given to me by my master. There are various tests inside. If you can pass them in 2 hours, you'll be qualified to be a disciple of the sect of all times." As expected. The black and white Rakshasa thought to themselves, "This pagoda was given to me by Zhenren Tonggu. Unlike the two of them," He Wudi was thinking, "it can refine all kinds of evil attributes and contain living beings. The 7 profound saints' treasure is really unpredictable. I can enter after passing?" "That's right." "Good." Gu Jiaoshi shook his head and said arrogantly, "I'll give it a try." Jun Changxiao was a little confused when he heard that the other party wanted to break into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. Although this guy was strong, he seemed to be very gullible. Just one sentence and he wanted him to crawl into the cage. The bravery of an ignorant man was probably used to describe this kind of person. Jun Changxiao did not immediately open the Tianyuan prison pagoda to let him in. Instead, he said seriously, "The test inside is extremely cruel. Are you sure you want to try?" "Cut the crap." Gu Jiaoshi said impatiently, "I can't wait any longer." Jun Changxiao was immediately sure that this guy was very gullible. He thought to himself, in the cruel upper realm, how did he cultivate to such a high level? Although martial arts were important in the martial arts world, if one was not careful, one would die a horrible death. The young man in front of him was a complete hothead. It was unbelievable that he could live until now and have such an extraordinary cultivation. Creak. The tightly shut door of the Tianyuan prison pagoda slowly opened, and a majestic wave of air emerged from the inside. That's strange. Gu Jiaoshi felt it and said to himself, "Why does it feel so familiar?" Just as he was hesitating, Xianxia fanned the flames and said, "If you're worried that you won't pass the test, it's not too late to regret now." Tsk. Gu Jiaoshi stopped his wild thoughts and said proudly, "In my dictionary, the word regret has never existed." Xianxia was speechless. It was not difficult to tell from the other party's body and words that he was really only 12 or 13 years old. He actually called himself sir, which was a little arrogant. Sigh. The two life and death brothers talked for a long time but did not recognize each other. It was understandable. After all, Gu Jiaoshi had reincarnated. Not only did he lose part of his memory, but his appearance and voice had changed greatly. Xianxia would definitely not recognize him unless he took off his clothes and revealed his tattoos or used his real name. "Please. Step." Gu Jiaoshi swaggered over. Even if there was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames in front of him, he wouldn't feel any fear because the worst that could happen was death. The heavens took away part of his memories and intelligence, but gave him the ability to reincarnate. In a way, it was a balance. Just like Xianxia. His cheats were doing well, but the moment he opened his mouth, it was as if he wanted to die. No one is perfect. Who doesn't have flaws? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gu Jiaoshi entered the Tianyuan prison pagoda and closed the door with a bang. Who? Li Qingyang and the others felt relieved. Although they had never experienced the power of the Tianyuan prison pagoda, they deeply knew that as long as they were locked up, even the most unyielding people would cry for their parents. Swish, Xianxia waved his hand and retrieved the treasure. He then stood in the posture of heavenly kingly and said, "Area, serve this fellow well." Assessment? That was impossible. He had to torture this troublemaker until he was hovering between life and death. Yes. Aria's voice sounded in his ears, "Master." Inside the Tianyuan prison pagoda. When the door closed, the environment became dark. Gu Jiaoshi suddenly frowned, because the sense of familiarity in his sea of consciousness became stronger. Me? I'd been here before. He couldn't remember because of his memory loss, so he had to put it to the back of his mind and continue to move forward. Swish, swish, after a few steps, light suddenly flashed around him. Gu Jiaoshi subconsciously closed his eyes. After he gradually adapted, he saw a girl in leather clothes and boots sitting on a wooden armchair in front of him. Her right leg was crossed over her left leg, one hand was supporting her cheek, and the other hand was holding a whip. There was a harmless smile on her face. Area. The warden and the absolute soul of the pagoda of confinement. Behind her, Zhao Daodu stood on the left, and Dai Lu stood on the right. Under the contrast of the lights, Area was like the king of hell, and the other two were like judges. The prison trio was extremely terrifying. "You're here." Zhao Daodu smiled and said, "Little brother." Although Pei Sili was recently locked up, the days were still too boring. Now that someone else was here, they had to warmly welcome him. Tsk. Gu Jiaoshi snorted, "How do we test him?" Area narrowed her eyes, "Daodu, little Louis, this guy is a little arrogant." "Of course." Zhao Daodu said, "Those who are not arrogant are not qualified to enter." Although the Tianyuan prison pagoda was used to lock up prisoners, it was also used to deal with all kinds of disobedience. If that's the case. Area stood up, and the requiem whip scattered freely on the ground. She shook her head and said, "Then we'll make him restrain his arrogance today." Swish. Swish, Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu hurriedly retreated and then sat on a small bench in the distance, looking like onlookers. Gu Jiaoshi said, "You want to fight?" "That's right." Area dragged the requiem whip and walked over. Because she was wearing leather clothes and boots, she looked like a big sister. Gu Jiaoshi's eyes were filled with strong disdain. "Is there no one else in the sect of all times that they sent a little girl to test me?" "Sir?" Aria's face gradually darkened. "Are you serious?" In the Tianyuan prison pagoda, she was the little ancestor and grandaunt. This guy actually called himself sir. He really deserved a beating. Crack. Gu Jiaoshi clenched his fists and sneered, "Don't think that I won't dare to hit you just because you're a girl." Swish, at this moment, Area suddenly swung the requiem whip over. In terms of speed and strength, it was not fast. Gu Jiaoshi did not care at all, so he raised his hand and grabbed it. Pa! His big hand was like a pincer and caught the attacking whip. You think you're qualified to test me with this little ability? Gu Jiaoshi suddenly stopped talking, the smile on his face frozen. His whole body seemed to be bombarded by tens of thousands of volts of electricity, and his whole body was instantly electrocuted. It was not electricity. It was a soul attack. Swish, Arya swung her hand and pulled the Requiem whip back, and immediately waved it like a silver snake. The sky was filled with flowing light, and instantly formed an inescapable net. It's over, Dai Lu said. Before joining the Sect of all times, although he had not been trained by Arya, he had seen many strong people being whipped. Anyone who was hurt would definitely cry like ghosts and howl like wolves. As expected. With the sound of pa pa pa, Gu Jiaoshi suddenly grimaced and screamed. Zhao Daoda summoned the magically modified stereo and pressed the play button. Suddenly, a beautiful voice came from it. When I think of you, Wu, I regret not having dreamed for so long. Ah ah ah. Ah 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 ah. Arya whipped crazily, and Gu Jiaoshi jumped crazily. Under the accompaniment of the music, he instantly turned into a maniac. Swish, after a short while, a rope flew over and tied him up. This scene had been played in the mortal world. Candles, come. Swish, Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu handed over the Requiem candles. I'll let you be crazy, I'll let you be proud. Arya held one in each hand, and directly splashed the wax on him. Gu Jiaoshi suddenly screamed like a pig being slaughtered. This level of training was painful to the bone marrow and the depths of the soul, but it also slowly broke the memory seal, and gradually made him remember many things. He remembered that when he wanted to die, he was locked in a place and went through the same torture. I remember, no wonder this place was familiar. It turned out that he had been here before, and even after the torture, he had a great fear of death. In other words, this place was Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. Swish, the memories of the past gradually came back, and a face appeared in Gu Jiaoshi's mind, which overlapped with the patriarch of the Sect of all times he saw just now. So, he endured the torture on his soul and shouted, "Brother, it's me." In the 9th level of hell, Gu Jiaoshi was determined to die. He was quite passive. Jun Changxiao couldn't stand it anymore. In order to re-establish his belief in living, he sent him to Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. They were brothers. Under Arya's careful care, Gu Jiaoshi didn't want to die, because he began to fear death more. Because of this, Jun Changxiao felt that he had done a good deed of boundless virtue. Thank you so much. Later, Gu Jiaoshi sacrificed himself to save Gosheng. Although he was reborn, he lost part of his memory, including the fear of being dominated by Arya. It was okay. The best way to deal with amnesia patients was to take them to revisit old places, or to experience what they had experienced before. They would definitely get better slowly. The word slowly was removed. Because under the second soul training, Gu Jiaoshi not only remembered the past, but also remembered that he had been reborn several times and had sneaked into a female bathhouse when he was 3 or 4 years old. More importantly, he remembered Jun Changxiao. That face, that voice, wasn't it the patriarch of the Sect of all times who was standing at the gate just now? It was him. He was the brother that he always missed. So, in the future, if you see cliché plots such as falling into the sea, car accident, or amnesia, please send the male and female protagonists to the Sect of all times as soon as possible. Arya's illness would definitely be cured after a course of treatment. Under the setback and stimulation of the soul, the missing memory would be restored. The annual cliché drama of brothers recognizing each other would be staged. Readers, please bring your own onions and tissues. However, Jun Changxiao, who was standing in the monitoring room, said coldly, "It's useless to call him brother. Train him hard." Gosheng thought that this guy was begging for mercy. "You hit my disciple. Just apologize. Why do you need the police? Torture with all your might." Sizzle. Z, 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 Z. Drops of wax splashed on Gu Jiaoshi's body. The pain of hurting the soul instantly shrouded his sense of perception. He couldn't form words to say his identity and could only howl in pain and misery. The first experience was worse than death. After experiencing it for the second time, the pain was even more intense than before. The reason was that Jun Changxia's cultivation was constantly improving, and Arya's training skills were becoming more and more proficient. For example, the wax stripping this time had undergone many improvements. It was absolutely guaranteed that the patient would feel good to the deepest part of their soul. Zzz. Aha! Screams echoed throughout the prison. Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu sat on small stools and sipped their tea leisurely. The expression on their faces gradually changed, and they said, "This sound, it's so comfortable." Before he came in, Gu Zhaoxi was extremely arrogant, and fully displayed his fearless character. After 2 hours of torture, the shadow in his heart from his previous life gradually expanded. He really wanted to live on. After another round of soul-destroying training, Gu Zhaoxi's eyelids suddenly rolled up, and his body twitched as he fainted. "Master." Arya stopped and said, "This guy has fainted. When he wakes up, continue to torture him." He had bullied Li Qingyang and Xiao Zuiji in the demonic mist forest, and in the end, he had been expelled from the sect. Since this young man dared to beat up a disciple in his own territory, he would definitely bring him eternal pain. Anya was ruthless, but Goxing was even more ruthless. Yes. Arya's eyes flashed with excitement. The quality of this new prisoner's soul was not bad. It was similar to the tattooed man who was sent here with handcuffs and shackles. Next, he could properly use the newly invented 36 forms of training. After Jun Changshao left the monitoring room, he came to the drizzle hall and asked, during this time, "Is there any news about Gu Zhaoxi?" "No." Li Luoqiu said, "It seems like he disappeared. Continue to look for him. Once you have any news, inform me immediately." "Yes." Li Luoqiu asked curiously, "Patriarch, why do you care so much about this traitor called Gu Zhaoxi?" "Because," Jun Changshao looked out of the window. His thoughts returned to the scene outside the Starry Sky Fortress more than 10 years ago. Sad tears gathered at the corners of his eyes. He said in a serious tone, "He is my life and death brother." The system complained, "You didn't kill him. This doesn't make sense." In the prison, Gu Zhaoxi, who had just woken up, was being trained again. The sound of a pig being slaughtered echoed throughout the prison, causing Pei Sili, who was on the first floor, to tremble. He held in his heart, "Jun Patriarch, I was wrong. I won't trick you again." Because he had experienced Arya's torture, he could understand the pain of the victim. Every time he heard the sound of the whip and wax stripping, he felt as if he was there. What was this? That's right, psychological trauma. The 36 forms of training was too brutal, so there was no need to describe it. In short, in the following days, Gu Zhaoxi experienced nothing more than screaming, fainting, waking up, and screaming again. This method of not giving him a chance to breathe naturally made it difficult for him to prove his identity. He could only endure it over and over again, creating a strong fear of death. During this period, Jun Changshao would occasionally come over to take a look. However, he spent most of his time on the development of the faction and his own cultivation. Ding! Epic mission activated. A month later, when Jun Changshao walked out of the space-time arcane realm again, a notification sounded in his ears. He grinned and said, "After tireless efforts, have I finally reached the limit of the third transformation?" Bull****. The system roared, "Most of it is still the experience talisman." Yes. During this period, Goxing had been working hard on his cultivation. However, the real reason why he had reached the limit of the third transformation and triggered the mission was because of the experience talisman. Therefore, it was not yet time to be eliminated or replaced. Swoosh! He pulled open the data panel and clicked on the mission details. Upper Realm Epic Mission 3. Mission details: the higher-ups and disciples of the faction must complete the designated faction mission within 3 months. Mission training: 110 high-star missions, 22,100 medium-star missions, 126010000 low-star missions, 8 hall-exclusive missions. Mission failure: not completed within the specified time. Mission reward? After reading the introduction, Jun Changshao fell into a short silence and said, "It doesn't seem difficult." "It's not that difficult." The system said, "The key is that when Li Qingyang and the others went out for training, the demonic fog demon king was suddenly unsealed. This means that someone is secretly targeting the sect of all times. If you let the disciples do the mission now, I'm afraid they will encounter trouble." Jun Changxiao frowned, anger flashing in his eyes. Since the demonic fog forest incident, he had ordered that other than the simple missions that were not too far away, other missions would be suspended for fear of being plotted against. Damn it. Goshen clenched his fist tightly and said, the feeling of being targeted is really unpleasant. Even if he was unhappy, there was nothing he could do, because the other party was hiding in the dark and there was no way to find them. He could only be passive. Patriarch. At this moment, Zhao Daodu's telepathic voice rang in his ears, come to the pagoda of confinement quickly. On the first floor of the prison. Gu Zhaoxi was hung in the air in a U shape. His tattered clothes had traces of whipping and wax dripping on them. His whole face was so distorted that even his own mother would not be able to recognize him. 30 days of training had turned him into something that was neither human nor ghost. Daodu. Arya stood beside him, holding the soul-subduing whip in one hand and holding her chin in the other. She said, why does the tattoo on this guy's back look a little familiar? Zhao Daodu observed carefully and said, it is indeed very familiar. Gu Zhaoxi was still conscious, but the erosion of his soul made him unable to speak. He could only roar in his heart, why is your memory worse than mine? Informed the patriarch. Okay. Not long after, Jun Changxiao came to the monitoring room. Master, come and take a look. The tattoo on this guy's body looks a little familiar. Tattoo? Jun Changxiao immediately narrowed his eyes and saw the strange tattoo on Gu Zhaoxi's back. He was stunned on the spot and blurted out, brother, it's you. Appearances could change. Tattoos could not change. Therefore, this was the best proof of identity. Hearing Jun Changxiao shout brother, it's you, Gu Zhaoxi could not control his emotions. Bean-sized tears flowed down his cheeks and he held in his heart, which bastard bought me these clothes? I was tortured for a whole month before they were torn. Gu Zhaoxi revealed his tattoo and finally proved his identity. It had to be said that the quality of the clothes was really good. It had withstood 30 days of whipping before it was torn. If it was the same as Hall Master Z's, as the reader said, he would have to spend the rest of his life in prison. Arya. Jun Changxiao hurriedly said, untie him quickly. Whoosh. The rope was immediately loosened, and Gu Zhaoxi fell to the ground with a bang. His whole face was much more ferocious. Brother. Jun Changxiao hurriedly ran over and then helped him up. He gave him the most sincere hug between men and said, why didn't you say so earlier? Gu Zhaoxi almost vomited blood. He also wanted to say it, but he didn't give him a chance at all. I remember now. Arya slapped her forehead and said, this person is the tattooed man who wanted to die earlier. Yes, yes. Zhao Daodu clapped and said, I remember too. The two finally remembered the familiar tattoo, but it seemed a little late because Gu Zhaoxi had been tortured until he was neither human nor ghost. In the end, he fainted in Gosheng's arms. Brother! Jun Changxiao cried out in grief. Rose of Flowers, who had just walked in, happened to see it. She thought to herself, why does my husband care so much about a man? In the medical hall. Sun Bukong, who was dressed as a doctor, walked out of the room. He then took off his mask and shook his head helplessly. He's dying? Jun Changxiao, who was waiting outside, changed his expression greatly. Sun Bukong said, his body and soul have suffered serious setbacks. Even if he is lucky enough to survive, it will be difficult for him to practice martial arts in the future. He might even fall into a deep sleep forever. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and Jun Changxiao was stunned on the spot. It was not easy to reunite with his life and death brother. He originally thought that with his assistance, the sect would be like a tiger with wings, but in the end, he was in a vegetative state. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Jun Changxiao squatted down and held his head as he blamed himself. I should have known that Shi Zhaoxi would be Gu Zhaoxi in reverse. Patriarch. Sun Bukong said, you need to give up the treatment. A professional doctor would have to endure a great deal of pain to say this sentence because if he couldn't save the patient, that would be a sign of incompetence. Jun Changxiao did not reply. Instead, he walked into the resuscitation room and looked at Gu Zhaoxi, who was lying on the bed with tubes inserted and an oxygen mask covering his mouth and nose. He sorrowfully said, brother, I'm sorry. Don't ask where the medical equipment came from. If you ask, it's from the system store. After a month of torture, Gu Xiaoxi fell into a deep coma. After thinking hard, Jun Chongxiao decided to pull out the oxygen tube. Because his brother had the spirit of reincarnation, he could be reborn after death. Hanging like this was more painful than death. Brother. Jun Chongxiao sat in front of the bed and took out the green dragon crescent blade to peel the apple. He then placed it in front of the bedside table and said, "We have just met and we have to part again. I hope we can meet again in our next life." At this time, if Gu Xiaoxi could think and speak, he would definitely pull out the oxygen mask and roar, "Never see you again." Phew. Jun Chongxiao took a deep breath and wiped the tears on his cheeks with his palm. He stood up and turned his back to the bed. "Do it." Sun Bukong put on the mask and walked to the bed. He reached out and took the large syringe that Li Tian handed to him. The inside of the syringe was filled with a thick dark liquid. This was the strongest poison developed by Miao Saifeng. It contained more than 3,000 kinds of toxins, so it was named 3,000 kills you. It could be seen that in order to kill Gu Xiaoxi, not only did he have to pull out the oxygen mask, but he also had to inject the poison. It could be said to be a double insurance, ensuring that he was completely cold and preventing him from dying. Patriarch. Sun Bukong raised the syringe. "Is there anything else you want to say to him?" Jun Chongxiao stood in front of the window with his back facing the bed. After trying to control his emotions, his body still trembled uncontrollably. "Brother, we will still be brothers in life and death in our next life." Every time he met Go Xing, he had to die. They were really brothers in life and death. It was better to have a short pain than a long pain. Jun Chongxiao took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "Carry out the punishment." "The system, execute?" Swoosh. Like Su Lai, Sun Bukong rushed over with the large syringe and stabbed it into Gu Xiaoxi's buttocks. Because his soul and body were at their weakest, the syringe easily penetrated. Huff huff. The lethal syringe quickly merged into the body. Ah. Ah. The unconscious Gu Xiaoxi suddenly screamed. Red spots appeared on his skin and gradually turned black. He looked extremely terrifying. Creak. Suddenly, Xianxia pushed the door open and shouted, "Patriarch, since his soul is damaged, why don't you try using the 9 transformation spirit cleansing pill?" That woke him up from his dream. Ding. Host spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained 9 transformation spirit cleansing pill X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 643800. Bang. Jun Chongxiao rushed over and kicked Sun Bukong, who was in the middle of injecting himself. The latter crashed into the wall of the resuscitation room and flew out of medical peak in an arc. It looked extremely beautiful from afar. "Brother, I'm here to save you." Live. Jun Chongxiao took off the oxygen mask and pried open Gu Xiaoxi's mouth. He threw the 9 transformation spirit cleansing pill inside and closed it. He raised his fist and began to attack wildly. Under the violent attack, this brother's mouth caved in. The pill inside melted after contact with his saliva, forming wisps of energy that entered his body and quickly surged into his mind and into the deepest part of his soul. This method of feeding medicine could only be described as super hardcore. Huff, huff. The medicine took effect instantly. Gu Xiaoxi was enveloped in light. His damaged soul was repaired and he woke up from his coma. High energy alert ahead, please prepare onions and tissues. Ah. Ah. After Gu Xiaoxi's soul was repaired, he suddenly struggled out of the bed and rolled on the ground. He let out a blood-curdling scream. A large part of his skin was rotting, as if he would turn into a zombie at any time. That was right. His soul was repaired and he was no longer in a vegetative state, it was just that, the 3,000 poisons that want your life was running rampant in his body. Hall Master Miao. Jun Chongxiao shouted, "Antidote! Antidote!" Miao Saifeng, who was playing with a venomous snake outside the resuscitation room, shook her head and said, "There's no antidote for this poison unless it's purified with the purest of energy." The purest of energy. Jun Chongxiao hurriedly called Xiaohua over and said, "Quick! Help him neutralize the poison in his body." "Okay." Xiaohua first grabbed Gu Xiaoxi, who was rolling on the ground, and then brought him outside. Then, it quickly turned into flames and hugged him. Ah! Ah! Screams sounded throughout the entire sect. The disciples who heard it felt their scalps tingle. An hour later, Gu Xiaoxi lay on the ground. His hair and clothes were all burned away. From the charred martial arts arena, it was obvious that it had lasted for a long time. Puff! White foam came out of his mouth and his limbs twitched slightly. Patriarch Sun Bukong, whose head was wrapped in bandages, put his hand on Gu Xiaoxi's pulse and said happily, "His soul has recovered and the poison in his body has been neutralized. He'll recover after resting for a while." Phew! Jun Changxiao was instantly relieved. A bright smile gradually appeared on his face. "I saved my brother's life again. P.S. The previous chapter was blocked. I'm changing it." 16 hours 57 minutes and 55 seconds under Jun Changxia's efforts, Gu Xiaoxi finally came back to life. Then he lay on the bed with bandages all over his body. His eyes looking at the ceiling were full of emptiness and dullness. His soul was tortured for a month, eroded by 3,000 strong poisons, and burned by the purest and strongest flames. The whole process was worse than death. "Brother." Jun Changxiao, who was sitting in front of the bed, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, "It is indeed a happy thing that you survived the disaster and reunited with your brother. But you can't always cry." Gu Xiaoxi raised his hand weakly and pointed to the door. He said in a hoarse voice from his throat, "Let me be alone for a while. I want to be alone." Who is Jingjing? God, please come and save me. Although Gu Xiaoxi had experienced a lot of torture, after all, he had a good foundation. He recovered after only half a month of recuperation. Because he didn't die, he didn't become stronger after his injury was healed. His fear of death was even stronger. Especially when he dreamed of Arya, he woke up from the dream and was sweating profusely. It tortured him like a nightmare for several days before he gradually got better. "Brother." One day, Jun Changxiao specially held a banquet in his residence and said, "You and I have not seen each other for more than 10 years in the mortal world. Today, we must drink until we are drunk." "Okay." Gu Zhaoxi said straightforwardly. "Anyo." Jun Changxiao said, "Sit down." "Yes." Yi Xingchen sat down, and a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. This time, he was ordered by the patriarch to entertain the guests. His only purpose was to let them drink to their heart's content. Jun Changxiao held the wine and said, "Cheers for our reunion." "Come." Gu Zhaoxi stood up, then raised his head and drank a bowl of wine. He praised, "Good wine. Brother, you are an expert." "Not bad, not bad. This disciple of mine is nicknamed the Supreme of the Way of Wine. You can take the opportunity to compete." "Oh?" Surprise flashed across Gu Zhaoxi's eyes. Yi Xingchen stood up and coldly brought over a jar of wine. He said, "It's troublesome to use a bowl. Why don't we use a jar?" This, Gu Zhaoxi was suddenly put in a difficult position. "Of course." Yi Xingchen added, "You're a guest, so do as you please." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the wine jug with a single hand and gulped it down in large mouthfuls, and his appearance was indescribably forthright and unrestrained. "Amazing!" Gu Zhaoxi exclaimed. "Boom!" He put down the wine jug. Yi Xingchen smirked as if to say, "I can't beat you in a fight, but how can I beat you in drinking? Anyo, you're getting carried away. Come." At this time, Gu Zhaoxi took a jar of wine from the side and gulped it down. Soon, he finished it all. Then, he placed 2 more jars on the table as if he had not had enough. Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. This was an entire jug of drunken dreams, and it had been improved by Lan Kong many times. Even the alcoholic demon couldn't withstand it. After drinking it, not only was his brother fine, he even looked more energetic, an expert. Yi Xingchen frowned. Boom. Boom. He placed the 2 jugs of wine on the table and said, "Come. Please." Gu Zhaoxi stepped on the chair with one foot and waved his hand to throw the 2 jugs into the air. The wine flowed together like a waterfall, and then he gulped it down. Yi Xingchen's expression suddenly became interesting. This was an expert. Half an hour later, Gu Zhaoxi walked out of the hall and adjusted his collar before he left. The camera shifted and looked inside. Anya was at the bottom of the table and had one hand on the empty jug. He spoke in a daze. I can still drink. I am not drunk. At the same location, Yuan Gongzi Koed Hall Master Bai, and Gu Zhaoxi Koed Yi Xingchen. Sigh. Jun Chongxiao walked out and shook his head. What a disgrace. He couldn't win in a fight or a drink. Anya was completely defeated. But he didn't admit defeat. He stood up with difficulty and walked down the Dragon Head Peak while mumbling, I am not drunk. I am not drunk. N? In the Grand Hall of the Spirit Beast Peak, the Purple King, who was discussing important matters, frowned and looked towards the door. He saw a staggering figure walking over. Not good. Elder Niu's expression changed. He is here. He is here again. Everyone on alert. No. Everyone on alert. After a round of drinking, Gu Zhaoxi finally walked out of his psychological shadow. But the next day, he hurriedly looked for Jun Chongxiao to talk business. Brother, do you have a grudge with Empress Lingyao? Yes. Not to mention the incident with Yi Xingchen, she had taken care of him many times in the dimensional battlefield, so they could be considered enemies. I see. Gu Zhaoxi slapped his forehead. No wonder that woman asked me to be a spy in your sect. Spy? Jun Chongxiao asked, what do you mean? Gu Zhaoxi hurriedly told him about the agreement between him and Empress Lingyao. He didn't care about the spirit of the agreement. He would definitely tell the truth and not hide anything. After all, they were sworn brothers. After knowing the whole story, Jun Chongxiao's eyes gradually turned cold. Because the sect had a system restriction, he wasn't afraid of others sending spies. But Empress Lingyao must have some sinister motives for doing so. Wait, this woman was from the Realm Hall, and the demonic fog forest was set up by the Realm Hall. Could the Demon King suddenly breaking the seal have something to do with her? The system said, the possibility is very high. I understand. Jun Chongxiao said. Empress Lingyao has a grudge with Anyo, so she took the opportunity to break the seal and get rid of him. Damn it. She is indeed a scheming woman. Brother. Jun Chongxiao asked, how do you communicate with each other? Gu Zhaoxi shook his head. She only asked me to join the sect of all times. That simple? Jun Chongxiao fell silent. The system said, a scheming woman wouldn't tell your brother more. Who knows what new instructions she might have in the future. That's right. Jun Chongxiao rubbed his chin. Since she sent a spy, then let's do as she wishes. Brother. Are you willing to become a member of the sect of all times? Gu Zhaoxi was quite reluctant at first, but he had to come because of the agreement. Now that he had recovered his memory and knew that his brother was the one who built the sect, he had no objections. However, he said bitterly, brother, I'm a traitor. If I join your sect, I'll bring endless trouble. Jun Chongxiao put a hand on his shoulder. Brother, have you forgotten what I said in the 9 levels of hell? What he said, Gu Zhaoxi tried hard to recall, and suddenly realized. Yes, you're a traitor too. So, Jun Chongxiao said, join my sect. Let's work together and turn the upper realm upside down, so that the realm hall will never have a day of peace. Okay. Gu Zhaoxi said generously. Jun Chongxiao took out the entry form, went through the procedures, and stamped it. At this point, the sect of all times had another powerful member, and he was a brother of life and death. He could only wait and see what kind of trouble he would bring to the upper realm in the future. The next day, Jun Chongxiao called the disciples over and introduced Gu Zhaoxi in detail. It turned out that this young man was the brother of the patriarch. According to seniority, was it not? Greetings, Masters Junior. The disciples shouted in unison. When he was in the Iron Bone sect, the original owner had 2 senior brothers, but because they left the sect never had a Masters Junior. Gu Zhaoxi's arrival filled the gap in this aspect. In fact, the black and white Rakshasas were also considered senior brothers, but because they were guardians, the disciples usually addressed them respectfully by their positions. Brother, what's your current strength? 8 transformation Dan. That's good. The sect has many missions recently. I'll have to trouble you and the two guardians to help them complete them. Okay. Gu Zhaoxi was definitely much stronger than the black and white Rakshasas at the 8 transformation dance stage, so this time, he had undoubtedly increased the strength of the sect of all times. Of course. How could a patriarch be left behind, so Jun Changxiao asked this little brother to assist his disciple in completing the sect's mission, so that he could reach a higher level as soon as possible. The so-called assistance did not mean helping them complete the mission. After all, the disciple's mission required the disciple to complete it. Gu Zhaoxi could only be responsible for his safety, so that he would not be schemed against. Empress Ling Yao. Jun Changxiao sat in his study, his fingers twirling a brush. Since you dare to play tricks, if I don't return the favor, how can I survive in the future? At first, Go Leftover wanted to develop his strength in a wretched manner. When he had enough cultivation and strength, he would settle the grudge between his disciple and that woman. Now that the other party had made a move first, he would definitely accompany her to the end. Hall Master Li, Jun Changxiao ordered, gather all information about Empress Ling Yao. Yes. Li Luoqiu hurriedly went to work. It was a little difficult for her to investigate Gu Zhaoxi. After all, he was someone who lived in the dark. Empress Ling Yao was different. After all, on the surface, even if she could not find the core information, she could at least gain something. Playing tricks. Jun Changxiao walked out of the hall and looked into the distance. I can do it too. It could be said that Gu Zhaoxi's arrival had officially opened the curtains to the battle between the shameless man and the scheming woman. In the dark forest, the 5 strongest disciples of the sect of all times walked in step by step. But when they saw the monsters on the ground and the blood flowing into a river, their expressions became interesting. Hey! Gu Zhaoxi sat on a mountain of corpses and took a bite of an apple. I've taken care of these guys. I'll leave the mission target to you guys. Doing a mission was like going through a dungeon. They had to clear out the monsters. Now that he had taken care of them, it was like going straight to the dungeon boss. This was assistance. Wasn't it hardcore enough? Li Qingyang hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Martial Uncle. Don't talk so much nonsense. Hurry up and get rid of that guy." I'm still waiting to go back and eat Luer's fried rice, Gu Zhaoxi said impatiently. The soul whipping, the corrosion of the poison, and the burning of the flames made him experience endless pain and fear of death. Lu Wancher's cooking also made him realize that living was such a happy thing. With the spirit of samsara, Gu Zhaoxi would become stronger every time he died, so he had never been afraid of death and had always wanted to seek it. But in just a few days after coming to the sect of all times, he had become infatuated with life and was even filled with confidence for the future. This really was Gosheng, deception. With hardcore's help, Li Qingyang and the others did not need to fight the small monsters. So, they went straight to the boss area and killed it. Then, they returned to the sect to turn in the quest. Ding! Disciples Lu Qianxian and Li Qingyang have completed the sect quest and received 100 contribution points, 100 achievement points, and 10 reputation points. After hearing the notification, a smile appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. With Gu Zhaoxi in charge of all aspects of protection, the disciples were very safe doing the high-star quests. So, this epic quest was not too difficult. It just took a bit of time. Can I break through to the 5th class advancement? Considering the fact that he had jumped from the 1st class advancement to the 3rd class advancement, Jun Changxiao really wanted to jump levels again. That way, breaking through to the 9th class advancement would be just around the corner. Don't be silent. Come, hurry up and heal me. The system was forced to say, "Host, you're thinking too much." With the help of Gu Zhaoxi and Black and White Rakshasa, the disciples really did not have any difficulty doing the quests. So, their completion rate kept increasing and they reached the goal in just a month. However, the epic quest would only be completed after 3 months. Okay. Jun Changxiao said helplessly, "You're just as bad as always." Although the requirements for the epic quest had been met, the sect's quests were refreshed every once in a while. The disciples still continued to do them. After all, they would be rewarded with contribution points and achievement points. During this period, the first thing Xianxia did every day was to go to the drizzle hall and ask about Empress Xianxia. Patriarch Li Luoqiu said, "This woman is not simple." "How is she not simple?" "It has only been a few thousand years since she ascended from the falling star continent. Not only did she break through to the 9th class advancement, but she also became a member of the Realm Hall." "Is it that fast to break through to the 9th class advancement in a few thousand years?" Jun Changxiao, who had leveled up through cheating, had never felt that it was difficult to break through. He even thought that if the bomb was set to explode in 1,000 years, he could definitely surpass his master and become the supreme ruler. Li Luoqiu said, "According to the information I received, Empress Xianxia disappeared for a period of time after ascending to the upper realm. When she reappeared, she was already at the 9th class of the Dan transformation stage. The interval was only 100 years. "Oh?" Jun Changxiao's eyes flashed with surprise. Breaking through to the 9th class in a few thousand years was not something to brag about. However, if it was only 100 years, it was a little impressive. The reason? No one knows. Jun Changxiao put his fingers together and said, "Could it be that she had a fortuitous encounter?" "That's not the point." Li Luoqiu said seriously, "The point is, someone without any background actually holds a position in the Realm Hall." "Yes." Jun Changxiao said, "This woman is not simple. There were many strong martial artists in the upper realm, but those who could enter the Realm Hall could be counted on one hand. It was a little unbelievable that someone from the lower realm could hold a position there. Where does that woman live?" "Xianxia Wonderland." "Damn." Jun Changxiao's eyes widened and said, "This woman has her own small independent world." Ever since the friendly visit from the 10,000 races, Goxing had a rough understanding that there were many small independent worlds in the upper realm. The highest standard was the domain, followed by the realm. If there was a difference, it would be that a domain could hold an entire race, while a realm could hold a city at most. Although it was a little small. However, there were only a few martial artists in the upper realm who were qualified to obtain a realm. For example, Zhenren Tonggu, his status and strength were very high, but the extreme cave abode he lived in was just classified as a paradise. Patriarch Li Luoqiu said, "This Empress Xianxia, there must be someone behind her. To be able to break through in such a short time, enter the Realm Hall, and even have an independent realm, who would believe that she does not have a big backer?" Jun Changxiao said. "So." Li Luoqiu said, "This woman is very dangerous, you must be careful when you fight with her, or you will easily be tricked." "Very dangerous?" Jun Changxiao rubbed his nose and smiled confidently. "More dangerous than me?" Thinking of all the things this guy had done along the way, Li Luoqiu answered, "I don't know if the Patriarch is dangerous, but I know that whoever provokes the Patriarch will be in danger." There was nothing wrong with that. "Where is the Xianxia Wonderland?" Jun Changxiao asked. Now that he knew the woman's home address, he would definitely pay her a visit if he had the chance. After all, as a Huaxian, it was impolite not to reciprocate. Northwest. Jun Changxiao was speechless. His home was southeast, and hers was northwest. It was a little far. The system said, "Host, are you planning to fall out with Empress Xianxia now?" "What else?" The other party had started to send spies. If he did not fight back, would he still be a man? "The difference in strength is too great, you can't win at all." The system said. Jun Changxiao nodded and said, "Please, to deal with an enemy like this, I must rely on my intelligence." "Do you have that, host?" Scram. Jun Changxiao could not be bothered with it, then leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to think. He said to himself, "If only I had another soul bomb, I could throw it directly into the Xianxia Wonderland." Hee. The system said, "This is intelligence suppression?" The number of missions set by Shirtu in the upper realm had been completed, but because there was a settlement date, Jun Changxiao could only wait while thinking about how to scheme against Empress Xianxia. New missions were refreshed at fixed intervals, and the disciples continued to do them alone or in groups while they were cultivating. After all, they would be rewarded after completion. Patriarch Li Qingyang said, "The martial arts resources in the vending machine can no longer bring benefits to the disciples. Sect missions were actually disciples' missions, and after completion, they would be rewarded with corresponding contribution points to purchase items in the personal store. However, since they had not been upgraded after coming to the upper realm, they were almost non-existent. No rush, no rush. Xianxia said, let everyone save their contribution points first. When the version is upgraded, it will definitely come in handy. Because the disciple store had not been upgraded, he could only let everyone save their contribution points first, and when the version was upgraded, they could squander them as much as they wanted. Stupid author, hurry up and upgrade it. Sorry. The system said, the disciple store requires the host to spend contribution points, achievement points, or reputation points to upgrade. Xianxia roared, does this upper realm system have a function that doesn't cost money? Yes, it will be refreshed 5 times a month for free. The disciple store was still in the lower realm, and the items sold there could not keep up with the times. The new pills were not fully provided, so the only way was to upgrade it. With the new upper realm system, it was really difficult to do anything without money. However, the only fortunate thing was that the disciple store could be upgraded with achievement points, and there was no need to use contribution points or reputation points. Sigh. Xianxia shook his head and said, I thought achievement points were worthless, but it turns out that they were waiting for this. The system said, to be exact, the upper realm system pays more attention to sect missions, not only to the purchase of goods after completion, but also to let them participate in the construction of the sect, and then benefit themselves. That makes sense. In the lower realm, when sect missions appeared, it was nothing more than earning achievement points to upgrade the sect, and thus gain more functions. However, the activation condition had to be full, so the disciples had a long blank period. Now that the new sect missions would be refreshed at a fixed time, it seemed to mean that they would never be completed. This undoubtedly required the disciples to work hard at all times, and then accumulate more achievement points. In the lower realm, a sect might be able to rely on cheats to carry it forward, but in the upper realm, everyone would need to work together. How much does it cost to upgrade the disciple store? 10 million. Xianxia face-bombed and said, the achievement value and contribution value systems have both collapsed. The system said, if the host thinks it's too much, you can use 10,000 reputation points instead. Scram. Xianxia roared. Because the disciples' merchant shop required achievement points to level up, Xianxia ordered that as long as they had time, they must complete missions. He even considered whether or not to set a monthly mission completion quota. What are you thinking about? Rows of flowers came in from outside. Xianxia came back to his senses. Just as he was about to speak, he heard her say, I knocked on the door, but you didn't hear me. All right then. Gosheng had no choice but to swallow the words, why didn't you knock before coming in, and said, I was thinking about whether or not I should let my disciples complete enough missions every month. Has my husband finally figured it out? Figured what out? Xianxia was dumbfounded. Rows of Flowers said, during my time in the sect of all times, I didn't feel like a sect, but more like a big family. That's right. Xianxia said proudly, that's what I'm happy to see. Whether it was the former Iron Bone or the current sect of all times, he had never treated it as a force. He had always treated it as a family. He was the parent, and his disciples were the children. He would take care of them as they grew up. Rows of Flowers said, in this cruel world, disciples need to adapt to the harsh environment, and have the courage to spread their wings and soar into the sky. They shouldn't always stay at home and live a life of being fed. What are you trying to say? Xianxia frowned and said. Rows of Flowers walked over and said, are you interested in learning about my past? Not interested. Xianxia said. You don't mean what you say. Rows of Flowers took another step forward. Regardless of whether the other party agreed or not, she directly used the Soul Race's secret technique to fuse with him. It's coming, Lord Rose. This time, the two of them fused. Xianxia's hair did not turn green. Instead, his soul seemed to pass through layers of space and was placed in a dark place similar to a cliff. There were many children about 10 years old fighting with all their might inside. They were not strong, but they fought very crazily. There was a high platform in the central area with a lot of food placed on it, indicating that only those who rushed over could get it. Jun Changxiao turned into a soul and stood where he was, watching as a bystander. Until he found a girl with disheveled hair in a corner. Although she was not tall and still had a childishness, she looked very similar to Rose of Flowers. So, he blurted out, her daughter? That's when I was young. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched and said, you brought me to your childhood memories? Yes. Jun Changxiao was speechless. If you want to play memory killing, why do you have to bring me along? The system said, this chapter is going to be lame again. Jun Changxiao kept staring at the young Rose of Flowers who seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. He said, it feels like there is not much difference between childhood and adulthood. Boom. Boom. The teenagers had gone crazy for the food. They fought for a long time inside and only stopped when they were exhausted. Is there still no winner? A cold voice came from above. Then we can only wait for tomorrow. Whoosh. The food on the stone platform disappeared into thin air. Then, the memory fast-forwarded. Jun Changxiao was still standing in the same place. The teenagers were fighting in the dark place. Although some of them occasionally got food, most of them were starving. It's too cruel. If we can't survive here, how can we face the crueler reality? Okay. Jun Changxiao said, why do you keep standing in the corner? Because I'm not hungry. This reason made Gosheng unable to refute. However, after a few more battles, the young Rose of Flowers finally made a move. Although she was one of the few girls in the experience, she was more ruthless than boys of the same age. She could easily poke the eyes, kick the crotch, and other means. Gosheng felt a chill down his spine. He said to himself, I have to be careful, lest she plot against me. Because the young Rose of Flowers was extremely strong, she won the final victory in the fight for food. Next. The memory fast-forwarded again. As long as she participated in the battle, it would end in victory. Whoosh. In order not to use memory killing to make up the number of words, the Rose of Flowers separated from Jun Changxiao's body. The latter immediately returned to reality. After a short silence, he asked, how long have you been there? A year. What if you can't get food? Die. Jun Changxiao fell into a short silence again. Then, he turned to look at her and said, you asked me to look at your memories. Are you telling me that people have to experience cruel torture to live in this world? Natural selection, the survival of the fittest. This is an eternal law. Husband, you care too much about your disciples. You're worried that they will encounter danger. But if they don't experience wind and rain, how can they grow up in the upper realm? You just asked me if I want my disciples to complete a certain number of tasks every month. I believe that after looking at my childhood memories, you should already have the answer in your heart. I have. Jun Changxiao said seriously. A smile appeared on the Rose of Flowers' face. However, Jun Changxiao paused and said, I won't train my disciples in the way you soul race do, because it's not only in desperate situations that they can really grow up. In fact, there are many gentle ways to achieve the same effect. The Rose of Flowers said, I'm just letting my husband refer to it. After saying that, she turned and left. Wait a minute. Jun Changxiao stopped her. After pausing for a long time, he said, actually, you were quite cute when you were young. The Rose of Flowers was stunned at the door. After a while, she looked back and said with a smile, husband, are you praising me? Where was he? Where was he? Jun Changxiao had disappeared from the study. He was in the hall, covering his red face and roaring in his heart, how could I say such shameful words? Because she had experienced things that others had never experienced in her childhood, she became the Rose Queen who fought everywhere. The disciples of the sect of all times were the opposite. They had never experienced the experience of killing for food. They were lucky enough to join the sect of all times before and after they came into contact with martial arts. They could enjoy all kinds of martial arts resources and even become a family. Rose of Flowers was very envious, but she also knew that if they were always under her husband's protection, they would be a group of children who had never experienced wind and rain. They would not dare to spread their wings and soar in the sky alone. How could Jun Changxiao not understand this woman's intentions? However, the sect of all times would not be like the soul race. In order to become stronger, or even to become cruel, they had to undergo inhuman training. It was not that Gosheng spoiled his disciples too much, but it was also possible to change the situation. For example, in the life and death secret realm, although failure would not lead to death, the experience could still be achieved. Moreover, that woman's real intention was to let him understand that in order to survive in this cruel world, everyone had to work hard. Pass down the order. Xianxia said, the outer sect disciples must complete 10 low-star missions, the inner sect disciples must complete 5 mid-star missions, and the core disciples must complete 1 high-star mission. Yes. Old Gu, who was in charge of the mission pavilion, immediately went to work. After the news spread throughout the sect, the disciples would do missions throughout their entire martial arts career. In the past, it was almost Xianxia who carried the sect alone. When they devoted themselves to the sect's missions, it was equivalent to everyone carrying the sect together. Gosheng was no longer alone. Behind him, there were 100,000 disciples. What a pity. The system complained, the host does not have a higher life and death secret realm for the disciples to experience more cruel training. Xianxia said indifferently, as long as they can complete the sect's missions on time, they will accumulate more contribution points over time. When the time comes, what can't they farm? What can't they buy? Heh. The system said, your wife even enlightened you. At the mention of rows of flowers, Gosheng thought of the childhood memories he had seen earlier. He thought to himself, is this her childhood trauma? If this is a childhood trauma, as her husband, shouldn't you go and make up for the trauma in her heart and give her a brighter and better future? The system said. Xianxia fell silent. Don't walk further and further down the path of being a scumbag. Men should be responsible, the system said again. F***ck. Xianxia said, do you think your elder way? Dark night. Rows of flowers leaned against the window and looked up at the bright starry sky. Her thoughts returned to the memories of her childhood in the land of darkness. Xianxia had only seen a small portion of them. He did not even know that the youths who were competing for food were actually from the same clan. Many of them were related by blood. In order to survive, they had to fight. The next day, after washing up, Rows of Flowers pushed the door open and walked out. As a result, she saw a bouquet of roses at her feet. Her expression was suddenly stunned. What do you mean? She looked up and asked. Xianxia, who was lying on the side room, said lazily, I saw that when you were young, you used your body to protect a rose that grew in a crack in the stone. I thought you liked it very much, so I just catered to your interests. There's no other meaning. You even noticed such a small detail? Rows of Flowers laughed. Swoosh. Xianxia jumped down from the roof, then put his hands in his trouser pockets and strode away. Xianxia. Rows of Flowers shouted, you're a patriarch. Giving me 1 flower is too stingy. TSK, Xianxia curled his lips and said, do you want me to plant a courtyard of roses for you? That works too. In your dreams. That day, Sun Bukong led his members to search the medical hall. As a result, after searching for half a day, they still could not find the rose seed. In the end, they could only ask the people of the Drizzle Hall to buy it outside. Because of the patriarch's order, the disciples were more active in doing missions. So, every day, there were people accepting and completing missions. Everyone picked up firewood and made a big fire. Contribution points and achievement points also slowly increased. Ding! The medical hall has successfully planted 5 million purple phoenix glazed jade grass. Hall exclusive missions have been completed. 1,000 contribution points, 1,000 achievement points, 100 reputation points. Damn. Xianxia said in surprise, the rewards are high. It was high, but the hall exclusive missions that appeared on the mission board were limited. It was destined to be difficult to do them every day. However, in the past month, the disciples had completed many missions. Almost everyone had done them. The contribution points and achievement points obtained were about 1 million. 1 million a month, 10 million a year. Xianxia counted with his fingers and almost fainted from happiness. The system broke down and said, why do I feel like there's something wrong with the host's mathematics? Creak. 2 months later, Rows of Flowers opened the door and walked out. The roses planted around were in full bloom. The breeze blew and the fragrance of the flowers filled the air. It could be said to be intoxicating. She liked this plant. He had planted it all over the courtyard. What was this? That's right, a typical extravagance and waste. Fortunately, Yuan Gongzi was running the elixir store in Linyuan City. Otherwise, he would definitely record it in the accounts. The patriarch did not hesitate to use a lot of manpower and material resources to win his wife's favor. Jun Changxiao, who was standing at the entrance of the courtyard, said, "Are you satisfied now?" Rose of Flowers said, "Why are you suddenly so good to me?" "Because you are a member of the sect of all times. As the patriarch, I must give you a bright future. This is called responsibility, this is called responsibility," Jun Changxiao said. The system broke down and said, "Some words come out of his mouth. Why do they sound so straightforward?" Pfft. Rose of Flowers covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "So childish." Damn, he did not hesitate to use the nourishing soil and let Paige help to plant a courtyard of roses for her. She actually said that he was childish. Good intentions were treated as ill intent. But Rose of Flowers walked over and said with a smile, "I like it very much." She was a bit shorter than Jun Changxiao, so she looked very petite in front of him. "Can I hug you?" Ding. Epic mission completed, entering the settlement period. Ding. The upper echelons and disciples of the sect must complete the designated sect mission within 3 months and meet the defined conditions. Epic mission completed, completion rate 500%. The host will receive 2 million contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 564,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Epic Mission 3 of the Upper Realm version. The host has received the right to purchase the high-grade Life and Death Secret Realm X1, the right to purchase the 4 pieces of Bahuan Tianyin X1, the upgrade of the Sex Function X1, and the modification stone of Unstoppable Blade X1. A series of notifications rang in his ears, and Jun Changxiao was stunned on the spot. The epic mission had reached the target a month ago, but the disciples and the various halls were still doing it. Therefore, the hidden completion rate kept increasing, and the final settlement was as high as 500%. This was definitely a new record for an epic mission, but Sure Air was given 1 million for 200% completion, and Sure Air was given 2 million for 500% completion. The system explained, there must be a numerical limit in this aspect to prevent the host from using the bug to crazily earn points. Jun Changxiao's face fell. Wait a minute, why is Rose of Flowers in my arms? She actually dared to take advantage of me when I was distracted. Jun Changxiao was about to push her away when a surge of power suddenly erupted from his body. The 2 energy cores in his dantian rapidly underwent a huge change, and an endless amount of power enveloped his body, making him feel a little lightheaded. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to the 4th transformation core realm. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to the 5th transformation core realm. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to the 6th transformation core realm. F*CK. The readers who were present at the scene exclaimed in unison, the system's poisonous milk just now was really huge. After completing the epic quest, Jun Changxiao jumped 3 levels and stepped into the 6th transformation core realm, reaching the peak of the spirit transformation stage. He was only 1 step away from the soul reincarnation stage. Of course, it wasn't because of the system, but mainly because the completion rate was as high as 500%. If it had been a little longer and the disciples continued to do it, the jump in realms would have been even more terrifying. After breaking through to the 6th transformation stage, Jun Changxiao looked inside his body and found that the 2 true nuclei were more substantial than before. The surface was outlined with complex patterns, and the energy source was more explosive. This is the power of true spirit, the system said. After entering the core realm, a martial artist's spiritual energy would be upgraded to true energy. After entering the 4th transformation stage, it would transform into true spirit again. Not only would it contain powerful energy, but it would also control a higher level of the laws of heaven and earth. Comfortable? Jun Changxiao said with his eyes closed. You broke through again? Rose of Flowers looked up, her eyes full of surprise. Previously, when Jun Changxiao completed Shirer's quest and broke through, she was there, and she was very close because she had just bitten his arm. Now that he broke through again, she was also there, closer than last time because she was already in his arms. The system couldn't help but sigh. Every time the host breaks through, his wife is by his side. This is probably fate. I forgot, that woman is still taking advantage of me. Jun Changxiao gradually calmed down from his excitement, then said with a cold face, "Are you done hugging me?" Rows of flowers pressed against his chest and smiled happily. "Hugging you for a lifetime is not enough." Jun Changxiao wanted to push her away, but after raising his hand, he didn't move. Forget it, forget it. Breaking through 3 levels in a row, I'm in a good mood, let her take advantage of me. Hug me. No. Hug me. No. Although Jun Changxiao said so, his hands were showing signs of action. Enlightened, enlightened. The system said. Shua. At this moment, Gu Jiaoxi flew up to the dragon head peak and landed in the courtyard, with a face full of excitement. "Brother, you broke through." Jun Changxiao looked at him. Rows of flowers looked at him. The corner of Gu Jiaoxi's mouth twitched when he saw the two of them hugging each other. Then, he stiffly turned around and walked out with a blank look on his face. He muttered, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Shua. Jun Changxiao hurriedly pushed rows of flowers away, and then returned to his residence in embarrassment. Rows of flowers watched the guy leave in a panic. Although she was a little disappointed, a charming smile still appeared on her face. Her husband had changed a lot from being cold at the beginning to not rejecting her. Who? Who? Jun Changxiao, who had returned to his residence, leaned against the door. His entire face was flushed red. He subconsciously looked at his hands and said to himself, "The power of the readers is too strong. I can't control myself." Well done, the system said. Jun Changxiao's rise in cultivation level created a great atmosphere, but the disciples were only happy and not excited. This was because the patriarch's breakthrough was something they had long since become accustomed to. However, this was the first time Gu Jiaoxi had seen it. Especially those who had continuously improved, he was dumbfounded on the spot. "Brother! How many rounds did you advance?" 3 rounds. Gu Jiaoxi raised his thumb, and said with a voice that was close to breaking, "Awesome." With the samsara spirit, it was true that one would become stronger each time they died, but after being reborn, they would have to start all over again. The only difference was that the process would be a bit faster. As for skipping levels in the revolving core realm, and skipping 3 levels at that, he had never heard of or seen such a thing before. "Brother." Jun Changxiao patted his shoulder, and said, "As long as you follow me, you will be able to do it in the future." "I can also skip a level?" Gu Jiaoxi's eyes lit up. Jun Changxiao said confidently, "Not to mention skipping a level, even skipping to the truth realm is not a problem." "Brother." Gu Jiaoxi said, "Little brother will follow you from now on. So, you still need to help the disciples complete the Sect's missions." "No problem, leave it to me." The system was speechless. This guy doesn't seem to have any IQ. If he is sold by the host one day, he will probably have to help count the money. Don't talk about him. Jun Changxiao put his legs on the table and said, "I'm just asking if your face hurts." The system fell silent. Previously, Gosheng hoped that he could skip another level, but it said that he was thinking too much. In the end, he jumped 1 level higher than Shirer. Later on, after reading rows of flowers' childhood memories, Jun Changxiao hoped that he could use the life and death secret realm to replace it. It said that it was a pity that the host did not have a higher level, but in the end, the mission was completed and one was given. This slap to the face was resounding. "Sorry." After a while, the system said proudly, "I don't have a face, it doesn't hurt." Jun Changxiao could not be bothered with him. He then opened the shopping list and clicked on the high-grade life and death secret realm. This was no different from what he bought in the lower realm. It was nothing more than an increase in overall strength, allowing the disciples to better use it for actual combat experience. As for the price, it was 500,000. 3 months ago, Gosheng might have seriously considered whether to buy it or not, because he was indeed a little poor at that time. Now that he had more than 5 million contribution points, there was no need to think about it at all. Ding. The host has spent 500,000 contribution points and obtained a high-grade life and death secret realm X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 514,000. Sigh. Xianxia sighed with emotion. The life of the rich is so dull and tasteless. After buying the high-grade life and death secret realm, he set his sights on the 4 pieces of 8 desolate heavenly melody set. These were 4 equipment-type formulas, including armor, boots, helmet, and wrist guard respectively. The total price was 2 million contribution points. This is too expensive. The set has attribute support. You can't lose out or be cheated by buying it. Alright. Xianxia still reluctantly spent 2 million to buy it. In fact, after coming to the upper realm, the disciples had not changed their equipment. The 8 desolate heavenly melody set was just right to replace the outdated True Yang set. I have the equipment. Xianxia said to himself, only the weapon is missing. As he said that, he had already entered the spatial ring and held the crystal stone used to modify hard-to-keep blade in his hand. He said to himself, the mission gave me a modification stone. Could it be that the third form of hard-to-keep blade is no longer suitable for the upper realm? It's hard to say. The system said, after all, the host has not used this trump card since coming to the upper realm. Xianxia shook his head and said, using hard-to-keep blade means that I will face a very dangerous situation. Therefore, I prefer to keep it sealed in the spatial ring. The host has really changed. The system sighed, you are no longer as reckless as before. Hard-to-keep blade was one of Xianxia's greatest trump cards. In the past, he had used this item to court death in the lower realm and the dimensional battlefield. Now that he had come to the upper realm, he had not used it. Although Zhenren Tonggu's protection was the reason why no one dared to look for trouble, in fact, it was also because he did not take the initiative to provoke trouble. This is not a change. Xianxia said, this is growth. As he said that, he took out the reward of upgrading the sect function. After a short consideration, he finally chose the spirit pavilion that he had neglected for a long time. Ding. The spirit pavilion has been successfully upgraded to an enhanced version of the spirit pavilion. The new version of the spirit pavilion still retained the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth from the lower realm. At the same time, it was also expanded. For example, the metal element had branches such as dark gold, tempered gold, and so on. The biggest change was that it could be embedded into equipment, even including exclusive heavenly weapons, Xianxia said heroically, with a higher training ground and equipment with various special effects. Sooner or later, I will make the entire upper realm kneel at the foot of the sect of all times. The 8 desolate heavenly melody set was just a recipe, so it still needed to be refined to know how powerful it was. Xianxia lacked herbs for refining pills, but he did not lack ores. After all, he had obtained quite a lot of ores from destroying the Fuqian sect and the demonic mist forest. He could use them to refine 2 or 3 sets. Ding. Ding, in just 10 minutes, the 8 desolate heavenly melody set appeared in the spatial ring. In terms of form, it looked similar to the True Yang set, but in terms of craftsmanship, it was obviously several grades higher. Especially the breastplate, knee cover, and wrist guard had special patterns. Creak, Xianxia pushed open the door. Wearing armor and a bright red cloak, he walked out with 8 steps. Under the contrast of the set, he could be said to be handsome to a whole new level. Coincidentally, Rose of Flowers walked in and was about to report the recent internal affairs of the sect. Seeing him wearing a bright and mighty set of armor, she could not help but stop. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. How is it? Xianxia stepped on the stone bench with 1 foot, 2 fingers pointed to the sky, and put on a coquettish posture. Rose of Flowers said, hair is too much of a hindrance. Swoosh, taking out a shiny razor, she smiled sweetly and said, how about I shave it all? Xianxia broke down. This woman was too infatuated with baldness, the system said. Actually, it shows that even if the host becomes bald, he still has an unstoppable charm. That makes sense. So, shave it. Scram. The 8 desolate heavenly melody set was not bad, but the purpose of the equipment was to protect and not to be used for viewing. So, how strong the effect was needed to be tested. How to test? Very simple. Call Li Qingyang and Yi Xingchen, one wearing the set and the other not, to verify it. Main peak, martial arts practice field. The disciples gathered outside and discussed softly. Ta. At this moment, Yi Xingchen walked up. Li Qingyang was also here, and he was wearing the 8 desolate heavenly melody set. He could be said to be extraordinarily handsome and imposing. Let's begin. Jun Changxiao, who was standing in front of the main hall, said loudly. Junior brother. Li Qingyang cupped his hands and said, please. Shua. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xingchen rushed over. He could really gather the energy in his fist and use the heaven-crossing palm print. Boom, boom, boom. A short while later, Anya was put down on the ground. His expression was sluggish. Apart from He Wudi, his strength was the most outstanding among the core disciples. He had no problem fighting against second senior brother, but in the end, he was defeated after a dozen moves. This was simply too humiliating. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said excitedly, the amplification effect is much stronger than the true yang set. He was still operating his true energy. The patterns on his breastplate, knee cover, and wrist guard flickered with resplendent light and emitted an extremely desolate aura. This was one of the functions of the 8 barren heavenly sound set. As long as it merged with the user's true energy, it would greatly increase the user's strength in all aspects. In the battle just now, Li Qingyang's strength, speed, and defense were all above Yi Xingchen. Therefore, the latter was not upset at all when he was defeated after a dozen moves. However, there were disadvantages. Under the high explosive power, the consumption was also high. After a short fight, Li Qingyang clearly felt that the energy of his true core was greatly depleted. It's still acceptable, Jun Changxiao said. Battles were often decided in an instant. If a disciple was equipped with this kind of equipment that could instantly increase his combat power by 50%, he would undoubtedly have a greater advantage against the enemy. Anyo. Jun Changxiao walked down and said, I have another set here. Do you want it? Yi Xingchen, who was squatting on the stairs dejectedly, hurriedly raised his head and said without hesitation, yes. The text effect could transform him into an unparalleled god of war, but after all, it was a trump card and could not be used all the time. Therefore, he would not dislike the 8 barren heavenly sound set that increased his strength. As for the pride that was hurt just now, it did not matter anymore. If he could become stronger, he would even lie on the ground and let you trample on him. The appearance of the 8 barren heavenly sound set could be used to replace the true yang set. However, the problem was that there was a serious shortage of ores. Therefore, Jun Changxiao sent a letter to Yuan Gongzi on the same day, asking him to purchase more materials in this area. The family that deals in herbs should also deal in ores, right? Yuan Feng thought for a moment and immediately contacted them and set up a banquet at a high-end restaurant. When the family that cooperated with the elixir store received the news, they wanted to cry but had no tears because if they continued to trade ores with him, they would definitely be haggled. Boom. At the back of the mountain, Jun Changxiao set up the high-grade life and death secret realm and said loudly, from today onwards, you will have a new place to train. The eyes of the disciples burned with passion. However, Jun Changxiao added, this secret realm is more advanced than the previous one. It is also divided into several modes. You must do your best. Yes. On the same day, Li Qingyang organized the disciples to explore. They chose the easy mode. Although they passed it in the end, they were all exhausted when they came out. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi was interested and said, can I go in to train? Yes. Shua. He flew in and entered the secret realm. After a while, a loud voice resounded in the entire sect of all times, Gu Zhaoxi challenges the hell mode. Damn. Martial uncle is so fierce. Junior brother Yi also challenged the hell mode in the past. Xiao, just as the disciples were discussing, Gu Zhaoxi flew out of the whirlpool of the secret realm and then lay on the ground like a pile of mud, his legs twitching occasionally. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, take him to the medical hall. Woo-woo, in a barren area, the cold wind blew like the cries of ghosts. Ta. Ta. After a while, a short martial artist in a black robe walked out. Because of the sky and angle, it was difficult to see his face clearly. Disciple. In the sky, a figure condensed and said, "How is your cultivation?" The black-robed martial artist stopped and said, "Master, I have entered the 5th revolution of Dan realm." Ha ha ha. The figure laughed loudly and said, "When this old man brought you here, you had only just stepped into the half-step martial saint realm. In just a few short years, you've reached the 5th transformation stage. As expected of the child of the dimension. This kind of breakthrough speed is truly unprecedented and will never be surpassed. If Master did not help me awaken my bloodline, I might not have achieved what I have today." The black-robed martial artist said. "So," the figure said in a deep voice, "you have to win the 10-year agreement with Old Tong no matter what. Do not disappoint Master." Plop. The black-robed martial artist knelt on the ground and said, "I will do my best." Who? A gust of wind blew and helped him up. Disciple. The figure said, "Remember, after a person is born, their knees are only used to kneel to their parents." Yes. Let's go. Follow Master to the 10,000-foot cliff to continue cultivating. Extreme Cave Abode. After Masato Katano put down a chess piece, he said, "I heard that Gu Hongzhenren's disciple came from the lower realm and is the son of the plane. I am afraid the 10-year agreement is not good for you." "Humph," Shinran Tonggu said in disdain, "the lower realm is full of sand. Just pick one and you will be the son of the plane." "Even so," Reverend Chi said, "but you cannot deny that Reverend Longswan is more outstanding than you when it comes to grooming disciples. Perhaps an ordinary child of the plane will be groomed into a top-notch expert in just 10 years. You think I will lose? You call me over to play chess all day and don't focus on nurturing disciples. I can't imagine how you will win. Don't mention that guy. I can't teach him." When he thought about how he could not even break through to the 2nd transformation after training Jun Changxiao for 2 years, Shinran Tonggu was furious. He said in frustration, "Taking this kid as my disciple is the one thing I regret the most." Sect of all times, Dragon Spine Peak. Gu Zhaoxi sat cross-legged on his bed with a serious expression on his face. He was in a dilemma. Which martial art should he cultivate first? At this moment, there were many secret manuals placed beside him. There was the 7 mysterious sunglow break, the Radiant Heart Illumination Sutra, the Heaven Crossing Palm Print, and the major 1000th Shadow Clone Art. Previously, because he had to assist the disciples in their missions, he did not have the chance to learn the sect's martial arts. Now that Jun Changxiao had a breakthrough, he finally had some free time to instruct the disciples to do their missions appropriately. Pick whatever you want. Gu Zhaoxi closed his eyes and chose the 7 mysterious sunglow break. It seems very ordinary. He picked up the remnant scroll and began to study it. He gradually became engrossed in it. Damn. After an hour, Gu Zhaoxi said in shock, "This martial art is quite powerful." A few days later, he comprehended all 7 remnant scrolls. He stood on the peak and gathered 7 colored light with 2 fingers. He pointed it out of the mountain and dragged out a dazzling 7-colored light beam. Li Qingyang and the others raised their heads and looked at the light beam across the sky. They were shocked. 7 mysterious sunglow break? They had already cultivated this martial art in the lower realm. However, they rarely used it after coming to the upper realm because it was replaced by the Heaven Crossing Palm Print. However, now that they saw Masters Jr. use it, it was so powerful. "Brother." Jun Changxiao walked over and said in surprise, "Why is this martial art so powerful when you use it? Shouldn't a profound martial art be powerful?" Gu Zhaoxi said. Jun Changxiao said, "The 7 mysterious sunglow break is almost outdated in our sect of all times. Now, in your hands, it can unleash such power. You're really talented." "Brother, don't tease me." Gu Zhaoxi said, "You can do it too." Jun Changxiao shook his head. He communicated with the 7-colored energy between heaven and earth until the light gathered between his fingers. His face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, he could feel that the gathered energy light had undergone a drastic change from before. "That's not right," He hadn't comprehended the 7 profound sunglow break for the past few years, so why was the condensed light beam so powerful? Was it because his cultivation base had increased? Wait. Xianxia soon discovered that the light beam was resonating with the true core, and the true soul energy within it was continuously strengthening it. Thus, he said in surprise, this has never happened before. Swish, with a flick of his finger, a beam of light flew out. Boom, the tall and straight mountain outside the sect was instantly blown to smithereens. I understand. Xianxia came to a sudden realization and said, the 7 profound sunglow break will be greatly enhanced with the support of a stronger energy source. He had known about this for a long time. When he saw the Patriarch and Gu Zhaoxi display their skills, he did not feel the slightest fluctuation in his heart. He thought to himself, the power of the true soul from the upper realm can barely control the martial arts created by Senior Qixuan. High-level martial arts might not be able to display their full power in a low-level world because there would be incompatibility. But with the power of the true spirit and the 7 profound sunglow break, the changes would be very obvious. Therefore, each generation was a god, and each generation played with Galen. After testing the power of the 7 profound sunglow break, Xianxia returned to the study and took out all 7 remnant scrolls. This was the original. The disciples and Gu Zhaoxi used the dungeons for cultivation. The difference between the two was that the original contained a special energy, as if there was some kind of profound meaning. Xianxia discovered it after he obtained it, but due to his low level, he could not pry into the mystery. Now that he realized that the martial arts were strengthened, he planned to study it carefully, but in the end, he still could not figure it out. No. The energy in this remnant scroll is too profound, I have to find someone to ask carefully. He was the one who knew the 7 profound sunglow break the most, but Gosheng did not know that the first remnant scroll he bought was stolen from him. So after thinking for a while, he went to the Rose of Flowers' residence and said, what secret is hidden in the 7 profound sunglow break? I'm not sure. How did you get it? I got it from a relic when I was conquering other planes. Xianxia found the black and white Rakshasa and asked about the 7 profound sunglow break, but he still did not get anything. To be exact, they all felt that there was some kind of profound meaning in the remnant scroll, but they could not decipher the secret. The more profound it is, the more complicated it is. Xianxia looked at the 7 remnant scrolls that were emitting a heavy aura and said to himself, if I can decipher it one day, I might have a great harvest. After the version update, the 7 profound sunglow break was instantly strengthened, so Xianxia ordered his disciples to study it diligently during cultivation. After gathering the power of true spirit, it could be put to use. Patriarch. One day, Lu Wancher came to see him and said, Menging has been acting strange recently. What's strange? She often talks nonsense when she's sleeping, saying something about the immortality of heaven and earth and the eternal existence of the demonic path. Xianxia suddenly frowned and remembered the huge black shadow that gathered behind the girl when he was cultivating in the spacetime secret realm. Lu Wancher said worriedly, is she going mad? Don't think too much. Xianxia said, I'll go and take a look. After saying that, he went to the spacetime secret realm. As soon as he walked in, he saw Yao Menjing sitting on the ground with demonic aura around her, gradually gathering into a huge black shadow. She whispered, the immortality of heaven and earth, the eternal existence of the demonic path. Boom, Xianxia punched the black shadow and instantly shattered it. He scolded, if you're a soul with self-consciousness, get out of my disciple's body. Patriarch. Yao Menjing opened her eyes and said with a firm gaze, I want to go to the demonic territory. Why? Xianxia asked. Because, Yao Menjing paused for a moment and said, I keep feeling that there's an invisible force calling me. The demonic tribe was destroyed long ago, but the demonic territory still exists? Xianxia asked. Yes. Gu Zhaoxi said. Xianxia looked back and said in surprise, when did you come? Just now. Gu Zhaoxi looked at Yao Menjing and said with a serious expression, brother, I've long found that your disciple is a little unusual. If I'm not wrong, she might have the bloodline of the demonic tribe. The system broke down and said, isn't this guy a retard? Why does it seem like he's a different person all of a sudden? Although the demonic tribe has been destroyed for a long time, the territory still exists. If she goes in and awakens her bloodline, her strength will definitely increase greatly, Gu Zhaoxi said. Jun Changxiao asked, where is the demonic territory? Back then, the top powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects worked together to seal the demonic territory. Regarding its location, no one knows. Gu Zhaoxi said. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes and said, that's as good as not saying anything. However, Gu Zhaoxi said, there's a mysterious organization that should know where the demonic territory is sealed. What organization? Buried Moon Pavilion. The dark force that has been fighting with the Jia Hall for a long time? That's right. Where are they? I don't know. Patriarch. At this moment, Li Qingyang's voice rang in their ears, come out and see, there's a change in heaven and earth. Jun Changxiao and Gu Zhaoxi hurriedly walked out of the secret realm and saw that in the west sky, rolling dark clouds gathered and formed a vortex. From afar, it looked like a huge chrysanthemum was blooming. It's appeared again. Outside the extreme cave abode, Shenren Tonggu was also looking at the strange phenomenon. He shook his head and said, that guy really thinks he can be resurrected? The destruction of the demonic tribe is a foregone conclusion. If he wants to forcefully reverse it, it's tantamount to going against the heavenly axiom, Masato Kitano said. This time, the reappearance of the demonic fate will probably attract a group of moths to the fire. Your disciple won't join in the fun, right? That guy's strength is too weak. He should know his own limits and won't deliberately send himself to death. A natural phenomenon, the birth of a supreme treasure? Jun Changxiao, who was in the sect of all times, kept his eyes fixed on the western sky. Like a blooming chrysanthemum, his eyes gradually glowed. As a person who loved to join in the fun and seek death, he naturally would not let go of this good opportunity. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi said, this is not the birth of a supreme treasure, this is the opening of the demonic fate. Demonic fate? Jun Changxiao was confused. Gu Zhaoxi explained, 100,000 years ago, before the demon ancestor of the demonic tribe fell, he opened up an independent space with his supernatural power and stored all his life's collection in it. Therefore, it is called the land of demonic fate. Jun Changxiao remembered that the demon emperor stored all kinds of martial arts in the demon Valley, so he thought to himself, do people of the demonic path like to hide things before they die, and thus start a great era of searching in the future? Gu Zhaoxi said again, every 100 years, the demonic fate will open, and at that time, it will attract demonic cultivators from all over the world to their deaths. Their deaths? According to the statistics of the Realm Hall, only a single-digit number of martial artists who entered the land of demonic fate came out alive, so it is also called the land of demonic abyss. Those who came out alive all became successful in the future? No. Gu Zhaoxi said, they either died an unnatural death or lost their minds and became crazy. Jun Changxiao was speechless, then what's the point of going in? I heard that the will of the demon ancestor exists in the land of demonic fate. If you can inherit it, it is equivalent to inheriting the entire demonic tribe, and you can command all the demonic cultivators in the world. Gu Zhaoxi said. Is that so? Jun Changxiao was suddenly interested. Of course. Gu Zhaoxi said again, I also heard another version, that the land of demonic fate is an opportunity left behind by the demon ancestor to be resurrected. People can be resurrected after death? Jun Changxiao was quite surprised at first, but when he saw the person in front of him, who had died in the lower realm and now had a different body and appearance, he suddenly realized that resurrection seemed to be a normal operation in this unscientific world. Gu Zhaoxi said, brother, I heard that the demon ancestor of the demonic tribe had already entered the third step. It is still possible for him to be resurrected. Jun Changxiao said in astonishment, that's a little impressive. The so-called third step referred to the divine arcanum, which was also the last level in the upper realms system. Those who had reached this level could transcend life and death, and would not be restricted by the heavenly axiom. That's not right. Jun Changxiao said, since you've already entered the third step, how can you still die? Because the 10 great immortal sects also have heavenly secret experts, Gu Zhaoxi said. Alright. Jun Changxiao asked again, will the 10 great immortal sects just watch as the land of demonic affinity opens and wait for the demon ancestor to be resurrected? At first, I was quite puzzled. Later, I found out that the land of demonic affinity created by the demon ancestor had established a connection with the upper realm's origin. If it was forcefully destroyed, it would shake the foundation, so the 10 great immortal sects did not dare to act rashly, Gu Jiaoxi said. F***ck Jun Changxiao said, that's a ruthless person. Brother, you know so much about the demonic tribe, where did you find out about them? From the storyteller. Jun Changxiao looked at the camera, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, and said, why do I feel that this source of information is not reliable at all? Brother. Gu Jiaoxi said, didn't you just ask where the buried moon pavilion is? I can tell you with certainty now, this dark force will definitely go to the land of demonic affinity. Oh? Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. Yao Menjing's recent abnormal behavior made him realize that there might be some unstable energy in her body, so for his disciple's safety, he had to find a way to get rid of it as soon as possible. The buried moon pavilion was a branch of the demonic tribe, and they knew where the demonic territory was, so he could capture them and ask them. Let's go. Jun Changxiao said, to the land of demonic affinity. The system was speechless. The host, who had been keeping a low profile for a while, is finally looking for trouble again. I wonder if Shinran Tonggu is ready to take the blame now. We can't go. Why? Not a demonic cultivator. If a pure-blooded demonic cultivator leads the way, we should be able to sneak in. Patriarch. At this moment, Yao Menjing walked out of the space-time arcane realm and looked at the chrysanthemum-shaped dark clouds gathering in the distance, and said, I want to go and take a look. Jun Changxiao thought for a while and said, okay. Huff. Huff. The chrysanthemum-shaped dark clouds gathering in the west started to rotate slowly like a machine. A strong demonic chi spread out, and it contained some kind of power, attracting demonic cultivators from all over the world. In the dark altar, the eyes of the black-robed elders sitting in the 4 directions of the boiling blood pool flashed with excitement. The opening of the land of demonic affinity this time might be the opportunity for our ancestors' resurrection. Someone said worriedly, I'm afraid the realm hall will interfere. Humph, the leader sneered. The realm is closely related to the origin of the upper realm. They can only watch helplessly as our ancestor reappears in the world. Oh right. Have you found the new connate demonic body? Still looking. Pass down the order. There's no need to look. Let them go to the land of demonic affinity. They should be able to find it there. Yes. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and demonic chi spread throughout the world, causing half of the upper realm to fall into a rather somber atmosphere. All the major sects entered a state of alert because the opening of the land of demonic affinity was equivalent to a grand occasion for demonic cultivators. There was no telling what kind of trouble would occur. The realm hall even sent a large number of experts to the area where the realm was open to monitor the demonic cultivators' every move, afraid that they would gather and cause trouble. Although only demonic cultivators could enter the independent space opened by the demonic ancestor, it still attracted many itinerant cultivators to come and watch the show. The past deeds of the demonic ancestor were dug up again and became a hot topic. Demonic Affinity City. The city closest to the phenomenon. This used to be a very ordinary city. 100,000 years ago, the demonic ancestor opened up an independent space nearby with a supreme ability. Therefore, the demonic cultivators regarded it as a holy land, and even changed its name to Demonic Affinity. Nearly 80% of the permanent martial artists in Demonic Affinity City were demonic cultivators. The various businesses in the city were also related to demonic cultivators, such as martial arts, secret manuals, and so on. Demonic cultivators had strange personalities and bad tempers. Therefore, the city would often develop into a full-on brawl because of what are you looking at? What are you looking at? This was not the case. On the wide main street, there were several places where people rolled up their sleeves to fight. When the onlookers saw this, they would even clap and praise. Patriarch. Li Qingyang, who walked past 2 demonic cultivators, frowned and said, Demonic Affinity City is so chaotic. It's normal. Jun Changxiao said, after all, it's a gathering place for demonic cultivators. Half a month after the phenomenon appeared, he brought a group of people to Demonic Affinity City. Accompanying him was his sworn brother, Gu Jiaoxi, as well as the 5 core male disciples of the sect, Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, and He Wudi. Of course. There was also Yao Menjing. As the junior sister of the sect, she was protected in the middle by her senior brothers. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi said, the land of demonic affinity still needs some time to open. We can find an inn to rest first. Jun Changxiao nodded and was about to lead the group to an inn on the street ahead when they were blocked by a few muscular martial artists. This place has been sealed. Quickly take a detour. Boom, suddenly, there was an explosion. A few muscular men were sent flying and then fell hundreds of feet away. They were in so much pain that they clutched their stomachs and rolled on the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! Gu Zhaoxi was in a bombardment stance. His right fist gathered explosive power. His black hair danced in the wind as his eyes flashed coldly. Remember, you must be polite when you speak to my brother. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched as he mentally broke down. This guy's ability to cause trouble is not inferior to mine. Why were those burly men blocking the road? Because they were fighting with another group. In order not to be disturbed, they simply blocked the road. With Jun Changxiao's relatively low-key personality, he might not cause trouble and choose to take a detour. However, Gu Zhaoxi, who had followed him, was unhappy. If you speak rudely in front of my brother, you will definitely be beaten. Therefore, not only did he send a few burly men who were blocking the way flying, he also knocked down the dozens of people who were fighting and stacked them into a mountain. Sitting on top of them, he lit an electronic cigar and said, "Brother, we can pass now." Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. My brother is indeed a traitor. He has indeed fought with the Jia Hall before. His temper is irritable, as the saying goes, the soft is afraid of the hard, and the hard is afraid of the unreasonable. When Gu Zhaoxi dealt with the two groups of people blocking the road, the other martial artists on the main street immediately looked at him with fear. Who is this person? Judging from his decisiveness, he must be a ruthless character. The people who were beaten are disciples of the Chaos Black Sect and Extreme Abyss Black Sect. They definitely won't let this go. There's a show to watch. The land of demon affinity still needed some time to open. Therefore, the martial artists in Demon Affinity City naturally hoped to watch a good show when they were bored. Not long after, the good show came. The Chaos Profound Sect and the Extreme Abyss Profound Sect appeared on the main street in an aggressive manner before stopping in front of an inn at the same time. These two demonic sects had a feud with each other. It was like fire and water between the Sword Black Sect and the Sharp Blade Black Sect. However, they had temporarily put aside their feud and locked their target on the group of people who had just entered the inn. Therefore, the friendship between the sects depended on the help of the sect of all times. The people who beat up my sect just now, hurry up and come out. A fierce-looking middle-aged man from the Chaos Black Sect shouted in a deep voice. Revolving Core Realm. This is a big problem. Let's hide further away. The passers-by were worried that they would be affected and retreated far away. The nearby streets were suddenly empty, and the atmosphere was quite tense. Creak, at this moment, the closed door of the inn was pushed open. Thud. Ta. Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuiji, and the other four walked out in black robes. Then, they stood in a straight line with their arms crossed. Hoo-hoo. A cold wind blew from the other end of the street, instantly sweeping up the leaves and dust. On the quiet street, the five of them faced off against over 100 people. It was a pity that Li Tian was not with them. Otherwise, he would have definitely recorded this scene and mounted it in the sect's library. Tisk, the martial artists of the two sects immediately sneered. They had seen a lot of pretentious people, but they had never seen such a pretentious person. Elder. One of the martial artists said, it wasn't them who did it. It was a young man around 12 or 13 years old. The middle-aged man said indifferently, hurry up and hand over the culprit, or else. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he said, all of you will die here. Heh. Jun Changxiao's voice came from the second floor of the inn. You talk big. Gu Zhaoxi had attracted trouble the moment he entered the city, but don't forget that Goxing was not someone who was afraid of trouble. Since the two sects had come looking for him, he would definitely accompany them to the end. Therefore, he lazily ordered, get rid of these annoying flies. Yes. Li Qingyang and the rest shouted in unison. They pulled off their black robes in unison, revealing the fashionable sect uniform with the word ancient carved on the chest. Ancient? Someone exclaimed, sect of all times. That's the sect where the patriarch Xianxia is Jinren personal disciple? That's right. F***ck, a big shot. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to the heavens. Gosheng had an awesome master, so his status was still quite high in the eyes of ordinary martial artists. After confirming the identities of the 5 people in front of them, the Chaos Mystic Sect and the Extreme Abyss Mystic Sect's martial artists were horrified. They held in their hearts, it's over, we've kicked an iron plate. Even the Lingwei True sect did not dare to provoke Shinren Tonggu, let alone the 2 mystic demonic sects. Therefore, when Lei Qingyang and the rest showed the uniform that represented the sect of all times, they were instantly stunned and terrified. What should they do? Whoosh. Whoosh, just as everyone was pondering, Yi Xingchen seemed to have transformed into a wild bull as he charged over. His first cycle revolving core cultivation erupted, causing the 2 sect elders to tremble in fear. Boom, 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 a fight in the city began. 10 minutes later, the hundreds of demonic sect martial artists gathered outside the inn were either holding their stomachs and howling in pain or lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other 4 turned into black shadows as if demons had descended. Brutal. Heartless. The passers-by hiding in the distance exclaimed in their hearts. As a witness, if they were to use a word to describe the battle just now, it would be absolute suppression, thud. The elegant Jun Changxiao walked out of the inn and sat on the chair that Xiao Ziji had prepared in advance. He interlocked his fingers and said, tie them all up and let the 2 sects pay the ransom. Yes. Li Qingyang and the rest tied up 100 people and temporarily locked them in the inn stable. They also took away their interspatial rings in advance. The entire process could be said to be very skillful and professional. Brother. Gu Jiaoshi said, if it were me, I would definitely kill them all. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, everyone is on the same path, so it's inevitable that there will be some friction. Sometimes, don't go too far. Understood. Although Gu Jiaoshi said that, he muttered in his heart, this brother of mine is a bit benevolent. Because it was a street fight, the news of the Chaos Sect and Extreme Abyss Sect being abused quickly spread throughout Magic Affinity City. Especially when the 5 people were disciples of the sect of all times, it caused a huge commotion. Haha, these 2 demonic sects have kicked an iron plate. I heard that the young man sitting on the chair is the patriarch of the sect of all times, Jun Changxiao. Heroes indeed come from the young. Even the Realm Hall wouldn't dare to offend Senior Tonggu's personal disciple. This matter tells us that we can't be ostentatious outside, and we can't casually provoke black-robed martial practitioners. Because who knows what great identity they have. While everyone was discussing, the representatives of the Chaos Sect and Extreme Abyss Sect came to the inn and sincerely prepared money to ransom them. Everyone. Jun Changxiao was still sitting outside the inn. He said, 100,000 Xian stones per head. Ah? The upper echelons of the 2 sects were dumbfounded. Gu Jiaoshi, who was standing at the side, was also dumbfounded. 100,000 Xian stones. Wouldn't 100 heads be 10 million? Heavens, my brother is so evil. Of course. Jun Changxiao said, this money may be a bit too much for you, but compared to the land of magic affinity that is about to open, it shouldn't be much. After all, every extra person that enters will increase the chances of obtaining opportunities. The upper echelons of the 2 sects had ugly expressions. Jun Changxiao said again, if you miss this time, you'll have to wait another 100 years. Jun Patriarch. The Chaos Sect's upper echelon said, can it be cheaper? My sect really didn't bring that much money. Sure. Jun Changxiao said, seeing that we're both sects, I'll give you a 9% discount. If you really don't have the money, you can write an IOU. 9%? The passers-by rolled their eyes and thought, this face is so cheap. The land of magic affinity might open at any time, and a large number of people were detained by the sect of all times. After a difficult choice, the Chaos Sect and the Extreme Abyss Sect could only fork out 3 million Xian stones each and write an IOU for the rest. After everything was settled, Xianxia let them go and said with cupped hands, happy cooperation. The upper echelons of the two sects almost vomited blood. Seeing his brother earn 6 million Xian stones in a short time, Gu Zhaoxi's eyes flashed. He thought to himself, I learned it. I learned it. Jun Changxiao was indeed very merciful and did not kill the martial artists of the two sections. However, his heart was very black. He asked for 100,000 Xian stones per head and easily earned a few million. Gu Zhaoxi was convinced. He deeply realized that money was actually so easy to earn. Brother. He clasped his hands and said in admiration, Brother, I have benefited today. Jun Changxiao put his hand on his shoulder and smiled, learn more from me. You will definitely not lack money in the future. Okay. Gu Zhaoxi's eyes lit up. Although he was not very interested in money, since it was so easy to earn, he would definitely give it a try. Sigh. The system sighed, another person has been led astray and is about to walk on a path of no return. The host is indeed a deceiving person. After the two sects paid the ransom, Magic Fate City suddenly became peaceful. There were very few martial artists fighting on the streets. The reason was that they were worried that they would accidentally provoke the sect of all times and be blackmailed for Xian stones. However, the next day, Gu Zhaoxi, who was inspired by his brother, swaggered out of the inn and blocked two demonic cultivators who were shopping. He pointed at his nose and said, Come, beat me up. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma, who were following behind, almost fell to the ground. This martial uncle was a bit strange, the two demonic cultivators who were blocked were stunned. Especially when they knew that the other party was from the sect of all times. They definitely would not dare to attack, so they hurriedly chose to take a detour. Pa. Pa. Gu Zhaoxi grabbed their shoulders and said with a cold gaze, If you don't hit me, I will hit you. Domineering, ruthless. Brother. One of the demonic cultivators was about to cry, We don't seem to have offended you, right? Stop talking nonsense. Gu Zhaoxi shouted, Hurry up and hit me. Facing such a strange request and being forcefully restrained, the two demonic cultivators had no choice. They could only raise their fists and lightly hit each other's chest. Thump. 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 Gu Zhaoxi took a few steps back, he clutched his chest and said, Such profound true qi, your cultivation bases are not below mine. Li Qingyang's expression became interesting. Su Xiaoma couldn't help but complain in his heart, martial uncle's acting skills are really too eye-catching. If he goes undercover, his identity will definitely be exposed in minutes. No. Gu Zhaoxi pretended to be in pain and said, I'm already heavily injured. Give me 100,000 magnetite each as medical expenses. Not only had he learned Jun Changxia's moves, but he had also modified them, using the excuse of being injured to extort medical fees. Sure enough, some people were very talented in certain aspects. The two fiendish cultivators immediately understood that they had been forcefully extorted. Big brother. We don't have that many profound stones. Gu Zhaoxi had chosen the wrong target. After all, these two demonic cultivators did not belong to any sect, nor did they have any backing. Asking for 100,000 would definitely be an astronomical figure. How many? Only 1,000 profound stones, then hurry up and take it out. Are you waiting for me to die on the spot? Here. The two demonic cultivators hurriedly handed over all the money in their pockets, then quickly left the scene of the accident while howling in their hearts, This world is too sinister. Gu Zhaoxi said delightedly, Money is really easy to earn. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma looked at each other. They were on the verge of a mental breakdown. At least the sect leader said that there was a good reason for his actions. Uncle Master's actions are blatant extortion. Ouch. My foot. Gu Zhaoxi lay on the ground, both hands covering his boots with a pained expression. From his posture, it was obvious that he had been hit. The passing cultivators all stopped to take a look and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because standing in front of that fellow was a 3 to 5-year-old child, holding a stick of candied hawthorn in his hand and staring at him with wide, round eyes. This uncle hit me, why did he fall down? Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma, who were sitting in front of the tea stall, hurriedly turned their faces away, showing an expression that said, We don't know this guy. Brat. What are you looking at? Hurry up and pay. Woo. The child was immediately scared to tears. In just a short morning, Gu Xiaoxi had extorted more than 20 victims, ranging from the elderly to the young children. Inside the inn, Jun Chongxiao stood at the window, looking up at the blooming dark cloud, and thought to himself, when will it open? Soon. Yao Menjing said, this disciple has already felt it. Oh? Jun Chongxiao was rather surprised. Creak. At this time, the door was pushed open, and Gu Xiaoxi walked in excitedly. Then, he drank a bowl of tea and grinned, brother, I made money. How much? 2 to 300,000 profound stones. TSK. Jun Chong praised with a smile, brother, you have talent. Patriarch. At this time, Li Qingyang sent a sound transmission from outside, the inn is surrounded. Jun Chongxiao hurriedly looked through the window and saw that the entire street was filled with martial practitioners dressed in all kinds of clothes. Among them, there were elderly men and young children. All of them were staring at the inn with righteous indignation. What's going on? Goxing was dumbfounded. Su Xiaoma hurriedly told him what happened in the morning. After learning of Gu Xiaoxi's forceful extortion, Jun Chongxiao held his head and said, brother, you're screwing me over. Fuck. You still dare to cause trouble. Gu Xiaoxi was about to jump down. Jun Chongxiao hurriedly stopped him and personally walked out of the inn. He cupped his hands and said, everyone, my sect's disciple is in the wrong. I apologize on his behalf and return the extorted profound stones. The martial practitioners gathered outside the inn weren't strong. Li Qingyang and the others could take care of them with a finger. However, Goxing wasn't an unpardonable villain, and the sect of all times wasn't an evil sect. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't take ill-gotten gains. Please remember. Jun Chongxiao's worldview might be skewed sometimes, but he was still righteous when it came to certain matters. After the victims got their money back, they naturally didn't dare to make a fuss about it and left. Brother. After returning to his room, Jun Chongxiao advised earnestly, a gentleman extorts money in a proper way. Don't deliberately try to extort money in the future. Otherwise, if word gets out, it won't be good for the sect of all times and my master's reputation. Understood. Gu Xiaoxi said rather shamefully, I will definitely pay attention next time. The next day. The streets of demonic Affinity City were even more deserted than yesterday. Many martial practitioners hid in their residences and didn't dare to come out, afraid that they would be extorted by the sect of all times disciples. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, in the sky not far away from the city, the chrysanthemum-shaped vortex spun faster and faster. The outline of a door gradually took shape. Is this the demon gate? Jun Chongxiao thought to himself. He had already learned from Gu Xiaoxi that the entrance to the land of demonic affinity was a big black door. Only when it completely appeared and opened would it announce the opening of the fortuitous opportunity. Patriarch. Yao Menjing said, I feel some kind of power summoning a disciple again. She wasn't the only one. When the outline of the demon gate gradually formed, all the demonic cultivators in the city felt it. The desire to enter the land of demonic affinity became stronger and stronger. Patriarch. Li Qingyang transmitted his voice, Martial Uncle is fighting with someone else. No way. Jun Chongxiao's face broke down. Did that guy run out to extort money again? Haha. The system said, the host's sworn brother is indeed a troublemaker. Half an hour ago. Gu Xiaoxi had nothing to do and was strolling on the streets. However, he behaved himself and did not deliberately try to extort money. However, just as he reached the city gate, he saw a group of tall horses with flames under their feet walking in. The martial practitioners on the horses were dressed in black robes, making it difficult to see their faces clearly. Jun Chongxiao also liked to wear black robes when he went out, mainly because he felt it was very cool. However, these people were different. They had their heads lowered, as if they had completely merged with the black of their clothes. A strong sense of mystery emanated from them. Big shots. Gu Xiaoxi muttered in his heart. Because he had been criticized by Jun Chongxiao, he did not plan to extort money. He planned to go somewhere else for a stroll. Hiss. The neighing of horses came, and the group stopped in front of him. The leader raised his head slightly, revealing an extremely cold face, and said, "Get lost." These two words were emotionless, as if he was a professionally trained assassin. At this time, anyone with a bit of eyesight could tell that these people were definitely not easy to deal with. They would definitely run away, but the one standing in front of them was Gu Zhaoxi. He dismissed the idea of going somewhere else for a stroll. With his hands on his hips, he tilted his head and said, "What did you say?" "Get lost." Boom, Gu Zhaoxi took a step forward and poured true spirit energy into his hand. He fiercely smashed the back of the tall horse, causing the latter's flesh and blood to fly. The expensive athlete's foot horse died just like that. Thump thump thump. The black-robed martial practitioner staggered and landed on the ground. He frowned slightly and said, "So it's an expert. Old brother said that a gentleman extorts money in a proper way. You humiliated me just now, so you need to compensate me with 1,000,000 profound stones." Gu Zhaoxi said indifferently. These black-robed people's identities were definitely not simple. He had to demand an exorbitant price. "Extorting money?" The black-robed elder said gloomily, "You're courting death." Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the dozen or so companions sitting on the tall horses flew down and surrounded Gu Zhaoxi with some kind of profound formation. These people's faces were pale, as if they had not seen the sun for many years. Their eyes were not only cold but also flashed with an extremely strong killing intent. Without a doubt, they were demonic cultivators. Actually, there was no lack of scary-looking demonic Dao people in Demon Affinity City. However, to be able to be this demonic was still very rare. "What is it?" Gu Zhaoxi said indifferently, "You want to outnumber me? Alright, 1,000,000 for each head." Under the influence of Gosheng's worldview, he could not wait for someone to take the initiative to find trouble with him, and then take the opportunity to earn a small sum of money. "Set up the formation." The leading black-robed martial artist said coldly, "Capture him." Shwa! Shwa! More than a dozen of his subordinates stepped out like a graceful dragon, and quickly formed complicated hand seals. "Tisk," Gu Zhaoxi sneered. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, 5 realms of flowing light converged around him, forming a small cage that trapped him within. Some martial artists saw this from the windows of the buildings on both sides and thought to themselves, "This is definitely an expert. Ha ha ha. That little guy who tried to blackmail me yesterday has finally kicked an iron plate." Seeing Gu Zhaoxi trapped in the array formation, the martial artists hiding in the room were naturally overjoyed. They all agreed that evil people should be dealt with by evil people. This is troublesome. Li Qingyang on the other street saw this and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. "Patriarch, martial uncle is fighting with someone." TSK Gu Zhaoxi, who was trapped in the flowing light cage, smirked even more disdainfully. Then, he infused his chi of true spirit into his fists and immediately began to bombard the barrier. His fists were as dense as a machine gun. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. However, after a series of explosions, the flowing light barrier was still standing in front of him, unharmed. F***CK. Gu Zhaoxi's eyes flashed with anger. Previously, he was restrained by Empress Ling Yao's special mystique, and now he was trapped by a group of people. This made him very unhappy. "Kid." The leading martial artist in the black robe said lightly. "Even if you are strong enough to pierce through the sky, it is useless in front of the Nineteen Seal Formation." Nineteen Seal Formation? Gu Zhaoxi's eyes flashed with surprise. He had heard of this formation before. It was a formation created by a top demonic cultivator tens of thousands of years ago. However, after his death, it had been lost in the upper realm. "Who are you?" To be able to use the long-lost sealing formation, Gu Zhaoxi immediately judged that this was not something an ordinary person could do. Perhaps it was a powerful demonic cultivator. Look. As long as the author did not forcefully lower his intelligence, he still had some brains. The leading martial artist in the black robe was not interested in wasting time with him. He said lightly, "Shrink the formation." Swoosh! Swoosh! The subordinates scattered in different areas formed hand seals again. The cage-like barrier began to close in on the central area, and the space became narrower. Gu Zhaoxi naturally would not sit still and wait for death. He gathered his strength and attacked again. However, every time his strength came into contact with the barrier, it was as if his strength had melted into cotton. There was no damage at all. Swoosh! Swoosh! The four walls were getting closer and closer, and the space was getting narrower. There was no other way. Gu Zhaoxi looked up and shouted, "Brother, come and save me!" Swoosh! As soon as he said that, the camera suddenly turned to the other side. Under the accompaniment of the super loud BGM, a colorful stream of light dragged an arc and burst out, sticking close to the ground. Watch out! Boom! The ceiling formation that was about to shrink to its limit was hit by an external force and suddenly exploded on the spot. The aftershock of the explosion spread to several shops. Thump, thump, thump. The 10 or so martial artists who set up the formation retreated. After stabilizing themselves, they looked at the end of the street in front of them. Thud. Thud. At the place where the colorful stream of light was left, Xianxia strode over with 5 disciples. Among them, Xianxia was responsible for changing the sound system. Swoosh! At this moment, Gu Zhaoxi rushed out of the explosion fog. His eyes were red like a demon as he pounced on the leading martial artist in the black robe. He shouted angrily, "Did I give you face?" Boom! His right fist, which was filled with anger and true spirit, directly hit the opponent's abdomen. It instantly caved in and his eyes widened. Bang! The clothes on his back burst and protruded out. The energy ripples were visible to the naked eye. Gu Zhaoxi's punch was quite powerful. Although the leading martial artist in the black robe was still standing in the same place, his internal organs were seriously damaged and directly turned from a full blood state to a residual blood state. Branch Master! More than 10 of his subordinates exclaimed and were about to burst out with their cultivation and rush over. However, just as they were about to move, they saw Xianxia appear in front of Gu Zhaoxi. He gently raised the Desert Eagle and pressed the muzzle against the leading martial artist's temple. He smiled gently and said, "Everyone, let's talk nicely." Although they didn't know what the shiny silver thing was, they could tell from the action that it was holding the branch master hostage. Thus, they all stood in place and didn't dare to act rashly. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Gu Zhaoxi noticed something hanging on the waist of the leading martial artist in the black robe. He took it down and checked it. He blurted out, "Brother, they're from Buried Moon Pavilion." Oh? Xianxia took the palm-sized token and found that there were no words on it. There was only a crescent moon carved on it, which looked a little eerie. He asked, "Are you sure?" The Buried Moon Pavilion is the enemy of the Jia Hall. No one would dare to imitate it and use it to swindle others. Gu Zhaoxi said, "Moreover, only this mysterious organization can set up the long-lost demon Dao Array." Xianxia believed him immediately and smiled. "I've searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance." Their main purpose in coming to Muyuan City was to capture people from the Buried Moon Pavilion and find the location of the sealed demonic region. Not only had they captured them, but they had also captured a branch leader. They should have real power and status in the organization. The Buried Moon Pavilion? No wonder it looks so scary. Gu Zhaoxi's voice was very loud just now. All the martial artists hiding in the room heard it, and their eyes were filled with fear. In the eyes of many demon cultivators, the Buried Moon Pavilion was a branch of the demonic tribe, so their demon Dao cultivation was more orthodox than theirs. Humph. One of the martial artists in black said coldly, "Since you know who we are, why don't you release the branch leader quickly?" Since the Buried Moon Pavilion dared to go against the Jia Hall, they must be a super powerful force. The various martial artists and sects would not provoke them, for fear of being set up in the future. Unfortunately, Xianxia had come for this organization. Since he had captured a branch leader, he would not let him go. He thought for a moment and said, "Do you know who I am?" "Who?" "Empress Ling Yao's people." When he said this, Xianxia's expression did not change. Gu Zhaoxi almost believed him. More than 10 black-robed martial artists' faces turned ugly. Empress Ling Yao represented the Jia Hall. He was her man, so he also represented the Jia Hall. Now that the branch leader was being held hostage, he would probably be brought back to face punishment, the situation was not good. For them to think this way, it was exactly what Gosheng wanted. That woman who tricked Xianxia and instigated my sworn brother to be a spy. If I don't find an opportunity to make some arrangements, how can I live up to the title of the most handsome scheming king in history? Of course, such a cheap trick might not be able to cause any trouble for Empress Lingyao. But Jun Changxiao's plan was simple. I'll play a little trick to disgust you. Who knows, maybe I'll get something out of it. It didn't matter how many tricks there were, as long as there were enough of them, they would be effective. Shua. A black-robed martial artist hurriedly took 2 steps back and raised something that looked like a fire starter, saying, "A cloud-piercing arrow, and thousands of soldiers and horses will come to meet us." Swish, flowing light spurted out, shooting straight into the clouds. "Brother." Gu Zhaoxi hurriedly said, "This is the Buried Moon Pavilion's communication signal. I've heard the storyteller say that as long as the members within a radius of several thousand miles see the light, they will rush over as fast as they can." Jun Changxiao had a mental breakdown. "Brother, the storyteller you're talking about can't be the all-knowing man in Jianghu, right?" Swish, swish, just then, from the 4 districts of Magic Affinity City, streaks of flowing light shot over. Some of them were waiters at inns, while others were passers-by. Powerful demonic qi gradually gathered around them, and they proudly hung crescent moon badges on their chests. That's right. They were all from the Buried Moon Pavilion. As a force that hid in the dark and fought with the Realm Hall, they would definitely not appear in the open. So, most of their members hid in the streets. This was the most normal thing. Tisk, tisk. Gu Zhaoxi said in surprise, "So there are so many people from the Buried Moon Pavilion hiding in this city." Wait, among the hundreds of people who came, there were more than 20 familiar faces. "Uncle Master," Li Qingyang said in shock, "you've scammed them before." That's right. Among the Buried Moon Pavilion martial artists who flew over, many had been scammed before. For example, the 2 demonic cultivators who gave 1,000 magnetite stones, and the child who ate the candied haws. Of course. They looked very weak yesterday. Now that they wore badges and revealed their true identities, their bodies and eyes were instantly filled with powerful killing intent. The weakest of them was at the middle void-piercing realm. From this, it could be seen that their acting skills were superb. There were no flaws at all. Gu Zhaoxi turned stiffly to the camera and howled, "Is there a setting where I'll definitely scam Buried Moon Pavilion?" Swoosh, swoosh, the distress signal was still burning in the sky, but the street Jun Changxiao was on was already surrounded by hundreds of Buried Moon Pavilion members, and there were many outside the city who were rushing over. Killing intent, everywhere. "TSK, TSK. Jun Changxiao said, "Isn't it just capturing someone? They actually caused such a big commotion." "Brother." Gu Zhaoxi calmed down and said telepathically, "The Buried Moon Pavilion's strength is not bad. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Let's quickly take this guy away." If there were only a few hundred people standing on the street, he was not worried. He was only afraid that the other party would have reinforcements. If they sent a few ninth transformation cultivators, the situation would definitely be dangerous. "Okay." Jun Changxiao said, "Retreat." Since he had captured the person, he was not interested in fighting. The most important thing was to quickly take this branch leader away and interrogate him about the exact location of the demonic region's seal. What a pity, it was a little late, because outside Demonic Affinity City, 4 streams of light flew over from different directions and then floated above the street. 4 black-robed elders with bulging temples and cold gazes appeared. Whoosh, 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 4 powerful demonic auras spread wildly and instantly enveloped the entire city. The killing intent was intense to the extreme, as if it had instantly turned this place into hell. "Brother." Gu Zhaoxi frowned and said telepathically, "They're all 9th transformation cultivators." Jun Changxiao thought to himself, as expected of an organization that dared to fight with the Realm Hall for tens of thousands of years. They can casually summon so many top-notch transformation core experts. The dozen or so black-robed cultivators who used the ceiling formation were not very strong. With Gosheng and his brother's strength, they could easily beat them. But now that 4 ninth transformation cultivators came, the situation immediately reversed. "Brother, what should we do?" Gu Zhaoxi was a little flustered. He was not worried about himself, but he was worried that Jun Changxiao and his disciples would not be able to escape successfully. Swoosh, Goxing waved his hand and took out the pocket-sized hard-to-keep blade. He said, if there's no other choice, we can only start a massacre. He did not panic because it was not like he had never encountered such a situation where he was surrounded by experts. In the end, if there was no other way, then, he would crush the opening seal talisman and turn into a killing maniac. Moreover, after obtaining the modification stone of hard-to-keep blade, Jun Changxiao had not upgraded. He was also considering whether the third form could be used in the upper realm. Since there were so many people now, it was just nice to use it to test. What if it doesn't work? The system asked. It's fine. Jun Changxiao said, I still have the escape talisman and flight talisman that the big gift gave me. The system was silent. Swoosh, swoosh, xiao, more members of the Buried Moon Pavilion surged in from all directions outside the city. Some of them were powerful, and some of them were riding on flying treasures. In an instant, the number of people gathered in the sky above the street broke through from a few hundred to 1,000. The combined demonic chi pressed down, causing the residents in the city to tremble. The opening of the land of demonic affinity would definitely set off a new round of bloodshed. But who would have thought that it would happen before it even opened? The more people come. Jun Changxiao played with hard-to-keep blade and thought, the more people die. More and more Buried Moon Pavilion martial artists gathered in Demon Affinity City. From the current situation, it seemed that there were more than 10,000 of them. Powerful demonic aura enveloped the entire city, causing the spectators to realize that a bloodbath was about to unfold soon. What should they do? Of course, they had to run away. Therefore, when the Buried Moon Pavilion people flew over, the martial artists inside rushed out of the city, afraid that they would be implicated in the fight. Jun Changxiao sat on the street, playing with hard-to-keep saber in his hand. At this moment, he desperately hoped that more members of Buried Moon Pavilion would come. If he killed all of them and spread the news in the upper world, he might be able to gain a lot of reputation points. Moreover, using hard-to-keep saber was a loss when there were few people. It was only a gain when there were many people. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others stood behind the patriarch. Facing thousands of Buried Moon Pavilion members, they were not afraid at all. Instead, they smiled calmly. This state of mind. Gu Zhaoxi secretly praised, too powerful. If he had witnessed the scene of Jun Changxiao using hard-to-retract blade to kill, he would definitely have acted very calmly. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh, violent demonic aura swept through the city. A great battle was about to break out. Kid. A Buried Moon Pavilion rank 9 expert said coldly, let go of branch leader Liu, and we can leave your corpse intact. Heh. Jun Changxiao sneered, I can let him go, but you have to kneel down and kowtow. That rank 9 expert's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. He said angrily, reckless guy. Whoosh. Whoosh. The Buried Moon Pavilion members gathered in the sky released their cultivation. The intense demonic aura became even denser, as if it had turned into roaring ghosts. When there were many people on one side, aura suppression was the most effective. If the 100,000 disciples of the sect of all times were here, they would definitely release their aura to suppress the target. Otherwise, how could they show their strength in numbers? TSK Jun Changxiao snorted. It was not like he had not seen such a scene before. If they could intimidate him and his disciples with their imposing manner, wouldn't sect leader Wang, who was in heaven, laugh at them? Jun Changxiao had a hostage in his hands. Although more and more people were gathering in the Xianxia pavilion, they didn't attack immediately. Therefore, the two sides were in a temporary stalemate. However, just wasting time wouldn't solve the problem. Therefore, after the few ninth transformation stage experts exchanged glances, they immediately decided on a plan where 2 of them would be in charge of fainting while the other 2 would be in charge of snatching the person away. However, just as they were about to make their move and Jun Changxiao was about to crush the talisman to open the seal, the sound of footsteps could be heard coming from the corridor of the city gate. In the environment of devil chi and cold wind, the sound was originally very weak, but it seemed to contain some kind of power that penetrated everyone's eardrums and merged into the depths of their souls. Suddenly, it became very rhythmic, very clear and loud. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look. Ta. Ta. The sound of footsteps was still coming from the dark passage. After a short while, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair in a slightly shabby robe walked out. This person's complexion was haggard, and there was a stone coffin on his back. The coffin was bound by heavy iron chains and special charms, and it looked a little frightening. Corpse carrier. Gu Jiaoxi said with a serious gaze, Ryu Sinan. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the Xianxia pavilion members gathered in the sky changed drastically, and there was a look of fear in their eyes. Among them, there were 4 ninth transformation dance stage experts. Cough, cough. The haggard middle-aged man gently took out a handkerchief, then covered his mouth and coughed a few times. He said in a bleak voice, what a heavy devil chi. The handkerchief was exquisitely carved with patterns, and it was obviously for a woman. Seeing this, Xianxia felt a chill in his heart. He said, this guy doesn't have any special fetishes, does he? I heard from the scholar, Gu Jiaoxi said, the exquisite handkerchief that Ryu Sinan carries with him was used by his deceased wife when she was alive. Xianxia said in surprise, aren't upper realm cultivators single? He had a wife. Gu Jiaoxi looked at the stone coffin from this angle and said with a serious gaze, she died for some unknown reason and was sealed in a stone coffin made of special materials. He carried her around the world all the time, so he was also called the corpse carrier. F***ck. Xianxia's eyes widened. This guy really does have a special fetish. Little guy. At this moment, Ryu Sinan, who was standing at the city gate, corrected him. My beloved wife is still alive, but she's temporarily in a deep sleep. Sooner or later, she'll wake up and accompany me forever. Gu Jiaoxi was silent. His wife was clearly dead, but he was still trying to numb himself. No wonder he was called the most infatuated man in the world by the upper realm. Brother. Xianxia said, the Xianxia pavilion members seem to be very afraid of him. That's because of his other identity. What identity? The greatest nemesis of the devil path, one of the 3 great devil exterminators of the Jia Hall. Devil exterminator? This is a special profession that exists within the Jia Hall. They don't listen to the Hall Master's orders, and they only have one mission on a daily basis, which is to eradicate the devil path martial cultivators who are heartless and do evil. Xianxia understood. Brother. Gu Jiaoxi said, I'm afraid this person has already entered the truth-seeking realm. Is he that strong? Xianxia was surprised. Previously, when the various clans surrounded the sect of all times, the Jia Hall had also sent people over, but they behaved submissively in front of Master, making him think that they were not very capable. In the end, a devil exterminator with a cultivation base of the truth-seeking realm came. The system said, the Jia Hall controls the upper realm. If they don't have strong combat power, how could they have existed for so long? That's true. Xianxia's impression of the Jia Hall had changed. He thought that it was similar to the Navy headquarters, where a few general-level powerhouses might appear one day. Young man. Ryu Sinan looked at him and said, since you're Empress Ling Yao's man, I won't let you be bullied. Xianxia was a little confused. He had casually said something, and this guy believed him? Goshing's brain reacted quickly. He quickly puffed out his chest and said, the Jia Hall is worried that the devil path will cause trouble when the land of demon affinity opens, so they sent me here to maintain stability. I see. Ryu Sinan's eyes showed a hint of understanding. Although he was a member of the Jia Hall, he had been out there punishing evil devil path martial cultivators all year round. Naturally, he could not tell Xianxia's true identity. Of course. That was not important. What was important was that this person was surrounded by the buried moon pavilion that he had been investigating all this time. Whether from the perspective of a colleague or an outsider, he had to help him out, because this was the real, boom. The heavy stone coffin fell to the ground. The cloak with the word chivalry carved on it fluttered behind his back. He combed his messy black hair with both hands, and his haggard face suddenly became energetic. Devil Exterminator Ryu Sinan is here to enforce the law. Devil Path villains, surrender. Silence. Absolute silence. Because, when he changed his outfit, the Buried Moon Pavilion members gathered in the sky above the street, including the 4 ninth transformation Dan realm experts, had already disappeared without a trace. Xianxia was speechless. Brother, can you not pose when you're capturing people? Do you think you can escape? Ryu Sinan smiled coldly. He clenched his hands into fists and smashed them into the air. With a bang, the space suddenly rippled and quickly enveloped the entire Demon Affinity City, interweaving into a walk-shaped flowing light boundary. F***CK. Xianxia's eyes widened. It's just as the storyteller said. Gu Chaonan said in shock. This guy has the spirit of space and can quickly seal off an area. Xianxia said in his heart, brother, where is this storyteller you mentioned? I really want to go and pay him a visit now. Whoosh. Lu Sinan spread out his hands as if he was grabbing the space. Then, he clasped his hands together. The enchantment that permeated the city quickly shrank and bound the thousands of fleeing members of the Buried Moon Pavilion together. They were squeezed face to face. Xianxia said in shock, awesome. He hammered the air with his fists, forming a barrier that resembled a plastic wrap. Then, he elegantly grabbed the fleeing members of the Buried Moon Pavilion and tied them up. Xianxia was immediately stunned by his actions. What shocked him the most was that he and his disciple were clearly also inside the boundary, but when the boundary closed, it flashed past and did not affect them. The system praised, this person's control of the power of space has already reached perfection. Amazing. Xianxia's eyes were filled with respect. Without affecting the innocent, he caught all the members of the Buried Moon Pavilion. Wait, the 4-9 transformation dance stage cultivators seemed to have slipped away. Sigh. Ryu Sinan shook his head and said, for escaped. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. If you didn't pose in the beginning, they wouldn't have been able to escape. Young man. Ryu Sinan said, you're safe now. Thank you for saving me. Xianxia cupped his hands and said, if such a powerhouse becomes a member of the sect of all times, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Ryu Sinan looked up at the outline of the gate outside the city and said, the land of demonic affinity is about to open, and people of the demonic path will come in large numbers. For your own safety, you should leave quickly. F***CK, does he think I'm weak? The system said, compared to them, the host is indeed very weak. Xianxia shook his head and said with a serious expression, from the day I joined the Realm Hall, I made a vow that I will use my life to defend justice. Even if there is a mountain of swords and a sea of fire in front of me, I will go forward without hesitation. Every word and every action was a perfect display of his acting skills. Su Xiaoma, who was standing behind him, exclaimed in admiration, compared to the sect master, I'm so weak. Brother, you're not really from the Realm Hall, are you? Gu Zhaoxi muttered in his heart. Young man. Ryu Sinan nodded and praised, I admire you. Brother Lu. Xianxia said, to tell you the truth, I've always hoped to become a man like you, who can slay demons. What kind of man am I if I can't even protect my own woman? Ryu Sinan placed his hand on the sarcophagus, dispirited and haggard once again covering his entire face. Xianxia thought, this is a man with a story. Who? Ryu Sinan put the sarcophagus back on his back and pointed at the branch master bound by Gu Zhaoxi, saying, I want to take this person with me. This, Xianxia was at a loss. They had finally managed to capture a leader of the Buried Moon Pavilion with great difficulty. If he was taken away before they could even interrogate him, wouldn't all their efforts have been in vain? Brother Lu. Xianxia's brain spun as he said, I serve the Jade Chestnut Maiden. At this point, he stopped abruptly, because the seemingly real yet illusory gate in the sky had completely materialized. Strange lines gradually appeared on the rusty gate, outlining a huge, ferocious head that resembled a demon beast. Ryu Sinan turned around and frowned, saying, it's about to open the gate. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the huge iron gate. Not only did it sweep across the entire city, it even extended for thousands of miles. Upon contact with the energy, Xianxia immediately felt his mind being disturbed, but it quickly disappeared. Thus, he asked in astonishment, what happened just now? This is a demonic wave. Gu Zhaoxi said solemnly, I heard that the scholar said that it can interfere with demonic cultivators. Patriarch. At this moment, Li Qingyang pointed to the sky and exclaimed, Junior sister is flying up. Jun Changxiao hurriedly looked up and saw Yao Menjing's eyes flickering with red light. A crescent moon pattern appeared between her brows as she approached the iron gate as if she had lost her mind. Let's go. What do we do with this guy? Bring him along. Whoosh. Whoosh. Jun Changxiao was the first to fly up. When he got close to Yao Menjing, he shouted, Girl, what's wrong? Yao Menjing didn't say anything. She stopped when she was about 10 feet away from the iron gate and made a gesture that resembled a prayer. At this moment, the demonic cultivators that flew up also stopped. They surrounded the iron gate that was flickering with flowing light and turned into devout believers. Brother, what's going on? I don't know. Didn't the scholar tell you? He's not omnipotent. He's not omniscient. Jun Changxiao tried to call out to Yao Menjing, but the latter didn't listen at all. Instead, the flickering red light in her eyes became even more intense. Ryu Sinan said, These demonic cultivators are delivering the power of faith. When a certain condition is met, the iron gate will open. I see. Jun Changxiao came to a realization, but he was stunned and thought to himself, why is this guy here? Where are the members of the buried moon pavilion that we just captured? After the iron gate materialized, all the demonic cultivators within a radius of thousands of miles flew over. They gathered around and devoutly contributed the power of faith, causing the strange pattern on the door to become even more intense. When the demon ancestor was alive, he opened up an independent space and threw all the treasures in, thus starting the era of the Great Search. However, if the later generations wanted to obtain them, they had to gather faith to open the door. Jun Changxiao said, This design is a bit flashy. Ryu Sinan stood at the side with his arms crossed in front of his chest. The cloak with the word chivalry engraved on it rustled behind him. Where was the stone coffin? It was placed on the streets of the city and pressed against the space wrap that bound the members of the buried moon pavilion. In the extreme cavern. Shinran Tonggu looked at the materialized demonic gate and said, The gate is about to open. Let's hope it'll be the same as before and pass by peacefully, Masato Katano said. The land of demonic affinity appeared once every 100 years. Although it appeared many times and caused a huge commotion, no one had inherited the opportunities inside, so the entire upper realm was still relatively peaceful. All the major sects were also watching the demonic gate. After all, with such a huge commotion, it would be rude if they did not show some interest. Master. On a cloud-shrouded mountain peak, a stooped old man said, Jun Changxiao is there too. Empress Lingyao said, with him around, I'm afraid something will happen when the land of demonic affinity opens. The camera returned to the sky outside the city of demonic affinity half an hour later. The number of demonic cultivators from all over the world had reached hundreds of thousands, densely surrounding the iron gate. Perhaps because Ryu Sinan was beside them, no demonic cultivators dared to get close. Hence, the area where Jun Changxiao and the others were at was particularly eye-catching. Crack, just then, a crisp sound was heard. The tightly shut iron gate shook slightly, and then a crack appeared at the bottom. It's open. Ryu Sinan said solemnly. He released his spiritual senses to capture all the demonic cultivators around, afraid that they would lose their minds and cause a serious stampede. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. The iron gate shook frequently, and then slowly opened from the bottom to the top. As the gap widened, a chilling wind blew from inside. Boom. After a while, the iron gate opened completely. Because of the vortex, they could not see what was inside. Patriarch. Yao Menjing said, we can go in now. Huh? Jun Changxiao was a little dumbfounded. This girl's eyes were still red, as if she was controlled by some power. How could she still be conscious and speak? Huff huff. Just then, Yao Menjing opened her arms, and demonic qi emerged from her body, quickly enveloping the patriarch, Li Qingyang, and the others. Let's go. Whoosh, everyone was dragged by her, and then quickly merged into the vortex of the gate. Ryu Sinan did not follow because he was not a demonic cultivator and had no interest in finding opportunities. Instead, he raised his chin and said, that girl just now felt a little different from other demonic cultivators. The huge iron gate that was flashing with flowing light was like a ball of fire, attracting thousands of demonic cultivators to enter. To them, this was a once-in-a-century opportunity. They were not afraid even if they had to sacrifice their lives for it. Ryu Sinan stood in midair, watching the demonic cultivators enter like moths to a flame. He could not help but sigh in his heart. The hardest thing to control in the world is desire. Yes. The land of demonic affinity had opened countless times, but no one had obtained the opportunity. Some had even died. However, it could still attract a large number of martial artists. This was the terrifying part of desire. Swish, swish, at this moment, dozens of flowing lights flew over from afar and entered the vortex of the iron gate at the fastest speed. Ryu Sinan thought, did the Xianxia pavilion send their higher-ups in again? Whoosh! Whoosh, after another 10 minutes, the hundreds of thousands of demonic cultivators gathered around all flew in. The iron gate first surged with a majestic demonic aura, then slowly closed from top to bottom. A heavy voice sounded, my treasure will be obtained by the fated. Cold and ruthless. Although these words would be said every time the door closed, Ryu Sinan still felt fear. He thought, how strong was the demon lord back then? The heavy voice spread throughout the entire upper realm. Shinran Tongu and Masato Kitano, who were not present, also heard it. Both of them had a special feeling. Although they had heard it countless times, they could hear a different meaning each time. Even a sentence sealed for 100,000 years contains some kind of profound meaning. Perhaps this is the strength of the third step. The desire for a higher realm rose in their eyes, but there was also some helplessness. Since ancient times, there were very few powerhouses who could reach that level. Some realms could not be achieved with talent and time. Therefore, the two brothers had been stuck at the peak for a long time. They had long calmed down. When they had nothing to do, they played chess and regretted it. Their days were very comfortable. Swish, swish, Jun Changxiao and the others, who were shrouded in demonic aura, appeared out of thin air. Then, they found themselves in a dark and desolate environment. Patriarch Yao Menjing said, we're in. Jun Changxiao steadied himself and found that he and his disciple were in the middle of a dry, barren land. There was a crescent moon floating in the sky, which was exactly the same as the pattern on the girl's forehead. It's a little cold. Su Xiaoma crossed his arms. This kind of coldness wasn't like the coldness of Lu Qianqian's ice attribute. Instead, it was a coldness that came from the depths of one's soul. Perhaps it was because the surroundings were filled with boundless devil qi. Fortunately, although the barren land was full of strong devil qi, it was not the kind that affected the soul of the devil fog forest. Although everyone felt uncomfortable, they could still bear it. Swish, swish, not long after Jun Changxiao and the others entered, demonic cultivators appeared one after another in the void. Clearly, they were the ones who entered later. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi asked, where do we go from here? Jun Changxiao was speechless. I was the one who wanted to ask you that. Gu Zhaoxi scratched his head and said, it's my first time here. The land of demonic affinity was an opportunity prepared by the demon ancestor for demonic cultivators. Orthodox martial artists usually wouldn't join in the fun because they might lose their lives. It could be said that the demonic cultivators who entered later had done their homework before coming and could be considered prepared. On the other hand, Jun Changxiao and the others were complete newbies. Their current state was, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Hey! Gu Zhaoxi lifted the black-robed elder and asked, do you know? The buried moon pavilion branch leader didn't speak. He, who had been punched, was currently in a severely injured state. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to speak. Brother. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Gu Zhaoxi said, this guy is a burden. Why don't we just kill him? Jun Changxiao said, he's still useful. Yes. Gu Zhaoxi slapped his forehead and said, we can use him to blackmail the buried moon pavilion. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Could it be that in the eyes of my brother, I only want to blackmail? The system said, what else? Carrying an injured person was indeed a bit of a burden, so Jun Changxiao threw him into the Tianyuan prison pagoda with a wave of his hand and handed him over to the prison trio. Daodu, little Louis. Arya shouted, guests are here. It was difficult to measure the size of the land of demonic affinity. However, with hundreds of thousands of demonic cultivators gathered here, it didn't seem crowded. This was enough to show that this independent space was quite large. After entering, everyone didn't move around casually. They continued to pray like devout believers. Patriarch, what should we do? Follow them. Okay. Xianxia and the disciples followed suit and stood in the barren land, fully demonstrating what it meant to make up the numbers. Buzz. Buzz, about an hour later, the dark space suddenly trembled. Then, 10 stone doors appeared out of thin air in a higher area in the distance. From the order they were arranged, it seemed to contain some kind of profound meaning. It's here, it's here. Someone said excitedly, the door of opportunity left by the demonic ancestor. The hundreds of thousands of demonic cultivators gathered around all had a greedy luster in their eyes. Some even began to walk towards the stone doors. There were many people. There were only 10 doors. In order to get in faster, everyone went at full speed. There were bound to be collisions during this period, so it directly evolved into a chaotic battle. If I can't get in, you can't get in either. Whoever dares to stop us will die. Brothers, let's get in. Boom. Boom. Boom, in an instant, in front of the 10 seemingly indestructible stone doors, all kinds of brilliant martial arts flashed. Xianxia was speechless. They're fighting just like that? Patriarch. Xianxia said, there must be some kind of opportunity behind the stone doors. Should we go in? We have to go in, but... Xianxia stroked his chin and said, there might not be opportunities in all 10 stone doors. There might be traps in 9 of them. Gu Jiaoshi pointed at a few demonic cultivator groups gathered together in the distance and said. They haven't moved yet. They should be considering that door. Get lost. At this moment, a deafening roar came from the stone door. The demonic cultivators who were fighting stopped one after another. When they saw that the person who spoke was the fierce-looking Scarface, they all made way for him. This was a powerhouse that no one could afford to offend. Scarface led his subordinates to the second door and said coldly, the door won't disappear. What are you guys so anxious for? Everyone muttered in their hearts, the door won't disappear. We can enter at any time, but the opportunity is different. It'll be gone once it's taken away. Swoosh, Scarface led his subordinates in first. At the same time, powerful demonic cultivator groups also chose the stone doors one after another. In a short while, all 10 stone doors had people entering. There might be traps waiting for them inside, but under the great temptation of the opportunity, even if it was a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, they still had to try. Because the various demonic cultivators had moved first, the other demonic cultivators calmed down and began to line up to enter. Patriarch. Xianxia said, which door do you choose? Seeing the others enter one after another, she started to get a little anxious. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he slowly took out a compass from his space ring and thought to himself, can a treasure detector be used here? The system said, you're taking the sword of the previous dynasty to kill the officials of this dynasty. Buzz, at this moment, the compass suddenly flashed with light after he injected his thoughts into it. Then, it started to spin rapidly and finally stopped at a certain direction. As expected. Xianxia said happily, it's useful. The system explained forcefully, regardless of the previous dynasty or the current one, as long as the sword is sharp, it can be cut down. Eh? Xianxia realized that the directions given by the compass were not the 10 stone doors, so he said in surprise, could they all be traps? Xianxia was very surprised that the treasure finder, which was purchased in the lower realm and used in the planar battlefield, could be used in the land of demonic fate. What was even more surprising was that the position shown did not point to the 10 stone doors, which meant that there was nothing inside. Since that was the case, why did he put it out? Wasn't the demon ancestor, who created the treasure finder, deliberately tricking people? As expected. Xianxia thought, the world of the top powerhouses is really hard to understand. It's very normal. The system said, if it's so easily found, then it's not called a treasure finder, it's called a cabbage on the street. So if the later generations want to obtain the inheritance, how can they not pay a huge price? For example, if the host knows that he's about to die and needs someone else to inherit his martial arts, he will definitely set up a complicated treasure finder to make things difficult for them. Are you cursing me to die? Analogy. Jun Changxiao said, if it were me, I would definitely set up this treasure finder to be more interesting, and not be old-fashioned and let the later generations choose. Although he was talking with the system, he was not idle in reality. After carefully observing the position of the treasure finder, he led the disciples in the opposite direction of the stone door. Patriarch. Yao Mingyao was puzzled, where are we going? Don't talk. Jun Changxiao said, just follow. Yao Menjing hurriedly shut her mouth, even though she had 100 question marks in her heart, she did not say it out loud. Li Qingyang and the others were not demonic cultivators, so their mentality was very normal. They did not care about where the patriarch took them. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi looked at the treasure finder and said, what is this thing? Treasure finder. Jun Changxiao said, Master gave it to me. Gu Zhaoxi looked at him with envy. After wandering in the upper realm for so long, he had always been working hard by himself, without any master to help him. Brother, I'm jealous. The treasure finder's position on the compass was in the northwest direction, so Jun Changxiao led them all the way. After walking for about an hour, the frequency of the light flashing increased, which meant that they were very close to the treasure finder. Strange. It's clearly very close, but why is there nothing? Jun Changxiao was still in the barren land, surrounded by nothing but moonlight and devil qi. Buzz, however, after taking a few more steps, he seemed to have touched an invisible barrier, and the space suddenly rippled. Swish. Swish. Suddenly, an even bigger stone door appeared before them. Thick demonic energy blew out from within, causing Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others to shudder involuntarily. Jun Changxiao lowered his head and looked at the compass. He found that the frequency of the light was increasing, so he said happily, it should be inside. Go. Everyone entered one after another. At this moment, the demonic cultivators who were queuing up in the distance also noticed that there was an even larger stone door behind them. After a short moment of consideration, they immediately rushed over. As expected. A black-robed old man said, there's a hidden door. In the previous opening of the land of demon affinity, many demonic cultivators entered and very few came out. However, after countless times, they would eventually sum up their experience. Therefore, whether the 10 stone doors had any opportunities or not had always been a matter of speculation. Now, Jun Changxiao cheated by using the treasure detector and activated the invisible hidden door, which confirmed many people's speculations. Behind the stone door was a long tunnel. The walls were crimson red, as if they were painted with blood. Jun Changxiao led the disciples in, but with every step they took, the depths of their souls seemed to be eroded by some kind of energy, and they began to feel lightheaded. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi said in shock, the demonic energy here will disturb the mind. Don't be careless. Swish. Before he finished speaking, he had already lost his mind. When he came back to his senses, he found himself in a forest with birds singing and flowers fragrant. What's going on? I felt like I was in a dream just now. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were also nearby. They looked at each other, puzzled. Wait, where are the patriarch and junior sister? Everyone was in the forest, but Jun Changxiao and Yao Menjing were nowhere to be seen. Don't worry. Gu Zhaoxi closed his eyes, and after sensing for a while, he said, this isn't reality. This is a dream. A dream? Everyone was stunned. Gu Zhaoxi said, the demonic energy just disturbed our minds and brought us to an illusory scene. The patriarch and that girl didn't come in, so they must have resolved it beforehand. Boom. Suddenly, Yi Xingchen punched Su Xiaoma in the stomach and said, does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. It really is a dream. No, can't you just hit yourself? Why do you have to hit me? Just as Gu Zhaoxi guessed, they had already fallen into some kind of dream. In reality, they were standing in the tunnel like wooden chickens. Phew. Standing to the side, Jun Changxiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He wasn't disturbed by the demonic energy because Xiao Hua and Little Xia had worked together to suppress the demonic energy in his mind. It's over. They've been tricked. Seeing Gu Zhaoxi, Li Qingyang, and the others' lifeless eyes, Jun Changxiao was about to step forward and take their pulse so that little Xia and Xiaohua could resolve it, but he suddenly discovered that Yao Menjing, who was standing in the middle, was crying. Damn it, you actually made my cute disciple cry, unforgivable. Jun Changxiao walked over and put one hand on Yao Menjing's pulse. He was about to use his two spiritual bodies to help her break free from the demonic energy when a buzzing sound came from his head, and he was instantly dumbfounded. A moment later, he seemed to have awoken from a dream and suddenly found himself standing under the setting sun. He slowly raised his head and saw a dilapidated building in front of him, and the words Iron Bone could be vaguely seen on the broken plaque. Boom! Jun Changxiao felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he was instantly dumbfounded. Because that dilapidated building was the sect hall that had been modified by Li Qingyang many times, he turned his head stiffly and realized that he was standing on a drill ground. The surrounding buildings had been destroyed, and the corpses of his disciples were strewn all over the place. Their blood had converged into a river. Jun Changxiao felt as if his heart had been viciously stabbed by a sharp blade, and his entire face gradually twisted. Who was it who destroyed my sect? Jun Changxiao's blood seemed to have been set ablaze, and endless flames of fury erupted from his body as he brought out all of his trump cards, such as the unstoppable saber and the stone statue. At that moment, standing in the dilapidated sect under the setting sun, he was like an enraged demon that could plunge the entire world into eternal darkness at any moment. Host, calm down. Right at this moment, the system's voice sounded in his ears. This is a dream. Dream? I'm having a nightmare? The system said. To be precise, the host is in Yao Menjing's dream. Wah! Suddenly, the sound of crying came from beside his ears. Jun Changxiao, who had calmed down, hurriedly turned around and saw Yao Menjing kneeling in a pool of blood, hugging Lu Wancher's corpse. Her tears fell like rain as she cried, "Senior sister, wake up." Although the system had reminded him that it was only a dream, seeing this scene, his heart still felt an intense pain. Ta! Right at this moment, a person in a black robe walked over and stopped in front of Yao Mengyao. His voice was cold as he said, "Crying is a coward's behavior. Stand up and follow me." Who are you? Someone who can change your fate. I'm not leaving. I want to wait for the patriarch to return. That guy is already dead. You are the only survivor of the sect of all times. The black-robed old man was a little impatient. He used energy to envelop Yao Menjing, and whether she agreed or not, he wanted to forcefully take her away. However, just as he was about to fly away, a hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Old man. Jun Changxiao stood behind and said with a cold face, "Let go of my disciple." The black-robed old man turned around in shock and said, How can you enter other people's dreams? I'm very curious. Jun Changxiao said, "How can you enter?" Shua. Suddenly, he threw the black-robed old man over his shoulder and pressed him to the ground. Then, he channeled energy into his fist and shouted angrily, "Whether it's reality or a dream, whoever dares to bully my disciple, I will definitely kill him." Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Although it was a dream, the fight was very real. Every punch hit the flesh. There was only one word to describe it: awesome. After a series of explosions, the mysterious black-robed old man was instantly beaten into a wisp of demonic energy. The surrounding space immediately collapsed, and the two of them instantly left the dream and returned to reality. What happened? Yao Menjing said with tears in her eyes. Ah. Patriarch, why are you riding on martial uncle? In the dream, Jun Changxiao was beating up the black-robed old man. In reality, he was grabbing Gu Zhaoxi and beating him up. The latter's mind was currently in the dream, but his body was beaten black and blue. No wonder it was real, no wonder every punch hit the flesh. The black-robed old man appeared and gathered his energy to envelop Yao Menjing and take her away. Jun Changxiao couldn't help but walk over. He didn't care if it was a dream or reality, he would never allow anyone to take his disciple away. What surprised him was that although he appeared in the dream as a bystander, he could actually touch the other party. What did this mean? Both he and the old man were real. How can you enter someone else's dream? The black-robed man's words immediately made Jun Changxiao certain that the former also broke into Yao Menjing's dream, so he beat him up without saying anything. Looking at Gu Chaoshi, whose face was swollen and whose eyes were still dazed, a trace of shame appeared on Go Leftover's face. Then, he hurriedly helped him up and placed him beside the disciple again, pretending that nothing had happened. Patriarch, I just had a nightmare. Yao Menjing wiped her tears and said. She seemed to have not recovered yet, and her words had a sobbing tone. It's just a dream. Jun Changxiao said, don't think too much. The system said, the black-robed man that the host beat up just now is probably the culprit that made disciple fall into the dream. What a pity. Jun Changxiao muttered to himself, it got away. Leading his disciple into the dream, then putting on a show of the sect being destroyed, and finally taking her away, there must be a plan. Shua. Shua. At this moment, demonic cultivators caught up from behind. Without exception, they were all disturbed by the demonic aura and then lost consciousness. They stood in place, and their eyes gradually became dull. Jun Changxiao ignored them and went to Gu Zhaoxi and his disciple. He released the fire spirit and evil spirit power to dispel the demonic aura that controlled their mind. Huff huff. Huff huff huff. A moment later, everyone broke free from the dream and gasped for breath. They entered the same dream. At first, it was a forest full of birds and flowers, but then a large number of powerful beasts appeared and they were forced to fight. Especially Gu Zhaoxi. He fought hundreds of beasts alone. In the end, he was beaten up and felt pain all over his body. Ouch. After freeing himself from the dream, he covered his face and said, it hurts. Martial uncle, why is your face swollen? Su Shama asked. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji looked over at the same time, a trace of confusion in their eyes. In the dream, they had also been attacked by demonic beasts, but when they returned to reality, there were no changes to their bodies. Why was martial uncle so severely injured? And it seemed like they were all greeting his face? That's not right. Gu Zhaoxi wondered, why am I the only one injured? Jun Changxiao pretended not to hear, then turned to look at the group of demonic cultivator who had just entered, and said, these people have also fallen into a dream. Plop. Suddenly, a demonic cultivator fell to the ground, his eyes gradually losing their luster. Gu Zhaoxi said, dead. Swish, at this moment, a black stream of light emerged from Yuwen's corpse, and then instantly merged into the stone wall and disappeared. Jun Changxiao immediately frowned. This attribute had also appeared after he had beaten up the black-robed old man. Plop. Plop. More and more demonic cultivators fell to the ground and lost their vitality. Black streams of light flew out from their bodies and merged into the wall like ghosts. Understood. Gu Zhaoxi observed for a while and said, this is a method of the demonic Tao, called dream soul reaping. The black streams of light that flew out are their souls? That's right. Hearing this, Jun Changxiao's face suddenly became extremely cold. Just now in Yao Menjing's dream, the black-robed old man took her away. Could it be that he took away her soul? Fortunately, he had gone in and stopped it in time. If the girl had followed him, she would have become a corpse. What a vicious method. Almost causing his disciple to lose her life, completely infuriating Jun Changxiao. However, Gu Zhaoxi said, dream soul reaping only works on demonic cultivators. Even if orthodox martial artists fall into a dream, their souls will not be taken away. Plop. Plop. One by one, the demonic cultivators fell to the ground and their souls flew out of their bodies. Jun Changxiao wanted to stop it, but he couldn't touch the black attribute at all. He could only watch as they lost their vitality. Let's go. Let's continue forward. Since they had come to the land of demon fate to seek opportunities, they had to be prepared to die. Goxing would not be merciful and use two types of spirit bodies to resolve their crisis. Firstly, it would consume too much energy, and secondly, there were too many people. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi said as he walked, placing the dream soul reaping here is not as simple as setting up a trap to increase the difficulty. It is obviously to take people's souls. Could it be that there is an ulterior motive? I heard from the scholar that the other reason why the demonic ancestor created the land of demon fate was to pave the way for his own resurrection. With the dream soul reaping here, perhaps, gathering a large number of demonic cultivator souls to revive himself? That's right. Jun Changxiao fell into a short silence and said, if that's the case, then demonic cultivators who come to seek opportunities are actually entering a tomb prepared for themselves in advance. As they talked, they walked to the end of the tunnel and entered a relatively spacious space. Then, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. This place was a bit like a palace. The ground was paved with high-quality stone slabs. There were stone statues of some kind of demonic beast heads on the four walls. They all opened their mouths and spat out red water. It was very fishy and pungent. Blood. Gu Jiaoshi said, it's all the blood of demonic cultivators. Why was he so sure? Because martial artists who cultivated the demonic path had demonic qi energy in their blood. It could be detected with just a little bit of consciousness. There were a total of 10 demonic beast heads in the palace, so there were 10 spots where blood was spurting out. The scene presented was really creepy. The blood is warm. Jun Changxiao said, just died not long ago? He Wudi looked carefully at the 10 demonic beast heads and said, the 10 stone doors we saw earlier all had similar patterns. Could it be? He didn't continue, but everyone understood where the blood came from. Splash. Splash, splash. Splash, the blood of demonic cultivators fell into the water trough and then surged along a fixed route, finally being transported to a huge blood pool in the central area. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were experienced, but when they saw the large pool of blood, they suddenly had the urge to vomit. Jun Changxiao walked over and found that there was a luxurious throne made of special materials at the north of the blood pool. There were complicated patterns on it and an exquisite box was placed on it. Brother. Gu Jiaoshi said, this throne is probably worth a lot. We can take it with us before we leave. That's what I was thinking. The two of them looked at each other and smiled brightly. Patriarch. At this moment, Li Qingyang shouted, Junior sister is going up. Jun Changxiao and Gu Jiaoshi hurriedly turned around and saw that Yao Menjing had stopped in front of the throne. Then, she picked up the box and sat down. Her face seemed to be in a daze, and her eyes were flashing red. In the outside world, the tightly shut iron door suddenly shook. Shinran Tonggu hurriedly looked up. While Masato Katana was also looking, he waved his hand and messed up the chessboard, saying, what's going on? Kikik. Kik. Suddenly, strange laughter came from the iron door, followed by a voice that shook the sky. 10 immortal sects, all the major clans, your nightmare has come again. Not good. Shinran Tonggu and Masato Katano exclaimed at the same time, the demonic ancestor has been resurrected. Puchi. At this moment, a red-crowned crane flew over from afar and delivered some information. Masato Katano's mouth twitched. I just received news that your disciple Jun Changxiao has brought a few disciples into the land of demonic affinity. What? Shinran Tonggu's eyes widened. Then, he angrily flipped the chessboard and roared, he's not a demonic cultivator, what's he doing there? Sinister laughter and voices suddenly rang out from within the demon gate, causing the entire upper world to boil. The nightmare of the 10 major immortal sects and the various races, all the martial artists subconsciously thought of the demonic tribe that they had joined forces to destroy. Could the land of demonic affinity really be used to revive the demonic ancestor, Jia Hall? Several higher-ups stood outside the main hall, frowning. It's still here. The upper world will never have peace again. Should we inform the immortal sects? Let them send someone to stop it. The land of demonic affinity is connected to the origin of heaven and earth. If it could be stopped so easily, it would not have existed for so long. The revival of the demonic ancestor was a serious problem. But the Jia Hall could not make the necessary arrangements, because all of this was planned by the other party. If there was a possibility of revival, no one could stop it. Master. In the majestic palace, the hunchbacked old man said solemnly, the demonic ancestor is about to be revived? Empress Ling Yao said, as expected, as long as that guy goes in, there will definitely be changes. The land of demonic affinity had existed for 100,000 years. During this period, it had opened and closed many times without any major changes. Now that Jun Changxiao had gone in, the demonic ancestor was revived. This was too much of a coincidence. Chaos. Empress Ling Yao said, the upper world is going to be in chaos. The Jia Hall is going to have a headache. the hunchbacked old man said. Not only that. Empress Lingyao said, the 10 major immortal sects will probably not sit still. After all, a top powerhouse like the demonic ancestor can bring absolute disaster to the entire world by himself. Demonic Affinity City. Lu Xinan hung in the air, his brows tightly knitted together. Not only did he hear the voice, but he also heard it more carefully than others. Especially when he felt the power contained within, his state of mind was immediately affected. He exclaimed, just how strong was the demonic ancestor when he was alive? Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, the huge iron gate hanging in the sky shone brightly, and a majestic demonic aura was released, as if it was going to engulf the entire world. Whoosh, Ryu Sinan spread out his arms, and the space spirit erupted. Layers upon layers of materialized barriers enveloped the huge iron gate, preventing the demonic chi from spreading irregularly. He came to Demonic Affinity City because he was worried that the demonic cultivators would riot. Now that the demonic lord was about to be resurrected, as a demonic exterminator, he had to do his best to stop the demonic cultivators. As for whether he could succeed or not, it was no longer within his consideration. Swish, swish, just as the space enchantment was formed, streams of light suddenly flew over from all directions. Judging from the aura they emitted, their strength was not below Ryu Sinan's. A moment later, 10 dignified old men in different outfits appeared outside the huge iron gate. Their turbid eyes gradually sharpened. So strong. Ryu Sinan was shocked. He couldn't figure out the strength of these people. They had probably reached the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Swish, swish, at this moment, 2 more streaks of light flew over at high speed. Shinran Tongu, Masato Kitano, a white-haired old man said lightly. Why are you here too? Ryu Sinan was shocked. What? Shinran Tongu said unhappily, this is the territory of the 10 major celestial sects. You don't allow us itinerant cultivators to come in at will? 10 major celestial sects? Ryu Sinan's eyes widened. No wonder these 10 people were so powerful. It turned out that they were the powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects, top itinerant cultivators and powerhouses of the celestial sects. Outside the small demonic affinity city, it could be said that the big shots had gathered. However, this was just the beginning. In the next hour, powerhouses from all over the world arrived one after another. They were all from Dao sects, and their strength was all in the truth-seeking realm. The Realm Hall contacted them? No, the 10 major celestial sects contacted them. Since the land of demonic affinity was an opportunity to resurrect the demonic lord, and because it was related to the origin of heaven and earth, they couldn't enter to kill the danger in the cradle. However, they could wait outside for him to come out. The expression on Ryu Sinan's face became interesting. In terms of seniority, he belonged to the 2nd generation in the upper realm. Shinran Tongu and the powerhouses of the celestial sects were the 1st generation. Now, those outside the demonic gate were all 1st generation powerhouses, which made him feel that he had no status. In that case, as a disciple of Shinran Tongu, Jun Changshao could also be classified as a 2nd generation powerhouse. He could be brothers with Ryu Sinan. There was nothing wrong with calling him Brother Lu. Although this is not the territory of the celestial sects, the demonic lord is about to be resurrected. Outsiders should leave as soon as possible, a powerhouse of the 10 major celestial sects said lightly. Heh. Masato Kitano sneered and said, are you worried that we will cause trouble? Although he and Shinran Tongu were quite afraid of the 10 major celestial sects, it was impossible for them to be terrified when they met. At least in terms of cultivation, they were not weak. The weakness was that they were alone. To put it bluntly, the strength of the 2 brothers was not inferior to any of the powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects, but if they were to fight in a group, it would definitely be difficult for them to fight against so many. Swish. Swish. After a while, the powerhouses of the various races also flew over, including the Thunder Rhombus race, the Ice Phoenix race, and so on. Back then, the 10 major celestial sects were not the only ones who destroyed the demonic clan, but also the various races. Therefore, the demonic lord was about to be resurrected, and they definitely could not sit back and do nothing. Because of the beast egg, the various races had once gathered at the Aeon Immortal Mountain, but the scene was not too spectacular. Because other than the large number of people, most of them were only at the core transformation realm. Now, in front of the huge demonic gate, the top powerhouses of the various sects and races were gathered together. The scene was shocking because they were all at the truth-seeking realm. Any one of them could easily defeat Jun Gosheng. Ryu Sinan became a little brother. He even took back the spatial barrier and thought to himself, I feel a little redundant. Forget it, forget it. He landed in Demon Affinity City, carried the stone coffin on his back, and dragged the group of bound members of the Buried Moon Pavilion away. His level was too high to participate. Inside the land of Demon Affinity, in a magnificent palace, when Yao Menjing picked up the box and sat on the throne, dense lines appeared on the surrounding walls and floor, and then quickly spread out. Jun Changxiao wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Gulp. Gulp. The demonic blood in the blood pool boiled violently, and the spreading lines surrounded the throne and gradually extended to Yao Menjing's body. The crescent moon pattern between her eyebrows became even brighter. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, black streams of light drilled out of the wall like ghosts and merged into the blood pool, turning into red light that hung above the throne. Blood is my body, soul is my will. A deep voice suddenly sounded in the palace, and Li Qingyang and the others' blood boiled. Brother! Gu Zhaoxi exclaimed, the demon ancestor wants to use this girl's body and soul to revive. F***ck. Jun Changxiao cursed in his heart, and then rushed toward Yao Menjing. He didn't care whether the demon ancestor revived or not, but if he wanted to use his disciple's body to do so, he definitely had to stop it, because this was definitely not a good thing. Swish! Little Xia and Little Hu worked frantically to dissolve the demonic aura for their father. Jun Changxiao was able to get close to the throne, and he grabbed Yao Menjing and pulled her down. But just as he was about to leave, a huge suction force suddenly erupted, and directly, Gosheng couldn't break free, and he sat down on the throne. Swish! 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 Right at this moment, the demonic blood in the blood pool gushed out. The crimson souls that had gathered in the sky also pressed down, instantly enveloping Jun Changxiao and Yao Menjing, forming a huge crimson ball of water. Ah! Dog barks could be heard from within. Oh no! Gu Zhaoxi's expression changed drastically. Brother is implicated. Patriarch! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others all exclaimed. However, there was also a roar in the palace that was on the verge of collapse. Why is there an orthodox cultivator sitting on my throne? Yao Menjing sat on the throne, and the demonic aura in the palace instantly reached its peak. Gu Zhaoxi, who was at the 8 Revolutions core realm, could only resist and not move at all. Jun Changxiao was also disturbed by the demonic aura. However, he could move normally because Little Xia and Little Hu could refine and purify the demonic aura in his body. From the looks of it, Yao Menjing was sitting on the throne and had activated the resurrection procedure of the demon ancestor. Therefore, Gosheng's first thought after rushing over was to pull her down. Success, she was pulled out of the throne and held in her arms. However, just as Jun Changxiao turned around and was about to retreat, a powerful suction force erupted and made him sit directly on the throne. Dog Emperor ascends to the throne, all living beings worship, whoosh! Whoosh! In a flash, demonic blood and soul demons rushed over and surrounded Jun Changxiao and Yao Menjing, forming a blood-colored water ball that no one could approach or touch. It's over, Gu Zhaoxi and the disciples were shocked. Although they didn't understand what was going on, the demonic aura in the water ball must be very powerful. The patriarch was not a demonic cultivator, and he might die because of it. Ah! 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 Dog bark sounded in the palace, making people shudder. Patriarch! Li Qingyang and the others were suppressed by the demonic aura, and could only watch helplessly as they roared in their hearts. Brother! Gu Zhaoxi clenched his fists and shouted, I will take good care of the sect of all times and inherit your will. The disciples almost vomited blood. The patriarch was not dead yet, and Uncle Master was already making arrangements for his funeral. It was strange. Jun Changxiao, who was sitting on the throne and surrounded by the red water ball, screamed. Yao Menjing, who was sitting on him, did not move at all. She even faintly showed a comfortable expression on her face. The situation was like this. The throne was the opportunity for the demon ancestors' resurrection. As long as a demonic cultivator sat on it, their body would be used as a guide to receive the demonic blood and soul. Yao Menjing sitting on it was definitely the catalyst. However, Jun Changxiao pulled her down at the critical moment, and he was pulled over and replaced. In other words, Goxing was now the catalyst for the demon ancestors' resurrection. Demonic energy gathered around him, and Yao Menjing, who was sitting next to him, not only did she not suffer any substantial damage, but she also benefited from the overflowing demonic aura. The patriarchs. Benefit, disciple. Such a selfless action was Hui Yao. Ah. Aha. The patriarch's soul's soul was soul, and the patriarch's blood's soul's soul. Xia was a little and little was little, and little's little s little of little. Little Xia and little Hui didn't just stand by idly. They both took on the role of guards and stood in various passageways in an attempt to stop them. However, due to the sheer number of guards, there was simply no way to stop them. If it had been Yao Menjing who had suddenly absorbed so much demonic qi, she would have long lost herself. Although there was a small accident. However, as long as this orthodox martial artist dies, that girl can still be affected, and my resurrection plan can continue. The heavy voice sounded, and there was relief in its tone. The so-called resurrection was to gather the blood and soul of the demonic cultivator and find a suitable body to be the carrier. Jun Changxiao suddenly sat on it. Although it disrupted the original plan, it was only delaying the plan for now. It would not affect the follow-up plan. Patriarch Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were in pain. They could see Jun Changxiao's SSS through the red water ball. It must be a kind of indescribable pain. It's been 100,000 years. When I'm reborn, I'll make the whole world tremble. The demon ancestor's voice sounded in the palace. It seemed to be a chatterbox, as if it did not know the law of villains die from talking too much. Actually, as a villain, if they did not talk more and died, they would not have any sense of existence. Therefore, everyone should not resist this setting. After all, it was not easy for anyone. Buzz, in the outside world, when Jun Changxiao was suffering from the strong demonic aura, the patterns on the huge iron gate became brighter and brighter. This also made the powerhouses of the major sects look more and more serious. Disciple. Shinran Tonggu said with a worried face, "You must come out alive, or else who will fulfill the promise of 10 years? Sigh. Masato Kitano shook his head and said, "When the demon ancestor is resurrected, I'm afraid that anyone who enters will be sacrificed. If you don't know how to speak, then don't speak." Shinran Tonggu roared. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, an even stronger demonic aura appeared on the surface of the demon gate. This made the powerhouses unanimously believe that the demon ancestor's resurrection was imminent, and the entire upper realm would be facing a great disaster. Ah. In the palace, Jun Changxiao was still screaming. His soul, meridians, and flesh were being disturbed and refined by the demonic aura. His mind was in a state of collapse. "Father! You must hold on." Little Xia and little Hui shouted in their hearts. The demonic aura was too strong. As long as Jun Changxiao's mind was distracted, he would definitely die on the spot. This was because the intensity had long exceeded what he could endure. In a trance. Goxing seemed to be in an illusory environment. Various deities stood beside him and smiled. "Brother, we're here to pick you up. I can't die. I can't die. I still want to develop the sect. I still want to become the strongest." Ah. A new wave of demonic aura surged into his mind, causing Jun Changxiao to scream in pain again. His eyes gradually turned red, as if he would fall into eternal damnation at any time. Whoosh, at this moment, the space trembled slightly. The stone statue in the ring appeared out of thin air and quickly turned into powder, sticking to his exposed skin and quickly assimilating into his body. Whoosh, in an instant, a gargoyle shape appeared behind Jun Changxiao. It flapped its wings and enveloped him and Yao Menjing. F***ck. Seeing this, Gu Zhaoxi was shocked. Brother has the bloodline of the stone statue tribe? Ah. Jun Changxiao was still screaming in pain. His eyes were as red as blood, and his teeth were gradually becoming sharper. Even his appearance was beginning to turn into that of a gargoyle. Especially under the cover of the demonic energy, he simply didn't look human anymore. Could it be that under the demonic aura, Brother's bloodline of the stone statue tribe is about to be activated? Gu Xiaoxi was shocked. As one of the 3 tribes with extremely high combat strength, the stone statue tribe was the most mysterious. Especially after the bloodline was awakened, they could transform into a violent warrior that could unleash explosive attacks at any time. So you're a descendant of the stone statue tribe. No wonder you can hold on for so long. But, since when can the demonic tribe activate the bloodline of this tribe? The fiend ancestor sounded puzzled. Sigh. At this moment, a very weak sigh that could penetrate one's soul came from the palace. Who? The fiend ancestor sounded surprised. Gu Xiaoxi, Li Qingyang, and the rest heard it too. However, they did not notice anyone else in the palace. Hence, they thought to themselves, could it be a ghost? Huff. Huff, huff. 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 At this moment, a majestic aura filled the air and shrouded Jun Changxiao in an instant. The current situation was that the first level had the red water blob, the second level had the form of a stone statue, and the third level was shrouded by a special energy. Gosheng was completely sealed. However, under the multiple energy shrouds, the demonic aura and stone statue force in his body were effectively suppressed. A notification sounded in his ears. Do you wish to spend all your contribution points, achievement points, and reputation points to resolve the current crisis? Yes. The one who answered was not Jun Changxiao but the system. Ding. Sect contribution points, 0, ding. Sect achievement points, 0, ding. Sect reputation points, 0, all the rewards he had received during this period of time were gone in an instant. Ding. Crisis resolution mode activated. Huff. Huff. In an instant, an unbelievable attribute appeared in Jun Changxiao's body. It crazily devoured and refined the demonic aura and stone statue force. Little Fire and Little Xia were so shocked that their eyes widened. What kind of power is this? The system proudly said to itself, the power of science. Just as Jun Changxiao was on the brink of death, the system took the initiative to activate the crisis resolution mode. This was a new function added in the previous version, and the condition to use it was to instantly reset contribution points, achievement points, and reputation points. To put it bluntly, it was basically using money to save his life. Here came the problem. How many points did Jun Changxiao accumulate during this time? Just the contribution points and achievement points alone added up to at least 5 to 6 million, while the achievement points were relatively low, only slightly more than 1,000. After working so hard for so long, he even wanted to get a VIP package and use it to upgrade the sect and the disciple shop, but in the end, it was all for naught. Fortunately, Jun Changxiao was in a semi-conscious state and did not hear the notification that his points had reached 0. Otherwise, he would have resurrected on the spot, grabbed his neck, and roared, "Give me back my contribution points. Give me back my achievement points." With the crisis resolution mode activated and the consumption of points increased, Gosheng's body was instantly filled with the power of science as he frantically refined the demonic aura and the stone statue's power. Little Fire and Little Xia were completely dumbfounded. They could feel the sudden emergence of a special energy in their father's body. Then, with an unstoppable force, it instantly destroyed all the negative attributes. The entire process could only be described as terrifying. The next second, the two spirits were instantly overjoyed. This was because when the demonic aura and the stone statue's power were devoured and purified, they actually benefited greatly, and their strength skyrocketed. In the outside world, Yao Menjing also benefited because the demonic aura discharged from Jun Changxiao's body was purer than before. Moreover, absorbing and refining it was completely effortless. Whoosh whoosh. A moment later, the little girl stepped into the core transformation stage. Due to the 3 layers of defense, the breakthrough momentum could not be released. However, Gu Xiaoxi could feel from her actions that she had advanced by a large realm, so he broke down and said, "To be able to break through under such circumstances, this completely refreshes my understanding of martial arts." Yao Menjing was only picking up scraps. The ones who benefited the most were Little Xia and Little Fire. Under the feedback of the power of science, the two spirits' strength increased crazily, and their physique and appearance gradually changed. The heaven and earth attributes that were born in the universe started as a fetus, then an infant, then a juvenile, and finally an adult. To put it bluntly, it was similar to the process of human growth. Every time he reached a new stage, his strength would increase tremendously. The fire spirit and the evil spirit, which were lodged in Xianxia's dantian like two sons, were currently in the infant stage. With the nurturing of a large amount of devil qi, they were gradually entering the stage of adolescence. This was clearly a land of opportunity for demonic cultivators, but in the end, it had helped Xianxia instead. This was 2F** King Scientific. Not good. A panicked voice sounded, "My power has been refined." Not only had it been refined, but it had also been used as nourishment for Xianxia's two spiritual bodies, helping them to continuously improve their cultivation. This was simply a great kindness. Although the fiend ancestor realized that the situation was not good, he could not pull back the endless demonic qi because he had already gone from being active to being passive. Under the eruption of the powers of science, Xianxia had not only turned the situation around, but he was also crazily absorbing the energy of a top-notch expert. He was also crazily trying to obtain absolute benefits. Using money to cheat was extremely terrifying. Strange. In the outside world, the originally dazzling huge iron gate gradually weakened from its peak strength, causing the powerhouses of various clans and sects to be at a loss. Masato Kitano guessed, could it be that the resurrection failed? Ha ha ha. Shinran Tongu suddenly laughed out loud. If the fiend ancestor's resurrection failed, his disciple would have a chance to live. Kid. Shinran Tongu said in his heart, if you're lucky enough to come out alive this time, let's see if you still dare to join in the fun in the future. As the devil qi released by the demonic gate gradually weakened, the powerhouses of various clans and sects breathed a sigh of relief and secretly prayed that the fiend ancestor's resurrection would fail. That way, the upper realm would be as stable as before. But in reality, whether or not the fiend ancestor could be resurrected still depended on Xianxia because his body had not been occupied yet. Without Yao Menjing as the catalyst, the follow-up plan could not be carried out at all. This problem was not important anymore. What was important was that the fiend ancestor wanted to end the resurrection process to preserve his devil qi, but he could not control it at all and was crazily devoured and refined. The current situation was that he had become the catalyst, helping Xianxia to continuously increase the strength of the two spirits and helping him to enter the body of a young man. Thank you. No. No, no, no. The fiend ancestor screamed in panic. The land of demonic affinity had existed for 100,000 years. Every time it opened and every sacrifice, there would be enough devil blood and devil souls to carry out the resurrection plan. Now that there was a sudden change, the most serious consequence was that the soul would be completely destroyed. The perpetrator became the victim in an instant. It was sad and pitiful. Plop. Plop. As all the devil qi in the palace was drawn to Xianxia's area, Gu Zhaoxi, Li Qingyang, and the others were relieved and fell weakly to the ground. Then, they stared at the patriarch who was shrouded in 3 layers of energy with their eyes wide open. From the ferocious look on his face to the radiant look on his face, this change was too big. Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka. At this moment, the sound of cracking could be heard. The second layer of stone gradually shattered and turned into powder that covered Xianxia again. His exposed skin quickly turned into stone. Gu Zhaoxi exclaimed, the stone statue race's bloodline is about to awaken. To be honest, everything that he saw in this short period of time had shocked him. But the most shocking thing was that his brother actually had the stone statue race's bloodline, and it was awakening at the critical moment. From what he knew, the awakening of a race's bloodline was mostly carried out in the bloodline pool in the race's territory. This kind of sudden awakening was really against common sense. Ah! At this moment, the fiend ancestor's angry roar could be heard from the palace. Then, as if using some kind of magical ability, he forcefully isolated the devil qi. The strange lines on the ground and walls quickly faded. The red water ball formed by the devil blood and devil souls quickly weakened and disappeared after losing the supply. The blood pool that had been consumed by more than half also calmed down from its boiling state. Despicable fellow, just you wait. Swish. A black stream of light visible to the naked eye flew out from the bottom of the blood pool and then instantly flew out of the palace and disappeared along the tunnel. The fiend ancestor's remnant soul had escaped. This meant that the resurrection plan had completely failed. What's going on? I feel like I had a dream just now. The demonic cultivators in the secret door tunnel regained consciousness. The 10 demon beast heads in the palace also stopped bleeding, which meant that the demonic cultivators in the 10 stone doors were also safe. In that case, not only did Xianxia save Yao Menjing and prevent the fiend ancestor from occupying his body, he also saved a large number of demonic cultivators who were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. It could be considered a boundless merit. However, the surviving demonic cultivators did not know that they had been saved, so they did a good deed without leaving their names. Especially the demonic cultivators in the secret door, after completely regaining consciousness, they continued to move forward along the tunnel. Soon, they arrived at the palace and saw the exquisite box in Yao Menjing's hands. Could this be the opportunity left here by the fiend ancestor? In an instant, the demonic cultivators who appeared in the palace had the strongest greed in their eyes, and the devil chi in their bodies became restless. Boom! The sound of a heavy landing could be heard. Xiao Ziji used the special effects of the text to transform into a Gundam and set up a large heavy machine gun. He placed his hands on top of it and locked onto the group of demonic cultivators who were eager to give it a try. He coldly said, "I advise you to be kind." Pa! Yi Xingchen's right hand grabbed at the air, and the Feng Tian halberd appeared. At the same time, he also put on the unparalleled battle robe, and said indifferently, "Trash." Zzz. Li Qingyang took out his exclusive divine armament, drew a line in front of the blood pool with the light of thunder, and said, "Those who cross the thunder pool, die." The blood pool instantly turned into a thunder pool. This was very hardcore. The revival failed, demon ancestor turned into a soul and slipped away. However, Jun Changxiao and Yao Menjing were still sitting on the thrones. Evidently they had not completely dissolved the remnant demonic chi. At this time, a large group of demonic cultivators who had regained consciousness walked into the underground palace, staring at the exquisite box with greed in their eyes, clearly intending to snatch it. They saved them, but in the end, they had to snatch it. This was a cruel reality. But they were demonic cultivators after all, they had no moral bottom line. Moreover, even Jun Changxiao did not expect that when he saved his disciples, he would also save these people. Because he was distracted by refining the demonic chi, Gosheng did not have any defense. Any martial artist could easily kill him. It was not a big problem. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the rest stood at the side, forming a defensive formation. Although the powerful demonic chi in the palace had completely dissipated, because of the confrontation between the Sect of all times and the large group of demonic cultivators, the atmosphere became austere again. Whoosh! Gu Zhaoxi's fingers created flames. He lowered his head and lit an electronic cigar, then he blew out a smoke ring, his gaze turning cold as he said, "If you don't want to die, quickly scram." A large group of demonic cultivators had wariness in their eyes. Li Qingyang and the rest did not give them much pressure. After all, they only had rank 1 cultivation, while the rank 8 Gu Zhaoxi was a bit stronger. Greed could drive one's mind to do irrational things. If the disparity in strength was too great, one would definitely not blindly charge forward to die. This showed they could temporarily maintain their rationality. However, the next sentence caused the demonic cultivators to go completely crazy. "The exquisite box contains my innate sacred demon body. Whoever obtains it can inherit the legacy of the Mad Devil tribe." The person who spoke was the remnant soul of demon ancestor. It seemed that he was unwilling to accept the failure of his revival, and wanted to use the demonic cultivators to get rid of Jun Changxiao, who ruined his plan. The plan that had been brewing for tens of thousands of years was finally implemented, but it failed because of an outsider. No one would be able to swallow this anger. Demon ancestor's scheme was not bad. When the demonic cultivators who were still afraid heard this, it was as if their bodies were injected with chicken blood. Not only were they excited, the greed in their eyes also reached the peak. "Crazy!" Gu Zhaoxi frowned. "They're crazy." The innate sacred devil body was the apex physique of the demonic Tao. After inheriting it, one could obtain the legacy of the Mad Devil clan. This would definitely drive demonic cultivators crazy. Go. Swoosh. Shwa. Whoosh. Several rank 5 and 6 demonic cultivators led the charge. With someone taking the lead, it immediately triggered a chain reaction. The several thousand demonic path martial artists gathered at the entrance of the palace began to move together. They didn't plan to confront Li Qingyang and the others. Instead, they decided to circle around them and only focus on snatching the exquisite boxes. You're courting death. Gu Zhaoxi was filled with killing intent. Crack. At that moment, Xiao Ziji lowered the heavy machine gun and aimed it at the few demon cultivators who had gone around first. Without any emotion, he pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. Ding. 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 The bullets hit the barrier in front of the demonic cultivators and bounced off. This kind of firearm was very easy to deal with the demonic fog beasts in the demonic fog forest, but against a 5th or 6th transformation expert, it would be very difficult. Ta. Gu Zhaoxi threw the electronic cigar that he had just smoked on the ground and rubbed it with his feet. Leave the high-level ones to me. I'll leave the low-level ones to you guys. Hoo-hoo. As soon as he finished his sentence, he charged forward. Heaven-crossing palm imprint. Who? Numerous palm imprints were formed from his true spirit and blasted towards the demonic cultivators who had gone around them. The strength of the palm imprints made Li Qingyang and the others feel ashamed of their inferiority. Gu Zhaoxi was strong and had a high comprehension ability. This kind of unique martial art could only display its true might in his hands. Boom. Boom. Several rank 5 and 6 demonic cultivators who wanted to charge towards the throne were sent flying and crashed into the wall. Their faces were all pale as they spat out blood. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Gu Zhaoxi's strength couldn't stop the greedy demonic cultivators. They charged over from different directions with only one thought in their minds. Snatch the exquisite box in Yao Menjing's hands and obtain the innate saint demon body. In the face of absolute profits, merchants were willing to take risks. In the face of absolute martial arts resources, demonic cultivators naturally wouldn't care about their lives. Junior brother Xiao, stop the people behind. Ka. Xiao Ziji turned his arms and aimed his gun at the demonic cultivators behind him. He didn't loosen his grip on the trigger, and bullets shot out like they were free. Against a high-level revolving core realm, firearms were useless. But against a rank 1 or rank 1 martial artist, as long as the firepower was strong enough and the speed of the bullets was fast enough, they would definitely explode. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 2 rank 1 revolving core realm cultivators were turned into sieves. Who? Yi Xingchen leaped up and turned into an unparalleled warrior. He swung his halberd and swept it across the battlefield. His movements were as ferocious as a tiger. Looking at the battle record, he directly took down 4 rank 1 revolving core realm cultivators. ZZZ. Between Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma, Li Qingyang infused lightning into his sword and slashed out bolts of lightning sword chi. Su Xiaoma, on the other hand, relied on her speed to block the attacks. Many of the warriors' movements were blocked, making it difficult for them to approach the throne. However, there were too many demonic cultivators. Moreover, their abilities were all at the first transition. Even if they could rely on their equipment to fight against a second transition, what about a third or fourth transition? Therefore, this defensive battle still depended on Gu Zhaoxi because he was the only one who had the strength to crush them. Boom. 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 As expected, this little brother was quite wild when he was irritable. As long as the fist shadows spread out, they would definitely send a group of martial artists flying, making it impossible for them to get close to Jun Changshao. A battle between the Sect of all times and a large group of demonic cultivators began in the underground palace, but it was about to end, because, who? Jun Changshao, who was sitting on the throne, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Then, he slowly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, although my strength hasn't increased, I feel that I've become much stronger. Patriarch. Yao Menjing said happily, I've also broken through to the second transition core transformation realm. The little girl had been picking up scraps from the upper void piercing realm to the second transition core transformation realm. It could be seen how powerful the power of money was. Xianxia put her down and stood up to do some chest exercises. Looking at the group of demonic cultivators who were charging over, his gaze gradually turned cold. No matter what was in this exquisite box, it was found by my disciple first. Since you dare to snatch it, then, shua. Xianxia disappeared. When the camera caught up, he had already appeared in front of Gu Zhaoxi. His right fist punched a demonic cultivator's face, and he said, "Go to hell." Boom, the demonic cultivator who was hit crashed into the wall like a cannonball. His chest caved in, and his mind was completely disconnected from his brain. F***ck. Gu Zhaoxi's eyes widened. The demonic cultivator who attacked was at the 6th transition, and his brother was at the same level. They were at the same realm, but he was actually killed in one punch. This was too exaggerated. No, at this moment, Gu Zhaoxi clearly saw Xianxia's clenched right fist and his exposed skin petrified. He suddenly realized, brother used the power of the stone statue. TSK. Xianxia raised his hand and said in surprise, "Armament hockey?" Shua. Clenching his fists, the new energy gathered in his dantian quickly erupted. His entire body quickly petrified, and even his appearance turned into a gargoyle. The greedy demonic cultivators saw this and exclaimed in unison, "Stone Statue Clan." Shua. Xianxia appeared in front of a 4th transition core transformation realm martial artist out of thin air. He leaned sideways and lightly raised his finger, pointing it between his eyebrows, and said coldly, "Die." Whoosh, because the scene was too bloody, the camera automatically changed angles. They only saw the splashing of blood, and then, the martial artist fell to the ground and turned into a corpse. Patriarch, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were dumbfounded. From the moment he appeared in front of the demonic cultivator to the moment he killed him, the whole process couldn't be any simpler. However, this scene was still playing out. The petrified Xianxia seemed to have transformed into a demon. As long as he appeared in front of the enemy, he would point his middle finger at their forehead and take their lives. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, bang bang bang, in a short period of time, Xianxia stopped in front of Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others. The corpses of demonic cultivators lying behind him had already reached more than 300, and the cause of death was all pierced through the head. Sure enough. Seeing his brother killing so cruelly, Gu Zhaoxi secretly said in his heart, just like the storyteller said, the Stone Statue Clan who has awakened their bloodline is violent and ruthless. Xianxia's performance was too strong and brutal, instantly calming down the demonic cultivators behind him. Then, they retreated step by step in fear. This was not a human, this was a stone statue ghost. The land of demonic fate created by the demon ancestor is nothing more than a place to revive himself. You all came in to be sacrificed, and now that I have saved you all, not only do you not know how to be grateful, you even dare to snatch my things. This is really. Xianxia said coldly, "You deserve to die." Before the word die could finish, streams of light exploded in the sky. Puchi! 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 The hundreds of demonic cultivators who had yet to leave the palace, regardless of whether they were at rank 3 or 4 or rank 1 or rank 2, had their heads pierced through. After coming to the upper realm, Xianxia rarely made a move and had been keeping a low profile to develop. Now that he had started a massacre in the palace, it was as if he was dreaming of the devil who was crazily slaughtering in the plain battlefield. The difference was, this time, he did not use the unstoppable blade, but relied on his own strength. Patriarch, Li Qingyang wanted to say something but hesitated. This group of demonic cultivators wanted to snatch the opportunity from his junior sister, so it was natural for them to be killed. However, he felt that the petrified patriarch seemed to have changed. He had become emotionless. If not for the fact that he could still speak normally, he would be worried that he had gone berserk. Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma transmitted his voice, "Patriarch is a little strange." He also noticed the difference, and even felt a sense of strangeness. Xianxia had changed. The petrified him no longer had that annoying and despicable expression. He also did not have the gentle look he had when facing his disciples. Instead, he had his back facing them, emitting a cold and stern feeling that made it difficult for people to approach him. Could it be that under the influence of the demonic aura, his personality has changed greatly? He Wudi thought to himself. Brother. Call me Patriarch. Gu Jiaoshi hurriedly changed his words. Patriarch, since this is a trap set by the demon ancestor, there might not be any opportunities here. We should quickly think of a way to get out. Let's go. Jun Changxiao got up first and walked to the entrance of the tunnel. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others skillfully collected the demonic cultivator's spatial rings. It's a waste of space to carry unimportant things, Jun Changxiao said calmly. Huh? Everyone was dumbfounded. Didn't you teach us to lick every bag? Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma said with certainty in his heart, there must be something wrong with Patriarch. 10 stone doors. The survivors who entered came out one after another. Although they looked miserable, they did not have any major injuries. Although only a short time had passed, only 80 to 90,000 demonic cultivators survived. The rest had all been sacrificed. Someone said in surprise, why is there a door in the distance? Let's go. Let's go take a look. Everyone immediately rushed to the secret door. Clearly, they had not given up on searching for opportunities. The surviving demonic cultivators had just walked over when they coincidentally saw Jun Changxiao walking over with his disciples. Because he was petrified, he looked very scary. Boss. A martial artist pointed at the exquisite box in Yao Menjing's arms and said, there might be some treasure hidden inside. The others also realized it, and their eyes lit up. That's right. The demon ancestor's voice sounded again, saying, it contains the Khanate holy demon body. Whoever obtains it will inherit the mantle of the demonic tribe. Old man. Jun Changxiao looked up and said angrily, your path is getting narrower. Tens of thousands of demonic cultivators were attracted by the demon ancestor's words. They stared at the exquisite box with burning eyes. An hour later. Gu Jiaoshi took out the cigar that he had just stomped out. Then, he patted off the dirt on it and lit it up. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others stood in place, a little stunned. Because in their vision, tens of thousands of demonic cultivators' corpses were lying in front of him. Their blood had gathered into a river and was emitting a pungent smell. Bang! Jun Changxiao held the green dragon crescent blade in front of him. Judging from the bloodstains on the blade, these tens of thousands of demonic cultivators had all been killed by him. Cruel, ruthless, P.S., 10,000 words. It was the end of the month. In summary, he had written more than 190,000 words this month. It was the first time that he had written less than 200,000 words per month. He felt like he was committing a crime. He had to work harder next month. Greed could drive a person crazy, but death could keep a person awake. When Jun Changxiao stood in front of the countless corpses, the remaining 10,000 demonic cultivators all became obedient. Their burning gazes had long been replaced by fear. In a short time, he had killed tens of thousands. This petrified man was simply a demon. Do you want more? Jun Changxiao coldly turned his head and said. From his words, one could tell that his thoughts were normal, but there was no emotion in his eyes, which made Li Qingyang and the others feel more and more unfamiliar. Senior brother. Su Xiaoma said worriedly, could the Patriarch have gone mad? He won't. Gu Jiaoshi said first, the Patriarch has only awakened the bloodline of the stone statue race and is currently in a petrified state. He will return to normal after the state is removed. I see. Everyone immediately let out a sigh of relief. What they did not understand was, when did the Patriarch have the bloodline of the stone statue race? Could it be that he was not human from the beginning? Gu Jiaoshi was also very puzzled about this point. From their previous contact, he was 100% sure that his brother was definitely human. But why did he awaken the bloodline of the stone statue race in the land of demon affinity? Girl. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, open the box and see what's inside. Yes. Yao Menjing first placed the exquisite box that could not be put into the spatial ring on the ground, then pulled the layers of locks and opened it. Whoosh, suddenly, a stream of light flew out from inside. Jun Changxiao waved his hand, and the power of the true spirit turned into a large hand and directly caught it. It was a little fellow that was similar to a soul. It frantically struggled in the palm but could not break free. The remaining 10,000 demonic cultivators' eyes lit up again, but when they saw Jun Xianxia's expressionless face, they immediately suppressed the greed that was about to rise. They were completely terrified. Even if it was a miraculous elixir, they would not dare to snatch it after eating it. In the face of absolute fear, greed was nothing. Is this the innate Saint Devil body? Gu Zhaoxi asked. Just now, the demon ancestor's voice clearly had the intention of inciting the demonic cultivators to attack crazily, so he didn't think that there was a physical body inside the box. Now that he saw the anthropomorphic soul body, he was immediately shaken. Lass. Jun Changxiao said, steady your mind, I'll help you fuse. He couldn't be sure if this was the innate holy devil body, but he could feel the pure devil chi inside. If he fused with his disciple, he should be able to benefit from it. Yes. Yao Menjing sat cross-legged, concealing her spirit and qi. Jun Changxiao squeezed the soul and said coldly, cooperate with me, or else, hoo-hoo. Scorching and pure flame suddenly appeared and gathered in the surroundings. It was obvious that it was carrying out the most unforgettable threat. The little guy seemed to have spiritual intelligence. He was so scared that he started to tremble. Although he wasn't sure what it was, it definitely belonged to a demonic creature due to the majestic demonic chi in its body. The recently strengthened fire spirit should be able to restrain it. Who? The little guy was very cooperative and turned into a wisp of gas. Jun Changxiao was worried that the other party would play tricks, so he first set up an isolation array before slowly letting go of his hand. Swish! The demonic chi broke free and fused into Yao Menjing's body. In an instant, the crescent moon pattern appeared on the girl's forehead again, looking more dazzling and enchanting than before. Hoo-hoo! Majestic demonic chi emerged and gradually enveloped her body, finally forming a black sphere. Li Qingyang and the others didn't know what their junior sister was fusing with, but they all guarded around the array. They were constantly on guard against the remaining demonic cultivators, afraid that they would lose their minds and rush over. Jun Changxiao didn't stay idle either. He released his mind to envelop Yao Menjing the whole time. Xiaohua and little Xiao were on standby. If there were any accidents during this period, they would definitely rush in and refine the demonic chi that might cause harm. Safety Index, 10 stars. However, just as Yao Menjing was fusing with the soul, the group of Xianxia Pavilion experts that Ryu Sinan had seen before were in a secret area of the land of demon fate, kneeling in front of a huge statue devoutly. Hoo-hoo! A cloud of demonic chi flew out and hovered in the air. Several Xianxia Pavilion experts chanted strange incantations and formed strange seals with their hands. A complicated pattern gradually appeared around the sphere placed in front of them. Swish! The demonic chi was drawn in and instantly drilled in. Greetings, my lord. The Xianxia Pavilion experts knelt on the ground and shouted with great sincerity. We can't stay here for long. A deep voice came from the sphere that was gathering demonic chi. Quickly activate the spirit rotation array and leave. Yes. Several Xianxia Pavilion experts stood apart and used themselves as the eye of the array. They instantly condensed a gorgeous flowing light barrier, and with a swish, they all disappeared on the spot. You bastard, ruining one of my resurrection plans. This debt will be settled in the future. The deep voice sounded. Jun Changxiao, who was guarding Yao Menjing, suddenly frowned. These words were usually said when escaping. Could it be that the remnant soul of the demon ancestor had left the land of demon fate, also? One of the resurrection plans. Could it be that the other party left behind multiple resurrection plans before dying? Humph, Jun Changxiao said with a cold face, you tried to use my disciple as a carrier to resurrect. I don't care what follow-up plans you have, I will definitely make you die every time you resurrect. The remnant soul of the demon ancestor remembered Guo Xing, and Guo Xing also remembered him. A grudge had been formed, and if they met again in the future, they would definitely be mortal enemies. Bang! At this moment, the demonic chi that had gathered around Yao Menjing suddenly exploded and turned into wisps of energy that merged into her body. Patriarch! She opened her eyes and said happily, this is indeed the Khanate holy demon body. The fusion was successful? Jun Changxiao asked. Yes. A bright smile appeared on Yao Menjing's face. The evolution of the Khanate holy demon body into the Khanate holy demon body would be of great help to her future demonic cultivation. The remaining demonic cultivator's eyes shone with envy. That was the strongest physique of the demonic path. It was a great opportunity, and it was inherited by a woman just like that. Let's go. Xianxia said, leave this place. How do we leave? Gu Zhaoxi frowned and asked. The land of demonic affinity was an absolutely sealed space. They had no idea how to leave after entering through the huge iron gate. Simple. Xianxia gathered power in his fist, looked up at the space surrounded by flowing light, and said, break it. No, no. Gu Zhaoxi hurriedly advised, this place is related to the origin of the upper realm. If you break it open by force, I'm afraid there will be chaos. As a traitor, he was not afraid of anything. However, Xianxia chose to break the land of demonic affinity by force, which made him very nervous. After all, who knew what kind of irreversible disaster would occur in the upper realm if this place was destroyed? This was the brilliance of the demon ancestor back then. He connected the independent space with the origin, forcing the 10 great sects to be cautious. That was why it could exist for 100,000 years. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed long ago. How do we get out if we don't break it open? Xianxia asked. Patriarch. Yao Menjing said, I can communicate with the huge iron gate outside. I should be able to open an exit from the inside. In the outside world. The huge iron gate, which was originally grand and imposing, had lost the slightest bit of devil chi, and the pattern on it had become dim and lifeless. Why is there no movement? It seems that the demon ancestor's resurrection has failed. That's for the best, that's for the best. Just as everyone was discussing, the huge iron door suddenly shook, and then slowly opened from the bottom up. The door is open. The experts of various sects and races became alert again, and even released all kinds of energy. They had no idea what was going on inside, but if the demon ancestor was resurrected, he might appear, so everyone was prepared for a fierce battle. Shinran Tonggu and Masato Kitano also became serious. At this moment, in their opinion, the opening of the iron door might mean that a disaster was about to come. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, demonic aura emerged from the gap. Astonishment appeared on the faces of the experts who were waiting for the battle. This independent space created by the demon ancestor should have a strong demonic aura, but why did it seem so ordinary, even worse than some of the demon path's treasured lands, because it had all been refined. Boom, at this moment, the huge iron door opened completely. The experts of various sects and races gathered nearby suddenly became nervous. However, when Xianxia walked out with his disciple first, everyone's expressions froze. In a short time, they had imagined countless scenes, but they had never imagined that a group of orthodox martial artists would walk out first. Disciple. Shinran Tonggu said happily. Xianxia, who had just walked out of the land of demon affinity, was surprised. Why is Master here? It's all because of you. Shinran Tonggu roared. Wait, is there something wrong with this guy's skin? Shinran Tonggu immediately thought of something, and was shocked. Stone Statue Clan? In the 3 great combat clans, stony skin was the best way to prove one's identity. The experts of various sects looked incredulous. It was strange enough that a few orthodox martial artists walked out of the land of demon affinity, but why was there a Stone Statue Clan? And it was Shinran Tonggu's disciple? Wasn't his disciple the patriarch of the sect of all times? Since when did a young man who had just descended from the lower realm have anything to do with the Stone Statue Clan? Because there was too much information, all the major sects were a little stunned. Of course. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that the young girl standing in the middle of several orthodox martial artists was emitting an aura that was different from that of ordinary demonic cultivators. Thus, they all frowned. Something's not right. Masato Kitano said gravely. Shinran Tonggu also fixed his gaze on Yao Menjing and thought to himself, this girl's devil chi is so strange. Could it be that she has inherited the opportunity of the land of devil affinity? Innate Saint Devil body. An immortal sect elder pondered for a moment and said, this girl has inherited the demon ancestor's physique. Who? In an instant, the cultivators of the other immortal sects nearby erupted with their cultivation as they stared at Yao Menjing in a state of high alert. They did not know if the demon ancestor had been revived, but now that his physique had been inherited by someone else, he was still a huge threat. Therefore, he had to be eliminated. We're in big trouble. Gu Zhaoxi broke down in his heart. With so many experts of the truth-seeking realm present, if they really fought, the consequences would definitely be terrible. He thought that after coming out of the land of devil affinity safely, the matter would be over, but he did not expect that. There would be an even more troublesome problem waiting for him. The cultivation of the experts of the various sects erupted at the same time, and an invisible aura spread out, making Li Qingyang and the others a little short of breath. How could he face a truth-seeking realm expert when he had just reached the first transformation? Brother! Gu Zhaoxi said telepathically, in the next life, let's be brothers of life and death. He was prepared to die, and he was prepared to be reincarnated. But when he thought that he could be resurrected with the spirit of reincarnation, his brother, what do you want to do? Because he was still in a petrified state, Jun Changxiao's words were still cold. If this kind of personality would continue to the end, the collapse of the style would be unbearable to watch. Kid. An immortal sect expert said, the girl behind you has inherited the demon ancestor's physique. In the future, she will definitely bring disaster to the entire upper realm. So? Kill her and put an end to the disaster. Jun Changxiao's eyes gradually turned cold, and he said, whoever dares to hurt my disciple, I will grind his bones to dust. Gu Zhaoxi was convinced. With so many top truth-seeking realm experts present, their auras were so oppressive that it made him panic, but his brother could still say such arrogant words. He could only say, awesome, the immortal sect expert said with a straight face, Zhenren Tonggu, is your disciple going to protect the demoness? Heh. Zhenren Tonggu said, as the leader of a sect, is it wrong to protect your disciple? At this moment, he and Masato Kitano had already changed positions. Standing in front of Jun Changxiao, he released his cultivation to form a barrier, blocking the unfriendly aura that was constantly pressing down. Obviously. A patriarch protects his disciple, and a master protects his disciple. This was what it meant to be a teacher. As the saying goes, people of the same family would not enter the same house. For Jun Changxiao to have such a master, it could be said that their personalities were similar. Alas. Masato Kitano sighed. This guy was planning to fight against the 10 major immortal sects for his disciple. As a friend, how could he ignore it? In just a few words, he had expressed his feelings for the sect, the relationship between master and disciple, and the relationship between friends. This author was simply a great talent. He deserved to be on the monthly votes list and the recommendation list. Yao Menjing's inheritance of the Khanate holy fiend body was known by the 10 major immortal sects. This trouble was a bit big for Jun Changxiao, no less than the beast egg incident. Without a doubt. Zhenren Tonggu was the scapegoat again. However, not only was he willing to take the blame, but he was also unwavering in protecting his disciple. His master was really too dedicated to his job. The faces of the powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects all darkened. Zhenren Tonggu. A powerhouse said in a deep voice, that girl has inherited the demon ancestor's physique. When she grows up, she will definitely bring disaster to the world. You and Masato Kitano are helping the evildoer. Bringing disaster to the world as soon as you open your mouth. Do you think you have the ability to predict the future? Zhenren Tonggu said lightly. Masato Kitano said, the land of demon affinity is related to the origin of heaven and earth, which means that it has been recognized by the heavenly axiom. Now that she has obtained the demon ancestor's physique, it's really a fortuitous encounter. Why do you have to push it? What he meant was that if the fortuitous encounter in the land of demon affinity was dangerous, the heavenly axiom would definitely not allow it to exist. Humph, a powerhouse from the immortal sect said coldly, the demon ancestor might have entered the divine secret realm when he was alive. It's not impossible for him to block the heavenly axiom's prying. Ha ha ha. Zhenren Tonggu laughed and said, if that guy had entered the third step, how could the demonic tribe have been destroyed? How could the 10 major immortal sects still exist today? Gu Zhaoxi immediately understood from his words that the demon ancestor should not have broken through the third step when he was alive. Otherwise, the 10 major immortal sects would have become history instead of the demonic tribe. Cut the crap. This demoness must die today. No one can protect her. The 10 major immortal sects had already made up their minds. They would not rest until they got rid of the inheritor of the demon ancestor's physique. Of course, they could not be the only ones to deal with such a matter that could endanger the entire world. Therefore, a powerhouse from the immortal sects looked at the various clans and said, "Everyone, let's take a stand. I think that as long as the demon ancestor is not resurrected, the problem is not too big. So, there's no need to make things difficult for a girl. There are many variables in the future. Let's not imagine it on our own." The Divine Strider clan knows June Patriarch's character very well. Even if this girl becomes a heinous demon in the future, she will definitely turn over a new leaf under his teachings. Back then, it was not only the 10 major immortal sects that destroyed the Moang clan, but also the other clans. Now that the fiend ancestor was resurrected, the latter also sent experts over. To put it bluntly, everyone was a grasshopper tied to the same rope. When disaster struck, no one would be able to escape first. Therefore, this time, Yao Menjing inherited the Khanate holy fiend body. In order to prevent any future crises, the 10 major immortal sects and the other clans had to express their stance. They didn't believe it. Shinran Tonggu and Masato Kitano dared to go against the whole world, however. What made the experts of the immortal sects confused was that the representatives of the other clans expressed their stance one after another and stood on Jun Xianxia's side, instantly isolating them. The faces of the 10 immortal sects experts instantly turned green with anger. In fact, they didn't know that just now, Jun Xianxia gave the other clans a look, as if to say, "Do you see my disciple? Think carefully before you express your stance." Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others approached Yao Menjing, their eyes shining with determination. What did this mean? It meant that if anyone dared to touch Junior sister, they had to fight with their lives. The experts of the other clans suddenly panicked. Their successors or elite juniors had all signed a life contract with the sect of all times. If anything happened to them, they would definitely be buried with them. No, they couldn't express their stance. After a short moment of consideration, the experts of the other clans made up their minds and stood on Jun Xianxia's side. No one knew if the girl who inherited the fiend ancestor's body would do evil in the future. If they supported the 10 major immortal sects and lost their elite soldiers, it was definitely not worth it. The 10 major immortal sects and the other clans were in the same boat, and the disciples of the sect of all times and the other clans were in the same boat. This relationship was really a bit messy. Phew. Shinran Tonggu and Masato Kitano secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although the two brothers stood in front of Jun Xianxia to confront the 10 major immortal sects, they were actually under a lot of pressure. If they also confronted the other clans, they wouldn't be able to live in the future. "Everyone," Jun Xianxia said indifferently, "although my sect's disciple has inherited the innate holy devil body, he hasn't done anything devoid of conscience. Please don't accuse him of a groundless crime. Otherwise..." He paused for a moment and said, "My stone statue race won't agree." He admitted it, this guy was indeed from the stone statue clan. At the same time, the experts of the various clans were muttering in their hearts. They all agreed that they had chosen the right side. The upper realm was dominated by the human race, but the stone statue clan, one of the 3 most powerful clans, was still not to be underestimated. After all of them were hot-tempered, and if they were provoked, they would definitely pay a painful price. The experts of the 10 major celestial sects frowned. They could tell that this guy was using the stone statue race to pressure them. However, even though he clearly knew their intentions, he didn't dare to act blindly without thinking, because this berserk tribe was indeed a little troublesome. Of course. June Xianxia said, "In the future, if my disciples commit any heinous crimes, you don't have to do anything. I will deal with them myself." With the support of his master and the various clans, he could have been more arrogant, but he still chose to minimize the problem. After all, with his current strength, he couldn't fight against the 10 major celestial sects. Furthermore, if they made a scene, they might not benefit. Jun Xianxia's current strategy was still to develop in a low-key manner, and only when he had real strength would he challenge the major forces. Jun Patriarch. An immortal sect expert said coldly, "This girl is very dangerous. I hope you can teach her well. If one day she does something intolerable, we won't show mercy. Let's go." With the protection of Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano, as well as a group of fence-sitters, the 10 major celestial sects naturally couldn't do anything to Yao Menjing, so they could only leave reluctantly. The murderous aura that gathered in the sky gradually dissipated, and the iron gate hanging in the sky also disappeared. It announced the end of the land of demonic fate that occurred once in 100 years, and it was the kind that would never appear again. Because the opportunity was gone, the remnant soul of the demon ancestor was also taken away. To summarize, Yao Menjing obtained the innate holy demon body. Xiaohua and Little Xia absorbed all kinds of demonic qi used to resurrect the demon ancestor, and their strength was greatly improved. And, after confirming that the 10 major celestial sects had left, Jun Changxiao recovered from his petrified appearance, and his whole person became handsome again. He's back, this is the patriarch we're familiar with." Seeing Jun Changxiao's complexion gradually return to normal, and a bone-deep despicable aura spread out, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others immediately smiled. "Stinking brat!" Jinren Tonggu scolded, "Will you die if you don't cause trouble?" Even the always gentle Masato Kitano frowned and scolded, "The demonic qi in the land of demonic fate is rampant, it's a miracle that you can come out alive. In the future, don't, senior, smoke." Jun Changxiao hurriedly handed over a cigar. Masato Kitano rolled his eyes and took it away, swallowing back the words he wanted to say. After all, he had taken someone else's hand and mouth. Of course. As a fastidious person, Goxing would definitely not mistreat the powerhouses of the various clans who helped him, so they all sent over the sect of all-time specialties to express their gratitude. What specialties? Magnetite commonly seen in the market. The various clans who were originally unhappy because of the threat immediately felt the grudge in their hearts disappear after receiving the benefits. There was no problem in the world that couldn't be solved with money, and if there was, it was not enough. Jun Patriarch, farewell. Have a safe journey. Jun Changxiao cupped his fists and sent off the powerhouses of the various clans, then transmitted his voice to his disciples. "Why didn't you pick up the interspatial rings of those demonic cultivators I killed just now?" Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others immediately widened their eyes. Disciple. Jinren Tonggu said seriously, "Your disciple has the connate holy demon body, and will always be a threat to the 10 major celestial sects. You must be careful in the future, and don't let them catch you." "Okay." Jun Changxiao nodded and said, "I understand." In fact, he knew very well that the 10 major celestial sects killing Yao Menjing was not necessarily for the sake of the world, but because they were worried that when she was fully developed and inherited the will of the demon ancestor, she would bring trouble to them, and even shake their position in the upper realm. Actually, Jun Changxiao said to himself, "You should be more worried about me, not my disciple, because it's hard to say whether she will bring you trouble, but as long as I become stronger, I will definitely start with the realm hall you built." "There's nothing wrong with that." The system said, "The host is the biggest threat." F***ck. Jun Changxiao cursed in his heart, "I thought you were dead." "No." The system said, "The moment the demonic energy entered the host's body, I entered a state of upgrade, and I have no idea what happened after that." TSK. This excuse was simply perfect. "I see." Jun Changxiao did not think much about it, but the seed of anger had already sprouted in his heart. This time, with the help of his master and the various clans, the 10 major celestial sects did not succeed, but what if they were not there? Would he not have to watch his disciple be killed? So the conflict between him and the realm hall was getting deeper. If it were not for the limitation of their strength, they would definitely turn hostile, even if it would cause chaos in the world. The importance of his disciple in Jun Changxiao's heart did not need to be deliberately described. In short, if someone really dared to hurt them, it was normal to destroy the whole world. Jinren Tonggu did not leave immediately and stayed in Demon Fate City for a day. During this time, he gave Jun Changxiao lessons, telling him to keep a low profile and not stir up trouble. He should focus on the promise of 10 years. He. The system laughed. If he did not stir up trouble, would he still be Goxing? "Master, don't worry." Jun Changxiao patted his chest and vowed, On the day of the promise, disciple will defeat Gu Hongzhenren's disciple and make master proud. Don't lie. Shinran Tonggu said in annoyance, master is asking you, what is your current realm? Speaking of cultivation, he was a little sad. After all, after 2 years of hellish training, he did not even advance to rank 2. His reputation was ruined. Jun Changxiao scratched his head, I just entered rank 6. Only rank 2? Shinran Tonggu slumped on the chair, showing an expression of despair. According to the rules of the Transmigration Association, to make it easier for the readers to understand, there was no need to learn a foreign language. Transmigrators and the world they transmigrated to had to speak Chinese. Thus, if one did not pronounce the word 6 clearly, it could be mistaken as 2. Jun Changxiao did not intentionally repeat himself. Instead, he released his rank 6 cultivation and used the power of the fire soul and the power of evil, causing his realm to erupt. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Powerful waves of air gathered in the guest room. The momentum was not inferior to rank 7 or 8, although Goshing's realm did not increase under the reverse nurturing of the power of Krypton learning, his strength had increased significantly. Especially his soul, muscles, and bloodline, they had undergone earth-shattering changes. To put it bluntly, suffering from the demonic energy was not in vain. The barking Jun Changxiao had gained a lot. Previously, when he ruthlessly killed the greedy demonic cultivators in the land of demon fate, it was proof of his strength. Because there were many rank 7 and 8 demonic cultivators who were killed, in the stricter upper realm, the difference between rank 1 and rank 1 was like a mountain. Only the rank 6 Goshing could kill rank 7 and 8 demonic cultivators. This meant that he had activated the mode of fighting above his rank. That was understandable. After all, the demonic chi that entered his body was used to revive the demon alpha. The vast amount of energy had been stored and refined for a long time. Shwa. Shinran Tonggu jumped up from his chair and exclaimed, peak of spirit transformation stage? Goshing smiled but said nothing. The best way to show off was not to tell others how strong he was, but to show others how strong he was with his actions. No. Shinran Tonggu was in disbelief. This guy had only left the extreme Dao Grotto mansion for less than a year. How did he suddenly step into the 6th transformation from the 1st transformation? Masato Katana was also dumbfounded. Breaking through from the 1st transition to the 2nd transition was still understandable, and one might even think that the improvement was a little slow. However, jumping from the 1st transition to the 6th transition was a little too big. Master. Jun Changxiao said helplessly, to tell you the truth, the sect of all times has a secret manual that requires one to suppress their realm in order to master it. That's why your disciple hasn't been able to improve during the 2 years you've been training me. Later. Your disciple finally comprehended the mental cultivation method to master it, so my realm has been rising all the way, and now I'm at the peak of spirit transformation stage. Jun Changxiao had already reached the pinnacle of deceit, so he could come up with all kinds of lies without even needing to think. Is there such a magical mental cultivation method in the world? You need to suppress your realm to improve? Shinran Tonggu was surprised. In fact, he had some doubts in his heart. However, since Jun Changxiao's strength had increased by so much, it was definitely a good thing. So, he laughed heartily and said, Master knew that you were an extraordinary person. Sure enough, I wasn't wrong. Masato Katano's mouth twitched. After 2 years of devil training, his realm remained the same. He didn't have this mentality, however, he still quite agreed with Shinran Tonggu's words, stepping from the 1st transformation to the 6th transformation in such a short time. This kid is absolutely extraordinary, and even a little too terrifying. The next day, Shinran Tonggu left happily. Jun Changxiao had the strength of the 6th transformation, so he was full of expectations for the next 10 years. Old man Guhong. Walking to the wilderness, Shinran Tonggu couldn't help but shout, just wait for your defeat. Masato Katano shook his head. Previously, he was worried in the extreme cave dwelling, but now that his disciple's strength had reached the 6th transformation, he started to be arrogant. Let's go. After a little reorganization, Jun Changxiao set off with his disciple back to the sect. On the way, Yao Menjing wiped her tears and cried, Disciple inherited the innate holy demon body. Did I bring trouble to the sect? Yesterday, when she was stared at by the experts of the 10 great immortal sects, she was so scared that she could only hide behind the patriarch and tremble. Silly girl. Jun Changxiao patted her head and said gently, obtaining the demon ancestor's physique is a great opportunity, how can it be trouble? Let's talk about it later. Do you think your senior brothers and I are people who are afraid of trouble? Li Qingyang and the others held their heads high and puffed out their chests, clearly telling their junior sister that even if there was trouble, the senior brothers would help her. Sob sob sob. Yao Menjing cried until she was in a mess, with the patriarch and senior brothers, I am the happiest person in the world. Jun Changxiao said, with you disciples accompanying me, I am also very happy. Other main characters lived for themselves, to become stronger, but he lived for the entire sect, he was like a family man. Ding. Disciple Yao Menjing inherited the opportunity of the land of demonic affinity, obtained 1,000 reputation points. Ding. Sect reputation points, 1,000. Jun Changxiao, who was about to be happy, heard the current reputation points and his expression froze. No, the reputation points were wrong. Swoosh. Gosheng hurriedly opened the data panel, the contents were, contribution points, 0, achievement points, 0, not including the 1,000 points he just obtained, his reputation points were also 0, 3 points, they were all gone. Boom. Jun Changxiao felt as if he was struck by 100,000 volts of lightning in an instant, his whole person stood in place with a dull expression. Patriarch? Seeing him stop, Li Qingyang said blankly. Ah. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao held his head and roared, why is it all gone? The sudden hell shocked Li Qingyang so much that he took a few steps back and almost fell to the ground. Su Xiaoma, Xiao Ziji, and the others were also shocked, they all muttered in their hearts, what kind of loss would make the patriarch so desperate? System. Jun Changxiao roared in his heart, what's the situation? As expected of someone who had followed Gosheng for a long time, he paved the way in advance and pushed all the responsibility away. I was leveling up earlier, I didn't know. Bullshit. Jun Changxiao roared, this matter must have something to do with you. It's over if you don't admit it, I'm sorry, Gosheng will deny it. Whether or not it was because of the system, the loss of 3 points is your responsibility, outside. Jun Changxiao's whole face was distorted, its color turning from red to purplish black. After working so hard for a few months, the contribution points and achievement points added up to 5 to 6 million, now they were gone just like that. Who could accept this? Sigh. The system said, it's like this, after knowing that this guy activated some kind of crisis removal mode without permission, causing his 3 points to be instantly depleted, Jun Changxiao put his hands on his neck and said with a ferocious face, I'll fight it out with you. What's going on? Gu Jiaoshi hurriedly tried to stop him, but was stopped by Su Xiaoma. Patriarch usually likes to hurt himself, martial uncle, there's no need to make a fuss. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others nodded in agreement. They had seen this kind of scene many times and were already used to it. Gu Jiaoshi came to a realization and grinned, so brother also likes to hurt himself, as expected of my life and death brother. In the beautiful wilderness, Jun Changxiao sat alone on a rock. From afar, he looked like a dispirited old man with 1 foot in the grave. Emptying his 3 points was too much of a blow to him. It had been a few days since he left Magic Fate City, and he was still in a state of mental collapse. It was not easy to earn money these days, and Gosheng had become a pauper in the blink of an eye after activating some crappy mode. Second senior brother. Yao Menjing took a bite of a roasted chicken drumstick, and said with her mouth full of oil, Patriarch hasn't eaten or drunk anything for a few days. I'm so heartbroken that I've lost my appetite. Do you want to go talk to him? Su Xiaoma asked. You go? Sure. Su Xiaoma walked over carefully, but before he could say anything, Jun Changxiao suddenly turned around and grabbed him by the neck, roaring, I'll kill you. He was possessed, seeing people was like seeing the system. Zon. Patriarch, it's me. Under Su Xiaoma's intermittent cries, Jun Changxiao finally regained his senses and kicked him away. He squatted on the rock and covered his face, howling, my 3 points, my 3 points. Sigh. The system sighed. If I knew it would bring such a huge blow to the host, I definitely wouldn't have activated the crisis resolution mode. Don't talk to me about the mode. Xianxia clutched his chest. My heart hurts. The system said, although the host's 3 points have been emptied, you still received a huge benefit. Bullsh**t. Xianxia roared. So many contribution points and achievement points, if you don't give me some benefits, how am I supposed to live? Let's talk about it later. All I got was a physique and little Xia and little Hua's strength increased. Compared to a few million, I can't even bear to look at it. Goxing was on the verge of breaking down. So what if it was emptied? Shouldn't he at least get some benefits? In the end, he only got Yao Menjing to inherit the demon Khanate holy demon physique, and little Xia and little Hua to evolve into teenagers. It was a huge loss, indeed. If he were to spend a few million contribution points on the merchant shop, the benefits he would obtain would definitely be much greater than the benefits of 1 disciple and 2 spirit bodies. In my opinion. The system said calmly, even if there's no reward, it's worth it to be able to save the life of the host and disciple. Xianxia could not refute this. Exchanging 3 points for safety was indeed the best deal. AI. Xianxia sighed and said, I seem to have become too unscrupulous. Furthermore, the system said, the host even accidentally awakened the bloodline of the Stone Statue clan because of this. No matter how you look at it, this transaction is definitely worth it. At the mention of the Stone Statue race, Xianxia immediately became serious and said, why do I have such a bloodline? Could it be that the original owner has some secret identity? Although he didn't want to admit it, Goxing was indeed human. Awakening the Stone Statue race's bloodline in the land of demonic affinity was truly incomprehensible. It went against common sense. Unless, the original owner was not human to begin with. I understand now. Xianxia came to a realization and said, I'm actually a prince left behind by the Stone Statue race outside. The entire race is waiting for me to revive. The system broke down and said, the host's imagination is a little wild. Xianxia used to fantasize that his father was the Celestial Emperor, his mother was the Celestial Empress, and he was the son of heaven who was stranded in the human world. Now that he had awakened the bloodline of the Stone Statue race, although it was a little different from his ideal, it was still acceptable. Pooey. The system could not help but spit. Xianxia said, you might think that I'm indulging in fantasy, but how do you explain the bloodline awakening? Very simple. The system said, when the host was disturbed by the demonic aura, the stone statue flew out and merged into the host's body on its own. Only then did the host awaken the bloodline of the stone statue race. So in the end, the reason lies with that stone statue. Stone statue? Xianxia hurriedly looked into the space ring and found that the gargoyle-like thing was gone. The system said, if I'm not wrong, the stone statue should contain the bloodline of the stone statue race. It successfully merged with the host in the crisis mode. What do you mean? Yes, although the host now has the bloodline of the stone statue race, but strictly speaking, the host is not a real stone statue race. At most, the host belongs to the bloodline inheritor or carrier. The system's analysis was reasonable, making Xianxia speechless. Sigh. He sighed and said, why is it so difficult to find a powerful identity? After the system's earnest persuasion, and the fact that he has the bloodline of the stone statue race, Xianxia's bad mood gradually improved. In fact, spending all 3 points to obtain the bloodline of the stone statue race is a super profit. After all, the bloodline is not something that others can casually inherit. What's more, in the past, when he used the stone statue, he would gradually be devoured by the power and lose his rationality. Now that he inherits the bloodline, although it is a bit cruel and ruthless, at least he can control his thoughts and will not hurt the innocent. This is my trump card. Xianxia secretly said, awaken the bloodline and obtain the armament hockey. Is it a loss? Not a loss, a big gain. Snap. Xianxia jumped down from the stone, snapped his fingers, and said loudly, babies, return to the sect. After thinking it through, he felt refreshed. Seeing the patriarch recover from his depression, Li Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief and secretly said, Junior brother Su's kick was not in vain. Brother. Is there a forbidden area on the way back to the sect? Yes, there are a lot. Let's go in and have a look. Li Qingyang, Xiaoziji, and others' eyes suddenly lit up. This time, the patriarch will take them to the forbidden area, and there will be a big harvest in martial arts and resources. The major forbidden areas said that they are a little panicked now. Back to the time when Yao Menjing inherited the innate Saint Devil body, the blood pool in the ancient altar boiled again and sputtered bright red blood, adding another line to the huge black shadow on the wall. Although I can't rely on the land of demon affinity to resurrect my lord, it still doesn't hinder another resurrection plan. The eyes of the black-robed elder sitting in the east flashed with excitement. When they successfully bring back my lord's remnant soul and nourish it with the devil blood, it will be the day when the upper realm ushers in a nightmare. The other black-robed elders sitting in the other three positions were also very excited, as if they had fallen into a beautiful fantasy of the future. However, the elder in the east said solemnly, "We must find a way to enter the demonic territory as soon as possible and unseal the million demonic army. Only then can we assist the resurrected demonic lord to do great things in the upper realm. Only the Jia Hall knows the method of sealing. Let Jin Hao find it quickly, we can't delay any longer. That kid has been investigating Gu Xiaoxi recently. Does he really think of himself as a member of the Jia Hall? After being a spy for so long, does he still want to be a good person? Pass down the order, he must find a way to break the seal of the demonic territory as soon as possible, otherwise, he can come back with his head." On a mountain peak, Jin Hao, who was wearing golden armor and sitting on a chariot, had received the order. He was quite dissatisfied and said, "If the method to break the seal can be found easily, why would I be a spy in the Jia Hall for so long?" Cuckoo. At this moment, a strange sound came from afar. Jin Hao got the information from it, smiled coldly, and said, "That guy actually dares to go to the forbidden area, isn't he afraid that he will die in there again?" Swoosh. The chariot cut through the sky. The direction was the forbidden area that Jun Changshao brought his disciples to. Ironwood Forest. Third-class forbidden area of the upper realm. Due to the fact that it produced trees that were as hard as iron, it got the name Ironwood Forest. Ironwood could be used to make equipment, so even if there were no treasures here, it would still attract many martial artists to mine it. At this moment, Jun Changshao led his disciples into the Ironwood Forest. The sound of the wind howling in the air seemed to indicate that the forbidden area was crying. The rogue cultivators who were entering and exiting noticed them, especially when they saw the word ancient written on it, and immediately determined their identity. Why are the people from the Sect of all times here? Could it be that they're here for training? I heard that it was this sect that set the demonic fog forest on fire not long ago. Everyone discussed in private and subconsciously kept a distance from them, afraid that they would accidentally provoke them and be labeled as shameful villains. Picking up a rock when you go out is a divine weapon. The routine of meeting enemies in the wild did not apply to Jun Changshao, because any passerby with a bit of intelligence would avoid him. Of course, Goxing was not the kind of person who would cause trouble for no reason. This time, he came to the Ironwood Forest to bring his disciples for training, and at the same time, to obtain martial arts resources to comfort the dead three values. Masters Jr. Xiaoziji stopped in front of a tree that seemed to be plated with a layer of iron, and said, "Is this ironwood?" "That's right." Gu Xiaoxi nodded. Bang! Xiaoziji punched it, but the ironwood only shook and did not break, so he said in surprise, "This tree is so hard." Gu Xiaoxi said, "The older the ironwood, the stronger its defense, so it will become the best defensive material in the hands of a master blacksmith. You can bring it back and let Clan Master Fan refine it," Jun Changshao said while holding his chin. Although weapons and equipment could be forged in the blacksmith pavilion, they still needed materials and could not be mass-produced. If they used materials from the upper realm and let Fan Yezi refine it into equipment, it would undoubtedly improve the strength of the core. There was nothing wrong with this patriarch who was always thinking for the sect. Of course, as a certain reader who was known to be a hater, he would definitely overinterpret. "Don't just stand there," Jun Changshao said, "let's start mining." Yes. Li Qingyang, Xiaoziji, and the others took out their sharp swords and asked, "Patriarch, how many do you want to bring back?" "Of course I'm taking them all," Jun Changshao said. Understood. They came to the iron tree that Xiaoziji had found, cut it down quickly, and then divided it into several pieces and threw them into the space. The whole process could be described as simple and quick. Because they were on the outskirts of the forbidden area, trees that were as hard as iron were not commonly seen. Li Qingyang and the others searched for more than half a circle and only managed to cut down 4 or 5 trees. Thus, they had no choice but to head to the deepest part of the forbidden area. However, they ran into some trouble during the cutting process. This was because the older and better the quality of the ironwood, the more likely it was to be accompanied by iron-armored demonic beasts. Ding! Li Qingyang brandished his sword and slashed it down, causing sparks to fly. Gu Zhaoxi said, "This kind of demonic beast that lives on ironwood has an extremely strong defense, and the iron armor on its body is also very suitable for making equipment. Then we'll take them with us." Since they had come to the treasure mountain, they would definitely take everything they could. As a result, Li Qingyang had another mission to hunt down the iron-armored demonic beasts while cutting down the iron wood. Die! Hoo-hoo! An unparalleled power erupted from the halberd, and dozens of iron-armored demonic beasts were cut in half at the waist in an area where the ironwood gathered. The scene was extremely brutal and bloody. Shua! Su Xiaoma took a step forward with his 2 long legs and stored the iron armor scattered on the ground into his space ring as quickly as possible. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji were responsible for cutting down the iron wood, while he and Yi Xingchen were responsible for dealing with the demonic beasts. Because of the clear division of labor, the collection of resources was very efficient, and they had a great harvest in a short period of time. The martial artists who followed in were dumbfounded. If this kind of cutting and hunting speed continued for a period of time, the ironwood forest would definitely cease to exist. This is too scary. This is simply a merciless sweep. Is the ironwood forest going to follow in the footsteps of the demonic mist forest? No, no. We can't fall behind. We have to take this opportunity to cut down a few more ironwood, or else we won't have another chance in the future. Because the Sect of all times disciples were crazily cutting down the ironwood and attracting a large number of iron-armored demonic beasts, the martial artists were suddenly emboldened. Everyone. Jun Chongxiao said indifferently, "The ironwood here belongs to my Sect of all times. If any of you dare to take one, I will go to your house tomorrow to eat." The disciples were in the front to lure the beasts, and you guys were in the back to pick up the leftovers. There was no such good thing in the world. Who? A powerful aura instantly erupted, causing the martial artists to tremble in fear. Fine, you are strong, you have the final say. The martial artists hurriedly gave up on the idea of cutting down the ironwood and turned into the purest spectators. They watched as the disciples of the Sect of all times put the ironwood into their spatial rings, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the depths of the forest. A huge iron-armored demonic beast that looked like a 1,000-year-old tortoise gradually stood up. A demonic beast king. Wasn't this guy sealed by the World Hall? The martial artists' eyes were filled with shock. They immediately turned and fled without looking back. With their strength, it was already very difficult to deal with a few iron-armored demonic beasts, not to mention a demonic beast king. Thus, fleeing was a wise choice. Brother, Gu Zhaoxi said, something's not right. He had naturally heard that a demonic beast king was sealed in the ironwood forest. Now that it suddenly appeared, it was a little strange. Jun Chongxiao's eyes gradually turned cold. The appearance of the iron-armored demonic beast king reminded him of the demonic fog forest's demonic beast king, so he thought to himself, someone is secretly causing trouble again? In another direction of the ironwood forest. Whoosh! The flowing light gradually dissipated, and Jin Hao walked out from it. The demonic beast king of this third-class forbidden area may not be a fatal threat to that guy, but it should be able to cause some trouble. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a smile appeared on his face that deserved a beating. The area covered by the flowing light just now was the place where the demonic beast king was sealed. Now that the latter suddenly appeared, it definitely had something to do with Jin Hao. In other words, the sudden appearance of the demonic beast king in the demonic fog forest was also his doing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so skilled. Jun Chongxiao. Jin Hao jumped onto the chariot, crossed his legs, and said, although you have Zhenren Tonggu as your backer, I actually have many ways to kill you. Is that so? Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. The smile on Jin Hao's face froze. He turned around and saw the guy he hated walking over step by step. Have I been discovered? He said nonchalantly. Jun Changxiao stopped a few dozen feet away from the chariot, shook his head, and said, I thought it was Empress Ling Yao who was secretly plotting against the sect of all times. I didn't expect it to be you, the loser. The words loser deeply provoked Jin Hao. He said with a ferocious face, Kid, you are just relying on the treasure. Without it, you are not even a dog in front of me. Idiot. An angry voice came from the other side, clean your mouth. Jin Hao looked back and saw a young boy about 12 or 13 years old on his right, so he sneered, a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet dares to call himself a master? Brother. Gu Jiaoxi said with a gloomy face, this guy is asking for a beating. Crack crack. Crack. Jun Changxiao shook his arms and head, and communicated with the stone statue tribe bloodline in his body. His skin gradually turned into stone, and he said, since he is asking for a beating, then let's beat him to death today. Okay. Gu Jiaoxi clenched his fist, and said, when brothers are of one mind, their sharpness can cut through metal. P.S. Today is my son's 3rd birthday. I was in a hurry to celebrate with him, so I didn't have time to think about the title. As soon as the iron-armored demon king appeared, Jun Changxiao immediately released his spiritual sense and scanned every corner of the forbidden area. He easily found Jin Hao who was playing tricks. Damn it, it was this guy. At first, Jun Changxiao thought it was Empress Ling Yao. After all, she was the most suspicious. He didn't consider the golden-haired guy that he had severely injured. It made sense. The golden-haired guy's chest was pierced. He would definitely find a chance to take revenge. But he didn't expect the people from the realm hall to be so despicable. Jin Hao, who had been caught red-handed, did not panic. To be exact, he didn't care about being discovered. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so brazen. Brother? In this cruel world, we're used. Jin Hao jumped down from the chariot. His golden armor shone brightly. The special effect was even higher than last time. Facing Jun Changxiao and Gu Jiaoxi, he wasn't weak at all. After all, he was a real 9th transformation stage. On the other hand, the former was an 8th transformation stage and the latter was a 6th transformation stage. If it was someone else, they would have run away. 8 and 6 couldn't be 14th transformation stage. Of course. Jun Changxiao and Gu Jiaoxi wouldn't run away. After all, they were the typical examples of people who didn't want to die. Their goal was the same. They had to torture this golden-haired guy to death. Huff. Jun Changxiao activated the stone statue bloodline. His skin gradually turned to stone. Gu Jiaoxi also realized the opponent's strength. He didn't hide his strength at all. Brothers of life and death, facing the enemy together. Although the battle hadn't started, from the murderous aura in the air, it was obviously going to be fierce. It would be at least 3 to 5 chapters. I suggest you skip it. Boom. Boom. In the depths of the ironwood forest, Xiao Ziji was heavily armed. He fired his machine gun at full power and cooperated with Xianxia to gank the armored demon king. Although the 5-man team had Lu Qianqian, the mage in the middle lane, they had Su Xiaoma, the wandering assassin. Their teamwork was still strong. Roar. The iron-armored monster king roared in anger after being hit by so many attacks. The monster king's demonic energy erupted and the iron trees were uprooted from the ground. Under the flowing light, they turned into sharp thorns. Swish. Swish. Shield up. As the sharp thorns approached, Xiao Ziji switched from an offensive state to a defensive state. Numerous shield-shaped barriers appeared in front of everyone. Ding. 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 Although the ironwood was extremely sharp under the enhancement of strength, when it collided with the shield, it was all bounced back and then stabbed into the ground in a crooked manner. Die. While the target was attacking, Xianxia took advantage of the opening and jumped over. His sky piercer drew a bright arc in the air and ruthlessly swept the armor. Boom boom boom. The surrounding ironwood was broken into 2 pieces. There are only some scratches on the iron shell of the iron-armored demon king sword shadow. Obviously, its defense is not weaker than Xiao Ziji's when the words are activated. In terms of strength, this beast is obviously stronger than the demonic fog monster king, especially in terms of hardcore defense. However, this third-class forbidden area has no demonic fog and will not affect the soul. Therefore, in terms of danger, it is not as dangerous as the demonic fog forest. Although Li Qingyang and the others can't do anything to it for the time being, it is hard to say if they can exhaust it. On the other side, Jun Changxiao, Gu Zhaoxi, and Jin Hao started fighting. The three of them are all high-level revolving core realm, so their attacks have their own special effects. Especially when they attack, the movement is very explosive. Heaven-crossing palm print. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. The palm prints in the sky gathered together and interweaved into an inescapable net. Gu Zhaoxi has learned many martial arts before. He can even be described as a walking martial arts framework. However, after joining the Sect of all times and learning the unique martial arts, he realized that what he learned before is nothing. Boom. 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 The powerful palm prints crazily pressed down, and the ground trembled violently under the attack. The violent energy spread in all directions wave after wave. The martial artists who have retreated to the periphery of the ironwood forest are stunned. The battle between the Sect of all times and the iron-armored monster king is already intense enough. No one expected an even more intense battle to come from the other direction. Boom. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from the depths, causing the martial artists to close their eyes. Dang dang dang. Gu Zhaoxi staggered back, grimacing in pain as he clutched his chest. In the area full of palm prints, Jin Hao walked out step by step. His whole body is shrouded in golden light, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. Is this all you can do? Swish. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao flew over from the side with the brush in his hand. His strokes were as powerful as lightning, and he used all his strength to draw a large character in the air. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, the words exploded in front of Jin Hao like a bomb. Huff huff. The violent energy was like a tsunami as it pressed down in all directions, instantly destroying the nearby rocks and trees. Brother actually knows this move. Gu Zhaoxi was surprised. Swish. Suddenly, Jin Hao rushed out from the violent airwaves and threw a seemingly simple right hook in slow motion. Huff huff. The golden energy burst out, and a fist shadow appeared. Boom. Gu Zhaoxi used his left cheek to take the heavy punch. His whole body was lifted off the ground, and he smashed more than 10 ironwood trees before falling to the ground in a sorry state. Jun Changxiao sneak attacked him, and he got beaten up in return. Exquisite. Damn it. Gu Zhaoxi jumped up and covered his swollen left cheek. His eyes flashed with anger, and then he bit his right thumb and said, I will kill you. Boom. In an instant, his body expanded. He originally looked weak, but now he was quite sturdy. Body transformation technique? Jin Hao was stunned at first, but then he sneered and said, So you are the traitor who went against the Jia Hall, Gu Zhaoxi. This kind of martial art that could change one's body in an instant was one of Gu Zhaoxi's signature martial arts. So when he used it, it was equivalent to telling others his identity. TSK Tisk. The patriarch of the Sect of all times and the traitor call each other brothers. This is interesting. Jin Hao's smile grew. He had been playing dirty in the dark, mainly because he represented the Jia Hall. He could not be too obvious. Now that the other party was colluding with the traitor, he had a good reason to attack. According to the rules of the Jia Hall, anyone who is related to the traitor will be classified as the same kind. Jun Changxiao, since you call Gu Zhaoxi brother, I will execute my authority today and kill you in the ironwood forest. Huff huff. Huff huff huff. Jin Hao's cultivation erupted again, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. Earlier, he was just playing with you. Now that he was involved with Gu Zhaoxi, he instantly entered the I'm going to get serious state. Kill me? Jun Changxiao sneered and said, No one in this world can do that. Ka ka ka. The stone statue bloodline in his body was activated crazily. His originally stone-colored skin gradually turned into stone, and his appearance also changed from a human to a stone statue ghost. Gu Zhaoxi said in shock, "This guy is from the stone statue race?" Boom. Before he finished speaking, Jun Changxiao had already appeared in front of him, and his stone-like right fist came crashing down. Thump thump thump. The powerful force instantly pushed Jin Hao back a few steps, and the arm he used to block the attack felt a faint pain. Jun Changxiao, who was standing in his previous position, had a cruel and bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Go Sheng, who was only at the 6th transformation, not only became emotionless after his bloodline was fully activated, but he also turned into a violent warrior. Ta. Gu Zhaoxi, who had grown bigger and stronger, walked over. One brother was like a killing god, while the other was like a demon. They sandwiched Jin Hao in the middle. Woo-woo. Cold and fierce winds blew in the ironwood forest, as if crying that he would not live for long. Whether Jun Changxiao and Gu Zhaoxi could deal with Jin Hao would only be known in the end. However, it was certain that the ironwood forest would be heavily damaged or even destroyed. This third-class forbidden land could not withstand a fight between immortals. Moreover, the 5-man team from the Sect of all times was still fighting with the iron-armored Demon King. Although they were not as powerful as a high-level revolving core realm, neither side could do anything to the other. If they continued fighting, it would only result in the destruction of the surrounding environment. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Bullets shot out from the glowing blue muzzle. Although they could not break through the Demon King's tough armor, they still left thousands of holes in the nearby ironwood trees. Total annihilation. Yi Xingchen wielded the heavenly halberd and displayed his skills like an unparalleled war god. Large swathes of trees were cut in half. The battle gradually reached its climax. The destruction was also increasing. It's over. The ironwood forest is finished. Seeing large amounts of trees that could be used as materials being destroyed, the cultivators watching from afar were heartbroken. After all, they were all shiny Xian stones. Boom. 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 The battle on the other side was even more exciting because 3 types of violent energy had erupted, destroying the surroundings with an unstoppable force. Because of the energy fluctuations, even the ground had begun to crack. The ironwood trees could grow again if they were gone. Once the soil that nurtured these plants was destroyed, it would be fatal. The cultivators did not have time to feel sorry for the third-class forbidden land. As the battle became more and more intense, they could only retreat, afraid of being involved. Boom. 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 Jun Changxiao, who had completely transformed into a gargoyle, seemed to have turned into a fierce and fast boxer. He used all kinds of moves to attack Jin Hao. Under the explosion of energy, every punch of his had the special effect of tearing space. As one of the 3 strongest races, the gargoyle race did not have any deep understanding of martial arts. They always pursued, fast, ruthless, and accurate. To put it bluntly, it was a race that could fight a tough battle and was good at it. Jun Changxiao, who had transformed into a gargoyle, displayed this characteristic to the fullest. At this moment, he had completely abandoned the flowery human appearance. Even the most ordinary of moves contained the power of 10,000 caddies. Jin Hao was caught in a stalemate. He did not have the time to gather his strength to unleash any martial arts techniques. He could only passively fall into his opponent's rhythm. Furthermore, he had to constantly pay attention to the traitor behind him, whose physique was increasing. Gu Zhaoxi was not in a hurry to make a move. In his opinion, his brother, who had activated the bloodline of the stone statue, would not be at a disadvantage for a short period of time. He could totally take advantage of his brother's unpreparedness to steal the peach or something similar. You set me up, I set you up. This was because it was impolite not to reciprocate. Boom. At this time, Jun Changxiao and Jin Hao had exchanged more than 10 moves, and both of them were forced to retreat a few steps. With the support of the stone statue bloodline, although he possessed more violent power than before, it was impossible for him to suppress a 9th transformation Dan realm expert. Chance. Gu Zhaoxi finally grasped the opportunity. While Jin Hao had yet to make a move, he rushed over. It looked like he was attacking from 3 directions, but in reality, he was delivering an extremely vicious kick to Jin Hao's crotch. When such a sinister move was executed by a high-level core transformation realm expert, the energy it gathered could be said to be quite explosive. It did not even seem sinister. In fact, one would even feel a sense of awe. A weakling using a sinister move was vulgar, but an expert using a sinister move was noble. Watch, clang, faster than words could tell, the right leg that had gathered explosive strength kicked Xianxia's crotch from behind. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Ah! Ah! Gu Jiaoshi retracted his leg and jumped up and down, howling in pain. He had kicked an ideal spot, but Xianxia had already formed an absolute defense. This kick was like kicking a spiked iron plate. An intense pain came from his calf bone, as if it was about to break. Boom! Xianxia turned around and sent Gu Jiaoshi flying with a kick. When he retracted his leg and stood up proudly, one could see that his exposed skin was as dazzling as his battle armor. You have the body transformation art? You have the stone statue race bloodline? Sorry, I also have a way to increase my strength, Xianxia frowned. Xianxia's entire body had turned golden, and his strength had obviously increased. He and his brother might not be able to take advantage of him. Kid. Xianxia shook his head, and the arrogance on his face grew. 2 years ago, you relied on your supreme treasure to injure me. Now that you don't have that trump card, you're just trash. Thank you for the reminder. Xianxia waved his hand, and the divine modified lightning rod appeared in his hand. Seeing the supreme treasure that had pierced through his chest, Xianxia's smile disappeared, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Gu Jiaoshi thought joyfully, brother still has a trick up his sleeve. The appearance of the divine modified lightning rod had indeed intimidated Xianxia. However, after a while, he sneered and said, although that thing in your hand is powerful, it can only be used once. During the 2 years he had been recuperating, he had been thinking about why there had been such an intense lightning punishment when his chest had been pierced. Could it be that the guy's supreme treasure had absorbed the lightning punishment of the formation of 10,000 thunder tribulation? If that was the case, it meant that the explosive power of the item did not come from the supreme treasure itself. It could only be used after accumulating a special power. Another reason why Xianxia was certain that the divine modified lightning rod could not pose a threat to him was that if this treasure was effective, it would have attacked him long ago. To put it bluntly, Xianxia took out a gun, and he bet that there were no bullets in it. Have I been seen through? Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Gu Jiaoshi was speechless. He had thought that his brother had taken out something like an iron rod as a trump card, but it turned out to be a bluff. The worst thing was that he had not been bluffed, and he had been mercilessly exposed. Whoosh, Xianxia raised his hand, and a golden spear appeared out of thin air. You are quite lucky to be able to survive the punishment of the dimensional battlefield and the formation of 10,000 tribulation heavenly thunder. However, your luck will run out one day. So, in the end, you will still be. He grabbed his weapon and said with a cold gaze, unable to escape death. Whoosh, the golden light flickered, and the space trembled violently. Holy golden spear. Gu Jiaoshi hurriedly transmitted his voice, brother, this is a divine weapon that is infinitely close to the immortal level. Ta. At this moment, Xianxia placed the golden spear in front of him. The golden attribute that spread out seemed to turn into roaring golden dragon beasts, and they gradually lingered around his body. The special effect was once again pulled to the extreme. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, the special effect of the high-level divine weapon and the power of the true spirit erupted crazily, instantly forming an extremely strong pressure. Not only did it disturb the battlefield crazily, but it also spread far away. What kind of power is this? It's too scary. The warriors who had retreated to the outermost periphery of the ironwood forest felt the golden light rippling from the depths, gathering around them and causing the space to tremble. Their expressions changed drastically. Ninth transformation core realm cultivation, coupled with a weapon that was close to the immortal level, caused a huge phenomenon. This kind of tearing special effect caused the readers' phones to rapidly heat up, as if they would explode at any time. What are you looking at? Throw it away quickly, however. Just as Xianxia was about to attack, Xianxia pointed at the lightning rod and pressed the start button with his thumb. He said coldly, go and meet God. What? Whoosh, suddenly, the ironwood forest that was originally covered by the golden light was replaced by a white light. An extremely strong vibration came from the ground, and the violent power of thunder and lightning crazily surged. Boom, a deafening explosion came, and Li Qingyang and the other four all stopped and looked back. The iron-armored beast king's eyes were filled with fear, because as far as he could see, a deep trench appeared out of nowhere, as if it had directly divided the ironwood forest into two. Time returned to the stage where the various races surrounded the Sect of all times and Jinren Tonggu came out to negotiate, and the disciples left one after another. Qingyang. At the mountain gate, Jun Changxiao took out the divine modified lightning rod and said in a deep voice, "This is a treasure left behind by my ancestors. I'll give it to you today." Li Qingyang's expression changed drastically. This disciple can't accept such a valuable item. Take it. Yes. Li Qingyang took the lightning rod. Although this item was automatically bound to Jun Changxiao, he could still hold it as a disciple. It was just that he couldn't use it. This disciple will cultivate diligently these 2 years and not disappoint the patriarch. Li Qingyang said seriously. Jun Changxiao patted his shoulder and said, "Go." Just like that, Li Qingyang took the treasure that represented the will of his ancestors and stepped into the Thunder Chestnut region. For 2 years, he kept encouraging himself and working hard. It was no exaggeration to say that from the beginning of his training to the end, the divine modified lightning rod that accompanied him was like a faith, constantly encouraging him to move forward until he completed his studies and returned. Patriarch. This disciple has not failed his mission. As expected of the disciple I value the most. Come, present the treasure. Yes. Li Qingyang handed over the divine modified lightning rod. When he obtained it, it was dim. When he handed it back, it was full. Obviously, it had absorbed enough lightning energy during the 2 years it followed him. Here came the question. Did Jun Changxiao have bullets in his gun? It seemed to be divided into two by a deep trench. Looking at the irascible lightning forest, not only did it have bullets, but it was also very powerful. Damn. As a witness, Gu Zhaoxi's eyes widened, and his legs went soft. He couldn't see the specific scene clearly. He only felt a thick white lightning bolt shoot out from his brother's treasure, and then there was a trench that was dozens of feet wide and dozens of feet deep in his field of vision. Recalling what had happened just now, it could only be described as explosive. No wonder elder brother was not afraid at all when he found out that the guy who was playing tricks in the dark had the strength of a 9th transformation core realm cultivator. It turned out that he was hiding such a terrifying killing move. Awesome, too awesome. Gu Zhaoxi's admiration for Jun Changxiao was like an endless torrential river. He should be dead, right? With such a terrifying lightning power, even if he had been on guard, he would have been killed on the spot. However, when Gu Zhaoxi looked along the end of the trench, he found that Jin Hao had disappeared. There was an obvious pool of blood on the soil, so he exclaimed, "Was it blown to smithereens?" "No." Jun Changxiao said, "He ran away." "You can run?" Gu Zhaoxi was even more surprised. Jun Changxiao stored the lightning rod in his interspatial ring and said, "He must have used some kind of escapability in the nick of time." What a pity, what a pity. Gu Zhaoxi shook his head, and in the next second, his eyes lit up, and then he flew to the side of the blood stains to remove the soil, and said happily, "Elder brother, this guy did not take away his golden glorious holy spear." "Oh?" Jun Changxiao hurried over and saw the shiny golden spear half hidden in the soil. He waved his hand and picked it up, saying, "At least I got something." Using the first wish equipment, he was unable to kill that guy, but dropping a piece of equipment was still acceptable. Otherwise, it was a loss, a loss. Buzz. However, the moment Jun Changxiao came into contact with the golden glorious holy spear, some kind of power erupted from the surface, and his hand was fiercely repelled. "Elder brother," Gu Zhaoxi said, "there must be an artifact spirit inside such a divine artifact, and it has signed a master-servant contract with that guy. Even if an outsider obtains it, it will be difficult to use it. It's a bit tricky." Jun Changxiao separated a wisp of his soul and merged it into the golden glorious holy spear. Sure enough, he saw the artifact spirit that looked like a young man sitting cross-legged on the spot, so he advised, "A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, following that guy is better than following me." "Humph," the little guy said proudly, I am Master's artifact spirit when I am alive, and I will also be Master's artifact spirit when I die. I will never rely on you. You have a backbone. Xianxia did not try to persuade him. He immediately withdrew his spiritual thoughts and threw the golden glorious holy spear into the Tianyuan prison pagoda, and said, Area, I'll leave the artifact spirit inside to you. Yes. The prison trio immediately became spirited. Elder brother. Outside, Gu Zhaoxi was overjoyed. That guy didn't take away his chariot. Looking at the situation, it should be a high-level flying treasure. Could this be the child of wealth? Sexy online, buzz. Thousands of miles away from the ironwood forest, the space vibrated and formed a vortex. Jin Hao, with a pale face, came out from it. Below his right shoulder was empty. Obviously, he had lost his entire arm under the lightning attack just now. No wonder his weapon was left behind. Damn it, his eyes flashed with monstrous anger. He thought that guy's gun had no bullets, but it turned out to be true. Although he was able to use a secret method to escape in time, he was seriously injured again. Xianxia. I swear I will not be a man if I don't kill you. He had been defeated by Xianxia twice in a row, and they were both lightning rods. Once his chest was pierced, and the other time his right arm was blown off. This was unacceptable for the arrogant him. Calling a traitor brother is big news. If the Jia Hall knows, even Jinren Tonggu will not be able to protect him. Jin Hao's painful face gradually turned into a hideous smile. This time, the injury of his broken arm was not as serious as before, but he needed some time to recuperate. He did not have to do it himself. With a little trick, he could bring a lot of trouble to Xianxia. What a pity. I can't kill him with my own hands. Suppressing the injury in his body, Jin Hao communicated with the space ring and wanted to take out the chariot, but he found that it was also in the ironwood forest. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only did he not kill the traitor, but he also lost 2 pieces of equipment. The only thing that comforted Jin Hao was that although the Goldjiao holy armor was damaged, it was not a big problem and could be repaired. Otherwise, it would have been all over if he did not kill the traitor. Xianxia. The enmity between you and me is irreconcilable. The more Jin Hao thought about it, the angrier he became. Then, he saw clouds gathering in the sky and Empress Ling Yao appeared out of thin air. Injured by Xianxia again? The woman's voice was cold as usual, but there was a hint of sarcasm in it. Damn it, I've made a fool of myself again. Wait a minute, wasn't this woman also ordered to hunt down Gu Zhaoxi? Since she knew that he was injured by Xianxia, she must be in the ironwood forest. Empress Ling Yao. Jin Hao's eyes were cold. The Jia Hall ordered us to investigate the traitor. Since you were there, why didn't you take him down? Still. You and Xianxia are in cahoots. Empress Ling Yao said calmly, don't accuse others. Humph. Jin Hao snorted. You protected Xianxia many times in the planar battlefield. You may be able to fool the Jia Hall, but you think you can fool me? Slash. Suddenly, the sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh could be heard. Jin Hao's eyes widened. He lowered his head stiffly and found that his chest had been cut open by some kind of weapon. Blood dripped from the wound. You, Empress Ling Yao landed close to him and said in a low voice, the Zhongyue Pavilion sent you as a spy. It was foolish of them. Jin Hao's eyes flashed with shock. This woman actually knew his true identity. Wearing the equipment left behind by Elder Jin Yao would be an insult to him. So. It's better to let someone more suitable inherit it. With every word Empress Ling Yao said, Jin Hao's vision and hearing deteriorated. Strange attributes surged from his body and stirred his organs. You are so evil, he had just finished speaking when he completely lost his mind. Now, Jin Hao had finished filming. He had not died at the hands of Xianxia, but at the hands of Empress Ling Yao. Ironwood Forest. The most intense battle had ended, but the damage was irreparable. More than half of the forbidden area had been reduced to ruins. Brother! Gu Zhaoxi's voice rang out. Golden Sun Chariot. Oh? Xianxia noticed the golden chariot that Jin Hao had left in the ironwood forest. He grinned and said, that guy gave me another good treasure. Gu Zhaoxi said, brother, the Golden Sun chariot's quality is not low. It is said that its speed and performance are not inferior to the ancient warship. Is that so? Xianxia walked over and sent his consciousness into the chariot. There was no artifact spirit inside, but there were complicated lines that should be driven by an array. If he wanted to control this high-level Golden Sun chariot, he would have to erase the existing soul imprint and insert his own soul imprint. Boom. Boom. On the other side, there were sounds of battle. Xianxia put the chariot into his spatial ring and rushed over with Gu Zhaoxi. Li Qingyang's group was still fighting with the iron-armored Demon King. However, from the looks of it, they had gained the upper hand and could deal with the other party. Taking advantage of this time, Gosheng took out the Golden Sun chariot and sent his spiritual sense into it, enveloping it. Wait, why did the soul imprint suddenly disappear? When he first looked inside, the soul imprint left by Jin Hao was clearly visible. Now, after a short while, it disappeared. This made Xianxia a little confused. Or did the other party know that the treasure was in his hands and simply removed it? Good guy. Xianxia sighed in his heart. Boom. At this moment, the iron-armored Demon King finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell in front of the group of 5 with wounds all over its body. Although the battle area was not as damaged as the other side, the ironwood forest was mostly destroyed. The most fatal damage was the soil. The ground was cracked and sunken, and the energy loss was serious. The third-class forbidden area defined by the relevant departments as a place for void-piercing realm and core transformation realm martial artists to train was destroyed. Even if it could still produce ironwood, it would be very small. Clean up the battlefield. Yes. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others put the broken ironwood and the armor pieces of the iron-armored Demon King into their space rings before leaving the ironwood forest with the patriarch. Before he entered, this place was flourishing. After leaving, this place was plunged into misery and suffering. This was the sect of all times. As long as one entered a treasure trove, they would never return empty-handed. It's gone, the ironwood forest is gone. After Xianxia left with his disciples, various cultivators came over one after another. Looking at the ruined environment in front of them, a look of regret appeared on their faces. Because this was a third-class forbidden land, even high-level core revolving realm or truth-seeking realm cultivators disdained to enter. But for low-level martial artists, the destruction of the ironwood forest was the same as losing a place where they could gain experience and earn money. AI. A rogue cultivator sighed helplessly. Let's go to the nearest Fire Cloud Cliff. Fire Cloud Cliff was also a third-class forbidden area in the upper realm. From its name, one could tell that this place was definitely related to fire. Furthermore, it contained fire cloud stones that could also be used to forge equipment and weapons. Let's go. With the destruction of the ironwood forest, the various cultivators could only focus on other forbidden areas. But when they rushed over, they found that their peers were gathered at the periphery. Thus, they asked in confusion, "Why aren't you guys going in?" The sect of all time sealed the mountain. What? It turned out that when everyone was rushing over, Xianxia brought his disciples into Fire Cloud Cliff first because it was on the way. In order to prevent any accidents from happening to outsiders, he kindly sealed the place. The rogue cultivators who made a fortune from the forbidden area expressed their gratitude to him. Father, this place is filled with good fire-type energy. Can I absorb it without any restraint? Yes. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Xiaohua, who was at the bottom of the cliff, opened his mouth like a hungry beast and frantically absorbed the pure fire-type energy around him. The demonic beasts that existed in the forbidden area hid in the dark and trembled. Facing a powerful existence like the fire spirit, they would definitely become food as soon as they appeared. The fire-type energy in Fire Cloud Cliff was very strong, so the deeper they went, the higher the temperature. But under Xiaohua's frantic absorption, it started to cool down gradually. Li Qingyang and the others continued to move forward and collected various fire-type ores. 2 hours later, the isolation array at the periphery disappeared. Xianxia left with his disciples under everyone's watchful eyes. As soon as they left, the rogue cultivators entered Fire Cloud Cliff. When they felt that there was no fire-type energy around, they cried out in despair, "This forbidden area is gone too." "It's okay. We went to Water Fairy Lake. When they arrived at the scene, the clear third-class forbidden area that stretched for hundreds of miles was even more bottomless because the water was all gone. Could it be, just as everyone was guessing, they suddenly saw a familiar figure leaving in the distance. They hugged their heads and said, "It's them again." Ironwood Forest, Fire Cloud Cliff, Water Fairy Lake. In a short period of time, they were visited by Xianxia. In the end, their attributes, ores, and treasures were all taken away. Some of them might have preserved the landscape and environment, but their internal attributes and some elements were destroyed. It was no different from having their martial arts crippled and becoming ordinary places. The upper realm was in an uproar. The martial artists were furious. Xianxia's behavior of leaving nothing alive wherever he went seriously damaged the ecological chain at the bottom. If it was not stopped, where would they go to find opportunities to earn money in the future? Judging from this guy's route, it's obvious that he wants to visit all the forbidden areas on the way to Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain. We have to go to the next forbidden area to stop him. Therefore, many rogue cultivators organized themselves and successfully blocked Xianxia and the others in front of an unnamed forbidden area. They almost pulled up a banner that read, "Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility," to resist their endless destruction. June Patriarch. An old man said seriously, "Although there are dangers in forbidden areas, there are also opportunities. You keep going in and destroying them. How are we going to develop in the future?" "That's your problem, not mine," Xianxia said. Forbidden areas were not public property. Since ancient times, whoever had the ability could obtain it. Now that I have the ability, why can't I mine it? Besides, the third-class forbidden areas that existed until now must be the leftovers of the major forces. Throughout the history of the upper realm, who knows how many forbidden areas with rich resources had disappeared because of excessive mining. June Patriarch. A middle-aged man pointed into the distance and said, "The Valley of Dead Souls a few thousand miles ahead is a second-class forbidden area. There are countless treasures in it. Can you let go of the third-class forbidden area and leave some food for us low-level martial artists?" "Yes," everyone said in a pleading tone. They did not have any objections to Xianxia entering the third-class forbidden area to search for treasures. However, not even leaving the soup after eating the meat was a little too cruel. Valley of Dead Souls? Xianxia touched his chin and said, "Second-class forbidden area? Brother." Gujiaoshi said, "The treasures in the Valley of Dead Souls are incomparable to the third-class forbidden areas in terms of quality and quantity." "Okay." Xianxia snapped his fingers and said, "Then I'll give it a try." Therefore, under the watchful eyes of the itinerant martial artists, Goshen gave up on entering the forbidden area that did not deserve a name. Instead, he headed for the Valley of Dead Souls that was a few thousand miles away. Phew! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, the Sect of all times did not even enter the Shin class in the upper realm. If they dared to enter the second-class forbidden area, wouldn't it be a little like courting death? Why should they worry about him? The main point was to prevent the third-class forbidden area from being destroyed. Regarding this, the Valley of Dead Souls expressed, "You bastards protected a trashy forbidden area but pushed me into the abyss. If anything happens to me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Valley of Souls. Second-class forbidden area in the upper realm. Warriors who could enter here had to be at least 6th transformation core realm or above. Otherwise, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. It was said that some of the more dangerous second-class forbidden areas might not be able to survive even if one reached the 9th transformation. It was normal to die there. "Brother," Gujiaoshi said, "although there are many treasures in the Valley of Souls, there are also dangers. I'm afraid something will happen if we bring this group of first transformation disciples in. If he went in alone, he would not be worried at all. However, since it was classified as a second-class forbidden area, it meant that low-level warriors could not enter at will." "They won't go in." Xianxia said, "Let's go in." After obtaining a lot of resources from the third-class forbidden area, he was quite tempted by the second-class forbidden area. He hoped to obtain more resources from it. Although it was not right to destroy 3 forbidden areas one after another, Goshen still hoped to obtain more resources in the shortest time possible to strengthen the overall strength of the sect. Therefore, second-class Valley of Souls was a must. If his strength allowed, he did not mind going into the first-class forbidden area again. The system said, according to the levels set by the relevant departments, one must at least have the strength of the truth-seeking realm to survive in the first-class forbidden area. Therefore, the host should focus on the present and stop daydreaming. It's only the truth-seeking realm. Xianxia said, you can break through after completing 2 epic missions. Do you really think that after Sher-Air's mission broke through to the 3rd transformation and Sher-Air's mission broke through to the 6th transformation, the subsequent missions will continue to skip levels? The system was speechless. Xianxia said, as long as the completion rate is high enough, you can naturally skip levels. Previously, Sher-Air's mission had skipped 3 levels in a row. It was indeed related to the 500% completion rate. If the subsequent missions could maintain this level or reach a new high, it would not be difficult for his realm to rise steadily. But the problem was whether the completion rate was high depended on the type of mission. No one could say for sure if the subsequent missions would be the same as Sher-Air's, allowing disciples to complete the sect missions to crazily hit bugs. Woo woo woo. Woo 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 woo. At the entrance of a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, a gust of wind blew from the inside. It sounded a bit like the wailing of ghosts. That was right. This was the second-class forbidden area that made low-level warriors tremble in fear. Because the level of danger had increased by 1 level, there were irregular weeds growing at the entrance, indicating that itinerant cultivators rarely gathered here. Brother. Not long after, Xianxia appeared in the camera. He stopped at the entrance of the valley and said, we're here. It is indeed a little strange. Xianxia immediately became vigilant when he felt the evil wind blowing from inside. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others couldn't help but frown. Their intuition told them that if they went in, it would be difficult for them to come out alive. Wait outside. Yes. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said, come, let's go in. The 2 life and death brothers walked into Death's Soul Valley under the watchful eyes of Li Qingyang and the others, fully demonstrating what it meant to not seek death. Would not die. He's in. The patriarch of the sect of all times has entered. Outside the valley, the itinerant cultivators who had secretly followed them saw Xianxia enter, and their eyes were filled with admiration. Previously, they were just casually saying that to make him let go of the nameless forbidden area. In the end, he really entered Death's Soul Valley. Heroes come from the young. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Our role model. Woo woo. Woo woo woo. In Death's Soul Valley, the cold wind whistled. Just the sound alone was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Xianxia and Xianxia were skilled and bold. They strode in without any regard for their own family. The environment in the valley was completely different from the outside world. The most obvious difference was that everything within sight was gray. The nearby plants were either withered, as if there was no life at all. There are heavenly treasures here? Xianxia questioned. Xianxia said, brother, the worse the environment, the more strange heavenly treasures will grow. For example? I'm not sure either. Didn't the storyteller tell you? That guy isn't omnipotent. Xianxia's interest was piqued. He asked, brother, who is this storyteller? A friend of mine. Xianxia said, he makes a living as a storyteller in various cities. Is he very strong? Very weak. He's only seen a lot of things through his travels. Oh. Xianxia responded. However, he thought to himself, can he really be an ordinary person who makes a living as a storyteller if he knows things that ordinary people don't? Do you know where he is? That guy doesn't have a fixed residence. Who knows where he is? If we meet in the future, you must introduce me to him. Sure. The 2 of them chatted as they walked. It didn't feel like they were trespassing into a forbidden area, but rather an outing. They didn't give any face to the second-class Death's Soul Valley. Roar. After walking for about 10 minutes, Xianxia and Xianxia entered a deeper area. They heard a deafening roar. Then, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in the darkness. It was like a devil from hell. Scarlet-eyed soul beast. Xiaoxi's eyes turned serious. In his understanding, this was a demonic beast that looked like a wolf. Its adult strength was comparable to a 6th transformation core realm cultivator. Moreover, it liked to live in groups. As long as it appeared, there would be at least a few dozen of them. As expected, after the first pair of scarlet eyes appeared, many more appeared in the dark environment. Roughly counting, there were at least more than 100 of them. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi frowned and said, let's take a detour. If more than 100 demonic beasts comparable to a 6th transformation core realm cultivator attacked, the impact would definitely be troublesome. Shua. Jun Changxiao took out his green dragon crescent blade and said with a burning gaze, the crystal core of a demonic beast of this level should be valuable. How can we take a detour? The corner of Gu Zhaoxi's mouth twitched slightly. This brother is even more ruthless than me when it comes to playing. If it was in the past, Jun Changxiao might be afraid. However, after the appearance of the scarlet-eyed soul beast, the system issued a side mission to kill 100 of them. Thus, there was only one word for him to say, do it. Okay. Gu Zhaoxi gathered strength in his fists and said with a heroic spirit, you and I brothers, today, we will start a massacre in Death's Soul Valley. The camera turned and thousands of scarlet-eyed soul beasts gathered around them. They exploded with a ferocious aura and surrounded Jun Changxiao and himself. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi said with a crumbling face, we seem to be in trouble. If there were only 100 of them, he was confident that he could kill them one by one. Now that he was facing thousands of them, there was no lack of beasts comparable to a 7th transformation core realm cultivator. That was really. I was wrong. I shouldn't have come in from the start. Actually, since things had developed to this point, he could only say that he deserved it. After all, he had come here without recognizing his own family. If it was in the real world, he would definitely be tortured until his parents couldn't recognize him. Retreat. Jun Changxiao said, leave this to me. Okay. Gu Zhaoxi quickly retreated. Under the encirclement of thousands of ferocious scarlet-eyed soul beasts, Jun Changxiao calmly raised his hand and took out the pocket-sized hard-to-sheath blade. He smiled and said, it is time to show my true skills. Here it comes. Hard-to-sheath blade was unsealed for the first time in the upper realm. Gu Zhaoxi said with a blank expression, fruit knife? Swoosh. Jun Changxiao took a step back with his right foot and bent his body slightly. His right hand was in a sword-drawing position, his thumb and index finger were on the hilt as he said, Bankai. Clang, whoosh whoosh. Violent waves of air burst out in an instant, gathering the power of a tornado. Gu Zhaoxi was pushed back several steps by the air currents. Seeing that his brother was completely engulfed by the wind, he was shocked. What is this situation? Bam! Right at this time, the wind stopped abruptly. Jun Changxiao's black cloak stood proudly in the middle of the tornado. The two words Dog God were faintly engraved on it. The pocket-sized blade in his hand had already turned into a golden threaded blade. There were 9 iron rings on it, emitting a heavy and terrifying aura. Blade, what kind of blade was that? Golden threaded ring blade. Jun Changxiao was suddenly enveloped by a gust of wind, which shocked Gu Zhaoxi. The little thing in his hand that looked like a fruit knife suddenly turned into a golden ringed sword, which also shocked Gu Zhaoxi. Understood, no wonder brother was still as steady as a rock in the face of thousands of red-eyed soul beasts. He still had a trump card. Tai Mulan took out an iron rod and directly sent Jin Hao, who was at the 9th transformation Dan realm, flying. Now, he took out a heavy sword. Jun Changxiao shocked Gu Zhaoxi again and again. Roar! Roar! The red-eyed soul beasts did not sense the danger. They roared at the humans with a ferocious face, carrying a nauseating stench. Today. Jun Changxiao held his sword horizontally and said, I'll use you as a sacrifice to the heavens. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The pressure that could restrain everything burst out and rushed in all directions. This is, Gu Zhaoxi was shocked, the power of space. Oh my god, this golden ringed sword could release the power of space. It was definitely a divine weapon at the celestial level. If not for the fact that he was in a battle state, Gu Zhaoxi would probably hug Jun Changxiao's thigh and say, brother. You're my brother. Celestial equipment was the top in the upper realm. It was a divine weapon that martial artists dreamed of. Whoosh whoosh. The binding force roared and pressed down, and the space quickly distorted. Done, Gu Jiaoshi secretly said, brother, with this sword in hand, you can definitely do whatever you want in the upper realm. Roar. Roar. The red-eyed soul beasts finally realized the danger and let out strange roars. Then, they dragged their huge bodies and retreated into the depths. Want to run? Jun Changxiao said lightly, can you make it? As long as this trump card was used, it would definitely freeze whoever it stared at and become a lamb to be slaughtered. However, just as the binding force pressed down, an accident happened. Because the red-eyed soul beasts that were affected could still escape normally, completely unaffected by the power of space. Ta-ta-ta. Ta-ta-ta. Thus, the beasts sped up their escape. Wait a minute, since the pressure is useless against us, why should we run away like idiots? Ka. A large number of scarlet-eyed spirit beasts came to a sudden stop, and then turned their heads in unison, staring at the human holding the blade, the red light in their eyes becoming more and more intense. AI. Jun Changxiao sighed. Brother. Gu Jiaoshi asked, what happened? Jun Changxiao raised his saber, then turned his head sideways and made the pose of a landlady in kung fu. With a whoosh, he slipped away and shouted, brother, let's go. Gu Jiaoshi's expression stiffened. F***ck, just describing the shock in my heart took up most of the chapter, but in the end, my brother ran away faster than a rabbit. Roar. Roar. At this moment, a large number of red-eyed soul beasts that had been scared away earlier surrounded them. Their eyes were filled with human-like anger. Obviously, they wanted to completely crush the two humans who were playing tricks. Who? All kinds of energy instantly pressed down, scaring Gu Jiaoshi into ignoring his identity and image. He stuck out his tongue like a mad dog and chased after Jun Changxiao. Brother! Wait for me! Boom! Boom! There were frequent explosions in the Valley of Souls. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others who were outside heard it, and a disapproving expression appeared on their faces. In their view, as long as the patriarch went in, no matter how fierce the beasts were, they would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In fact, Jun Changxiao and Gu Jiaoshi who were in the valley at this moment were like rats crossing the street. Under the crazy attack of thousands of red-eyed soul beasts, they could only escape in a sorry state, without any demeanor of an expert. The true portrayal of two fists being no match for many fists. Brother, go out. Kill 100 of them first. Ah? Because of the side mission, even though there were more and more red-eyed soul beasts, Jun Changxiao could only escape while looking for a chance to counterattack. Gu Jiaoshi's heart was crumbling, but since his brother said so, he could only do as he was told. Thus, the two put on a show of counterattack in the valley, maintaining high energy throughout the entire process. It was as if they were walking on a tightrope. Puchi. The third form of the golden threaded ring blade cut through space, directly cutting an attacking red-eyed soul beast into two. With the increase in numbers, Jun Changxiao was also surrounded by dozens of red-eyed soul beasts. In the end, he was sent flying in a frenzy and crashed into the wall with a bang. He and Gu Jiaoshi had no problem fighting against these red-eyed soul beasts alone. But against thousands of them, even if they managed to injure one, they would have to pay a price. Boom. Boom. The commotion in the Valley of Souls was shocking. After contending with dozens of rank 8 red-eyed soul beasts for a while, Gu Jiaoshi was sent flying again. He shouted, brother, if this continues, we will be exhausted to death, let's quickly retreat. Damn it. Jun Changxiao used his movement technique to dodge the attacks of several red-eyed soul beasts. Anger rose in his heart. After half an hour, they had only killed a dozen red-eyed soul beasts. If they wanted to complete the mission, they might need a few hours. If this dragged on, they would really die here. Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar shook the space and the valley. The red-eyed soul beast king that was originally in the deepest part of the valley walked out, causing its peers to raise their heads and roar. Brother! If we don't retreat now, it will be too late. The huge demon king that appeared had strength comparable to a rank 9 reincarnation core realm. If they were targeted by it, they would definitely die. From this, it could be seen. Second-grade Forbidden Land really could not be casually entered. You go first. Jun Changxiao landed on the path back, his gaze solemn, I'll cover you. No. Gu Jiaoxi landed beside him and said, "I'll cover you, you go first." The current situation was very bad, but with the spirit of reincarnation, he was not afraid of death. After all, he could be reborn. However, his brother was different. If he died, he would have to sprinkle flowers. For the sake of the subsequent appearance rate, he had to ensure that he did not die. "This is my order," Jun Changxiao said in a deep voice. The two of them usually called each other brother. Now, Jun Changxiao wanted to exercise his rights as a patriarch. Because the other party had died for him once, how could he let his brother die for him again in this life? I, Jun Changxiao, can be slandered, can be overinterpreted, but when it comes to major matters, I will never lose my way, because, this was the principle. Kid. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear, "You have touched me. Great sage." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, rolling lava seemed to appear around Jun Changxiao's body and quickly condensed into a solid armor. Shwa. With a light wave of his right hand, the flames gathered into a cloak. This, witnessing his brother's lava armor and robe, Gu Jiaoxi's eyes widened. Pa. Jun Changxiao placed one hand beside his ear and slowly separated it. The Rui Jing Gubang that was fully activated appeared, and he said coldly, "I will send you all to see Old Man Tathagata." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The brilliance was boundless, and the raging flames overflowed to the heavens. Ding. Killed 21100 Scarlet-Eyed Soul Beast. Ding. Killed 22100 Scarlet-Eyed Soul Beast. Ding. Killed 100100 Scarlet-Eyed Soul Beast. Swish. In the outside world, a ray of light appeared out of thin air, like a peacock spreading its tail. Boom 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 boom. The earth suddenly shook. Li Qingyang and the others stabilized their bodies with difficulty, and they were shocked in their hearts. What happened inside? After a while, the light that shot into the sky dissipated, and the sky returned to normal. Inside the Death Valley, the originally gloomy environment was dispelled, and rays of sunlight entered, filling the originally lifeless forbidden area with light. Pudong. Gu Jiaoxi fell to the ground, and his expression was extremely wonderful. Within his field of vision, thousands of scarlet-eyed soul beasts disappeared, and the scattered crystal cores emitted a colorful light under the sunlight. Dead, with a swing of the rod, they were all dead. Gulp. Gu Jiaoxi swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and raised his head to look at Jun Changxiao, who was standing proudly in front of him, and held in his heart, "Is he a god or an immortal, a demon or a demon?" Thousands of scarlet-eyed soul beasts were all wiped out, and even the Demon King was not spared. The scene was too shocking. Gu Jiaoxi was stunned. Even someone at the peak of the core transformation realm couldn't do this. Could it be that the strength of his brother, who was wearing the battle armor and cloak, had already reached the level of the truth-seeking realm? Unbelievable. Too unbelievable. Whoosh whoosh. The lava-like battle armor dissipated, and Jun Changxiao gradually returned to his original state. Seeing the crystal cores scattered all over the ground and recalling the explosive power that enveloped his body, his eyes were filled with disbelief. It was not that the special effect of the Great Sage set had not been used before, but why was it so powerful this time? It was so powerful that it was terrifying. Moreover, unlike before, after the special effect was activated, Monkey King did not appear. Instead, he transformed himself and killed all the demon beasts with thunderous means. Because the system said, "You have obtained the approval of the Great Sage." At that moment, the Great Sage was you, and you were the Great Sage. Is that so? Jun Changxiao expressed his doubts. Brother. Gu Jiaoxi got up and walked over, circling around him, and said, "You were too awesome just now. My admiration for you is like a torrential river. Stop flattering me, hurry up and pick up the crystal cores." Okay. Gu Jiaoxi turned into a tool and collected the crystal cores scattered on the ground into his space ring. Especially when he recalled the scene from before, he was still greatly shocked. With such a powerful brother, would he be afraid of not being able to survive in the upper realm in the future? His desire to court death became stronger and stronger. Let's go. Let's go back. After collecting the crystal cores, Jun Changxiao got up and walked out of the valley. Gu Jiaoxi asked with a puzzled expression, "Brother, aren't we going deeper to look for treasures? Since the Scarlet-Eyed Soul Beast and the Scarlet-Eyed Soul Beast King had been wiped out, there should be no danger in this second-class forbidden area. They could completely obtain resources without restraint. I'm tired, Xianxia said. Gu Zhaoxi understood. Brother's attack just now must have consumed a lot of energy. Since that was the case, it was better to leave. Therefore, the two of them walked back the way they came and exited the Valley of the Lost Spirits. When Lei Qingyang and Xiao Ziji saw that the patriarch and martial uncle had returned safely, they heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they asked why there had been such a huge commotion just now. Jun Changxiao didn't explain and took them back to the sect. He's out. He looks fine. Just now, the earth trembled and the light soared into the sky. What was that? The martial artists who were hiding in the dark started to discuss. Because their levels were too low, they did not dare to enter the Death Soul Valley to investigate. On the way back to the Sect of All Times, Gu Zhaoxi vividly described how Jun Changxiao killed thousands of demon beasts. Perhaps because he had a storyteller friend, his tone and expression were quite exaggerated. Oh. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji gave flat responses. Gu Zhaoxi collapsed. Although this brother's feat just now could not be completely described with words, what he said was not too bad. Can you at least show a shocked expression? In fact, this kind of thing Jun Changxiao did was simply too normal for the disciples. After all, he had killed tens of thousands of martial artists with a watermelon knife alone. Brother! I admire you so much. On the way, Gu Zhaoxi was afraid of flattering him whenever he had the chance. Obviously, he had turned into a little fanboy. Jun Changxiao was lost in thought. This time, he realized a problem. The third form of the hard-to-keep blade was no longer suitable for the current environment. Therefore, it was necessary to upgrade it with the modification stone. It's a pity that I lost a few opening talismans. Recycling Pavilion. That's true. Jun Changxiao opened the recycling pavilion. At present, he still had 2/3 form opening talismans. Since the hard-to-keep blade could not keep up with the times, it was obviously more cost-effective to exchange the former for contribution points. Damn. The recycling price is only 10,000? Jun Changxiao collapsed. He remembered that the second form opening talisman seemed to be the same price. It's better than nothing, right? Although very unwilling, Jun Changxiao still exchanged the 2/3 form opening talismans. Ding. Sect contribution points, 220,000. Transforming into a great sage and killing the Scarlet-Eyed Soul Beast, the side mission was successfully completed. The reward was 200,000 contribution points and 2 experience talismans. Then, there was no then. The system said, isn't it getting better slowly? Better my ass. Jun Changxiao roared, how can 200,000 be compared to the millions lost? On the surface, he was bickering with the system. In fact, his soul had already entered the space ring and took the modification stone. Since the third form of the hard-to-keep blade could not keep up with the times, he could only upgrade it to the fourth form. Phew. The modification stone melted. Phew. The hard-to-keep blade was upgraded to the fourth form. The upgrade process was not exaggerated at all. Quick, praise me. Because there was no fourth form opening talisman, Jun Changxiao could not test its power for the time being. After being out for a long time, Jun Changxiao missed every disciple and every upper echelon of the sect very much. Thus, he gave up on continuing to wreak havoc in the Forbidden Land and focused on his journey. However, a few days later, the upper realm was in an uproar again, because one after another, high-level reincarnation core experts entered Death's Soul Valley and found that the dark environment had been replaced by light. The Scarlet-Eyed Soul Beasts were all gone. Later, the relevant departments sent people to investigate. After careful comparison and analysis, they officially announced that this place would be downgraded from second-class to third-class Forbidden Land. Downgraded? What's going on? I heard that the Scarlet-Eyed Soul Beast is gone, so the danger level has greatly decreased. Damn, this is a good thing. For a time, a large number of void-piercing realm and initial stage reincarnation core realm rogue cultivators gathered in Death's Soul Valley. The grass at the entrance had long been trampled flat. It was rare to see a second-class forbidden land being downgraded. Because there were many rich resources inside, the early-stage cultivators all benefited. The resources they received were even higher than the third-class forbidden land. Jun Patriarch is a good person. Many rogue cultivators could roughly guess that the downgrading of the Death Soul Valley was definitely related to Jun Xianxia. Thus, they were filled with gratitude towards him. Although Ironwood Forest, Fire Cloud Cliff, and Water Fairy Lake were destroyed and reduced to ordinary places, a second-class forbidden land was downgraded to a third-class forbidden land. It brought many benefits to low-level cultivators, so it could be considered a gain. However, Death Soul Valley became a third-class forbidden land and soon brought about a bloody storm. Because the danger level was lowered, a large number of martial cultivators entered. The chances of fighting over opportunities and conflicts increased. For a long time, several groups of people would be seen fighting inside and outside the valley. Death became a common occurrence. Jun Xianxia had brought opportunities to all kinds of cultivators, but he had also opened the door to hell. However, it had nothing to do with him. After all, in the cruel martial world, it was normal for people to die for wealth and birds to die for food, unless there were no more forbidden lands in the world that attracted greed. Sect of all times. Jun Changxiao, Gu Zhaoxi, and the others returned. However, just as he sat in the study and was about to take a bath, Rose of Flowers walked in and said, "Half a month ago, someone sent a brocade box." Brocade box? Jun Changxiao was confused. Rose of Flowers placed the exquisite box on the table. He opened it carefully and found a human head inside. Thus, he blurted out, "Golden hair?" Jun Changxiao was a little annoyed that Tai Mulan didn't kill Jin Hao. After all, Tai Mulan knew about Gu Zhaoxi's identity. If the Jia Hall knew about it, it would be very troublesome. However, what he didn't expect was that someone sent a brocade box with that guy's head in it. Who killed him? Why did he send it to me? Jin Hao's death didn't make Jun Changxiao happy. Instead, he became vigilant because he smelled a conspiracy. "Husband?" Rose of Flowers asked, "Do you know this person?" Jun Changxiao nodded. "Friend? Enemy?" Rose of Flowers was stunned and said, "The enemy's head was sent to the sect. Could the murderer be your friend?" "I'm afraid he'll be framed," Jun Changxiao said. Jin Hao represented the Jia Hall. If the other party knew about this, he might think that he was the murderer and then take the opportunity to attack the sect. Who sent the brocade box? Half a month ago, Dunan went down the mountain to clean the passage as usual and found it by accident. Half a month ago? Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, according to the time, he should have just fought with Jin Hao. Could it be that this guy was killed after he escaped? Sun Bukong. He shouted, "Come and examine the body." The dead couldn't talk, but the murderer might leave some clues. Patriarch. After a serious and professional examination, Sun Bukong said firmly, the head was cut off by a sharp weapon. Jun Changxiao wanted to kick him in the face. After a long examination, he gave a result that anyone could see. Had he learned medicine all these years in vain? However, Sun Bukong said again, the cause of death was not cut off, but he stopped breathing at the beginning. Go on. Sun Bukong said, the muscles on this person's face were frozen. From his expression, he seemed to be in disbelief. I guess it might be an acquaintance who committed the crime. This clue was okay. An acquaintance? Jun Changxiao stroked his chin and said, could it be the Boundary Hall? He did not know much about Jin Hao. He only knew that Jin Hao worked in the Jia Hall. If it was someone he knew who committed the crime, he would have thought of this organization immediately. Hall Masterly, Jun Changxiao ordered, gather all the information on this person as soon as possible. The reason why Goxing wanted to investigate was not to investigate the case, nor was it to seek justice for Jin Hao. Instead, it was to determine who the murderer was and what the Sect of all times was up to. Dragon's Pine Peak. After taking a shower, Yi Xingchen wiped his hair with a towel and hummed a tune as he walked into the room. Night Emperor had changed, she actually hummed secretly when no one was around. As soon as he entered the room, Yi Xingchen's expression became sluggish because there was an exquisite brocade box on the tea table. Where did this box come from? He walked over and casually opened it. Swish, in an instant, a golden light flashed from the inside, illuminating the entire room. It was so bright that Anyo almost couldn't open his eyes. Jun Changxiao sat in the study, still thinking about the issue of Jin Hao's severed head. Rose of Flowers sat beside him and was also thinking. The two of them had the same expression when they were silent. They were becoming more and more like a family. Husband, are you worried that the murderer sent the severed head to frame the sect of all times? That's right. If that's the case, why put it in the box? Wouldn't it be fine to just throw the corpse at the foot of the mountain? In Rose of Flowers' opinion, if the murderer really wanted to frame them, sending the severed head secretly was unnecessary. Moreover, half a month had passed since then. If there was a conspiracy, the Jia Hall would have acted long ago. Yes. Jun Changxiao was puzzled. It's very strange. Rose of Flowers said, in my opinion, the murderer didn't send the enemy's severed head to frame us, but, Patriarch. Suddenly, Li Qingyang's voice came from Dragon's Pine Peak. Come and see. Jun Changxiao hurriedly released his thoughts and found that Yi Xingqian's room was flashing with golden light. He hurriedly flew over and broke the door open. He saw a brocade box on the tea table with a golden armor inside. This is, Gu Jiaoxi, who had rushed over, was stunned. Golden glory armor. Jun Changxiao frowned. He was familiar with this item. It was the armor worn by Jin Hao. But why would it appear in the disciples' room? The brocade box containing the severed head was exactly the same. Anyo, what's going on? Yi Xingqian was dumbfounded. Even before Jun Changxiao asked, he was still guessing. Could it be that the Patriarch had given him equipment because of his recent good performance? It should be the same person who sent the severed head. Rose of Flowers made this judgment based on the design and workmanship of the brocade box. This sentence made Jun Changxiao frown even more. Because this meant that someone could bypass the great protective array and enter. Husband. Rose of Flowers said, first, they sent the enemy's severed head, and then they sent an extraordinary armor. It seems to confirm my guess just now. The other party did not frame us. That may not be so. Jun Changxiao said cautiously, the golden glory armor belongs to Golden Hair. Now that it has been sent along with the severed head, doesn't it prove that the sect of all times is the murderer? That's true. Rose of Flowers fell into deep thought. Jin Hao's severed head and armor appeared in the sect of all times. This made Jun Changxiao irritated, because he was worried that they would deliberately frame him and be targeted by the Jia Hall. Moreover, the great protective array that he trusted so much actually did not work. In fact, the Jia Hall had been quite depressed recently, because there was no news of Jin Hao, who was in charge of hunting down Gu Jiaoxi. It was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. Everyone. On a certain day, Empress Ling Yao walked in from outside and said, there's something I need to report. What is it? A few of the higher-ups said calmly. Although this woman held a position in the Jia Hall, she was not liked by the big shots. Empress Ling Yao said, according to the investigation, the demon king of the demonic fog forest suddenly unsealed was secretly done by Jin Hao. What? A few of the higher-ups were surprised. They had heard of the demonic fog forest incident, but because it was taken down by the sect of all times, they did not investigate in detail. Not long ago. Empress Ling Yao continued, the demon king of the ironwood forest unsealed was also done by this person. The few elders fell silent, anger flashing in their eyes. Many third-class forbidden grounds had demon kings sealed, and the people who sealed them were from the Jia Hall. Their purpose was to provide a safer place for low-level martial artists to train. In the end, one of their own had been unsealed consecutively. Wasn't that breaking the law knowingly? Empress Ling Yao said, when Jin Hao unsealed the array that sealed the demon king, the patriarch of the sect of all times and his disciples were training there. Obviously. He wants to kill with a borrowed knife. The higher-ups fell silent. Jin Hao had been injured by Jun Changxiao for 2 years to recuperate. Did he break the law knowingly out of spite? If the world knew that the demon king of the Forbidden Grounds was released by the Jia Hall, what would they think? If the patriarch of the sect of all times was in danger, would Senior Tonggu just sit by and do nothing? Empress Ling Yao said. The higher-ups frowned. Has Jinhao's brain been kicked by a donkey? How dare he undo the Demon King's seal without permission? Hurry up and summon him back. He must be punished severely. There's been no news of this kid. Could it be that he knew he was exposed and ran away in advance? Empress Lingyao added, the way I see it, Jinhao is not only targeting Jun Changxiao, but also pitting the Jia Hall against Senior Tonggu. Jun Changxiao couldn't be sure if someone was trying to frame him, but from the looks of it, the golden retriever had been framed. It could be said that he was dead and had to take the blame. The Drizzle Court began to investigate Jinhao thoroughly. However, information about this person was harder to find than Empress Lingyao. After half a month, they still could not find any valuable clues. Readers with God's perspective knew that Jinhao was actually a spy. Such a person must have kept a tight lid on the information on the surface. Otherwise, he would have been found out by the Jia Hall. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu said helplessly, still no news. Ever since she came to the upper realm, although she worked hard to develop intelligence, she did not feel like a fish in water in the falling star continent because of the different environment. There were too many restrictions. No rush. Jun Changxiao said, investigate slowly. It had been a month since the brocade box was sent, but the Jia Hall had not made any moves. This made him waver, wondering if the person who sent Jinhao's head was trying to frame him or had other intentions. He could not figure it out and was confused. Phew. Jun Changxiao stood up and went to the back of the mountain. There were unusual changes here because there were a few more scenic spots. Some were planted with iron trees, and some were formed by lakes. Although Goxing had destroyed a few third-class forbidden areas, he had moved all the specialties inside to the Sect of all times, especially the water from the Water Fairy Lake, which had the effect of strengthening meridians and muscles, whitening and beautifying. It could be drunk all year round. I can't rely too much on the martial arts facilities in the mall. If I lack anything, I can find it in the upper realm and enrich the cultivation environment of the disciples, Jun Changxiao said to himself. The next day, Li Luoqiu sent a piece of information. The Jia Hall had sent Empress Lingyao and Jinhao to hunt down Gu Zhaoxi. Jun Changxiao fell into a short silence when he heard about it. One of his biggest problems was dead, but there was still another. He had to be careful. Moreover, that woman had captured Gu Zhaoxi before but let him go. In the end, she even let him enter the Sect of all times. There must be an ulterior motive. Sigh. Jun Changxiao rubbed his temples and said, I prefer enemies who fight fair and square. I don't like enemies who scheme and scheme. Patriarch. Yi Xingchen walked into the main hall. Wearing the gold glorious battle armor, this guy looked extraordinarily valiant. At first, Jun Changxiao wanted to wear it himself, but he remembered that he still had the great sage set, so he gave it to Anyo. Now that he wore it, it matched his temperament quite well. How do you feel? Not bad. Yi Xingchen's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. The special effect of his text could activate the unparalleled armor, but it was limited by his level, and it was certainly not as tough as the gold glorious armor in terms of hardness. Here. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and tossed the glorious gold holy spear over. This weapon is yours. Thank you, Patriarch. After Yi Xingchen received it, the battle intent in his eyes became even more intense. He wanted nothing more than to fly out of the palace and stab a hole in the sky. That woman seems to have some kind of plan. You have to cultivate diligently as well, Jun Changxiao said. The fighting spirit in Yi Xingchen's eyes turned into killing intent. That woman. Obviously, he was referring to Empress Lingyao. Anyo came to the upper realm with only one mission, and that was to kill her with his own hands to avenge the assassination that year. Yi Xingchen said, Patriarch, I'm going to cultivate now. Improve and become stronger. This was the most important thing to do now. Go. Jun Changxiao waved and said, Clan Leader Li, keep an eye on the realm hall and see if there's any movement. Yes. Li Luoqiu left and began to make arrangements. However, another month passed peacefully, and the news they received was that the realm hall did not make any follow-up moves. That's strange. Jun Changxiao was puzzled. Rose of Flowers said, there's only one possibility if There's no movement after he's been dead for so long. The realm hall doesn't know that Xianxia was killed. So the person who sent the severed head didn't deliberately frame us? Could it be that they're telling us that we're on the same side, or are they deliberately trying to be friendly? I hope so. Xianxia hoped that the other party was trying to be friendly, or at least there wouldn't be any conspiracy. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, laughter came from outside the hall, and an old Taishan man walked in excitedly. Your wife is going to give birth? Xianxia asked. Get lost. The old Taishan man rolled his eyes at him, unable to suppress his excitement, and said, under my unremitting efforts, Bamboo Mountain No. 1 has finally made substantial progress. Is that so? Xianxia's interest was immediately piqued. Formation Hall, Martial Arts Arena. Xianxia, rows of flowers, and other higher-ups arrived one after another. The old Taishan man stood proudly in the center area with his head held high. After seeing that they had all arrived, he took out Bamboo Mountain No. 1. During this time, he, Elder Zhen, and Xianxia had been studying formations and mechs. After countless experiments, they finally found the best way to save energy and reduce emissions. There aren't any changes? Xianxia observed carefully for a while and realized that Bamboo Mountain No. 1 was similar to before. The only difference was that the formations on it were more complicated and mysterious. Don't be anxious. The old Taishan man smiled and said, I'll let you broaden your horizons later. Lass, activate it. N. Xianxia walked over, jumped onto Bamboo Mountain No. 1, and entered the cockpit. After some simple calibration, she placed her hands on the formations on both sides of the formation. Buzz buzz. The lines on the bamboo armor were activated in an instant, flashing with a bright luster. Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka. Bamboo Mountain No. 1, which looked like it was made of rotten wood, suddenly came to life. Then, under the control of Xianxia, it cupped its fists. Kid. The old Taishan man said proudly, find a rank 1 to spar with. This thing can fight against a rank 1? Xianxia was a little surprised, but he still called his second disciple over. Junior sister. Li Qingyang walked to the training field, cupped his fists, and said, please. Who? Suddenly, Bamboo Mountain No. 1 rushed over while sticking close to the ground. Its clumsy huge fist carried a cold wind. Boom. Li Qingyang crossed his hands to receive it, but because the force was too strong, he took a few steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. His eyes were filled with surprise. This, Ding Xingwang and the rest were dumbfounded. This strange thing made of bamboo and formations did not release a strong aura, and one could not see its realm, but it could actually send a genuine rank 1 reincarnation realm retreating with one punch. Amazing. Xianxia's eyes lit up. In his memory, when Bamboo Mountain No. 1 first appeared, it only sent hundreds of middle and upper void-piercing realms flying. Now, it could actually fight against a rank 1 reincarnation realm. This modification was really groundbreaking. Junior sister. Li Qingyang said, I'm going to get serious. Swoosh. After saying that, he rushed over with a mysterious footwork. The power gathered in his fist was also increasing. However, just as he made his move, Bamboo Mountain No. 1 flew up with a whoosh. The bamboo armor in front of its chest opened, and dozens of light beams shot out in midair. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. The light beams were formed by an offensive formation. Its power was really impressive, and it instantly blasted the training field into an unbearable sight. Although Li Qingyang dodged, when he saw the tragic state of the training field, he immediately clutched his chest and half-squatted on the ground as if he had lost the ability to fight. In this battle, Xianxia directly KO'd second senior brother. The reason was that the training field suffered a blow to the opponent's spirit. Due to the destruction of the training field, Li Qingyang was not in the mood to fight, so this informal sparring session ended with Xianxia's victory. After a short exchange, the improved Bamboo Mountain No. 1 not only displayed strong combat power, but it could also fly, which deeply shocked Ding Xingwang. And the rest? It was just a pile of bamboo wood. Did it have to be so awesome? Moreover, the one controlling the bamboo armor was Xianxia, This woman was very strong in the research of martial arts and formations, but her martial arts cultivation was ordinary. Now that she could use Bamboo Mountain No. 1 to spar with a revolving core cultivator, it refreshed everyone's understanding of martial arts. "Kid," the Taishan elder said proudly, "how is it? How's the control on energy consumption?" There was no doubt that Bamboo Mountain No. 1 was an epic-making product in the martial arts world, but its biggest weakness was that it consumed a lot of fuel. It was simply burning money in the process of using it. If we use magnetite as the unit of energy and maintain the combat power just now, the consumption for an hour is about 10,000, the Taishan elder said. Xianxia was speechless. 10,000 for 1, 100,000 for 10, 100,000 for 100,000. If he wanted to popularize this in the sect and equip everyone with a revolving core mech, he would not be able to afford it. The system said, to equip every disciple with a Gundam, this idea is a bit hardcore. What else? The sect of all times had only been in the upper realm for a few years. Even if they used cheats, it would be difficult for them to surpass thousands of years of power, so Xianxia could only take an unconventional approach. If Bamboo Mountain No. 1 could be mass-produced, even if its strength was only at the first transition level, it could still bring about a qualitative change to the sect. After all, 100,000 disciples, 100,000 for 100,000. Just thinking about it was beautiful, the system complained. Without achieving the void-piercing realm for the entire sect, you want to achieve the revolving core realm for the entire sect. Aren't you afraid that if you take too big a step, you'll end up with something? Can you still reduce the energy consumption? Yes. Xianxia was overjoyed. But the Taishan elder said, low energy consumption will reduce the combat power. Because it involved the core technology of the mech, research on Bamboo Mountain No. 1 was not revealed. In short, having the combat power of a first transition was already the best plan with their current strength. Low energy consumption? Yes. High energy consumption? Yes, but the price was either sacrificing combat power or magnetite consumption. Alright. Xianxia accepted that the Bamboo Mountain No. 1 possessed the strength of a first transition and that it would consume 10,000 magnetite per second. He asked, can it be mass-produced? How much? 100,000 units. The Taishan old man almost fell over. Zhen Dejuan broke down and said, Patriarch, there are tens of thousands of formations on Bamboo Mountain No. 1. Just improving them took us more than 2 years. Scientific research, of course it takes time. Xianxia said, however, if we master the core technology, we should be able to mass-produce it. It's easy for you to say that. The Taishan elder rolled his eyes at him and said, let's not talk about whether we can make 100,000 units. We can't even supply the materials. Speaking of materials, Xianxia thought of something and asked, Sherzuan, can ironwood be used to make mecha? Not only that, but the effect should be very good, the Taishan elder said. It just so happens that I brought back quite a lot from my previous trip. How much is quite a lot? Go to the back of the mountain and see for yourself. The Taishan elder went to the back of the mountain with doubts. When he saw the trees that were as hard as iron, the corner of his mouth twitched and said, could it be that this kid brought back the ironwood forest? How many Bamboo Mountain No. 1 can be made from these ironwood? About 500 units. Then I'll have to trouble Sherzuan to make them as soon as possible. At least 5 years. No way? Only 50 units a year? Modeling, assembling, outlining the formation, all of these take time. It's not a big problem. Sherzuan can go to the spacetime secret realm. The Taishan elder was arranged to work. However, when he returned to the formation hall, he counted with his fingers and said, 500 units for 5 years, 50 units a year. The next day, the formation hall began to get busy. Xianxia took out the mecha paper that he sketched overnight and said, Sherzuan, can you make it like this? The Taishan elder's Bamboo Mountain No. 1 was too low class. He planned to make some changes to its appearance. At least it would look very intimidating at first glance. Goshing's design had a Gundam flavor, but the overall structure was different. Especially with the dragon on the left and the clouds on the right, it fully displayed the Chinese culture. No. The Taishan elder said, "It's too ugly." This design could not be said to be ugly. It was mainly the combination of ancient style and technology that made it difficult for an old-fashioned person like him to accept. This matter does not need to be discussed. Listen to me, Jun Changxiao said seriously. Although the Taishan elder was unwilling, he still went to the casting hall and placed the fancy design on the table. He said, "Hall Master Fan, the parts of Bamboo Mountain number 1 will be handed to your casting hall. You can even outsource? No problem." Fan Yezi was idle, so he took a large number of ironwood from the back of the mountain and began to make according to the specifications on the design. It had to be said that he, who was proficient in casting, was also a top master carpenter. The parts he made were all the same size and shape. He was like a walking engraving machine. The parts of Bamboo Mountain number 1 were easy to make. The difficult part was the formation after assembly because every detail had to be perfect. Otherwise, a small accident would cause all the previous efforts to be wasted. The members of the formation hall were lined up neatly in the spacetime secret realm. They held engraving pens and engraved lines on the parts, just like workers working overtime on an assembly line. When Jun Changxiao came to inspect, he could not help but sigh, it would be even better if there were mass-produced machines. Use the shop, the system said. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes. He only had 200,000 contribution points, which made him a little nervous. Under the time acceleration, 10 Bamboo Mountain number 1s were made in just a few days. Because the material was ironwood, it was pitch black. Because of the change in style, it looked very intimidating. "Master," Jun Changxiao said, "the name is too old-fashioned. Why don't we change it?" "Change what?" "Diablo 2. Dark, the color of the mech." Diablo represented power and destruction. As for the word 2, it was an improved version of the second generation. Jun Changxiao had never thought that he had a talent for naming things, so he gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Old man Taishan had intended to refuse, but Lin Fan was the sect master, and he had to listen to him. Old man Taishan was speechless and could only compromise. Diablo it is then. At this point, Bamboo Mountain number 1 was officially renamed to Diablo. Whether there would be a third or fourth generation would depend on whether the formation hall continued to improve. "We have absolute core technology and intellectual property rights." Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, "When the second generation mech is about to be obsolete, we can sell it and really benefit the people." The system was speechless. When the upper realm martial artists go out to greet them, the style will change from fantasy to science fiction. The production of the Diablo mecha was in full swing. The disciples weren't slacking off either. As usual, they were cultivating and doing sect missions. Who should I give these mechas to? Jun Changxiao started to consider. Li Qingyang and the other core disciples were all at the first transition. It would be useless to give them the mechas. Hence, he had to choose someone else. Patriarch Shui Rengue said, "My battle cavalry hall needs these mechas." "Humph," the Purple King said indifferently, "does my spirit beast hall not need them?" Hall Master Z. Shui Rengue was speechless. "Are you planning to let the demonic beasts operate such high-tech equipment?" "Why?" The Purple King stood up and said, "Are you looking down on the beasts?" As the 2 hall masters of the sect of all times, they had to fight for something good. After all, there were too few Diablo mechas. If they didn't fight for them, there wouldn't be any left. "I'm not looking down on you," Shui Rengue said, "our battle cavalry hall is obviously more suitable." Bullsh *T. The Purple King said, "My spirit beast hall members have been cultivating for years. Their intelligence isn't any worse than your battle cavalry hall." Hall Master Z, you dropped your money. There. Z lowered his head and searched for a long time. After confirming that there was no money, he said angrily, "You cheated me." Patriarch Shui Rengue cupped his hands and said, "With your intelligence, I can guarantee that the mechas given to the Spirit Beast Hall will be useless in a few days." The Purple King was ready to take off his clothes and fight. His intelligence might not be able to keep up, but his strength could still beat the other party. Jun Changxiao took a sip of tea and said indifferently, "How about this, each of you will have 5 mechas. Whoever can operate the mechas better will have them." Since both halls wanted the mechas, he could only prove it with his ability. "Sure." Shuirengue and the Purple King said in unison. On the same day, both halls received 5 Diablo second-generation mechas each. The Array Hall also sent professionals to guide them on how to use the internal arrays to activate, attack, defend, and fly. War Cavalry Hall. Zhongyi listened carefully and got into the cockpit. He placed his hands on the array and successfully activated it. "Hall Master." He smiled and said, "It's simple." It was very easy for the War Cavalry Hall, but it was a nightmare for the Spirit Beast Hall. The Purple King, Elder Nyo, and the others were taking notes on their notebooks. They scratched their ears and cheeks and said, "Say it again." "I didn't hear it clearly." The disciple who was sent to explain the situation was depressed. "I've repeated my words countless times." "It's not that you didn't hear it clearly, it's that you didn't understand it at all." They were good at playing with strength. They really couldn't compete with intelligence. This was especially true for a mecha like this, which required one to be proficient in controlling the various driving devices. "It's too hard." After learning for a day, the members of the Spirit Beast Hall decided to give up completely. In the end, they handed over the 5 Diablo machines to the War Cavalry Hall and squatted on the mountain peak, watching the others fight and fly around. Their eyes were filled with envy and hatred. Shoo-shoo-shoo, shoo-shoo-shoo, in a gloomy mountain forest, dozens of martial artists were walking quickly. From their movement techniques and the distance they maintained, it was obvious that they had received professional training. "Boss." After a short while, the martial artist at the front stopped and said, "This should be the gathering place of the Spirit Fire Wolves." A middle-aged man with a 28 hairstyle smiled and said, "Once we get rid of them all, we can earn a huge sum of money again." This person's strength was at the upper level of the void-piercing realm. The 20 to 30 subordinates around him were also at the lower or middle level. They belonged to an organization similar to a mercenary group and earned martial arts resources by hunting all year round. "Awoo! Awoo!" At this moment, wolf howls came from the depths of the mountain forest. "Boss, we've been discovered," that subordinate said. "Brothers." The middle-aged leader took out his weapon and said excitedly, "Let's prepare for a big fight." Clang, clang, clang. His subordinates took out their weapons of various shapes and colors. Their strength gradually gathered, and their eyes flashed with intense battle intent. "Awoo! Awoo!" The wolf howls were getting closer. Ta, ta, ta. After a short while, fiery demonic beasts emerged from the depths of the mountain forest. The number gradually increased from more than 10 to more than 100. "Boss, there are too many of them." The dozens of subordinates were originally quite excited, but when they saw that the number of Spirit Fire Wolves had reached more than 100 and was still rising, they were instantly stunned. "Damn it!" The middle-aged leader shouted, "Retreat!" With their strength, dealing with dozens of them was no problem, but facing so many of them, they would definitely be eaten until not even their bones were left. Swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, dozens of martial artists fled toward the periphery of the mountain forest. After running for a short while, they saw 3 young men in black robes walking over while talking and laughing. F***CK, didn't they? Here's such a huge commotion inside? Senior brother, are they running away? They look so funny. Isn't it just a group of Spirit Fire Wolves? Hearing them talking about him, the middle-aged leader was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, he sneered in his heart. "Since you guys dared to come in, you can buy us some time. Brothers! Run toward them." "Yes." Swoosh! 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 Everyone ran over, obviously planning to lure the Spirit Fire Wolves in front of them to buy time for themselves to escape. Huff, huff. Huff, huff, huff. Dozens of martial artists went around the 3 black-robed martial artists who were talking and laughing. When they brushed past each other, they didn't forget to say in their hearts, "Idiots. Senior brother, the Spirit Fire Wolves are coming for us." When a group of itinerant martial artists ran past them, the ferocious spirit fire wolves that were charging over locked their gazes on them. Then we'll finish them all off. When the leader heard that, he almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. You guys look like void-piercing realm martial artists. If you can finish off more than 100 spirit fire wolves, I'll do a handstand. Boss, look. At that moment, his subordinate interrupted his thoughts, so he hurriedly released his spiritual perception to look. He saw the three young men taking off their black robes in unison, revealing strange clothes. The word ancient was engraved on their chests, and the waist tag with War Cavalry Hall was hung on their waists. Sect of all times? They're from the Sect of all times. While everyone was exclaiming, the three young men waved their hands, and 3 Diablo appeared in front of them. Then, they jumped into the cockpit, calibrated the various instruments, and placed their hands on the array drive. The eyes of the mecha, which looked like a pile of iron blocks, flashed red. Then, they raised their hands and took out the sharp swords on their backs, putting on a super battle stance. What's this? The middle-aged leader and his subordinates were all dumbfounded. It didn't matter what it was. What was important was that when the members of the Sect of all times activated the mecha, a cruel massacre immediately took place. Huff. Huff. The swords flashed, and the wind blew. Poochie. Poochie. In an instant, blood bloomed in the light, and broken limbs flew in the wind. Clang. After a while, the 3 Diablo slowly sheathed the huge swords engraved with the word fan on their backs. They stood proudly in 3 areas, surrounded by the corpses of the spirit fire wolves and the fire element crystal cores scattered all over the ground. The middle-aged leader's legs trembled as he sat down, and he screamed in his heart, "Who can tell me what kind of monster is this?" Swoosh! The 3 Sect of all times disciples jumped out of the cockpit and skillfully cleaned the battlefield. The crystal cores, skin, and bones were all taken away. Just as they were done, someone received a voice transmission and said, "A junior brother is in trouble while doing a Sect mission. He wants us to go and help him quickly." Let's go. The 3 of them jumped into the cockpit again and activated the flight program. The 2 aircraft-like things on the back of the mecha opened up, and then they shot into the sky. The middle-aged leader who saw this forced a smile on his face. Haha, I must have seen a ghost. The martial artists near the ancient immortal mountain were all going crazy. This was because when they were training outside, they often saw the Sect of all times disciples driving strange black things in the forest or in the sky. The most frightening thing was, when they attacked, their strength was comparable to a first transformation core realm cultivator. In a certain forbidden area that didn't deserve a name, all the itinerant martial artists stood outside with faces of despair. Why didn't they go in? It was because a few minutes ago, 10 Sect of all times disciples entered the forbidden area with their black monsters. It was over. Something was going to happen in this forbidden area. The appearance of the Diablo could allow low-level disciples to instantly possess the strength of a transformation core realm. However, this could not be just for show. Xianxia needed to turn them into helpers so that they could play a role in various aspects, such as completing Sect missions or going to the Forbidden Lands to obtain resources. The effect was not bad. In just a few days, with the intervention of the mechs, the disciples' efficiency in completing missions was significantly faster than before. They also obtained a lot of treasures. If they were to be converted, the profit was obviously more than the consumption of magnetite. Moreover, the branch of the ancient elixir pharmacy was still operating. The rate of obtaining magnetite was very high and it could withstand the consumption. Comfortable. Xianxia, who was sitting in the study, sipped his tea happily. The industry was gradually on the right track. Second-generation mechs were gradually allocated to the disciples. In the future, the speed and means of obtaining martial arts resources would be more abundant. However, Gosheng felt that it was a pity that the disciples' advancement in the realm was a little slow. This was slow. It was holistic. In fact, in the past 3 years, with the assistance of various new equipment, the disciples of the Sect of all times had improved quite quickly. After all, most of them were at the level of half-Saint Wu Huang when they came up. Any faster and they would really be ascending to the heavens. Jun Changxiao felt that it was slow because of the limitations of the main mission and the fact that the sect was not in the upper realm. Although the new version of the system could rely on contribution points or achievement points to forcefully upgrade the sect's level, whether one was strong or not required the recognition of the world. In the past, when the certification hall first appeared, readers complained that whether one was strong or not needed the recognition of others. Rubbish author, brainless setting. Now that there was no such organization in the upper realm, the problem became whether one was strong or not. One really needed the recognition of others because even if they changed the data and wrote that they were supreme immortal sects, others would not be able to tell and the main mission would not recognize it. Moreover, the certification hall could at least provide a numerical reference. After passing the assessment, it would be announced to the public, and the world would naturally have an intuitive understanding. On the other hand, although Jun Changxiao had been flying around recently, no one thought that the sect of all times had the strength of a Xian-ranked sect. Right. Jun Changxiao slapped his forehead and said, "In the future, I can bring my disciples to challenge Xian-ranked sects." Without an authoritative organization to certify the sect's rank, Goxing planned to rely on his own strength to do so. If he couldn't beat one, then he would beat 2 or 3 until he was recognized. If the Xian sects knew about this, they would definitely beg the relevant departments to quickly open a separate certification hall for him. They would provide full service 24 hours a day. This way, our lives would be better in the future. The Formation Hall continued to create Diablo, and the War Cavalry Hall continued to assist the disciples in completing their missions. The sect of all times entered a relatively stable period. It was rare for Jun Changxiao to focus his mind on cultivation. Occasionally, he would refresh the free shop 5 times at the end of the month. In the end, he didn't buy anything good. He firmly believed that if he didn't become a VIP, he wouldn't get anything good. Outside. Due to the appearance of Diablo one after another, news of it spread throughout the southeast region. Martial artists from all walks of life rushed to see it and wondered what kind of technology it was. The Taishan elder and his 2 assistants, Zhen Dijuan and Shangguan Xinyao, were constantly improving the mecha. Later, they came up with a completely new design, adding 3 modes of energy conservation, balance, and performance, thus greatly increasing the mecha's practicality. In the energy conservation mode, the mecha would enter a low-power state, and its combat power would be maintained at the upper level of the void-piercing realm. In the balance mode, the combat power and energy consumption would be maintained at a relatively average level. In the performance mode, the mecha would enter a high-power state, and its combat power would be greatly increased. The downside was that its energy consumption would increase sharply. This is not bad. Jun Changxiao gave his approval. In fact, the War Cavalry Hall members had feedback recently. When they were doing some missions, due to the high performance, it was difficult to not activate it, and it was a waste of magnetite to activate it. Therefore, the situation was a bit awkward. Now that they could freely switch between the 3 modes, it was naturally easier to make a choice. Master. Jun Changxiao said, "If the technology is mature, you can add a berserk mode to instantly increase the combat power to the extreme, allowing the disciples to turn the tables in desperate situations. If you do that, it will easily destroy the internal structure of the formation and completely turn it into scrap metal," the Taishan elder said. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "If a person is about to die, why would they care about the mecha?" The Taishan elder immediately understood. This was to let him add a limit-breaking setting to the Diablo as a final trump card. If the user was faced with a desperate situation, at least they could give it a try instead of sitting in the cockpit and waiting for death. "I'll improve it in the future. Also, can we use the formation to locate the mecha?" Jun Changxiao needed to control the position of each mecha so that he could provide timely support when there was trouble. "It's not a big problem," the Taishan elder said. The interior of the Diablo was full of complex formations. With some tracking methods, it was still possible to teleport to the sect in real time. The major sects in the upper realm were thinking of ways to improve their own strength, but the sect of all times was thinking of ways to improve the performance of the mecha. The styles of the 2 were completely different. Half a year later, Yi Xingchen, Li Qingyang, and the others had broken through to the second transformation, and their strength had greatly improved. The improvement of the ordinary disciples was also more significant. The overall strength of the entire sect had reached the lower level of the void-piercing realm, and had been completely upgraded to a martial emperor. Every month, they could enter the space-time arcane realm. The formation hall used this method to produce 100 Diablo, and the efficiency was twice as fast as what the Taishan Elder had estimated. Of course. Although the model was still the second generation, it had added many functions, especially the berserk mode that Jun Changxiao had suggested. This was a red button covered by layers of small formations. It could only be activated after the user had authenticated it, and it burned all the energy in an instant to mobilize all the power. Boom! In the martial arts arena, Xiao Ziji formed a solid defensive barrier in front of him, blocking the mecha's full-force attack. His expression was solemn. Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka. After the attack, the Diablo's body shook violently. Swoosh! Shangguan Xinyao stopped operating and jumped out of the cockpit, saying anxiously, "Get out of the way, it's going to explode." Boom! Light flashed in the martial arts arena, forming a small mushroom cloud. F***CK. Su Xiaoma, who had dodged in advance, widened his eyes. Li Qingyang clutched his chest, feeling pain in his heart. After all, the martial arts arena would definitely be destroyed after such a big explosion. He would have to ask the Patriarch for money to repair it. No, he would try to test it outside in the future. Cough cough. Xiao Ziji walked out of the dusty area with his clothes in tatters. Obviously, his defense was broken in the explosion just now. He had broken through the second transition and was the #1 meat shield among the disciples of the sect, but he was still in such a sorry state. It was obvious that the berserk mode of the Diablo was tough. Sigh. Taishan Elder shook his head and said, "It's more extreme than I thought." He expected that the berserk mode of the Diablo would cause irreparable damage to the mecha, formations, and other aspects, but he did not expect the mecha to explode after the first use. Not bad. Jun Changxiao said with satisfaction, not only does it have an extra trump card in a desperate situation, but it can also be used as a bomb. Everyone's mouth twitched slightly. The Patriarch had placed a lot of importance on the Diablo during this period. Of course. It could allow the user to have the strength of the first transition instantly. This mecha would definitely be of great use in the future, at least. Ding. Epic level mission triggered. It's here. It's finally here. During this half a year, the disciples had been cultivating, but Jun Changxiao had not been idle either. Although he had crushed 2 experienced talismans during this period, he had mostly relied on himself and the endless supply of magnetite to forcefully increase his strength. Finally, he had reached the upper limit of the 6th transition and triggered the epic level mission. Swoosh! It opened and the content was Upper Realm Version Epic Level Mission. 4. Mission Details. The strength of a sect depends on the amount of resources. Please be sure to obtain the large-scale real stone mine that will appear in the Jade Tripod Mountains in half a year. Mission reward? Large scale? Real stone mine? Jun Changxiao's eyes twinkled. F***CK. The system complained helplessly, this epic level mission is full of spoilers again. The epic mission was here, and it was full of spoilers. Time, half a year later. Location, Jade Tripod Mountains. Reason, real stone mine birth. Scale, large. That was all the content of the spoiler, which made Jun Changxiao excited. Currently, after working with the Alchemy Hall, their businesses were expanding, and they had a stable income from magnetite. They were not short of money. However, magnetite was the most common currency in the upper realm. Above that, there was the true Tao Immortal Stone, which was a stronger cultivation resource. I was just worried that the disciples would level up slowly. Jun Changxiao rubbed his hands. If we can get a large real stone mine, the overall strength of the sect will definitely rise to another level. It was decided, he would head to the Jade Tripod Mountains as soon as possible. Why did he have to be fast? Because it would only appear half a year later, which meant that no one should know about it yet. If he rushed there and confirmed the location, he could dig it out in advance and not leave anything behind. Jun Changxiao did not need to be a genius to know that once such a large mine was known to the world, it would definitely attract the attention of all the major forces. When he went there, he could only be a spectator. After all, he was not strong enough. Spectator? Definitely not, he had to fight for it, therefore, the best way was to take advantage of the epic mission spoilers and go there first. By the time others went in, he would already be in the sect enjoying his bath. However, there was a problem. Where was the Jade Tripod Mountains? Xianxia hurriedly took out the map of the upper realm. After a careful search, he found that it was in the northwest region. He hugged his head. This is too far. His home was in the southeast, and it was in the northwest. If he rushed there at normal speed, the place would have been dug out long ago. It's not a big problem. Xianxia thought to himself. I can use the ancient warship. Magnetite could not be compared to real stones. For this, Goxing would definitely burn like crazy, it was fate. He had to gamble, he had to risk it. Wait. Xianxia suddenly remembered something. Empress Lingyao's Lingyao Wonderland seems to be in the northwest region as well. Very good, who knows, he might have a chance to do something. Xianxia wouldn't be so foolish as to clash head-on with Empress Lingyao now, but if the circumstances allowed, he would definitely play some tricks to annoy her. The principle of shameless dog was that if you tried to play tricks on me, I would definitely use the same method in return, even if it didn't hurt or itch. What is this? That's right, what a despicable person. Martial arts practice field. Li Qingyang and the other core disciples who were cultivating stood in a row. They were all wondering why the patriarch had gathered everyone here. Could it be that he had something important to tell them? Gu Zhaoxi and the black and white Rakshasa had also arrived. Ta. After a while, Xianxia walked out of the main hall and said loudly, "Follow me to the Jade Tripod Mountain Range in the northwest." Jade Tripod Mountain Range? Surprise appeared in Gu Zhaoxi's eyes. He had heard of this place before. It was a mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Because there weren't any heavenly materials or rare beasts inside, most cultivators didn't even bother to enter. Patriarch. Bai Luocha asked, "Why are we going there?" To train in the sect. Everyone broke down. If they were going to train, they should go to the Forbidden Grounds. Why did they have to go all the way to the northwest? Although that was what everyone thought, since the patriarch had said so, they had to obey unconditionally. So they all took out their rainbow wings and prepared to set off. No need to trouble yourself. Xianxia waved his hand and took out the ancient warship. Get on. Gu Zhaoxi's mouth twitched. The warship that Jinren Tonggu had created was very powerful, but it also consumed a lot of energy. To use it as a means of transportation just for training in the sect, this was probably, brother. He walked over and said in a low voice, "If you think you have too much money to spend, you can give it to me. Don't talk nonsense." Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, "Hurry up and get in the car." Okay. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other core disciples were heading to the Jade Tripod Mountains. There were also the black and white Rakshas, the Purple King, Ding Xingwang, and the other core disciples, as well as the 100 members of the War Cavalry Hall who were equipped with Diablo. The sect's elites were all out. They were determined to get the mine. Husband. Before they set off, Rose of Flowers asked, "Can I go?" "If you go, who will manage the sect?" Hall leader Wei and the others. They sent so many elites. It's definitely not as simple as training. "Let me go with you," Rose of Flowers said telepathically. Okay. Xianxia compromised. At the moment, he could not be sure if only he knew about the birth of the mine. If he encountered any problems, bringing along an assistant would at least be an extra layer of protection. Although Goxing was very resistant to the combination and his hair turned green, it was undeniable that with Rose of Flowers' assistance, his combat strength increased significantly. Let's go. Whoosh, the ancient warship turned into a stream of light and flew out of the Aeon Immortal Mountain. I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep for a while. Cultivate. The upper echelons and disciples returned to the cabin for various reasons. Only Xianxia and Rose of Flowers were left in the cockpit. His eyesight was amazing. Husband. Rose of Flowers stood at the window and looked at the scenery passing by. She smiled and said, "This seems to be our first time taking the ancient warship to play in the upper realm." Jun Changxiao was speechless. We're not going to play. We're going to do business. What business? Can you tell me? Whoosh, Jun Changxiao took out a large number of magnetite and pointed at the driving device behind. He said, replace it when the energy is insufficient. We must maintain the endurance. The host is very particular about using his wife as a tool, the system said. Scram. Jun Changxiao put all his attention on the journey. Occasionally, he would look back at the magnetite consumption in the driving device. His face immediately showed signs of pain. The northwest was very far. However, as long as he dared to invest, he could reach it very quickly. Husband, the magnetite is gone. It had only been a few hours, but the large amount of profound stones that Jun Changxiao had taken out earlier had been used up. He could only endure the pain and continue to replenish them. He consoled himself in his heart, if I can obtain a true stone vein, then everything will be worth it. So beautiful. The next day, the ancient warship passed by a sea of flowers. Rows of flowers stood at the window, her eyes shining with joy. She liked flowers. She especially liked roses. Childish. Jun Changxiao said coldly. Then, he stopped the ship and said, out of the way. I'm changing the energy source. Didn't you just change it? Change it again. Seeing her husband walking over with a sour face, Rose of Flowers couldn't help but laugh. She said, did you deliberately stop the ship because you want me to look at the scenery? Why are you asking if you know? Hurry up and look. Won't it delay business? You're so long-winded. If you don't look, I'm going to start the ship. Husband has planted roses all over the courtyard. I'm already tired of looking at them. Let's do business first. Whoosh, the ancient warship started again and flew away without looking back. The northwest region was larger than the southeast region. Moreover, there were endless mountains and grasslands that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a collection of different landforms. 10 days later, Jun Changxiao arrived. It would take at least a few years to travel normally. Even with a flying treasure, it would still take a few months. Therefore, he was almost flying. Of course. The consequence of pursuing speed was burning magnetite crazily. The warship stopped on a boundless grassland. Jun Changxiao clutched his chest, feeling the fragrance of the grass and soil. His heart was bleeding, because the price he had paid was too great, so great that he couldn't even calculate it. Sigh. Gu Zhaoxi said helplessly, what a pity. He didn't know how many magnetite he had spent, but he estimated it to be at least tens of millions. It might even exceed 100 million. Therefore, he couldn't understand his brother's intentions. Did he really have too much money and nowhere to spend it? Give it to me. I don't think it's too much, it's too little. Rose of Flowers took out a map and judged based on the environment. We're still a few hundred kilometers away from our destination. Jun Changxiao suppressed the pain caused by the crazy consumption of magnetite and said, I can still bear it. Goxing definitely didn't care about a few hundred kilometers since he had rushed over such a long distance. Therefore, he adjusted his state of mind and controlled the warship to fly toward the Jade Tripod Mountain range. Along the way, he released his spiritual sense and found that although there were martial practitioners nearby, they were scattered. This meant that no one knew about the appearance of the Orvane. Otherwise, all the major forces would have gathered together. A smile gradually appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. As long as he found the Orvane, not only could he obtain a large amount of resources for the sect, he could also complete the epic mission. It was killing two birds with one stone, Jade Tripod Mountain Range. A place that couldn't be any more ordinary. Although the scenery here was as beautiful as a painting, because of the weak nature, there weren't any natural treasures. Even ordinary demon beasts couldn't be bothered to come here. Jun Changxiao flew over on the ancient warship and looked around. He couldn't help but wonder, there's an Orvane here? Rose of Flowers asked, what Orvane? An Orvane. Since he accidentally blurted it out, Jun Changxiao could only be honest. After all, she wasn't an outsider. Don't misunderstand. The system explained, this is not an outsider, but a member of the same sect. Rose of Flowers suddenly understood. No wonder my husband brought so many people here. It turns out that he was looking for real stone veins. Shwa. Shwa. The upper echelons and disciples jumped off the ship one after another, and then found themselves in the mountain range. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi broke down and said, there isn't even a decent demonic beast here. How are we supposed to train? He still couldn't figure out why he wanted the Jade Tripod mountain range. Since they had arrived at the mission location, Jun Changxiao naturally didn't have to hide it, so he took the initiative to tell the reason. What? Gu Zhaoxi's eyes widened at first, then he looked around with an expression of disbelief and said, there's a real stone vein in this godforsaken place? The appearance of mineral veins was a common occurrence. However, most of them were in places with strong attributes. This place was abnormally thin, so how could there be a large mine here? Brother. Gu Zhaoxi asked, where did you get the news? Could it be a rumor? Impossible. Jun Changxiao's tone was very firm. The system's mission spoilers were often very accurate, so he believed that there must be a real stone vein here. What if there wasn't? Then there was no need to ask. He would just strangle himself and walk away. This time, he had spent countless magnetite to come all the way to the Jade Tripod mountain range. If there was a mistake in the epic mission and a fake spoiler was given, with Goshing's stingy personality, he would definitely fight with his life. Where is it? Gu Zhaoxi asked. Search. Jun Changxiao said, carpet search. The mission only revealed the location of the spoiler, but the Jade Tripod mountain range was too big, so it definitely needed to be searched one by one to determine where it was hidden. Would a treasure detector work? No. Because things like spirit stones and magnetite were not classified as heavenly treasures, nor were they in the category of weapons and equipment, so they couldn't be detected. Ren Shan. Jun Changxiao walked over and said in a meaningful tone, it's time to use your talent. Many readers might have forgotten about this person. This was normal. After all, there were 100,000 disciples. If they all had 2 words in their names, just listing them would take 100 chapters. However, Goshing remembered clearly. Because in the lower realm, Ren Shan had discovered more than one vein. He was indeed the Sect's lucky charm. This time, Jun Changxiao thought of him first when looking for veins. Ren Shan expressed that he had a heavy responsibility and felt a little guilty. Tell me loudly, do you have the confidence to find veins? I have confidence. Move. Yes. The disciples received the order and began to search. Although there was no danger in the Jade Tripod mountain range, because of the tangled and complicated environment, it was indeed a little difficult to find. Moreover, without any clues, they could only search in silence. The difficulty factor was undoubtedly higher. Remember. Jun Changxiao shouted, as long as you work hard, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. Only when the clouds parted can you see the moon. Motivational words were very beautiful, but in fact, the search work was handed over to the higher-ups and disciples. He sat on a huge rock and drank tea leisurely. From time to time, he would put on his earphones and listen to pop songs. How do we find it? The surrounding heaven and earth attributes are thin. There are no clues at all. We can't possibly dig 3 feet into the ground, right? The disciples turned the area upside down for several days in a radius of hundreds of miles. They did not find anything at all. They even felt like a retard looking for a needle in the sea. What was more frustrating was, as they searched, it started to rain. Although it did not rain on them, the ground became muddy. It would definitely be more difficult to find. Page. Li Qingyang, who was walking at the front, asked, haven't you found it? No. Paige shook her head. As a well-known tool of the Sect of all times and an earth element beast, she had searched for a long time in the Jade Tripod mountain range but still did not find any veins in the ground. Oh no. At this moment, someone shouted, Junior brother Ren slipped down. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, Li Qingyang and the others hurried back and found that there were obvious scratches on a slope, which meant that Ren Shan had accidentally fallen down when passing by. Patriarch. Suddenly, there was a sharp shout from below, found something. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao instantly disappeared from the huge rock. The earphones were placed beside him. Because of the rain, they first sizzled and then emitted flames and white smoke. It meant that they were not waterproof and died. The place where Xianxia fell was a long slope. There was a winding river below, but there was an open space in the middle that could accommodate 2 or 3 people. Whoosh, Xianxia flew over and asked, "What did you find?" Xian pointed at the traces of sliding down. The surface of the soil showed stones with complicated lines on them. Xianxia approached and narrowed his eyes. "Array?" "That's right." Zhen Dejuan carefully studied the patterns on the stones and said, "It is indeed an array." Gu Xiaoxi held his chin and said, "How can there be an array in this godforsaken place? And why didn't we notice it at all?" "There is a mystery." Black and White Rakshasa said in unison. "I say." Jun Changxiao interrupted their thoughts and said, "This small place can only accommodate 2 or 3 people. Don't you feel crowded?" "It's not crowded." "Nonsense, you're almost riding on my neck." Although he was complaining, Jun Changxiao still put his hand on the stone pattern and said, "Try touching it." Buzz, when his finger touched it, a light flashed. Rumble. In an instant, a hole suddenly appeared in front of the area where everyone was crowded. Extremely pure heaven and earth attributes emerged from inside. Mineral vein. Gu Xiaoxi rode on Jun Changxiao's neck and said excitedly, "There must be a mineral vein inside." Accidental landslide found the mechanism of the formation. Shan, the koi, once again played his role and told the world what it meant to be deliberately arranged by the heavens. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Not only was there a strong heaven and earth attribute at the entrance of the cave, but there was also the aura of a formation. "I understand now," Zhen Dejuan said in realization. "The pattern just now was to activate the formation mechanism, so I didn't feel the aura of the formation at first." "It's not important," Jun Changxiao said. "What's important is that we've struck it rich." He judged from the heaven and earth attribute that there were definitely resources of a higher grade than magnetite inside. The epic mission didn't lie to him. There really was a true stone vein in the Jade Tripod Mountain range, and no one knew about it. "Let's go." Jun Changxiao immediately threw Gu Xiaoxi off and walked into the dark tunnel. The upper echelons and disciples followed behind. After a while, they reached the end and entered a relatively spacious natural cave. There was a stone bed and a stone platform inside, which meant that someone had lived here before. Jun Changxiao stopped in front of the stone table and touched the dust on it with his finger, saying, "It should have been abandoned for a long time." "Patriarch," Zhen Dejuan said, "the aura of the formation is stronger." Jun Changxiao nodded and said, "If we didn't find the mechanism by accident, who would have thought that there was another world below? It was all thanks to Shan that they could come here. Because the formation around them was of an extremely high level, the aura of the formation couldn't be felt from outside at all. If it continued to operate, it wouldn't be discovered by others. Could it be a cave abode where a mighty figure lives in seclusion?" Bai Luocha said. Gu Xiaoxi was speechless. "Building a cave abode in a mine, this is too creative." Jun Changxiao came to a stone platform that looked like a bookshelf and waved his hand to remove the dust. He found ancient books on it and said happily, "Cultivation techniques and martial arts?" He was disappointed. It wasn't martial arts, but a diary. Jun Changxiao flipped through it and learned that the owner of the cave abode was an itinerant cultivator who was proficient in formations. He found this large true stone vein by chance and lived here until he died. Then, how did he find it? According to the diary, when he was young, he once entered a mine with the woman he loved, but an accident happened. Not only did he lose his legs, but the woman also died, so he suffered a heavy blow. Whose fault was it? It was the fault of the person who discovered the mine. Because without the other party, he wouldn't have come. That's a little extreme. Jun Changxiao shook his head. Of course, the reason for the tragedy was the mineral vein, but in the end, it was still because he was dominated by greed. Jun Changxiao continued reading. He was even more certain that this rogue cultivator was extreme because the contents of the diary were filled with hatred. In the end, it even developed into hatred for the entire world. "I want revenge. I need to formulate a big plan." These 2 sentences appeared frequently on every page of the diary. Judging from the handwriting, the author must have gritted his teeth when he wrote them. "I lost my true love because of the mine, so I will use the mine to take revenge. Later, the itinerant cultivator worked hard to overcome his crippled legs and turned from a formation enthusiast to a mineral vein exploration enthusiast. His hard work paid off, and he found a large true stone mine in the Jade Tripod Mountain Range. The mine is huge. There are at least billions of true stones stored. When Xianxia saw this paragraph, he first placed the diary on the stone table. Then, he covered his chest with one hand and breathed heavily. No. I'm a little short of oxygen, billions of true stones. This was an astronomical figure, not to mention Go Xing, any other martial artist would not be able to withstand it. Calm down, calm down. Xianxia adjusted his state of mind and continued reading the diary. His expression gradually froze because it was written very clearly in the diary. The itinerant cultivator sealed the mine with a formation and stopped the time of its birth. His purpose was to create all kinds of traps inside and turn the opportunity into hell on earth. Damn. This guy is really crazy. He could understand the pain of the itinerant cultivator losing his true love, but he couldn't destroy the world because of this, right? Host, you don't understand. The system said, this is the magic of love. When a person falls too deeply, they will really do very irrational and even crazy things. For example, one day, the person you love deeply, damn, with his constitution of being destined to be a loner, there was no way he could establish such a thing. TSK, Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, it's as if you understand. Although I'm a pile of data, if I had a body and a human mind, I would definitely be stronger than you in terms of feelings. The system corrected him. Oh, no, it's that every person is stronger than the host. Scram. Xianxia scolded and continued reading the diary until he reached the last page. He learned that the formation around the mine could only be suppressed until a certain year, month, and day. At that time it would stop working and the true stone mine would be born. This coincided with the time of the epic level mission. The system said the mine should have been born 100 years ago, but it has been suppressed by human intervention. On the day of its release, it will definitely cause an even more intense phenomenon. So, Xianxia said, it will attract even more martial artists to be buried with him. Sigh. The system said, why bother? Shwa. The camera flashed and Xianxia put on a white coat, combed his hair back, put on a pair of sunglasses and said, as a righteous person, how can I let such a tragedy happen, so? He paused and said, I will take all the true stones here and strangle the disaster in the cradle. Clap clap clap. Clap clap clap. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others applauded, although they did not know why they did so. Through the diary, it was confirmed that the cave was left behind by a loose cultivator who gradually became filled with hatred for the world because of the death of his true love. His goal was simple, to use his mastery of formations to change the mine into hell. Although the idea seemed a bit crazy, it successfully grasped the weakness of human greed. Half a year later, it would cause an intense phenomenon, which would inevitably attract moths. You want the mine, you must fight first. Then, you will be welcomed by the formation after you enter. Unfortunately, he did not expect that the epic mission would spoil the birth of a mine in the Jade Cauldron Mountains to Xianxia, and that he would enter the cave in advance with the help of Kui Rin Shan. If the dead loose cultivator could come back to life, he would definitely climb out of his coffin and roar, I report this person is cheating. Elder Zhen. Xianxia said, the cave should be the center of the formation. Can you break it and control it? Zhen Dejuan shook his head and said, it's a bit difficult. That loose cultivator spent 100 years to set up countless formations, waiting to show them to the world half a year later. With his strength, it was impossible to break it in time. However, Grand Elder should be able to do it. Xianxia said, if I knew, I would have brought Master here. He had no choice but to summon the ancient worship and burn calories all the way back to the sect. He brought the Taishan Elder to the Jade Cauldron Mountains, spending a large amount of mystical stones back and forth. He was so heartbroken that tears flowed out. TSK. The Taishan Elder stood in the cave and observed carefully. He exclaimed, the person who set up the formation is an expert. Master, can you break it? I need some time. How long? About a day. Jun Changxiao, Zhen Dejuan, and the others collapsed. You broke a complex formation system that was created 100 years ago in a day. Is that guy worthy of the evaluation of an expert? Yes, he is. Because as a technical geek, the Taishan elder's attainments in formations were quite high. The fact that he needed a day to break it was enough to show that it was very difficult. Under normal circumstances, it would be broken in seconds, minutes, and time. Master, hurry up. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. The Taishan elder closed his eyes and began to break it. After studying it for a while, he frowned and said, the formation system has a self-destruct program. If someone touches the ore, it will explode directly. This is very vicious. With the presence of the Taishan elder, the formation system in the cave was useless because he had obtained absolute control in just one day. It's worth it. Jun Changxiao felt a little better. They had burned so many magnetite to invite him here. If they did not break the formation, it would be a huge loss. I've shut down the internal explosive device. You can go in without worries, said the Taishan elder. Let's go. Jun Changxiao immediately led the group to the tunnel on the left side of the cave. Whoosh whoosh. Pure heaven and earth attributes blew over. It was obvious that there was a very majestic mineral vein inside. We're going to be rich. Jun Changxiao's eyes shone. When the entire upper realm did not know about it, it would definitely be a great feeling to secretly find a real stone mine. Since the formation system was completely controlled by the Taishan elder, all the traps along the way were all in a state of failure. Therefore, they did not encounter any danger along the way. They were not looking for resources. They were out for a stroll, 1 step. 2 steps. After passing through the long tunnel, the group stopped in a slightly damp environment. They were surrounded by mud, and crystal-clear ores were embedded in it. It felt like they were hugging a pipa and covering half of their faces. Brother! Gu Jiaoxi said happily, real stones. These high-level martial arts resources were similar in form and size to magnetite, but the energy gathered inside was purer. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others saw real stones for the first time. Especially when they were densely packed in their field of vision, each of them widened their eyes. It would be great to use them for cultivation. Gu Jiaoxi took out the small shovel that he carried with him and said seriously, real stones that have not been excavated are very fragile, so you must be careful when you dig. Otherwise, the energy will be lost if the surface is broken. Although he was labeled as a trader by the Realm Hall, he was also a rogue cultivator. Therefore, after being reborn dozens of times, he definitely knew the life skills of mining. Brother! Let's dig quickly. When he looked back, he saw Jun Changxiao sitting on a chair, holding a cup of tea in his hand and sipping it carefully. This was too leisurely and elegant. My dear brother, we came all the way here to mine, not to have a vacation. Gu Jiaoxi was on the verge of breaking down. I have sinned. Yes. Boom. Xiao Ziji took out a heavy machine from his spatial ring and placed it on the ground. From its shape, it looked like a container. What is this? Gu Jiaoxi was stunned. Uncle Master. Xiao Ziji said, this is an ore harvester. It's specially used for mining. Gu Jiaoxi was even more confused. Let's begin, Jun Changxiao said indifferently. Pa. Xiao Ziji pressed the start button. Ka ka ka. The hatch slowly opened, and something that looked like a small robot quickly flew out. It then leaned against the wall and began to dig with its hands and feet. In a short period of time, the 1,000 true stones on the surface were all plucked off and placed neatly to the side, forming a small mound. This, Gu Jiaoxi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Those strange little things were very agile, and they were especially professional when it came to mining. It gave him the feeling that he could dig them out with just a little fiddle. Brother, how's the efficiency of my ore harvester? Awesome. Too awesome. Gu Jiaoxi developed a strong admiration for Jun Changxiao. He directly hugged his thigh and said affectionately, from today onwards, the mountains have no edges, and the heaven and earth are united. Only then will I dare to separate myself from you. Scram. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The small mining robots worked hard to dig. One by one, the true stones were piled up nearby, and Jun Changxiao easily stored them into his spatial ring. The system said, according to the analysis, the energy and purity stored in the true stones are 10 times higher than magnetite. Jun Changxiao's hand that was holding the teacup trembled. If that was the case, 1 true stone was equivalent to 10 magnetite. The diary recorded that there were billions, so wouldn't that be equivalent to tens of billions? Covering his face. Leaning back tactically. His smile gradually became perverted. There were no other forces, no danger, and a large true stone mine was equivalent to free. How could Jun Changxiao not be excited? How could he not be? If not for the fact that his disciples were nearby, he might have started singing long ago. With the ore harvester, the mining process was needless to say. In just 2 short days, a large true stone mine was emptied. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Jun Changxiao's unbridled laughter came from the empty mine. The diary said that there were billions of true stones in storage, but after they were emptied, after careful counting, the actual amount had reached 10 billion. Multiplying it by 10, it was equivalent to 100 billion magnetite. This was not Zimbabwe currency. This was true stone. Not good. The patriarch has fainted. Jun Changxiao lay on the chair. He was so excited that he went into shock, but there was still a smile on his face. He even had a dream. In the dream, he was swimming in an endless sea of true stones. In his excitement, he hugged a large true stone and kissed it. Shwa. Suddenly, he woke up from the dream. Jun Changxiao smelled the scent of roses. Only then did he suddenly realize that he was hugging the rose of flowers. Her cheeks turned red, and a stunned expression gradually appeared on her face. He kissed me? Shwa. Shwa. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others all turned around, as if to say, we didn't see anything just now. Amazing, my patriarch. Su Xiaoma thought to herself, how dare he act so boldly in public? As someone who had rich experience in relationships, he could say mushy words to Xia Shuiyun. He could say sentimental words, but he would never be so blatant in front of others. What did I just do? Jun Changxiao held in his heart. The system said, you kissed your wife. No, I was kissing a true stone. That's not important. What's important is that everyone saw it. The system added. Although Jun Changxiao's heart was crumbling, it was not the time to be conflicted. Thus, he hurriedly pretended that nothing had happened and said sanctimoniously, let's go back to the sect. Brother. Gu Jiaoshi said, we can't leave yet. Why? Jun Changxiao asked. Gu Jiaoshi said seriously, true stone veins usually only exist in environments with strong heaven and earth attributes. Since there's one in this godforsaken place, there must be a reason. That's right. The black and white Rakshasa expressed their agreement. A true stone vein was actually hidden in a remote and desolate place where even demonic beasts were too lazy to come. It was really illogical. What's the reason? Jun Changxiao asked. Gu Jiaoshi held his chin and said, the formation of true stones has environmental factors, but there's also another factor, and that is. He paused, then said, the mother of true stones. The mother of true stones. The system said, the source of true stones. I understand. You don't need to explain. Although Jun Changxiao had never heard of it, he could roughly understand it from the name. Thus, his eyes lit up, and said, could it be that the mother of true stones is hidden in this vein? Gu Jiaoshi shook his head and said, it's just a guess. Patriarch. At this moment, the Kuiren Shan's loud shout came from the depths of the vein, come and see. After digging out all the true stones, Ren Shan felt a little urgent, so he went to the deepest part to relieve himself. However, just as he touched the wall, a stream of light with even more explosive heaven and earth attributes appeared. Damn, what is this? Patriarch, come and take a look. Jun Changxiao heard the news and came over. Strands of visible attributes seeped out from the soil, and his eyes lit up instantly. Gu Jiaoshi said happily, brother, it should be the mother of true stones. Dig. Jun Changxiao ordered. The disciples took out small shovels and dug along the area filled with heaven and earth attributes, quickly forming a man-made tunnel from top to bottom. After digging for about a kilometer, the source of heaven and earth attributes was found. It was a large stone buried deep underground, surrounded by streams of light. It could be said to be gorgeous. That's right, this was the mother of true stones. It was naturally its credit to nurture a large mineral vein in a desolate place. Brother, Gu Jiaoxi said excitedly, this time, we're really rich. The mother of true stones contained very powerful heaven and earth attributes, which could be seen from its appearance. However, its real use was not to absorb but to nurture more true stones, so it could reproduce continuously. Its value could not be measured by money. Can you move it away? Yes. Jun Changxiao put the heavy mother of true stones into his spatial ring without hesitation, then covered his face and said, happiness came too suddenly, 10 billion resources. A source of reproduction. Coming to the Jade Tripod Mountain Range was really a great harvest, inside the cave. Jun Changxiao returned with a full load and took away all the diary entries, making sure not to leave any clues. The true stones were all dug out, but the accumulated attributes over the years did not dissipate. Once the formation lost its effect, it would definitely cause a strong phenomenon and attract the major forces. If they knew that he was the one who took it, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. The host is very cautious, the system said. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes and said, before I have the absolute strength to go against the whole world, I naturally have to be cautious. Go against the whole world, you will hear no one. Right. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao had an idea, so his eyes lit up and he said, I can do something about the mineral vein. What article? The Jade Tripod Mountains belong to the northwest region, and Empress Lingyao happens to live here as well. When the mine appears, will the major factions come looking for her? Gosheng was preparing to make arrangements for that woman. However, how to make the various factions believe that the true stone mine had been dug out by Empress Lingyao would require a good plan. What if she happened to be there when the load appeared? The array formation in the cave abode could only last for half a year, but Jun Changxiao had already mastered it. He could dispel it at any time to trigger a supernatural phenomenon. If he could lure Empress Lingyao over and release the array formation in advance, it would be very interesting. However, how could he lure it over? Brother, Jun Changxiao asked, is there any way to contact that woman? Gu Jiaoxi shook his head. I can't contact him. He had an agreement with Empress Lingyao, but it was only an agreement. They had not left any means of contact. Actually, the system said, host, you don't have to attract her here. You can just send the trouble over. Send it over? Jun Changxiao was stunned. What do you mean? Can't you just move the empty load and the array formation away and place them near the Lingyao immortal realm? The system had changed. It began to wallow in the mire with the host and become a doghead strategist. This, Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. Good idea. The true stone mine was right at your doorstep. If there was nothing after entering, what would the various factions think? What would Jia Tang think? However, how could he move it? If it was an item, he could just keep it in his space ring. But this mine was too big. He couldn't just move it away. After all, it was too ostentatious. Although the Tianyuan prison pagoda had the function of storing things, the space inside was limited. Otherwise, the entire Iron Bone Mountain would have been sent in. The system said, if you have any questions, look for the store. F*CK. Jun Changxiao said in his heart, no wonder you're so proactive in coming up with ideas. Gosheng didn't open the store. Instead, he asked, Master, is there any way to move this mine somewhere else without anyone noticing? The Taishan elder said, the true stone is gone. Why move it? Is it possible? Yes. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. The system broke down. Everyone in this damn sect is a talent. Why does the store feel like it's going to be laid off? Indeed. Although the mine was an epic mission spoiler, there were ancient warships rushing over, Koi Ren Shan searching, and Taishan elder breaking the array. Overall, it was more dependent on the sect. The ore excavator had put in a lot of effort, but it was just icing on the cake. Because the disciples could also dig it clean. At most, it would take some time. If it was in the past, Jun Changxiao would have been in a good mood. Now that he was faced with a thorny problem, at least someone would be able to step up in time. In fact, this situation was already a little obvious when he was buying the property. When he was developing in the lower realm, Gosheng relied on the pills and beast pills from the pill pavilion to amass wealth. Although the path he was taking now was similar, he no longer relied on the system. Instead, he hired the alchemists from the pill hall to make money. Some might say, isn't it all thanks to the nourishing earth? Yes. For now, the treasures cultivated by the system were very important. However, when the alchemy shops gradually blossomed in the upper realm and formed a brand effect, they could still make a lot of profits even if they sold ordinary pills. Xianxia was working hard to systematize. He also hoped that in the future, he could still develop stably for a long time without relying on the store, tools, and so on. Then, he shouted righteously, I, Xianxia, am not in a good mood. He too. The reader's saliva sprayed all over the screen. It was the kind that could not be wiped off. The way to move the mine was very simple. They just had to set up a formation in a fixed area that would not be noticed by others, and then move it away openly. Therefore, the old man Taixian started to get busy. He put up formation flags in various areas. When the formation was completely connected, the entire mine was completely covered. It even seemed to have been cut into a huge square. Up! Zhongyi, who was controlling the Diablo, shouted loudly. Rumble! In an instant, the 100 mechs inside the formation exerted force at the same time. They directly lifted the empty mine and slowly flew it into the air. Because of the existence of the high-level isolation formation, even if a large area of soil was peeled out, it would not be seen. Reader, damn, I thought that we sent so many mechs to prepare to fight with the major forces to show the power of the sect of all times. In the end, they were only used to move the mine. However, the mine was moved away, and the original terrain caved in. Xianxia would definitely not leave any clues that would expose him. He immediately ordered Paige to fill in the soil and quickly fill in the missing area. Let's go. To the Lingyao Wonderland. Huff huff. Huff huff huff. From the reader's perspective, a mine covered with an isolation formation slowly left the Jade Tripod Mountains under the escort of 100 mechs. It started a life of wandering, so it was also called a wandering mine. In the northwest region, many people had never seen Empress Lingyao before because she was too elusive. But if it was the Lingyao Wonderland, even a 3- or 5-year-old child would be able to show the way. Because this independent space had a special teleportation portal, it was very symbolic. Xianxia took the mine and wandered. A few days later, they appeared on the green grassland. From afar, there was a vortex between the sky and the earth, and a heavy aura spread out, making people feel awe. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi said, this is the Lingyao Wonderland. Heh. Xianxia said lightly, it's quite grand. Although the entrance to the Wonderland was open to the world, there was a restriction inside, and outsiders could not enter at all. Because it was Empress Lingyao's territory, no one dared to set foot in the grassland. Don't worry. Xianxia sneered. It's going to be very lively here soon. Majestic attributes of heaven and earth gathered in the mine. If it was completely released, at least half of the upper realm would be involved. When that time came, all the powerhouses and forces would come, and the scene would be as beautiful as a painting. If everyone suspected Empress Lingyao and put her in a terrible situation, it would be even better. He he he. Xianxia let out a strange laugh that only villains would have, and his handsome face gradually changed. Kid. At that moment, the old man from Taixian said solemnly, there's a formation around the vortex. We can't get too close to avoid being discovered. Xianxia looked around and said, let's put the mine here. They were already in the territory, and distance was meaningless. However, they had to be careful when they put it, because it could easily cause a commotion. Master. Xianxia said, continue to expand the isolation formation. The old man from Taixian waved his hands, and the formation flag turned into a stream of light and flew out, and then inserted into the grassland. Whoosh! Paige landed, and its head instantly enlarged, and began to gnaw on the grass. The mineral vein needed to be buried deep in order to be realistic. Therefore, after about 2 hours, it had eaten out a very, very deep pit. Put it down, Xianxia ordered. Hundreds of mecha slowly descended and placed the heavy ore vein in the pit. After they filled the pit with soil again, it was as if nothing had happened. Master, Xianxia asked, is it possible to set the array to be lifted after 1 month? Since he had already arranged for Empress Lingyao, he naturally hoped to see results sooner rather than wait for half a year. Yes. Taixian immediately changed the principle of the array system and set it to be automatically deactivated after 30 days. Okay. Xianxia snapped his fingers and said, return to the sect. After all, this was Empress Lingyao's territory, and the longer he stayed here, the easier it would be for him to be discovered. Thus, it was best to get out of here as soon as possible. Swish, the ancient warship began to move, transforming into a streak of light that shot off into the distance. When they came, Goshing's heart ached for the magnetite. Now that he had so many real stones, he definitely didn't care. He even happily sat in the driver's seat and hummed a little tune. Rose of Flowers smiled. That's a good hum. Xianxia had a natural weakness when it came to singing, but he was fine when it came to humming. At least it wouldn't cause too much damage. Xianxia had been in a good mood, but when he saw this woman walk over, he suddenly remembered what he had done at the ore vein. His entire face burned. Why is your face red? Rose of Flowers asked. Xianxia hurriedly turned his head away and said proudly, who's blushing? Rose of Flowers smiled and took a step closer, whispering, in the future, don't do this in front of the disciples. I'll be embarrassed. Xianxia roared, this is a misunderstanding. You clearly have me in your heart. Why can't you be honest? Rose of Flowers leaned closer, then turned her face and smiled. Come, give me another kiss. F***ck. Xianxia pushed her away with a straight face and left the driver's seat, leaving behind one sentence. Crazy. Whoosh, the ancient warship returned the way it had come. However, it stopped when it reached the Sea of Flowers. Master, Xianxia said, the scenery here isn't bad, right? The Taixian elder said, not bad. Then I'll have to trouble you to set up another formation and bring the entire Sea of Flowers back to the Sect of all times, Xianxia said. Huh? The Taixian elder was dumbfounded. He could understand bringing the ore vein to frame Empress Lingyao, but bringing the Sea of Flowers back to the Sect of all times was a little strange. Grand Elder, Su Xiama transmitted, the patriarch's wife likes flowers. So that's why, the Taixian elder immediately understood, and said in his mind, his wife likes flowers, so he gave her a sea of flowers. This kid is really something. Buzz. The formation covered a radius of dozens of kilometers. Rumble. 100 mechas worked together to lift the Sea of Flowers and the soil into the air, and then marched back to the Sect of all times. When we get back, we'll put it on Dragon Head Peak. That way, you'll be able to see as much as you want. Xianxia said indifferently, of course. What I mean is, next time you go out, don't act like you've never seen the world before. System, thank you. Rose of Flowers smiled sweetly, and her heart was filled with sweetness. She liked roses, so he planted roses everywhere. She liked a sea of flowers, so he brought back a sea of flowers. Rose of Flowers walked over and hugged Xianxia from behind. She pressed her face against his broad back and said softly, with a husband like this, what more could I ask for? It was a pity that Li Tian wasn't here, or this beautiful scene would definitely be preserved in pictures. Brother. Suddenly, Gu Jiaoxi walked in. Seeing Rose of Flowers hugging Xianxia, he hurriedly changed his words. What are you doing? The system broke down. Every time the relationship between the two of you rises, this guy will appear. Is he being bribed by some people who don't want to eat dog food? He's here to cause trouble. As expected. The originally beautiful atmosphere dissipated with Gu Jiaoxi's arrival. Xianxia even pushed Rose of Flowers away and put on a dignified look. What's the matter? No. Nothing, I won't disturb you. Gu Jiaoxi immediately slipped away. He left, but the atmosphere couldn't be cultivated. The two of them even stood in the cockpit awkwardly. I know you don't want to open your heart to accept me. Rose of Flowers flipped a strand of hair on her forehead and smiled. So I won't ask for too much. I'll always be with your strong sect. He was a companion, not an assistant. So it had a different meaning. Only in front of Jun Changxiao would she look like a little woman. Once she entered work mode, she was still the conscientious and swift Rose of Flowers queen. She switched between home and work with ease. Sigh. The system sighed. With a husband like this, what more could I ask for? Boom. A sea of flowers dozens of miles wide was placed in the open space opposite Dragon Head Peak. Looking from Rose of Flowers' window, it could be seen clearly. If you like roses, plant them. If you like a sea of flowers, move them. This kind of steely straight man approach was quite a bit like an overbearing CEO. End of chapter 1491. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.